Super Devouring System Chapter 3968 to Chapter 4048. This aura, after drawing the large amount of Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist into the Shinnon Cauldron, Xian was originally prepared to immediately put away the Shinnon Cauldron and use the remaining Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist to temper his body and increase his cultivation. However, right at this moment, an aura that shocked even him erupted from the Shinnon Cauldron. Xian lightly took in a breath, and with a thought, he pulled out a strand of Shinnong's strange flame from the cauldron and floated in front of him. After seeing it with his own eyes, he finally confirmed the bold guess he had when he felt the sudden burst of aura. The Shinnong unusual flame had indeed leveled up. It had turned from a 4-colored flame to a 5-colored flame. The additional color on top of the previous 4-colored flame was the green color of the lightning pool spirit mist. Obviously, the Shinnong exotic flame had advanced because it had absorbed the lightning pool spirit mist. If there were no accidents, the 5-colored flames after this advancement would most likely contain some unique power of lightning. The transformation of the 4-colored flames into 5-colored flames was originally no different from a great increase in power. However, this time, there was the unique attribute of thunder. This was definitely like being reborn. Whether it was using this flame to attack, or using the new Shinnong 5-colored flames to roast blood food and refine great medicines, the effects would definitely be far better than before. It was comparable. This was another pleasant surprise. Xian was incomparably excited. He almost impulsively took out a piece of the quasi-desolate ancient supreme's flesh and blood on the spot. He used this brand new 5-colored flame that contained the lightning attribute to properly roast it and test its medicinal effects and wonderful taste. However, he suppressed this impulse in the end. This matter was not urgent. There would be plenty of opportunities later. What was more important now was to deal with the remaining lightning spiritual mist. After all, it had been a long time since he left the Demon Emperor planet. It had been almost 5 days. Xian was still worried about the situation in the demon domain. After calming down, Xian put away the Shinnong 5-colored flame that was floating in front of him. Then, he waved his hand and put the Shinnong cauldron back into his undying world. At this time, the indigenous beasts in the cauldron and the 8 great guardian warriors were still in the area around the volcano in the central domain. They were howling as they absorbed the lightning spiritual mist that Xian had drawn into the Shinnong cauldron. Although this spiritual mist had the property of lightning, it could be directly absorbed. It had an extremely strong effect on the evolution of life forms. Xian believed that after absorbing the Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist this time, the overall strength of the entire native beast race would increase by a small margin once again. After all, even the Shinnong unusual flame of the Shinnong cauldron had directly evolved after absorbing the lightning spiritual mist. Even if these indigenous beasts absorbed a little less, the benefits were absolutely not to be ignored. All of this was within Xian's expectations. However, even he didn't know that within the inner space of the Shinnong cauldron, other than the 8 great Vidras and the millions of ferocious beasts, there was another existence that he had almost overlooked. This time, he had accidentally absorbed some of the Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist. And he had obtained a great opportunity. This person was the former Heaven and Earth Taoist of the Battle Lion tribe, Shirwanjin. Shirwanjin's Heaven and Earth Taoist foundation had been taken away, and he had become the pride of the tribe, Shirba Dao. However, because Xian wanted to obtain the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, he had used a mutated slave seal on Shirwanjin, who had lost his cultivation and was now like an ordinary person. This caused him to become Xian. He was a slave. Therefore, Xian did not kill him. Instead, he left him to fend for himself. After giving him some top-grade resources to recover from his injuries, he left him in a cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Since then, Shirwanjin had been in a coma. Although his injuries had healed, his cultivation was only a little. He was not much stronger than an ordinary member of the Berserk Lion tribe. But this time, for Shirwanjin, who had a bloodline deficit, the lightning pond spirit mist that he had unintentionally inhaled into his body had given him an opportunity to rise from the ashes. At this time, he was still lying unconscious in the cage of the mountain wall at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. His cultivation aura was still very weak, but from time to time, there were a few purple gold thunderbolts sizzling on the surface of his body. Obviously, Shi Jin, who had lost his heaven and earth Taoist foundation, was like a blank sheet of paper. Because of the lightning pool spiritual mist that he had just absorbed, his bloodline was transforming into a certain type of lightning attribute bloodline and physique. Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. At this time, he waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into his undying world. He immediately sat down cross-legged in the void and activated the Rai Di seal that was suspended high above his head. With the power of the Emperor's seal domain, he drew the lightning pool spiritual mist from the surrounding sea of lightning towards his body. At this moment, all the 1.08 billion pores on Yi Xian's body opened up. His entire body was bathed in the lightning pool spiritual mist that was like an ocean. This green spirit mist followed his mouth, nose, and pores all over his body. As soon as it entered his body, it instantly surged with an extremely ferocious and tyrannical power. Not only did it have an extremely strong tempering effect on his body, even Yi Xian's soul was cleansed because of it. Every minute, every second. It was becoming stronger and more tenacious. This feeling was definitely both painful and pleasurable. However, Yi Xian was already used to it. Whether it was using the genetic cultivation fluid to break through a large realm or using the hellish ant liquid to temper his physical body, it was always accompanied by intense pain. As long as he could rapidly increase his cultivation strength and life force level, this little bit of pain was nothing. He had to grit his teeth and bear with it. Time passed slowly. Gradually, as large amounts of the lightning pool spiritual mist were absorbed by him, Yi Xian slowly became numb to it. He was almost unable to feel the pain. There was no telling how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar system notification echoed in his head, ding. Congratulations to the host on making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Your current state is the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmos realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host on making a breakthrough in the physical body. Your current state is the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmos realm. Finally, he had reached the 9th rank of the cosmos realm. Yi Xian was instantly excited. When his original body was at the 7th rank of the cosmos realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons was at the 4th rank of the Star Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 9th rank of the cosmos realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons had also improved by 1 level. That was to say, he was about to reach the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. In addition to the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, each transformation would increase his combat strength by a small level. Once the current Yi Xian enters the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body state and uses the 4th transformation of the devil ape, his peak combat strength would reach the terrifying peak of the 9th step of the Star Lord realm. That was to say, Yi Xian was at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmos realm under normal circumstances. Also, his cultivation and physical body had both reached perfection. This time, when he entered the starry sky thunder tomb, Yi Xian's fortune could be said to be shocking. Just thinking about it now made him feel as if he was in a dream. Everything was too surreal. He had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmos realm in such a short time. He was already a half-step Star Lord and a quasi-Star Lord. This was under the condition that he hadn't activated the 3-headed 6-armed ancient devil ape's bloodline. Otherwise, he would possess a peak 9th order Star Lord strength and directly rise to the quasi-region Lord realm, becoming a terrifying quasi-region Lord. However, Yi Xian wasn't satisfied with that. Although there was only a single word difference between a quasi-domain lord and a true domain lord, in reality, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. After all, these were 2 completely different realms. In the path of evolution of a starry sky powerhouse, the further one progressed, the greater the gap between a small rank was. Needless to say, the gap between a large rank was as wide as the abyss. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it had been any other time, but Yi Xian had made multiple breakthroughs in the Star Lightning Tomb. He could have stopped and stabilized himself for a while before continuing. However, the situation was too urgent. Once he returned to the Demon Star region, there would probably be a great battle. Yi Xian was absolutely in a hurry to improve his strength. There was a huge difference between a quasi-Star Lord and a real Star Lord in terms of combat ability. The difference was even more obvious when it came to bloodlines and the power of various techniques. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and decided to spend a little more time to use the level 16 liquid that he had already concocted. He would use it to raise his cultivation level to the true Star Lord realm. After making the decision, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a small crystal bottle was shot out of the undying world inside his body. It floated in front of him and was still spinning in midair. What was in this small bottle was the best quality bottle out of the 8 bottles of level 16 liquid that he had in his possession. The level 16 liquid was already extraordinary to begin with. It was merely the most basic flesh medicine paste, made from the flesh and blood of an enormous Luan Phoenix's precious body, shattered the chains of order, and then reassembled from the essence. Moreover, after being meticulously refined by the Shenong 4-colored flames, the chains of order in the Luan Phoenix's flesh and blood completely collapsed. The moment its body disappeared, a miniature flesh and blood black hole even appeared in the green-red slurry ball, as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this was the case. It was obvious how terrifying the energy contained in the liquid ball was. Then, a lot of top heavenly materials and earthly treasures were added to the blood and flesh liquid, including the nether liquid. Even the all-evil origin liquid was fused into it. In terms of efficacy, it was even more unbelievable. It could make a 15th state universe grand cultivator become a Star Lord. Now, after experiencing the baptism of the green tribulation lightning, this ball of green level 16 treasure liquid seemed to contain a trace of the aura of lightning. On its surface, there were clearly some tiny bolts of lightning that were like spider webs that were expanding and retracting. Also, it happened to be the same as the lightning tribulation that had descended after it was born. It was green and gave off a strong sense of strangeness. Without a doubt, after experiencing the baptism of a bolt of tribulation lightning, the medicinal effect of this green-colored liquid would surely be even more shocking. Moreover, it was attached with a strange green-colored lightning attribute, and it presumably had a miraculous effect of tempering the body. Yi Xian was full of expectations. Apart from the level 16 liquid, Yi Xian also prepared some nether furnace lotion, nether liquid, and all-evil origin liquid. He also cut off a large piece of flesh and blood from the remains of the purple gold void rat of the quasi-desolation almighty level and summoned a wisp of Shenong 5-colored flames to roast it. Then, he swallowed all of it. After completing all of this, with a thought from Yi Xian, the cork of the small bottle was directly opened. The ball of green liquid inside flew out as if it had a mind of its own and shot towards his mouth. Yi Xian was blessed with good fortune. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air, closed his eyes, and looked inside. Very quickly, he entered a cultivation state where he forgot about everything. Boom, in his mind, a thunderous explosion sounded out. The sea of consciousness in Yi Xian's mind, which represented the power of the void cave technique, instantly stirred up stormy waves. The few small objects that represented the most powerful abilities and bloodlines floating in the sky above the sea of consciousness seemed to have sensed something, and all of them began to shine brightly. His blood was boiling inside his body. As the terrifying effect of the level 16 liquid spread out, Yi Xian's body boiled immediately. His blood was surging like a river, and his power was surging in his veins. There was also the never-before-seen clanking sound of chains. This time, a huge chain appeared out of nowhere in his body. Its surface was covered with all kinds of mysterious and obscure runes. This huge chain directly connected Yi Xian's spine to the sea of consciousness in his skull. It was an important potential shackle chain on the path of evolution of the human body, like an extremely difficult to cross. A natural chasm. Tearing it apart was equivalent to crossing this natural chasm. From then on, he would break through the universe realm and become a Star Lord. If he failed, this huge potential shackle chain would very likely become even stronger. It would be even more difficult to break through again. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of chains rang out, and the sound of surging tides of energy in Yi Xian's body continued. The level 16 liquid had completely dissolved, including other supreme resources such as the all-evil origin liquid, the blood and flesh of the quasi-desolate great power purple gold void rat, and so on. All of this gathered into a huge river of energy in Yi Xian's body. Wherever it passed, countless smaller potential shackles of the human body were instantly torn apart. Although this process was painful, there was also an indescribable feeling of pleasure. It was extremely wonderful, In the end, this huge river of energy finally rushed to Yi Xian's neck and began to attack the tight shackle chain that connected his spine to the sea of consciousness in his skull. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, all 1.08 billion pores on his body were emitting endless light. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. In a short 2 hours, the enormous shackles were completely broken. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body suddenly felt lighter. The surging of the strength and bloodline in his body increased by at least 10 times. Even the sea of consciousness in his brain, which represented the power of cultivation, instantly expanded by more than 10 times. When Yi Xian opened his eyes with a bright light, the anticipated system beep quickly sounded out in his mind. The first level of the Star Lord state, Yi Xian couldn't have been more excited. He had a lot of mixed feelings. He hadn't been in space for long, but he was already a Star Lord at the moment. There were 2 major obstacles on the path of evolution for Star State experts. The first one was to advance from the cosmic state to the cosmic state, the 15th. Once one entered the cosmic state, one would become a grand expert. Yi Xian had crossed that threshold not long ago. The second obstacle was to advance from the State Lord state to the immortal state. On the second path of evolution, Yi Xian had successfully broken through from the cosmos realm to the Star Lord realm and become a Star Lord. It could be considered a solid first step. He was very ambitious at the moment. He firmly believed that he would cross the second obstacle and become a supreme immortal state expert in the near future. In his excitement, he immediately activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and transformed into an ancient demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was very eager to know if he could use the power of his cultivation after activating this powerful bloodline because of this breakthrough. As for the real State Lord state, when his original body was at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic state, his true form of the ancient ape devil bloodline was at the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Even though his original body had made another breakthrough and reached the first level of the Star Lord realm, according to the ancient ape demon's bloodline, his original body should have broken through 2 levels in order to increase its strength by 1 level. Therefore, he deduced that, after Yi Xian activated his bloodline, his true form of the ancient ape devil bloodline should still be at the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Only by making another breakthrough and reaching the 2nd rank of the Star Lord state would the ancient ape devil bloodline reach the 6th rank of the Star Lord state with 3 heads and 6 arms. In this way, coupled with the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, every single one of them would increase his combat strength by a small level. Once Yi Xian entered the devil ape true body state and executed the devil ape 4th transformation, his peak combat strength would be able to attain the first level of the Region Lord realm, allowing him to advance into the ranks of Region Lords in one go. He would have the terrifying combat ability of a State Lord state expert. However, to his surprise, his original body had only made a small breakthrough, but after activating the ancient ape devil bloodline, his original body had also improved by 1 level, reaching the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. This was because he was aware that as long as he used the 9 transformations of the devil ape and reached the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a domain lord. It was obvious that the shackle of the ancient demon ape state, which could only be improved by 1 level after he became a Star Lord, had been broken. Henceforth, the improvement of the State Lord state, Yi Xian's original body state expert, Ye's original body, and the ancient ape state State Lord state of the demonic ape state, although he really wanted to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability right now and immediately feel the power of the domain lord's old monster after reaching the 4th transformation, Yi Xian suppressed this impulse in the end and gradually calmed his mind. Looking up, there was still a lot of lightning pond spiritual mist left in the void at the core of the lightning sea. In the beginning, it covered an area of 10,000 miles, and although it was much less now, it still covered an area of 4,000 to 5,000 miles. The amount was still quite impressive. This Thunder Lake Spirit Mist was a top-notch resource that could only be encountered but not sought after. It definitely couldn't be wasted like this. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. He thought of the 4 great battles in space. The power of the Star Wars was determined by the strength of the races inside the Star Wars. Yi Xian had ordered the absorption system in his body to search for clues, hoping to find a way to improve the strength of the races inside the Star Wars as soon as possible. However, there was no result, and now, the Thunderlock spirit mist before him was clearly the perfect opportunity. Even the native ferocious beasts, Hamba, Ho-Ching, and the desolate Electro Lady could rapidly improve their strength through the Thunderlock spirit mist. Yi Xian himself had benefited a lot from it. Without a doubt, the races inside the Star Wars would be able to do the same. More importantly, there was still a large amount of lightning lock spiritual mist in front of him. It covered a vast expanse of space that spanned over 4,000 miles. Although it was in the form of mist, its grade was quite high. Even if the races inside the Star Wars shared it, the final result would be impressive. Thinking up to here, Yi Xian's heart immediately palpitated. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and summoned all 4 of the starry sky battle palaces within his undying world. The Golden Time War, the Grey Void War, the Blood-Red Weeping Soul War, the Dark Red Blood Mosquito War. In an instant, the 4 Star Wars spanned across the void, emitting an extremely dense and oppressive aura. After this period of recuperation, the 4 major kinetic races in the 4 starry sky battle armors had all recovered their peak combat power. Only the time battle armors that were just used some time ago were still in the cooling period and had not fully recovered. However, this didn't matter. With the thunderous spiritual mist in front of them, the tens of millions of golden slimes inside the Time War would be able to fully recover in no time. Moreover, Yi Xian's expectations weren't just limited to this. In his opinion, this opportunity would definitely allow the entire golden slime race's life form to undergo a complete leap forward. Previously, among the tens of millions of golden slimes, there was only one purple gold slime whose cultivation was at the universe realm. Yi Xian felt that there was a need to improve its life form again. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and took out 3 drops of the all-evil origin liquid from his undying world. Speaking of improving life form and promoting the evolution of life forms, the all-evil origin liquid was the most heaven-defying of all the resources in Yi Xian's hands. After all, this liquid was refined using the 9-colored meat paste in the netherworld furnace as the raw material. The 9-colored meat paste was also made from the remains and flesh of a large number of powerful primordial era creatures. From this, one could see how terrifying the all-evil origin liquid was. This was something that even those terrifying existences that originated from the primordial era and were currently hibernating to recover from their injuries needed. Some existences even only had 1 drop a year, and now, Yi Xian directly threw a drop to this golden slime, greatly increasing its life force in a short period of time. This was something that was set in stone. Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the 3 drops of all-evil origin elixir were injected into the center of the purple gold slime's eyebrows. In a flash, they disappeared into the slime. As the drops of all-evil origin elixir were injected, the purple gold slime's body shook violently. The evolution of its life level immediately began vigorously. The intensity of the evolution was still extremely shocking. The golden slime's entire body was pale gold, but there were streaks of dazzling golden lines on its abdomen like spider webs. As for the purple gold slime, its entire body turned golden. At the location of the golden line on its abdomen, a purple gold line appeared. Furthermore, from that line, countless tiny purple gold spiderwebs extended, enveloping its entire body. Now, after consuming the 3 drops of all-evil origin elixir, the purple gold slime's original golden color actually turned pale purple gold throughout its entire body. Meanwhile, the dense purple gold line on its abdomen turned bluish gold, still extending countless tiny spider webs, enveloping its entire body like a web. Its entire body. Boom! An invisible aura surged and erupted. In terms of appearance, the king of the slime threads that had evolved from a purple gold slime to a bluish gold slime actually experienced an overall increase in strength due to the 3 drops of all-evil origin elixir. Previously, it was at the peak of the middle stage of the universe realm, but now, it had become a star lord. First rank of the universe realm, its body had even reached a height of 1,000 feet. Even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by such a change. After a moment of hesitation, he took out another 10 drops of all-evil origin elixir and selected 10 of the largest golden slimes among the slimes. He rewarded each of them with a drop of all-evil origin elixir and sent it into their glabella. These 10 golden slime began to evolve rapidly as well. A top-grade resource like the all-evil origin elixir was simply too powerful. Perhaps its effects would be far less effective after repeated use, but the first 1 or 2 times would definitely be heaven-defying. In his line of sight, the golden line under the abdomen of the 10 golden slimes expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, their entire bodies turned golden. Immediately after that, a purplish golden line appeared where the golden line was originally located on their abdomen. Although this purple gold thread did not rapidly spread out like the golden thread before and completely covered his entire body, countless purple gold threads extended out and gradually spread out, covering his entire body. They formed a dense layer of purple gold patterns that resembled countless mysterious runes. During this process, the bodies of the 10 purple gold slimes continued to expand. In the end, when their figures stopped at around 10 m tall, their bodies rumbled as they effused a strand of formidable aura. Shockingly, it was just as Xianxia had expected, and all of them had stepped into the world realm. A Star-Lord Azure Gold Empress and 10 Universe State Purple Gold Empresses would become the soul of the entire species. Their existence alone would significantly enhance the power of the Battle of Time. But this was still not enough. What Xianxia needed was the cultivation base and life form of the tens of millions of slime race members to increase in all aspects. Only in this way would the power of this Time War talisman be able to undergo a sublimation. In the past, a golden tide of time represented the instantaneous passing of 10,000 years. However, after the great leap in life form of the entire species, Xianxia believed that a golden tide of time could pass in 20 or 30,000 years, even if it could not reach 50,000 years in an instant. It was definitely achievable. A few more such tides of time might not be able to kill an undying emperor, but they should be able to heavily injure him. Thinking of this, Xianxia became excited once again and couldn't sit still. He directly waved his hand and activated the Thunder Emperor seal that was floating high above his head. Activating the power of the Emperor seal, it surged out like a tide of azure lightning that wrapped around the large amount of thunder swamp spirit mist in the air. It was divided into 4 parts, and all of them surged into the 4 battleships. Each battleship was given a large canopy of thunder mist, which had a radius of 2,000 miles. It was more than enough for all the 4 races to absorb and evolve. After doing all that, Xianxia sat cross-legged in the void, right in front of the 4 battle of space. What he needed to do now was to wait. He needed to wait until all of the Thunderlock spiritual mist that had just been drawn into the war chariot was completely absorbed by the 4 kinetic races. At that time, there would definitely be new surprises coming one after another. Within the Crimson Blood Mosquito Battle of Space, the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space was the Mosquito Beast race. There were a total of 30 million mosquito beasts that had gained intelligence. Their strength was quite impressive too. Their commander was the Mosquito Beast Prince Xueben, who sat at the core of the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space. Although the tens of millions of mosquito beasts within the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space had high overall strength, the strongest mosquito beast, Xueben, was only at the 13th level of the Genesis realm. Other than that, there were over 300 of the strongest mosquito beasts that had reached this level. There was not a single cosmic light realm mosquito beast that was above the Genesis realm. However, even the weakest of the mosquito beasts was close to the 8th realm, the black hole realm. It could be said that if it wasn't for the fact that the cultivation bases of the mosquito beasts were around the black hole realm and were generally higher, the power of this blood mosquito war talisman would probably be at the bottom of the 4 starry sky battle talismans in Xianxia's hands. This time, with the influx of this large patch of green lightning pool spirit mist, it was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the tens of millions of mosquito beasts in the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space, similar to the situation in the Farmer God Cauldron. The moment the lightning pool spirit mist entered the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space, the tens of millions of mosquito beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes instantly went crazy. They roared excitedly and madly fought to devour and absorb the lightning pool spirit mist. Among them, Xianxia focused on the core node of the beehive where Xueben sat. On one hand, Xueben had been with him for a long time and could be said to be one of his earliest subordinates. However, his current strength was too weak. Xianxia also hoped that he would be able to obtain more benefits from this opportunity and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation as much as possible. On the other hand, as the controller of the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space, the stronger Xueben's cultivation was, the more powerful the Battle of Space would be. In fact, the Mosquito Beast Prince Xueben did not disappoint Xianxia. He also began to madly absorb the lightning pool spirit mist immediately. It had to be said that the lightning pool spirit mist had an astounding effect on the evolution of life forms with ferocious beast bloodlines. The mosquito beast Prince Xueben's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Genesis realm. Now that he had absorbed a large amount of lightning pool spirit mist into his body, he broke through the Genesis realm and entered the cosmic light realm in a few short breaths. However, this was only the beginning. Under Xian's close watch, Xueben's cultivation continued to increase rapidly after he broke through to the cosmic light realm. Cosmic light realm level 9. Although Xueben, the prince of the mosquito beasts, was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmos state, and he didn't take the opportunity to become a star lord, Xian wasn't disappointed. It was because the overall strength of the mosquito beasts in the blood mosquito war pyramid was quite impressive. Also, apart from Xueben, 1% of the mosquito beasts in the Genesis state, which was the 13th level, had also entered the cosmos state. Although they were only at the first or second level of the cosmos state, which was the beginning phase of the cosmos state, they had an advantage in that regard. The large number of mosquito beasts could enhance the power of the blood mosquito war pyramid, which wasn't to be underestimated. Of course, the most important thing was actually the other tens of millions of mosquito beasts. All of them had advanced by a large realm. Now, in this blood-red blood mosquito battle formation, among the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, there was not a single one whose cultivation level was below the black hole realm. Once it was activated, the power of the blood mosquito war pyramid would be far greater than before. Even Xian would be shocked. The void war pyramid, the kinetic energy of the void war pyramid was the void soldier ladle. There were more than 30 million of them in total. Just like the mosquito beasts in the blood mosquito war pyramid, they were all relatively strong. After all, in that calamity where the celestial legacy race had almost wiped out the black holes, the weaker void soldiers had basically all perished. The ones that survived were all relatively strong. They were taken away by the Heavenly Fortune clan and entered the Void War Pyramid after being rescued by Xian. Guarding the core of the beehive were 2 soldier ladle kings whose bloodlines had evolved to 8 stars. Their cultivation had also reached the Genesis realm, and they were both at the Great Circle of the 9th stage Genesis realm. After a large amount of Thunderlock spiritual mist entered the thousands of beehive nodes of the Void Battle Ladles, the 30 million Void Battle Ladles began to absorb the Thunderlock spiritual mist crazily. In the process, they rapidly improved their own cultivation base and strength, pushing forward the evolution of their life forms. After Xian's attention was drawn away from the Blood Mosquito Battle Band, he immediately cast it towards the Void Battle Band and locked onto the 2 Genesis Stage 8-star Wang ladles within the core beehive. Back then, the 9-star Ladybird Emperor that Xian encountered when he first entered the Black Hole of Life had yet to reach the Genesis realm. But now, there was a reason why these 2 8-star Ladybirds had yet to evolve into 9-star Ladybird Emperors even though their cultivation had already reached the Genesis realm. The difference between the 8-star and the 9-star bloodline evolution had nothing to do with one's strength. These 2 Wang ladles had already surpassed the Ladle Emperor back then in terms of cultivation. However, the evolution of their bloodlines was still somewhat inferior. Hence, they were still only 8-star Wang ladles. Ladle Emperor's bloodline. That opportunities was. As large amounts of lightning pool spirit mist entered the 1,000 beehive nodes of the Void Battle Ladles, all the Void Soldier Ladles started to absorb it. Among them, the 2 Genesis Realm 8-star King Ladles were the most eye-catching. Above them, a small whirlpool formed by the lightning pool spirit mist had formed. Yes, as they absorbed large amounts of lightning pool spirit mist, the cultivation of these 2 8-star King Ladles rose rapidly. They soon surpassed the Genesis realm and entered the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Light Realm. However, it did not stop there. It continued, and after a short 10 minutes or so, it climbed to the consummate level of the 9th level of the Cosmic Light tier. Then, it broke through and finally entered the 15th level of the Cosmic Light tier. 2 8-star Wang ladles on the level of the Cosmic Light tier were born. During this process, the 9th ghost face began to appear on the backs of the 2 8-star King ladles. Seeing this scene, even Xian couldn't help but become excited, because this meant that the bloodlines of the 2 8-star King ladles were also rapidly evolving. If nothing unexpected happened, it was extremely likely that they would be able to break through the shackles of their bloodlines in one go, and step into the 9-star Emperor Ladle realm from the current 8-star Emperor Ladle realm. Under the close observation of Xian, who was breathing rapidly, the ninth ghost face finally took shape on the back of the two 8-star ladle emperors after another 10 minutes. Now, the 9-star ladle emperors had reappeared, and there were 2 of them. At this time, the cultivation of the 2 9-star ladybird emperors had already risen to the peak of the 9th stage, and they stopped there. After a moment of excitement, Xian's divine sense swept through the thousands of honeycomb nodes in the entire Void Battle Tower. He was pleasantly surprised to find that other than the 2 8-star ladle emperors who had successfully broken through the bloodline shackles and advanced to the 9th stage of the universe realm, there were actually 10 7-star ladle generals who were lucky. After breaking through the bloodline shackles, a ghost face also appeared on Ladle's back, and it became an 8-star Wang ladle. The cultivation strength of these 10 newly advanced 8-star Wang ladles had also reached the 15th Great Realm, and they had become powerful figures of the universe realm. However, they were only at the first stage of the universe realm. In addition, the cultivation strength of the other 30 million void ladles in the entire soldier ladle race had also increased. This meant that if Xian used the Void Battle Tower again, the power it displayed would be far greater than before. Finally, Xian's gaze swept toward the Weeping Soul Battle Tower. Amongst the 4 starry sky battle talismans in Xian's hands, if the Golden Time Battle Talisman was said to be the head of the dragon, then the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman that possessed the power of the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman could be considered the second strongest existence. However, compared to the other 3 starry sky battle towers, the Weeping Soul Battle Tower had its own unique characteristics, because there was no so-called king or commander among the Weeping Soul beasts that were the Weeping Soul Battle Tower's kinetic energy group. Sitting in the core beehive node of the Weeping Soul Battle Tower was a Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. The Weeping Soul Beast was a spiritual energy life form, and it was related to the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape was the primordial supreme. This fellow was mysterious and strange, and in the battle of the primordial era, it did not belong to the camp of the headless infant corpse, nor did it belong to the camp of the heavenly eye. Xian's legacy painting on the fallen skybow. It could be seen hibernating in the shadows of an abandoned star, sinisterly spying on the entire primordial era starry sky battlefield. There must be a conspiracy behind this, and perhaps the countless Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul catacombs on Black Mountain Star had something to do with this. However, all of this did not matter. Back then, the remnant soul of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape had lived a second life and turned into a Weeping Soul Blood Horn. Unfortunately, before this Weeping Soul Blood Horn could grow into a new Weeping Soul Blood Ape, it encountered Xian and was finally refined by the headless infant corpse. At that time, Xian had provided some other special materials according to the system's requirements and completed the refinement process. In the end, these tens of millions of Weeping Soul horns and some other precious crystal materials were refined into a Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. It was blood red and nearly transparent, like the highest grade of blood red amber. A miniature Weeping Soul Blood Ape could be vaguely seen inside, and its shape was exactly the same as the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. It was similar, but much smaller, and was only the size of a palm. After this Weeping Soul Blood Crystal was refined by Xian, it was placed in the core beehive of the Weeping Soul Battle Army. It controlled all of the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts that were stationed in the Weeping Soul Battle Army, making them as obedient as the Void Soldier Ladle race. It had a special ability that could gather the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes in the Void Battle Kara into one, and after amplification, shoot it out with a loud bang. In addition, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes in the Weeping Soul Battle Kara had evolved after absorbing a large amount of hellish ant liquid from the Hell Ant tribe, turning from illusory Weeping Soul beasts into flesh and blood Weeping Soul green apes. However, there were only about 300,000 Weeping Soul golden apes among them. Their cultivation levels were considerably high, and they had evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul golden apes. As for the other Weeping Soul green apes, their cultivation was below the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven Realm. It was because of this that Xian had a love-hate relationship with the Weeping Soul Battle Kara. He loved its terrifying Weeping Soul strength. Of the more than 30 million Weeping Soul green apes, only about 300,000 of them had evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul golden apes. This was absolutely amazing. However, he hated the fact that the bloodline evolution of these Weeping Soul green apes and Weeping Soul golden apes was very difficult to improve. Although the hellish ant liquid was extremely effective, it was only used once or twice in the beginning. The more it was used, the less effective the effect would be. Moreover, even the Hell Ant tribe would not be able to provide such a large amount of hellish ant liquid. This was really a headache. However, this time, he had unexpectedly obtained a large amount of Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist. In Xian's opinion, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Azure Apes within the Weeping Soul Battle Scroll would definitely evolve once again because of this. Very soon, as Xian's consciousness entered the Weeping Soul Battle Cave, he immediately discovered a pleasantly surprised scene. Just as he had expected, after absorbing a large amount of the Lightning Pool Spirit Mist, all of the Weeping Soul Azure Apes had indeed changed. The effect was actually better than the 300,000 lucky ones that had evolved into Weeping Soul Azure Apes. When it was the Golden Ape, it was even more obvious and swift. All of these Weeping Soul Azure Apes were originally at the Black Hole Realm, but after absorbing a large amount of Lightning Basin Spirit Mist, all of them had undergone a significant evolution in less than an hour. The green fur on the surface of their bodies gradually faded away, and new fur grew. However, it was no longer green, but golden. Xian's consciousness swept through the thousands of beehive nodes of the Weeping Soul War Talisman, but in the end, he did not find a single Weeping Soul Azure Ape. More than 30 million Weeping Soul Azure Apes had all evolved into Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and their cultivation had skyrocketed to the Grotto Heaven realm. Just this alone was enough to raise the power of this Weeping Soul Battle statue by several levels without any suspense. After all, among the 30 million Weeping Soul beasts inside the Weeping Soul War Talisman, there were only slightly more than 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and the rest were all Weeping Soul Azure Apes of the Black Hole Realm. But now, the Weeping Soul Golden Apes had been popularized everywhere. As for the more than 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes, they were fortunate enough to complete a high level of evolution in the last hellish ant liquid. This time, after absorbing a large amount of Luai spiritual mist, their level of life had been greatly enhanced once again. While the other 30 million Weeping Soul Azure Apes had all evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes, the golden fur on the 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes had all faded away, and new fur had been replaced by dark purple fur. His cultivation base had soared from the Grotto Heaven Realm to the Genesis Realm, which was the 10th Grand Realm. At this point, the Weeping Soul War Talisman had finally completed a perfect transformation. Among the thousands of beehive nodes of the War Talisman, there were more than 30 million Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and more than 300,000 Genesis Realm Weeping Soul Purple Apes. The lineup was luxurious, and its power was definitely strong, according to Xian's deduction and estimation. If it was utilized at full strength, then the current Weeping Soul War Talisman would be able to instantly annihilate experts below the cosmic realm. At this point, without exception, all the 4 War Talismans in Xian's possession had undergone a gorgeous transformation. Xian hadn't expected the gains he obtained from this trip to the Stellar Lightning Tomb, and unexpected pleasant surprises followed one after another. His cultivation had obtained successive breakthroughs, and merely his main body possessed a strength at the first rank of the Star-Lord realm in his normal state. If he activated the bloodline of the Devil Ape, entered the primeval Devil Ape state with 3 heads and 6 arms, and executed the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape to the 4th transformation, then he would possess a combat strength at the Region Lord realm. Besides that, he'd even obtained a strand of the quintessence of lightning, and it assisted one of the 3 ancient gorgeous cultivators, the primordial lightning goddess, to reconstruct her lightning true body. The Xianxia unusual flames within the farmer god cauldron had even evolved from 4-colored flames to 5-colored flames. Moreover, it was even bestowed with the unique attribute of lightning. The 4 war talismans had undergone a collective and gorgeous transformation. The might of any one of them would far exceed its former might, and it would become one of the formidable reserves in Xian's possession that couldn't be overlooked. If one were to say that before coming to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, putting aside the supreme existence of the headless infant corpse, Xian's evaluation of his overall combat strength would only stop at being able to barely deal with an ordinary undying. Moreover, he would have to pay a heavy price. Now, under the circumstances that he paid an equivalent price, he was practically absolutely confident in his ability to fight a life-and-death battle with an undying. It was even to the extent that even if he encountered an undying, even if he was unable to crush that undying, he was rather confident in his ability to grit his teeth and disregard the consequences while forcefully fighting that undying to the point both sides suffered heavy injuries. When he thought up to here, Xian was instantly filled with heroic spirits. After he waved his hand and placed the 4 war talismans in the space before him into the undying world within his body, he utilized an entire 10 minutes of time before he was able to completely calm his extremely surging emotions. After that, Xian clenched his fists tightly before he turned around and shot towards the border of the stellar lightning tomb. Based on the time that had passed, it had already been 6 days since he left the Devil Domain, and it would take almost another day for him to return. In other words, he'd been gone for an entire 7 days. Barring any mishaps, once they returned, the various races and top-notch forces of the 3 major planes would arrive one after another to deal with the demons. The Demon Domain, a huge fleet came from the depths of the first universe. As soon as they entered the edge of the Demon Domain, the army marched forward, heading straight for the Demon Emperor planet. The current alliance of 10,000 races already had its own emblem. Almost all of the battleships of this huge fleet that was heading towards the Demon Emperor planet had this emblem painted on them. Obviously, this alliance army belonged to the alliance of 10,000 races of the first universe. The alliance of 10,000 races was originally a temporary thing created by the slave races of the first universe in order to fight against the alliance of the demon race, the space rats, the hell ants, and the ferocious giants. It was definitely an extremely loose organization. However, from the looks of it, even the battleships, fortresses of the various races were painted with the insignia of the alliance. It was clear that this so-called Myriad Kingdom alliance was moving toward formalization, and it seemed like it would continue to develop in the long term. In fact, this was almost inevitable. It was just a matter of time. Even without the powerful alliance of the demon race, the space rats, the hell ants, and the ferocious giants, the alliance of 10,000 kingdoms would be born soon. This was because although the Tianji race had migrated and avoided the world, they would still return one day. If the slave races of the first universe did not unite, they would not be able to resist at all. Once that day came, they would still be completely enslaved, or even worse, the current alliance of 10,000 races was still fighting against the demon race 4-race alliance. The latter was rushing to the star domain where the ancestral land of another race was located, and the main fleet of the alliance of 10,000 races was also gathering in that race's ancestral land. It could be said that although the alliance of 10,000 races had not been established for a long time, it had always been in the midst of blood and fire. Therefore, the pace of the alliance's overall formalization could be said to be faster and faster. The scene that happened in the Ash Wolf race at the beginning could no longer exist in the main force of the alliance of 10,000 races. There were all kinds of agreements and restrictions between the various races in all aspects. A situation where an entire huge fleet was annihilated because of the inadequacy of a high-ranking commander. It was impossible for it to happen again. This time, the Alliance fleet that was approaching the demonic Emperor planet didn't have a lot of warships, only 1 million of them, but almost all of them were castles and fortresses of various sizes. There were no star states that were 3,000 meters long. Inside these fortresses and strongholds were the elite warriors of the various races of the Alliance. This time, the ultimate goal of this 1 million elite fleet was to capture the demonic royal star and completely control the ancestral land and foundation of the demon dwellers. Taking this opportunity to pressure the 4 demon armies on the front lines and force them to surrender, this was definitely a vicious plan. If the demon emperor star fell, the allied forces of the 4 clans that were rushing to the ancestral star field of one of the Alliance's clans would undoubtedly collapse completely. The Devil Imperial Star was the foundation of the demon dwellers, and the current demon king Mo Wen Tian was still here. Once Mo Wen Tian and all the demon dwellers and the imperial family were controlled, the commanders of the 4 clans would have no choice but to surrender. Just a fleet of 1 million battleships, even if they were all elites, they were basically small castles and strongholds, and the 3 commanders were all sector lord old monsters. However, with such a force, it was clearly far from enough to capture the demonic Emperor Star. Although the demon dwellers had sent out 10 million troops to lead the allied forces, the 3 demonic Emperor Stars still had over 10 million battleships stationed there. As for the high-end battle force, the demon dwellers also had their own resources. According to the estimation of the outside world, if the demon Emperor planet was in danger, the demon dwellers would be able to awaken a bloodline ancestor in advance at a certain price. If the estimates were correct, the demon dwellers would have at least 1 immortal old monster. This was also the result of an immortal old monster from one of the Alliance's clans who was proficient in the art of deduction. Adding the royal brother Mo Jinfeng who had the ability to kill immortal rank existences, the demon dwellers basically had 2 immortal rank battle strength. At this time, the 3-sector Lord Old monsters in charge of the Alliance's elite fleet were gathered in the top-floor command cabin of the flagship with a diameter of 100,000 meters. With the fleet's current maximum speed, we'll reach the Demon Emperor star field in 2 days. At that time, as long as the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng or the Demon Dweller's immortal old ancestor appear, the 4 immortal old monsters prepared by the Alliance will immediately descend. Although the Demon Dwellers are strong, facing the 4 immortal old monsters of our Alliance, they have no power to resist at all. This battle is destined to end at an unprecedented speed. This is also the unanimous request of the Alliance's upper echelons after discussion. After all, as the news of the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng and the 4 immortal old monsters in one body spread, the former Federation of the Second Universe, including the human race's technology and cultivation camps, as well as the isolated Wanluo Federation headquarters, have all taken action and are sending armies to the First Universe. The universe is rushing over. I have to say, the news of the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng and the 4 immortal old monsters in one body has provided the best excuse for them to openly invade. Once the Demon Emperor 3 stars and the 4-race Alliance army fall into their hands, the situation of the entire First Universe will become even more complicated. Our alliance of 10,000 races will fall into eternal damnation. In the past, it was only the Tianji clan who enslaved us. Now, the Demon Dwellers and the 4-race Alliance army plan to replace us, and if the Demon Dwellers and the 4-race Alliance army fall into the hands of the human race and the races of the Second Universe and be controlled by them, at that time, the races of our alliance will no longer have a chance to turn the tables. The human race and the races of the Second Universe will suppress us. We will be squeezed and oppressed until we can't even breathe. This situation is absolutely not allowed to happen. Therefore, we must completely control the Demon Emperor 3 stars before the fleets of the human race and the races of the Second Universe arrive at the Demon Dweller's star field. Only then can the overall situation be considered settled. At the end of the speech, the 3-sector Lord Old monsters sent by the various races of the Alliance exchanged a look and immediately stood up. 2 of them disappeared in a flash and went to the left and right corners of the fleet they were in charge of. As for the sector Lord Old monster who stayed in the main flagship fortress in the center of the fleet, his eyes flashed as he immediately gave a new order: all battleships, travel at full speed. Within a day, we must reach the Demon Emperor star field. At the same time, all the ship cannons begin to charge to full capacity. The next battle will begin the moment the fleet arrives at the Demon Emperor 3 stars. Rumble. The inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor, translator, WQL editor, Alim. Before the powerful elite fleet of the Alliance of all races entered the Demon Star area, the Demon Emperor planet had already received the intelligence relayed by the scouts in the front. At this time, the vast void within the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor was already a sea of battleships. The tens of millions of battleships left behind by the Devil Emperor were densely packed in the universe void of the inner defense circle, protecting the 3 stars in the center. The defense was like an iron bucket, almost pouring water. It was difficult to enter. In addition to the tens of millions of battleships, the 6 starry sky battleships left behind at the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor were also pushed into the void. In the center of the outermost line of defense, the 6 huge trumpets were facing the void deep in the First Universe, which was also the direction where the million elite troops of the alliance of 10,000 races were coming from. Behind the inner defense line, the current Devil Emperor Mo Wentian and other senior members of the Devil Emperor royal family were discussing the battle situation in a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They all looked worried. This time, the alliance of 10,000 races only sent 1,000,000 battleships. Even if they are all big and small fortresses and can be called elite troops, it is absolutely impossible for them to take down the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor with only these. Moreover, although they must know that the races of the Second Universe, the human race of the Third Universe, and the Wanluo Federation have also taken action, they will never have the intention to join forces with them. They even hope to control the overall situation before the forces from outside the dimensions arrive. Therefore, in addition to the 1,000,000 elite battleship army on the surface, the alliance of 10,000 races must have other arrangements in the dark. If there is no accident, there should be more than one immortal-level existence on the move. There is no doubt about this, but even so, we devils are not afraid. Although we only have one immortal, he is a marquis. One marquis is enough to crush 10 ordinary immortals. I think the alliance of 10,000 races will only send 3 or 4 immortals at most, even if the forces from outside the dimensions are counted. At most, there will be a dozen immortals. We are not afraid at all. Unfortunately, there is a time difference. According to the information from the scouts in the second and third universes, it will take at least a week for the extraterrestrial forces in these 2 directions to pass through the wormhole and enter the edge of the Demonkin star region at the frontier of the first universe. However, the millions of forces of the myriad races alliance the elites will arrive within a day. What if they attack as soon as they descend? At that time, my clan's old ancestor won't know whether to attack or not. Once we make a move, we'll be exposed in advance. I'm afraid that the forces outside the material plane will retreat immediately. Our original plan to give them a painful beating and buy as much time as possible for the allied forces of the 4 races at the front line to unify the entire material plane will probably fall through. The key is that our young friendling who didn't come back. Otherwise, as long as he was there, even if he couldn't withstand the attacks of 3 or 4 immortal realm-old monsters at the same time, he could at least scare them a little. At least the 4 Star Wars in his hands are all real, unlike us. Sigh, don't be fooled by the fact that there are 6 palaces lined up in the void. There's only one that can be activated. If we're forced into a corner, I'm afraid we'll be exposed in an instant. Now, we can only hope that our young friendling who can arrive in time before the battle begins. At this point, the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator royal family immediately revealed awkward expressions. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The next day, the elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance finally arrived. 1,000,000 battleships sailed at extreme speed and were already less than 10 million miles away from the inner defense circle of the 3 Stars Demon Emperor. 1,000,000 battleships, all big and small fortresses, and all the cannons on the battleships had been fully charged on the way here at extreme speed. In the command cabin on the top floor of the central flagship, the Realm Lord Old Monster from the evil spirit race sneered and immediately gave the order to open fire. 1,000,000 battleships fired at the same time. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Among the 1,000,000 battleships, there were almost no stellar-level ships that were 3,000 meters long. All of them were big and small fortresses. Naturally, the main cannons of the battleships were all black antimatter energy death ray cannons. This scene was absolutely shocking. 1,000,000 energy light beams of the battleship's cannons, although their diameters varied, were all as black as ink. At this moment, they were shooting at extreme speed from the void in front of them, covering the sky and earth, imperceptibly emitting a suffocating aura of destruction. Facing all this, the upper echelons of the demon race were dumbfounded. In the central area of the 10 million battleships outside the inner defense circle of the 3 Stars Demon Emperor, the current Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian's angry roar instantly sounded from a command fortress. D****, crazy. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. What are you waiting for? Attack immediately. Also, the 6 battleships at the front, retreat immediately. D****, this is the rhythm of being exposed. Mo Wen Tian was indeed furious. According to his and the upper echelons of the demon race's estimation, Xianxia, who had left in a hurry because of something, should be able to return within a day. With him around, they could completely delay the time a little longer. 2 to 3 days would not be a problem. Basically, they could wait until the forces from the dimensions also entered the demon star field. At that time, no matter which side attacked, the demon race's marquee immortal bloodline ancestor would be able to attack without any scruples. In other words, the problem that Mo Wen Tian originally faced was just to delay the battle as much as possible. When Xianxia returned, there would be no more problems. This was not a difficult thing. In a space battle of more than 1,000,000 battleships, the 2 sides would need half a day to set up camp and confront each other in the void. Then, they would have a war of words and shouting at each other, and another half a day would pass. But what he did not expect was that this time, the other side did not play by the rules at all. They did not say a word as soon as they came, and directly went crazy. What was worse was that this million-strong elite fleet was actually all big and small fortresses and strongholds. Although they were hundreds of thousands of miles away now, these big antimatter energy death light cannons of all sizes were all within range, and the speed was extremely fast, but the 6 battleships of their camp stood in the center of the front line, and if they did not retreat immediately, they would definitely be exposed immediately. There would be no end to the trouble, unfortunately. Although he immediately gave the order to evacuate the 6 battleships from the front line, it was still too late. A large number of antimatter energy light beams had already bombarded the front line of the camp. Rumble. Boom, a huge explosion sound was heard, and a large number of battleships exploded into brilliant fireballs in the void, including 2 battleships. Of course, these 2 battleships were both fake. Rumble. Boom, a huge explosion sounded, and a large number of battleships exploded into brilliant fireballs in the void. Among them, there were even 2 space battleships with a diameter of 300,000 meters. The 2 behemoths exploded with a loud bang, but there was nothing in the beehive nodes that collapsed. It was completely empty without any substance. At this point, the secret of the demon dwellers Xianxia was finally exposed unexpectedly. Facing this scene, the current generation demon king Mo Wen Tian and the other upper echelons of the demon royal family were dumbfounded. Their faces were pale, and their minds were buzzing. At this moment, the explosions at the front lines were still going on. The first wave of millions of antimatter energy death ray cannons of various sizes had taken out at least hundreds of thousands of demonkin warships, all of them exploding into giant dazzling fireballs in the void. However, the upper echelons of the demon royal family acted as if they didn't see this. Now, their minds were buzzing, and all they could see was that as the 2 space battleships exploded, the demons' war was exposed, and a series of serious consequences would follow. Compared to all that, the destruction of the hundreds of thousands of warships was really nothing. It was simply insignificant. In fact, the moment the 2 space battleships exploded, in the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, the 3 sector lord-level commanders of the million elite battleships of the 10,000 Races Alliance also opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded on the spot. There was even a large number of gasps from the top command cabins of several flagship fortresses. What's going on? Is that the demon space battleship? It was actually destroyed by 2 energy beams from the death ray cannon? And it's a complete disintegration. This is simply illogical. Don't tell me there's not even an energy shield? Energy shield my ass, this is just an empty shell. Look at those collapsed beehive nodes, it's all empty inside, there's not even a hair. Liar. The demons are all liars. There are indeed a few space battleships, but the one left in the 3 stars of the Demon King is definitely not the real thing. It's just a decorative vase, probably other than being able to travel in space. It doesn't have any other function. Just like a piece of paper, it disintegrated with one blast. I was almost fooled by them. Is this the demon's weapon of mass destruction? It's so infuriating. As these cries of surprise rang out, the second volley of the million-strong elite fleet began. Boom. Boom, in the void, the energy beams of the antimatter death ray cannons of various sizes weaved into a net and blasted forward. At this time, after the initial panic caused by being caught off guard, the tens of millions of troops of the demon camp had quickly restored order. All the battleships had activated their energy shields, and the fortresses on the front line of the battlefield had launched a counterattack immediately. The void resounded as countless energy beams danced and intertwined. The current Devil Emperor, Mo Wen Tian, roared out a new order in anger. Among the 4 retreating Starry Sky battleships, the one that could be activated suddenly stopped. Thousands of honeycomb nodes slowly lit up, and energy was transmitted through the densely packed connecting pipes. There were a large number of Devil Cultivator experts in the thousands of beehive-shaped node battleships. It could be said that there were tens of millions of Devil Cultivator experts in the 8 major tribes of the Devil Cultivator race, and in each beehive node, there would be a high priest or emperor of the Devil Cultivator race. There were high-level members of the demon race who were proficient in spiritual power secret techniques. If they were divided up, there would be tens of thousands of demonic dweller powerhouses in each 3,000-meter diameter beehive-shaped node battleship. Under the command of the high priest or royal demonic dweller powerhouses in the node battleship, they would fully activate the demonic cores in their heads and unleash their mental powers. Finally, it turned into a powerful spiritual power pulse, connecting the huge special material tube-shaped objects to the nodes, and converging toward the smallest inner circle of the mouth of the horn. All of the spiritual power pulses gathered from these thousands of nodes would be blasted out by the combined forces of the 9 imperial demon race powerhouses who were sitting in the 9-node beehives in the smallest inner circle of the horn. After being enlarged by the 9 layers of the horn, it would form a terrifying and invisible spiritual hurricane at the starry sky level, bombarding the enemy battleships in the opposite camp. This was definitely a killing weapon, and the spiritual hurricane was invisible and couldn't be resisted at all. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses, and strongholds were useless. At this moment, under the current Devil Emperor, Mo Tion's roar, the only spiritual battleship that could be activated finally let out a shocking roar. From the thousands of beehive nodes, thousands of streams of mind power flowed through the pipes and surged to the core node of the core circle. Then, under the roar of the Star Lord of the demon race, the spiritual power instantly collapsed like a tsunami. Roar. The terrifying sound wave was deafening, and an invisible tidal wave like the sea of stars suddenly leaked out from the core node. It followed the 9 outer layers of the spiritual battle armor, and continued to expand. Finally, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and in an instant, it suddenly blasted out. Whoosh, boom. Rumble. In an instant, a large number of clear tearing sounds came from the front, covering the sky and the earth. The void within 1,000,000 miles was torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence was shot out. In a few of the larger void rifts, a large amount of void turbulence formed a void vortex that looked like a black hole. They were all in the void in front of the huge horn, separated by a certain distance from each other. As these void vortexes suddenly appeared, an invisible and terrifying suction force spread out, swallowing countless black antimatter energy light beams in the blink of an eye. More than 100,000 fortresses and strongholds of the enemy camp were also swallowed, falling into the void turbulence. They were exiled and completely disappeared. Not long after, the spiritual battleship of the demon race showed its power again. With just one attack, more than 100,000 of the million elite battleships of the enemy camp were destroyed, and the overall combat power of the enemy camp lost 20%. However, the price the demon race paid was not small. Under the full-force attack, the spiritual power of the tens of millions of demon race powerhouses that were the driving force of the battleship was almost depleted, and in a short time, they could no longer fight. Very soon, after the spirit warriors roared out this monstrous spirit storm, they quickly retreated at the first possible moment. On the opposite side of the enemy camp, the 3-sector Lord Old Monsters who were commanding the army showed a sinister smile on their faces. One of them suddenly roared, "You want to use this to scare our army? You're only making it more conspicuous." Boom. Rumble. Not long after, the spirit battle cry was fully activated once again. Hundreds of thousands of large and small fortresses of the enemy camp were destroyed. Clear sounds of tearing rang out like rain, covering the sky and earth. Nearly 1,000,000 miles of void space was torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void space turbulence was shot out. Among them, at a few of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a black hole-like void whirlpool, all located in the void space in front of the huge trumpet mouth, separated by a certain distance from each other. One had to admit that such a scene was indeed frightening enough, and it was a ghastly sight. But all this did not frighten the commanders of this elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance. A Sector Lord Old Monster roared and gave the order to immediately launch the third wave of attacks. The void ahead had already been torn apart, turning into an isolation zone that acted as a barrier. Not only could the battleships not pass through this vast area of 1,000,000 miles, even the energy light beam fired by the battleship cannons could not pass through. The more than 800,000 large and small fortresses of the elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance did not hesitate to split into two, avoiding this isolation zone, and simultaneously launched the third wave of attacks. This was forcing the demons to reveal their true trump card. The 3-sector Lord Old Monsters of the Myriad Races Alliance stationed this elite fleet only had to push this battle to a white-hot level as soon as possible, and let the final decisive battle arrive. The several immortal old monsters of their camp made them extremely confident in the final result of this battle. The demon race would definitely be conquered today, but all this had to be done before the forces of the races of the second universe, the human race of the third universe, and the power of the Myriad Races Alliance arrived. As soon as the entire fleet arrived, they immediately launched 3 waves of attacks without stopping. Their purpose was to force the demon's trump card, which was the immortal old monster, to make a move. Once this person appeared, the 4 immortal old monsters prepared by the Alliance hidden in the dark would immediately descend and kill him in one fell swoop. At that time everything would be settled. Rumble. Boom, violent explosions rang out one after another, and the void was illuminated. The vast expanse of void outside the defensive perimeter of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had been completely transformed into a cruel land of blood and fire. Every minute, every second, there were battleships exploding, and there were lives withering. In the void, countless energy light beams of various sizes interweaved into a net, vividly displaying the beauty of desolation and destruction. It even revealed the brilliance of blooming radiance. Half a day later, the elite fleet of the Alliance that had passed through the left and right sides of the void vortex finally succeeded in meeting. In this half a day, nearly 200,000 large and small fortresses were blown into space dust. At this time, after passing through the void vortex area and successfully meeting, these 600,000 large and small fortresses were only 1,000,000 miles away from the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. The main ship cannons of any battleship in the fleet had entered the firing range, and were ready to directly bombard any of the 3 stars of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. In the command cabin on the top floor of the main flagship fortress, a Sector Lord Old Monster's sinister laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. "Kakik, although we have paid a heavy price, but today, we have finally forced them into the firing range of the demonic Emperor 3 stars. Pass this old man's order, all battleships, immediately go all out to charge, and launch the last wave of attacks in 30 seconds. Concentrate your firepower and blow up the demonic Emperor 2, 600,000 large and small fortresses and 600,000 terrifying energy light beams of antimatter death ray cannons. If all of them were to focus on one point and lock onto the demonic Emperor 2, by then, even the energy shield of the demonic Emperor 2 stars would not be able to withstand and would be blown apart." In this way, the final result was more than 90% that the entire star would be blown into a pile of space dust. A total of 600,000 black death ray energy light beams were enough to blow the demonic Emperor 2 stars into pieces, and one of the 2 demonic Emperor 3 stars would be history, and one of the 2 satellites would disappear forever in the river of history. Among them, this was the vicious plan of the 3 Sector Lord Old Monsters, using this to force the demonic Emperor 2 stars to make a move. As the order was given, the 600,000 large and small fortresses that had approached the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars ceased fire at this moment, but the huge main ship cannons began to adjust their direction, all pointing at the demonic Emperor 2 stars 1,000,000 miles away. The purpose of this action was too obvious. They were clearly going to launch a barrage and completely blow up the demonic Emperor 2 stars. In the void, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars were aghast as they exclaimed, "Heavens, this bunch of bastards are definitely crazy, charging forward at all costs. Their final goal is finally revealed. Too arrogant, they actually want to make a move on the demonic Emperor 3 stars. 600,000 large and small fortresses launching a barrage of main ship cannons. They are clearly going to completely wipe out the demonic Emperor 2 stars. Stop them, we must stop them immediately. It's too late, at most 30 seconds, this barrage will begin, there's no way to stop it." Amidst the exclamations, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars had ashen faces. They were too careless, they actually didn't see through the enemy's plan, allowing these 600,000 large and small fortresses to complete their rapid advance in just half a day, approaching the inner defense line of the demonic Emperor 3 stars and entering the effective range to directly bombard the demonic Emperor 3 stars. After this round of barrage, even if the demonic Emperor 2 stars was not completely destroyed, it would be half crippled and would be removed from the stage of history. For the demonic Emperor, this was definitely an unbearable and heavy loss, and it might even endanger the foundation of their race. After all, in addition to a large number of demonic Emperor 2 stars and clan powerhouses, there were also countless important facilities on the demonic Emperor 2 stars. For the demonic Emperor 2 stars, this was definitely a strategic level foundation. There was no room for error. However, all of this was destroyed in just 30 seconds. Thinking of this consequence, the upper echelons of the demonic Emperor 2 stars, led by the current demonic Emperor Mo and Tian, were all enraged, their eyes turning red. "Xiao. It was also at this moment, a sharp sound suddenly came from the void in the distance. Because the speed was so fast, the sound of breaking through the air could be clearly heard in the background of this rumbling explosion. Subconsciously, the eyes of the upper echelons and countless powerhouses of the two sides all gathered towards the sound. At the most critical moment, Xian finally returned. Riding the void-shattering shuttle that was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end, he directly charged into the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor's 3 stars. The distance of tens of millions of kilometers was actually crossed in a short span of time. Even the Realm Master old monsters were shocked when they saw this. This speed was definitely not inferior to theirs, even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters could not match it. Today, it was displayed on a small private battleship that was only 1,000 meters long. This was too shocking. In the surrounding void, cries of alarm rang out like a tide. Countless experts sucked in cold breaths of air as hissing sounds could be heard. Heavens, what happened? Where did such a terrifying small private battleship come from? It is indeed terrifying. With this speed, even the Sector Lord old monsters would be shocked. A large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would not be able to catch up at all. It would be thrown out of the way. True space travel, but it is like jumping through the void. In less than a breath, it is already tens of millions of li. This is too abnormal. Black technology. It is definitely black technology. It is like a great space battle with the devil brother Imogen phone. It is simply shocking. It should be right. He called himself this king and said that he came back. Who else could the owner of this small private battleship be but the devil brother Imogen phone? Space treasure. This is definitely a space treasure grade small private battleship. The devil brother is too heaven-defying. Refining equipment is like cheating. Even the master refiners of the human race camp have never heard of anyone who could create a space treasure grade battleship, but it appeared in his hands. Following the exclamations, Xian stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle. With a wave of his hand, he stored it into the undying world within his body. Previously, the situation was urgent and he had no choice but to use the void-shattering shuttle. Although this small private battleship had undergone the last refinement and looked different from when it was exposed in Prince Xian's hands, his shadow was still there. If he left it outside, it would be spied on. After a long time, he was worried that his identity would be exposed. If that was the case, Prince Xian's identity would be exposed. Although his foundation was far from what it was in the past after experiencing the fortune of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Xian didn't want to expose Prince Xian's identity and bring trouble to Triumph City because of it. A large batch of resources and battleships had just been sent over. What Triumph City needed now was time to develop. First Order Star-Lord? This. As Xian's figure appeared, the upper echelons of the Devil Royal family heaved a sigh of relief. But then, they all gasped in shock. The cultivation aura emanating from Xian's body was clearly at the first level of the Star-Lord level. Although he had activated the Devil Ape's bloodline and entered the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape, he was still able to possess the battle prowess of a Star-Lord. However, Xian was clearly in his human form, which meant that the Star-Lord cultivation he was displaying was his true strength. Another breakthrough? How many days had it been? He actually became a Star-Old monster in a flash, these thoughts flashed in their minds. The upper echelons of the Devil Royal family, led by the current Devil Emperor Mo and Tian, turned to look at each other, their faces full of shock and confusion. One had to know that when he left the Demon Emperor planet, Xian's original body's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the universe. In fact, even that early-stage universe realm cultivation level, he had just broken through not long ago. Who would have thought that after leaving for a few days, he would break through again? Moreover, it was several small levels in a row, directly jumping from 3rd Order Universe Realm to 1st Order Star-Lord. This was simply unheard of, too inconceivable. Just when everyone was dumbstruck, Xian had already activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body. His human form instantly transformed, and an ancient demon ape that was over 30 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in the air. Then, he used the 9 Devil Ape Transformation bloodline ability. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. First transformation. With a violent roar, the ancient Devil Ape's body size suddenly increased, and an inexplicable bloodline power surged in his body instantly, converging into a tide-like power. The ancient devil ape's three true forms Qi, blood, and cultivation power were greatly increased. In the blink of an eye, the body of the ancient devil ape, which was only 100 feet tall, directly jumped to 1,000 feet tall. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Second Transformation. After the second roar, the familiar feeling came again, and the ancient devil ape real form soared to 1,000 feet tall. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Third Transformation. With another roar, as the third transformation of the ancient devil ape was launched, the surging Qi and blood power in the three true forms soared again, surging like a roaring river, directly driving the ancient devil ape real form with 3 heads and 6 arms to expand rapidly like a balloon. From the original height of 1,000 feet, it quickly reached 100,000 feet, however, that was obviously not the end. The last roar was heard at this moment. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Fourth Transformation. The roar shook the surroundings. The 3 heads of the ancient devil ape roared at the same time, and a corner of the void trembled slightly. The ancient devil ape's bloodline true form, which was 30,000 feet tall, instantly became 10 times larger like a balloon that had been blown up, reaching a terrifying height of 100,000 feet. In the end, when the ancient devil ape's body was fixed at a terrifying height of 300,000 m, the aura it emanated had risen by an entire realm. It had risen from the first rank of the Star Lord realm when Xianxia was in human form to the first rank of the Region Lord realm. In just 2 breaths, his strength had increased by a whole realm. He had transformed into a Star Lord into a Domain Lord. Coupled with the monstrous blood energy inside his body that was as vast as a sea of smoke, it was absolutely infuriating. Now, Xianxia already had the qualifications to fight with an ordinary Sector Lord old monster. The countless experts on both sides in the void were completely dumbfounded by all of this. However, Xianxia didn't stop. This was because when he'd just arrived and was still in the distant void, he'd already seen through the danger that the demon guard was facing. A calamity that could be called a calamity was about to descend. The only reason he had risked exposing his identity as Prince Xian and summoned the void-shattering shuttle to rush to the defense of the 3 stars as quickly as possible was to prevent all of this from happening. Boom, with a wave of his hand, one of the 4 battle garrisons of the Undying World in his body was summoned. It was entirely crimson, and it was exactly the Blood Mosquito battle garrisons. Space battle? Courting death. Xianxia appeared and charged into the inner defensive circle of the Demon Emperor's 3 stars at an extremely fast speed. He just so happened to be in the middle of Demon Guard 2, which had already been locked onto as the target of the bombardment, and the 600,000 strongholds, large and small, that were 500,000 kilometers away. Seeing this, one of the 3 Sector Lord old monsters of the enemy camp laughed sinisterly. His killing intent soared to the sky as he gave the order to fire with all his might. In the next instant, the main cannons of the 600,000 strongholds opened fire at the same time. Hundreds of thousands of antimatter death ray energy beams weaved into a net and shot towards Demon Guard 2. Xianxia's figure didn't move. He and the Blood Mosquito battle claw beneath his feet would definitely be the first to charge forward. If nothing unexpected happened, these 600,000 plus Black Death light cannons would continue forward after blasting Xianxia and the Blood Mosquito battle claw into pieces. In the end, Demon Guard 2 wouldn't be able to escape today's calamity. Xianxia had long since expected all of this, but he wasn't afraid at all. As the Blood Mosquito War Claw was activated, he immediately gave the order to attack with all his might at the beehive's main node. Wang, the mosquito beast Prince Shueben immediately responded. With a light whistle, the order was transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes. The intense high-frequency buzzing sound produced by the mosquito beasts flapping their wings rang out. 40 million fierce mosquito beasts flapped their wings at the same time and gathered together. They gathered from the beehive nodes towards the core node of the 9th circle. This large piece of space was about to be disturbed to the point of trembling at this moment. Screech! In less than a second, a sharp roar rang out. An invisible shockwave rushed out from the mouth of the Blood Mosquito War RA. After being amplified by the War Raw's special form, when it left the largest outer layer of the War RA, this invisible shockwave had already blown out wrinkles in the space. Its speed was extremely fast. An invisible ripple similar to the dense fish scales on the surface of the water spread out in the void. In the blink of an eye, it was already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Then, it collided head-on with the pillars of energy from the cannons on the opposite side. Xiao! Xiao! An incomparably sharp sound of air being torn apart abruptly rang out. As the void was pushed forward in the shape of a huge fan of fish scales, all of the energy beams that came into contact with the airship cannon, without exception, all of them abruptly paused. Then, as if they were affected by some kind of powerful reverse thrust, all of them turned around and shot back. Moreover, they shot back in a state of continuous acceleration, at least twice as fast as when they came. Hundreds of thousands of black death ray energy beams were completely repelled and shot back at an even faster speed. In less than half a second, they blasted into the fortresses of various sizes that had just shot them out. Boom! Rumble! A series of deafening booms rang out one after another. A dense rain of explosions filled the air. Millions of miles ahead, at the very front of the enemy camp, huge fireballs appeared one after another. The 600,000 battleships had just fired a round of shots, and in less than 3 seconds, the cannons had turned around and fired back. This was too shocking. Caught off guard, not many battleships could avoid this strange bombardment. Huge fireballs exploded one after another, illuminating that corner of the void. It was as if a large number of stars were exploding. The power was earth-shattering. Even if these battleships propped up energy defensive shields, it was useless. The distance of the beam of light that was shot back was not far, and the speed was too fast. It was twice as fast as when it was shot out. Caught off guard, it led to such a tragic result. A round of bombardment finally buried themselves, of the 600,000 fortresses of various sizes, except for some of the stronger masters who rushed out of the fortresses in time and escaped into the void with a horrified look on their faces and avoided this disaster. All the other masters were turned into flying ashes in the continuous explosions. If it were in the past, even if the blood mosquito war beast launched a full power attack, it would not be able to create such a shocking effect. After all, the distance was too close. The structure of the starry sky war beast was destined to maximize its power. It must be amplified by a certain distance. Although the distance of 1,000,000 miles was enough for the special frequency hurricane in the mouth of the war beast to form a fan-shaped shockwave, it was still too close after all, and the amplification was not maximized. If it was in the past, although the blood mosquito war wolf's all-out attack would be able to block more than half of the energy pillars, there would definitely be a few that would escape the net and still pose a threat to Yixian and the blood mosquito war wolf. Even Demon Guard 2 would be affected to some extent. But now, after experiencing the good fortune of the starry sky thunder tomb, all problems no longer existed. The thunder pool spirit mist caused all the mosquito beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes, including the mosquito prince Shueben, to have their strength increase explosively. Their life levels had also increased by quite a bit. As a result, the might of the blood mosquito war beast's full power attack had already surpassed its previous strength by a few times. Even if it was at a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, it was sufficient to destroy all of these 600,000 strongholds. At this point, the danger of Demon Guard 2's destruction had been resolved, and it was even to the extent that the curtains to the suppression of the Devilman race had almost been drawn. The 1,000,000+ battleships dispatched by the alliance of clans had been completely destroyed, and only a few experts had escaped from the battleships. Amongst them included those 3 old fellows at the World Lord realm. However, after they charged out of their respective flagship strongholds with astounded expressions, they didn't even stop for a moment, and they immediately shot towards the distance like stray dogs at the first possible moment. It was useless even if they stayed behind. After activating the Devil Ape bloodline within his body and entering the state of the Devil Ape true body, his cultivation had attained the Region Lord realm. Coupled with the powerful vital energy within his enormous true body, he was already capable of defeating the Devilman race beast under the circumstances that he didn't utilize any other ability. He was able to fight for supremacy with the World Lord realm. But in reality, he'd only utilized one of the 4 war talismans in his possession. Especially the Golden Time talisman, it could even crush Eternal Realm experts, so merely 3 old fellows at the World Lord realm didn't possess the qualifications to fight it at all. In reality, there was utterly no need for them to stay behind because their mission was complete. Even though the true reserves of the Devilman race hadn't appeared, it was the same as Mo Jinfeng showing himself. The 4 Eternal Realm experts of the Alliance that were hiding in the shadows were about to descend very soon, and they would attack at the same time to annihilate Mo Jinfeng. In that way, they would be able to force the Eternal Realm experts of the Devilman race to show themselves. In practically the next instant, numerous furious roars that shook the heavens resounded from 4 different directions in the distance. The 4 Eternal Realm experts of the Alliance of Clans had finally descended. Roar, roar. Little Mo, you've finally shown yourself. Let me see how you'll escape calamity today. The 4 Immortal Realm Masters descended at the same time. Before their figures appeared, the terrifying Immortal Realm pressure had already shaken this part of the void. The universe tens of millions of miles away was dead silent. More than half of the Demon Dweller star area seemed to have been imprisoned at this moment. There was an inexplicable sense of oppression in the void. It felt like an Immortal Realm old monster with monstrous demonic flames. Just one Immortal Realm old monster was enough to suppress a part of the void. Now that 4 Immortal Realm old monsters had arrived together, the Demon Dweller star area was destined to experience a test of life and death today. Crack, a crisp sound of ripping silk rang out. In 4 different directions, 4 void cracks appeared in the universe. 4 Immortal Realm old monsters with astonishing auras descended almost at the same time. And all of them had shown their bloodline true bodies. Although they were not very big, only tens of thousands of feet, this was the result of the 4 Immortal Realm old monsters' special control. When one reached the Immortal Realm, even if they showed their bloodline true bodies, they did not need to rely on the size of their body to obtain the majestic power of chi and blood. Seeing the 4 Immortal Realm old monsters descend with supreme pressure, the originally expressionless ancient ape demon suddenly grinned with a strange expression on its face. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, he put the Blood Mosquito Battle Talisman under his feet into his undying world. Then, with another wave of his hand, the Golden Time Talisman was taken out by him. It was still hanging under his feet, with its huge mouth pointing forward. The Immortal Realm old monster descending from this direction was a blood-crowned fox dove. Its huge body was tens of thousands of feet long, and it was half fox and half dove. It had the body of a fox, a huge pink tail dragging behind it, but its head was that of a dove. Its red crown was as red as blood, and its triangular eyes were vicious, locking onto Xian. It gave him a very unpleasant feeling, as if 2 cold lights were plundering his flesh and soul. Because of this, Xian's face darkened, and he decided to deal with this blood-crowned fox dove first. Just as the blood-crowned fox dove stepped out of the spatial rift, the other 3 Immortal Realm old monsters also stepped out of the spatial rifts and descended. It was a rainbow flame thunder sparrow. Its entire body was steaming with red, green, and blue flames. Although it was a bird, its body looked like a sparrow that had been enlarged countless times. However, its feathers were clearly not ordinary. Every single one of them had a faint lightning glow stretching back and forth. Obviously, this colorful flame thunder sparrow had powerful lightning power. Its beak was extremely sharp, not only tricolored flames, but also silver thunder lightning. Even Immortal Realm old monsters of the same level. The 3rd Immortal Realm old monster was a baleful black demon tiger. Its whole body was as black as ink, like the purest black jade. It even had a lustrous luster. However, more than half of this baleful black demon tiger's body was shrouded in a thick black fog. This fog was gushing out from its body. Even from an endless distance, one could feel a wave of demonic evil chi, which was so strong that it made one's heart tremble. Obviously, the black fog around its body should be some kind of demonic evil chi. This baleful black demon tiger must have some kind of unconventional attack method. Its aura was too restrained. Although it was full of demonic evil chi, it gave people a feeling that it was as calm as water. This was obviously very contradictory, but it was perfectly combined into one body, revealing a strong sense of mystery. The last Immortal Realm old monster looked much more ordinary. It could be seen everywhere in the void of the 3 big planes. It was actually a flying centipede. The flying centipede was different from the ordinary centipedes found in some stars. It was a kind of powerful poisonous creature that lived in the void of the universe. Although it only had 1 or more pairs of huge wings compared to the ordinary centipedes, its degree of fierceness was many times higher. More importantly, the poison sac in the body of this flying centipede could actually evolve. As its cultivation and strength increased, the poison secreted by the poison sac became more and more terrifying. Normally, a flying centipede only had one pair of wings on its back, but this immortal-level flying centipede had 9 pairs of blood-red wings on its dark green body. This showed that its speed was very fast, and at the same time, the degree of evolution of its life level was very high. This was because the symbol of evolution of the flying centipede's life level was the wings on its back. An immortal realm-old monster represented his powerful cultivation and strength, but the 9 pairs of blood-red wings represented the degree of evolution of his life level. 9 was the limit, which showed that this immortal realm flying centipede's life level of evolution had reached the peak of the species. The poison secreted by the poison sac in its body was so horrible that even an immortal realm-old monster would be poisoned to the ground in an instant. The 4 immortal realm-old monsters were approaching from 4 different directions, but their speed was not very fast. Obviously, they were not in a hurry. With the mentality of a cat and a mouse, they treated this battle as a hunting game. Rumble, in the void, the sound of explosions was still going on. The previous battle had destroyed millions of forts and fortresses of the alliance of 10,000 races. The demon race had lost even more battleships, more than 2 million. After all, the elite battleships of the alliance of 10,000 races did not care about their lives at all. They only wanted to advance as fast as possible, and their lethality was extraordinary. The demon race had paid a great price for this. Although this battle lasted less than a day, more than 3 million battleships of various types were destroyed. Now, they were scattered in the void outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. Some of them had been burned to ashes, leaving only the thick keels of some battleships lying in the void, like cosmic garbage. Ordinary. However, more battleships were still emitting light and heat. The following explosions were heard from time to time, illuminating the entire void. In such an environment of blood and fire, countless demon race experts in the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Except for a few core senior members of the royal family who knew the real power of the demon race, the rest were all pale. The arrival of the 4 immortal realm-old monsters at the same time, and they were slowly approaching from 4 different directions. This was definitely a real catastrophe of life and death. In the eyes of most demon race experts and members of the demon race, this time, the demon race was almost dead. They were doomed to the tragic fate of being exterminated. Calmly, the current Demon Emperor, Mo Wentian, soon gave the order to shrink the defense circle. Tens of millions of battleships outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were all evacuated. They entered the inner defense circle and clustered in the void outside the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. They were not qualified to participate in this level of battle. The reason why they shrank the defense circle was just to avoid being involved in the battle. At this moment, when the 10 million battleships of the Devil race had retreated to the inner perimeter and activated the grand defensive formation of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor star, an enormous defensive barrier of energy had appeared. Besides the expanse of battleship wreckage that filled the field of vision, only Xianxia's figure remained in the outside space. He was even standing proudly by himself. Besides that, there were 4 Eternal Realm experts approaching slowly from extremely far away in 4 different directions of the Devil Emperor star region. At this moment, such a scene was deeply engraved into the hearts of the countless Devil race experts that had retreated to the inner perimeter. Moreover, this scene was bound to become an eternal mark that couldn't be erased unless their lives were ended. Even though Xianxia's cultivation had greatly improved compared to when he left a few days ago, even if he activated the devil ape bloodline within his body and revealed the true form of a 3-headed 6-armed devil ape, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was only at the first level of the Region Lord realm. After the Region Lords was the World Lords, and after that was the Universe realm, and only after that was the Eternal realm. There were 2 realms of cultivation between the first rank of Region Lords and the Eternal realm experts, and the gap of a single rank was usually reflected in the gap between experts in the starry sky. Yet now, Xian was facing Eternal Realm experts that surpassed him by 2 realms with a cultivation at the Region Lord realm. Moreover, he was fighting 4 of them by himself, yet he didn't reveal the slightest fear and revealed a calm expression. No matter what the final outcome of this battle was, merely the supreme bearing he revealed right now was something that was bound to go down in history. It was definitely unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Numerous sighs of praise resounded from afar. The 4 Eternal Realm experts had spoken successively. Even though their voices carried a ridiculing tone, their sighs of emotion were clearly heartfelt. As expected of the number one expert amongst the younger generation whose four great monstrous geniuses. Merely this courage is sufficient to make you feel proud. Even this exalt has no choice but to sigh with admiration. The devil race can be considered to possess extraordinary karmic luck to have actually produced such a monstrous genius, the number one expert amongst the younger generation. Unfortunately, they were too hasty in the end and exposed their ambitions too early. Otherwise, in the future, once you've truly matured, the devil race might have been able to unify the entire dimension. It's possible. Don't make a mistake. No matter how monstrous your natural talent is, you're only a so-called monstrous genius amongst the younger generation before you've truly matured, and you aren't a peerless expert. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Either surrender or kill. He actually utilized this golden war cry. Obviously, he's on the verge of death. Little M.O., do you really think that you can kill an immortal realm-old monster with just this inconspicuous starry sky battle? Although a single tide of 10,000 years was astonishing, it was still unable to shake the existence of the immortal realm. The last words came from the blood-crowned fox-dove that was located in the void in front of the battle of time. As he spoke, his pair of sinister triangular eyes were firmly locked onto Xian. His aura was incomparably sinister, causing people to feel as if there was a blade at their backs. Coupled with his hoarse and dry voice, it drilled into their ears. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xian was already extremely unhappy. Previously, the details of the battle between Xian and the myriad Luo Federation Senate had not been leaked out. Countless experts of the devil race had been ordered to keep their mouths shut. In addition, it had only been a short time. Even if there was no impenetrable wall in the world, the truth would not have been revealed so quickly. Therefore, the outside world only knew that there was an immortal realm-old monster in the Senate of the myriad Luo Federation who was annihilated by Mo Ju Feng, one of the 4 monstrous geniuses in the demon domain. However, no one knew exactly how he did it. However, one thing was certain. Before the Eternal Realm expert died, Mo Jiufeng had activated the Golden War Cry of Time, inciting the power of the Tide of Time and bombarding it repeatedly. Before he died, that Eternal Realm old freak of the Senate had been injured by several waves of the Golden Tide of Time. Because of this, when they saw Xian wave his hand to put away the Blood Mosquito Battle Talisman and then take out the rumored Golden Age Battle Talisman, the 4 immortal realm old monsters that were slowly approaching immediately cast their gazes over. Unfortunately, in their opinion, this Golden War Cry of Time was far from enough to threaten the existence of the Eternal Realm expert. The power of Eternal Realm expert's Tide of Time was still too weak. It was obvious that they believed that Xian was bluffing. Their hearts must have been filled with despair, but they struggled on the verge of death and pretended that nothing had happened. They were calm and collected, and even took out this battle of time, as if they were about to launch an attack. This was an empty city strategy. They wanted to use the previous battle record of killing an Eternal Realm expert to create confusion and delay time. Xian, however, sneered. He had absolute confidence in the war cry of time. After the fortuitous encounter in the space graveyard, his 4 warcrims of space had undergone a magnificent transformation. Among them, the war cry of time's power had been improved the most. At that moment, the war cry of time had been activated. A Star-Lord Azure Gold Empress and 10 Universe State Purple Gold Empress were guarding the thousands of beehive nodes. Those 11 terrifying slimes had become the soul of the entire race. Their mere existence was enough to make the war cry of time. Their power had been greatly improved. In addition, the strength and life form of the tens of millions of slimes in the thousands of beehive nodes had been comprehensively improved. As a result, the magnificent Golden War Cry of Time had undergone a sublimation in terms of power. In the past, a golden tide of time represented the instantaneous passage of 10,000 years. However, after this great leap in the life form of the entire race, Xian believed that even if a golden tide of time couldn't reach the instantaneous passage of 50,000 years, it would still be over in 20 to 30,000 years. It was entirely possible. A few more waves of such tide of time might not be able to kill an emperor, but it shouldn't be a problem to injure him as long as he kept attacking. It was safe to say that once the war cry of time was activated, Xian would even have the courage to try to fight an emperor. He could simply withdraw the war cry of time and run away if things went wrong. As for Marquis Emperors, unfortunately, there was no need for him to run away. He would definitely be able to injure them severely. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill them. Right now, the 4 old monsters that were slowly approaching from 4 different directions were all ordinary immortal rank experts. To Yi Xian, although this kind of strength was shocking enough, if it was said that it could move him, then it really wasn't the case. 100 thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, yet his gaze had always been locked onto the blood-crowned fox-dove that was 5,000 kilometers away, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually grew denser. The fox-dove clearly sensed the killing intent in Yi Xian's eyes. A dignified Eternal Realm expert was being looked at so rudely by an ancient devil ape that was merely a region lord. Moreover, the ancient devil ape's gaze even seemed to be extremely hostile. This caused the blood-crowned fox-dove to feel extremely displeased, and it immediately grunted coldly. Humph. Kid, 3 breaths of time are up. Since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Hiss. As it finished speaking, the blood-crowned fox-dove suddenly let out a vicious howl, and then a cold glow flashed in its triangular eyes while its enormous right forelimb suddenly stretched forward. Rumble. It was merely a casual wave of its hand, yet the space 5,000 kilometers away in front of Yi Xian had instantly started to tremble while it was still 5,000 kilometers away, and it might collapse completely at any moment. An enormous fox claw stretched out from space, and it was covered in blood-red fur as it moved directly towards the ancient devil ape's fleshly body. Its head smashed down forcefully. Fuck off. Yi Xian roared explosively while the aura around him surged, and then he immediately gave the order to the Green Gold Emperor within the battle war to launch a full-force attack. Soon, at the core node of the central domain where time was ending, the Green Gold Slime Emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately took action. It gave the order to the 10 purple gold slime kings and the tens of millions of golden slimes in the thousands of beehive nodes to bombard with all their might. Buzz. In the next instant, an extremely light droning sound resounded while invisible ripples instantly swept out from within its body. They entered the walls of the honeycomb nodes, and then they moved along the pipes that were connected to the outer walls of the honeycomb nodes to be instantly transmitted to the 1,000+ honeycomb nodes within the battle war of time. At this instant, the figures of the tens of millions of slimes within the honeycomb nodes shook simultaneously while the long golden threads beneath their bellies emanated dazzling radiance, causing their entire bodies to glow brilliantly. Layer after layer of golden barriers overlapped and converged together. In the end, the light golden barrier transformed into a dense golden color. Moreover, it was covered in a faint violet gold aura, causing it to seem completely different from before. The golden light had turned into a purplish gold. Although the purplish intent was still rather faint, it was clearly visible. It represented the change in power. Moreover, there was even a hint of azure gold light faintly discernible within this faint purple light. Then, as if they had a mind of their own, they rushed into the walls of the beehive node and followed the pipes on the outer wall back to the core beehive node where the Lapis Slime Emperor was located. All of this was completed in less than half an instant. It was much faster than the previous activation. In just half an instant, the dense golden purple light gathered from the thousands of beehive nodes. Moreover, after entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node located in the central region of the 9th ring inside the giant horn suddenly lit up, erupting with blazing purple gold radiance. In an instant, the core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely transformed into a purple gold world. At the same time that it abruptly lit up, waves of tide-like purple gold ripples spread out along the battle horn. Right in front of the mouth of the huge trumpet, a fan-shaped purple gold ripple appeared and quickly spread forward. Like a purple gold tide, it silently pushed forward. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the huge fox claw pressing down on Yi Xian's head directly collapsed. However, this purple gold tide of time didn't stop for a moment and directly flowed past. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the blood-crowned fox-dove in the void thousands of miles away. Little bastard, you actually dared to make a move. This sovereign will skin you alive. At the same time that the fox claw was destroyed, the blood-crowned fox-dove's body shook slightly as it suffered a slight backlash. However, because of this, it also aroused the anger in its heart. With a fierce roar, it was about to rush forward and personally descend to kill the little ant that dared to provoke its immortal majesty. Unfortunately, this purple-gold fan-shaped tide that represented the power of the passage of time had completely covered this corner of the void at this time. Some kind of mysterious power had already poured out at the first moment, causing the incomparably furious blood-crowned foxdove's body to become stiff, as if it was sealed, fixed in that void, unable to move. Good. For a while, it was impossible to make another move. At least, it was absolutely impossible before this rapidly flowing tide of time dissipated. This was really sullen, making him furious. The killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it was about to materialize. He gritted his teeth and endured. It really is the power of the time law. No, isn't it a golden tide? Why did it become purple gold? This sovereign has a bad feeling. At the same time, with the appearance of the first golden tide of time, the other three immortal old monsters who had just descended in three different directions of the void all changed their expressions slightly and let out exclamations of surprise. They had heard of the power of the star battle of the demon race before, and they also knew that this golden battle was able to release a tide of time that was suspected to be the power of the time law. Not long ago, an immortal realm old monster had been severely injured and then killed by the tide power of this warcry of time. Although this matter had been confirmed, after all, no one in the outside world had seen it with their own eyes. And the time law of the starry sky was the most mysterious power of the law. Not to mention the ordinary immortal, even among the emperors, there was no one who had truly mastered the starry sky law. The power of time. Therefore, for the outside world, the power of the time tide of this golden battle war was actually seriously injured. The four old men who had descended this time did not believe the news of this immortal old monster, and they thought that it was a rumor. But now, with the appearance of the first tide of time, the four of them suddenly realized and exclaimed. Even the immortal old monsters did not dare to lightly confront the power of the time law of the starry sky. The golden tide, which had been widely known in the outside world, had suddenly turned into a purple-gold color. It gave people the feeling that it was even more powerful and mysterious. This made the four immortal realm old monsters realize that something was wrong, and they became vigilant. Especially the blood-crowned fox dove, who was facing the huge mouth of the Time War, had an ominous premonition, and his body trembled slightly because of this. However, it was too late to retreat now. As the first wave of purple gold tide rapidly approached, the corner of the void where he was had been by some kind of mysterious time. The power of the space was imprisoned. This wave of purple gold tide of time with a mysterious aura. It seemed that he could only grit his teeth and resist it. In the blood-crowned fox dove's opinion, as long as there was a slight gap after this tide of time, with his cultivation strength, he could immediately take the opportunity to break free from the shackles of the time law and personally descend to kill the ancient demon ape in the opposite void. However, everything was far from as simple as he had imagined. It was also at this moment that the first wave of time ripples with a mysterious purple-golden tint finally arrived. Walala, as the purplish-golden tide of time flowed past, the massive true body of the blood-crowned foxes began to change in an instant. The first thing to bear the brunt was the most eye-catching blood crown on its head. It was originally as red as blood, but now, in less than half an instant, it completely dimmed. Then, as the purple-gold tide flowed past its body, the lustrous fur of the blood-crowned fox dove's huge body quickly dimmed without any suspense. Large pieces of fox fur fell off and turned into ashes. One had to know that this was the true body of an imperishable old monster. Although it couldn't compare to those supreme existences of the primordial era or even quasi-supreme existences, but to those below the Sector Lord realm, even if they used their full strength, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. How could they even damage a single strand of it? Even a hair would not be able to do that. For the starry sky experts below the universe realm, any hair on this immortal old monster's real blood, real body was a fatal magic treasure. A hair could penetrate the spiritual altar and sea of consciousness of a universe realm expert and kill them. But now, in just one tide of time, most of the fur on the blood-crowned foxdove's body had fallen off. Even the flesh under the fur had been peeled off in large chunks. This scene was simply horrifying. This huge immortal old monster with abundant chi and blood seemed to have experienced the merciless erosion of tens of thousands of years in an instant. 30,000 years? It's actually 30,000 years. This is impossible. Screech! The blood-crowned fox dove, as the person involved, naturally felt everything that had happened to its precious body. It panicked in an instant and directly judged the degree of erosion that its precious body had experienced in this instant. It immediately screamed in horror. Originally, it thought that the power of this golden battle flag was 10,000 years in one tide of time, which would not be able to shake it at all. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Its real power had actually increased by 3 times in an instant, reaching a terrifying 30,000 years. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for it to damage its precious body to such an extent in just an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was close to injuring his muscles and bones. Just a moment ago, the blood-crowned fox dove had been full of confidence, and even looked at the tide of time with disdain. But now, he was really panicking. A tide of time lasting for 30,000 years was definitely enough to shake his mind. At this moment, the blood-crowned fox dove was no longer calm. It urged the power in its body and struggled with all its might. At this moment, it only wanted to escape immediately. Although Xian had expected all of this, he still couldn't help but feel excited when he saw it with his own eyes. At this time, when the slimes in the time warp had experienced a leap in life level due to the Thunder Lake spiritual mist, he already knew that the time warp's power must have increased. However, because he had never tried it before, he had no idea of the exact extent of this increase. According to his conservative estimate, the tide of time, which was originally 10,000 years per tide, should have reached 20,000 years per tide at the very least. Even if it was only 20,000 years, Xian was satisfied. This was because the time warp could already release 6 tide of time in a row. Even if it was only 6 tide of time now, with 1 tide every 20,000 years, it would still be 120,000 years. It would definitely be enough to kill an immortal realm old monster. But what he didn't expect was that after the first tide of time was released, its power would actually reach a terrifying 30,000 years. A tide of time lasting for 30,000 years. Even if there were only 6 tide of time, if all of them were released, it would still be 180,000 years. 2 immortal realm old monsters could be killed one after another even if they took turns fighting. Moreover, the power of a tide of time had increased by 3 times. In terms of the number of waves, how could it still be the same as before? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian immediately felt incomparably excited. He raised his head and let out a vicious howl. At this moment, in his eyes, the blood-crowned fox dove in the sky 5 million kilometers away was already no different from a fallen fox dove. Swish! Before Xian's ruthless howl could be heard, the faint sound of waves rang out one after another. The second wave of the purple gold tide arrived at this moment. This time, the expressions of the 4 immortal realm old monsters changed. Their previous estimate was too wrong. Didn't they say that a tide of time lasted for 10,000 years? Now, it was clearly a tide of time that lasted for 30,000 years. This strange time warp had actually been hiding its strength before. If the same tide of time was released 3 times in a row, nearly 100,000 years would pass in an instant. Time had a tide, and 1 tide lasted for 30,000 years. 3 tide of time represented the passage of nearly 100,000 years in an instant, which was the limit of the immortal realm old monsters. If there really were 3 waves of the same purple gold tide continuously surging over in a short period of time and flowing through his body, then today's matter would be very troublesome. Thinking of this, the blood-crowned fox dove's entire body began to tremble. Although he was an immortal rank existence, there was a limit to an immortal's lifespan. To experience 90,000 years in a short instant, to him, this was far from a situation where even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. Instead, it represented true death. In fact, this was indeed the case. As the second wave of purple gold tide flowed over, the surface of the blood-crowned fox dove's huge true body, which was originally suffused with a faint luster, had already become dull and gray. This time, not only did large pieces of fur fall off, occasionally, even large pieces of flesh and blood began to melt in certain places. Very soon, even his internal organs and some golden bones began to appear. Even the light in his eyes, which had been shining brightly, began to dim. At this time, the second tide of time had just arrived and had not completely flowed over. Facing this scene, the other 3 immortal realm old monsters in the distant void suddenly changed their expressions and subconsciously gasped. However, everything changed too quickly, and they didn't have time to react at all. In the blink of an eye, the second tide of time had already disappeared. At this time, the blood-crowned fox dove, which was originally full of vitality, had nearly half of its entire huge treasure body's internal organs visible. Bones were everywhere, mixed with flesh and blood, and it looked extremely decayed. After all, in just 2 seconds, this flesh and blood treasure body had already been ruthlessly eroded by 60,000 years of time. If it were a universe-level master, he would have already died. Then, the third tide of time came, and its speed was just as fast. In just an instant, it had already flowed over this decayed body. As the third tide of time disappeared, the blood-crowned fox dove's 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had already revealed its bones and internal organs, began to collapse in the blink of an eye. Not only did the internal organs fall out of its abdomen, but they also turned into ashes along with the tide of time. The golden bones also fell apart and disintegrated, and they also couldn't resist the erosion of the tide of time and turned into ashes with a loud bang. In just 3 breaths of time, an immortal being had fallen. The treasure body, which was originally full of vitality, was now only a piece of white bone lying in the void. It was a shocking sight. This result made Xian very happy, but at the same time, he was also a little surprised. But he quickly realized what was going on. Although the immortal old monsters were known as immortals, there was actually a limit to their lifespan, which was only 100,000 years. And this blood-crowned fox dove had obviously lived for more than 10,000 years, so these 3 waves of purple gold tide, which only represented 90,000 years of erosion, were not something he could resist. This was a good thing, as it saved him a wave of purple gold tide. Yi Xian immediately ordered the lapis gold slime in the battle armor of time to stop attacking, because there was no longer a target in the void in front of the huge mouth of the battle armor of time. The battle armor of time, which was blooming with golden brilliance, dimmed at this moment, but if necessary, Yi Xian could order it to be activated again at any time. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the battle armor of time should be able to release at least 7 waves of purple gold tide if it was fully activated, and it might even be able to reach 9 waves. If it was 9 waves, it would be enough to kill 3 immortal old monsters. Even if it was only 7 waves, it could still kill 1 more. Rumble. With a thought, the battle armor of time quickly changed direction under his control, because the other 3 immortal old monsters were in 3 different directions. Whether it was to kill or deter, he had to first change the direction of the battle armor of time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do so. But this was simple to say, but it was obviously not so easy to do. Previously, he had killed the blood-crowned fox dove by sheer luck. The other party had been too careless and underestimated the enemy, completely misjudging the true power of the battle armor of time. Otherwise, how could an immortal old monster stand there so stupidly? Would he activate the battle armor of time and blast out the power of the law of time to imperceptibly imprison his body together with a corner of the void? That was just a moment ago, but now, the remaining 3 immortal realm old monsters had already awakened, and it would be very difficult to lock onto them with the Time War Scroll. In fact, it was indeed so. After the blood-crowned fox dove was killed in a short 3 seconds, Yi Xian quickly adjusted the position of the warrag of time. The 3 immortal realm old monsters, who had fallen into a daze, all came back to their senses after trembling. At this moment, he was enraged, and his roar and howl resounded through the entire sky. Damn it, I underestimated this guy. Hu Jiu died in vain. How audacious. Look at what he's doing. He's actually adjusting the position of that killing machine. Is he trying to kill us one by one? Dream on. We can't waste any more time. Let's attack at the same time and kill him. We'll force the old monster out. Screech. Between the shock and anger, the 3 immortal realm old freaks released an invisible pressure. Apparently, they were enraged, and they were about to go berserk. The 3 immortal realm old monsters were enraged at the same time. This was definitely going to pierce through the sky, causing the void to tremble. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. At this time, the Time War Scroll under his feet had already adjusted its direction, and it was right in the middle of the flying centipede and the black fiend devil tiger. If it was activated, these 2 immortal realm old monsters might be affected by the power. With the previous example of the blood-crowned fox dove, these 2 immortal realm old monsters obviously didn't dare to casually stay here. with a roar, their bodies trembled. They were about to attack, but at this moment, their movements were clearly sluggish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other immortal realm old monster behind Xian suddenly attacked. It was the rainbow flame thunder sparrow that was originally listed as the second most dangerous target by Xian. At this time, it just happened to be behind the huge mouth of the Time War Scroll, so it was not afraid of the Time War Scroll's deterrent power at all. After roaring angrily to the sky, its huge body turned into a colorful thunderbolt and shot over at an extremely fast speed. This rainbow flame lightning sparrow's entire body was seething with red, green, and blue flames. Although it was a bird, its body looked like a sparrow that had been enlarged countless times. However, its feathers were clearly not ordinary. Every single one of them had faint lightning bolts pulsating within them. Obviously, this thunder sparrow must have a powerful thunder power. Looking at its extremely sharp beak, not only was it steaming with tricolored flames, but it was also flashing with silver lightning. When it launched at an extremely fast speed, even an immortal realm old monster of the same level would have a hard time. At this moment, the tip of the multicolored lightning bolt that was shooting over was clearly a bright silver lightning bolt. It was formed from the sharp beak of the rainbow flame lightning sparrow and had long since locked onto Xian's devil ape true body. Once he was allowed to get close, even with the strength of the ancient devil ape's body, he would definitely be directly pierced through, and die without a doubt. At this moment, Xian's eyelids twitched wildly, but an idea flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth and directly activated the Rai-D seal. In the next moment, the Rai-D seal hanging above the sea of consciousness in his mind suddenly trembled at an extremely fast speed without any warning. It directly materialized and flew towards the top of the ancient devil ape's head. At the same time, a huge shadow appeared behind the ancient ape demon. Rumble, boom. A series of thunderous explosions suddenly entered Xian's ears, causing him to be shocked. The image that appeared behind him was clearly a void filled with a boundless aura, belonging to the void of the desolate era. That kind of aura was the same as Xian's from the Dongshu giant turtle, the golden dragon, and the meteor. The heavenly bow divine ability and all the other inheritance images were exactly the same. At the end of the void of this inheritance image, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly, blooming with endless golden light. It seemed as if the entire universe was illuminated by it, as if it was born by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was incomparably huge, and even the stars, in front of it, seemed to be very small. Even the stars seemed to be extremely weak and small. There was only one lotus seed on the lotus stem, but it was green. It was the azure gold seal that had just soared into the sky from a sea of consciousness. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, stretching out and spitting out endlessly. The Rai-D seal was born from such a giant golden lotus with a pressure that almost covered the sky and earth. It was the only lotus seed that was born in the lotus pod of the giant lotus. Rumble, the image was still and illusory, but there was always the rumbling of thunder, which entered Xian's ears and shook his mind. Surrounding the azure gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on the lotus pod, there were countless tiny golden lightning bolts stretching out and spitting out. If one were to expand their line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, they would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus, there were countless green lightning balls that were exploding one after another. They were born and died in an endless cycle. Xian had never used the Rai-D seal in front of others. Even when he was in the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes of the human clan in the 3rd universe as Prince Xian, he only took out the thunder source bead that was nurtured in the Rai-D seal and attacked Tian Chenzi. Therefore, now that he was forced to use the Rai-D seal to kill the colorful flame lightning sparrow, Xian was not afraid that his identity would be exposed. The only thing that he felt was a pity was that merely in this way, he'd undoubtedly exposed a formidable ability in advance, and it was truly a pity. However, the current situation forced him to do so, so he couldn't care so much. Fortunately, the Rai-D seal did not disappoint Xian. At this moment, as soon as it was used, it instantly activated the thunder field that came with it, revealing the phantom of an ancient thunder lotus. It directly enveloped the colorful flame lightning sparrow, who had the cultivation of the immortal realm, and completely trapped it. This scene was equally shocking, and the shock it brought to those who saw it with their own eyes was not inferior to the previous war of time, and it was even greater. The countless demon experts within the defensive formation of the three-star demonic emperor were completely dumbfounded. In fact, when the blood-crowned fox dove that was killed first fell, these demon experts were completely petrified. In just 3 short moments, an immortal realm-old monster became history just like that. This was the second immortal realm-old monster that fell in the hands of Xian in a month. Even the current demon emperor Mo Wen Tian and the other higher-ups of the demon royal family who knew some of his methods were all dumbstruck and did not dare to believe it. And now, as the Rai-D seal was used, another immortal realm-old monster was trapped in an instant. They were almost numb, and even their eyes were fixed. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a short moment. At this moment, the iridescent flame lightning sparrow was enveloped by the lightning field of the lightning emperor seal due to a moment of carelessness. The baleful lightning tiger and flying centipede, who had been stunned by the power of the Time War scroll, were only able to complete the change of direction after a leap. When they looked back, they realized what had happened. Immediately, they were shocked and exclaimed again, "What? This is the innate thunder source treasure? That's impossible. Where did this kid come from? He actually possesses such an innate supreme treasure, and seems to have even refined it. The lightning sparrow is in danger. We can't drag this out any longer. Kill him immediately," said the thunder sparrow, and seize the thunder origin treasure. The last roar came from the mouth of the black demon tiger. The bloodline true body of this immortal realm-old monster was also tens of thousands of feet tall. Its entire body was as black as ink, like the purest black jade. It even glowed with a luster. At this moment, more than half of the baleful black demon tiger's body was shrouded in a thick black fog. This fog was gushing out from its body. Even from a great distance, one could feel a wave of heart-trembling demonic evil chi rushing towards them. His speed was extremely fast, and his 30,000-meter-long bloodline true body only needed to flutter in the air before he arrived at the space within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers of the ancient demon ape. His eyes were filled with a greedy light as he firmly locked onto Yixian's figure, and the black mist that filled his body directly headed towards the ancient demon ape. The ape enveloped it. Obviously, the black fog that lingered around its body should be some kind of demonic evil chi. This black demon tiger must have some kind of unconventional attack method. Its aura was too restrained. Clearly, the demonic evil chi was overflowing, but it also gave people the feeling that it was as calm as water. To perfectly blend this contradiction into one, it undoubtedly made the black demon tiger exude a thick sense of mystery, causing Yixian to be inexplicably afraid. He had no doubt that if he was completely enveloped by this black demonic evil chi, something bad would definitely happen. However, the black demon tiger was pouncing in an extremely tricky direction, avoiding the direction where the huge mouth of the Time War talisman was facing. It was completely fearless, causing Yixian to frown. Since the two immortal realm-old monsters had deliberately avoided it, the Time War talisman would no longer be a deterrent. In order to prevent it from being damaged in the battle, Yixian directly waved his hand and stored it into the undying world within his body. At the same time, with a thought, he directly activated the Rai-D seal hanging above his head. Rumble! There was a sudden clap of thunder, and in the next instant, a purplish-gold mist sprinkled down from above. Immediately after, countless purplish-gold thunderbolts were attracted and gathered above Yixian's head. A sea of purplish-gold thunderbolts rained down on Yixian, wreaking havoc on Yixian's head, but none of them were able to cause any harm to him. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of purplish-gold mist. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the middle of the raging thunderbolts, exuding a thick emperor's might. He was unfazed by anything. This sea of purplish-gold thunderbolts all came from the Rai-D seal hanging above his head. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped Yixian's entire body, forming a protective force. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon with purplish-gold thunderbolts flashing incessantly. Yixian, with the Rai-D seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon. Immediately after, the purplish-gold mist that originally shrouded his body suddenly expanded and spread outwards, enveloping the entire purplish-gold cocoon, turning it into a misty green color. Then, it began to condense inwards. In the blink of an eye, a thunder source bead appeared above Yixian's head. It was entirely purplish-gold in color. It was one of the 8 purplish-gold thunder source beads nurtured within the Rai-D seal. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the purplish-gold thunder source bead turned into a ray of purple light and fell directly into Yixian's hand. However, it did not touch the skin of his palm, as there was a layer of light green separating them. Hiss! This aura. The black fiend devil tiger, who was pouncing over with greed in its eyes, sucked in a breath of cold air. In an instant, an extremely strong sense of danger surged from the bottom of its heart. At this moment, he even thought about life and death. This was because the pressure that this small purplish-gold thunder bead gave him was too strong. It was ominous, causing his scalp to go numb. Almost subconsciously, the black fiend thunder tiger stopped in its tracks. After hesitating for a moment, it turned around and was about to turn around and leave. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Each of the 8 purplish-gold thunder origin beads nurtured within the Rai-D seal was incomparably precious. Since Yixian had already decided to use one of them again, how could he give him a chance to escape? Previously, the ordinary thunder origin bead was already able to injure the supreme expert of the universe. Now, with the enhanced Rai-D seal and the endless purple lightning in the thunder tomb, the purplish-gold thunder origin bead obtained could at least severely injure the immortal realm old monsters. In fact, it wasn't entirely impossible for them to be killed. Want to run? It's too late. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yixian said coldly. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the purplish-gold thunder origin bead in his palm instantly turned into a dark purple light. With a rumbling sound, it shot out at an extremely fast speed. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the surrounding space was in chaos. The purple-gold thunder origin bead landed on the black fiend demon tiger's waist and directly exploded, releasing a large amount of thunder and lightning that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. All of them were deep purple in color, and contained terrifying power. The dark demon tiger's bloodline true body was directly blown into 2 pieces, and it let out a shrill howl of agony, but this was not the end. Just the destruction of the bloodline true body was not a big deal to an immortal old monster. An existence of this level, even if only a head was left, could still survive. The flesh and blood could be reborn, and a new tiger body would appear again. The price to pay was only the accumulation of energy in the body. The accumulation was just consumed. But how could the purple-gold thunder source bead be so simple? At this moment, with the explosion of the purple-gold thunder source bead, a large amount of dark purple thunder and lightning suddenly bloomed. More than half of them directly passed through the 2 halves of the black fiend tiger's body and drilled into its body. It wreaked havoc in every inch of his flesh and every bone. The black fiend tiger's body was originally filled with a mysterious black demonic aura, but at this moment, there was an endless amount of purple lightning drilling out of its 2 halves of body, and it was still stretching out and spitting out, its breath uncertain. This was definitely an unbearable torture, and the old man's mournful howl instantly became louder. However, after seeing this scene, Yixian was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but feel a little regretful, and a faint look of disappointment appeared on his face. Obviously, this time, his judgment was wrong. He had overestimated the power of the purple-gold thunder source bead. After being tempered twice by the Rai-D seal, the purple-gold thunder source bead did indeed have the power to severely injure an immortal old monster. It was even extremely domineering, directly exploding into serious injuries. This was also in line with the fierce and domineering characteristics of thunder. Unfortunately, no matter how fierce and domineering, the level of power was still a little lacking. It could only severely injure, but it could not suppress an immortal old monster in an instant like the previous battle of the purple-gold tide. At least, the black fiend tiger in front of him was still struggling. Unfortunately, this struggle did not last long. The time was so short that it was almost negligible. Awoo! An incomparably mournful howl rang out. The black fiend tiger clearly couldn't take it anymore. Every inch of its flesh and bones were being ravaged by thunder and lightning. At this moment, he seemed to have begun to doubt his life. The dignified black fiend tiger of the immortal realm was actually tortured to the point of eruption. It let out a long howl. Immediately after, a crisp cracking sound came from the top of the black fiend devilvoid's head. A crack appeared on its huge skull, and a demonic tiger with an energy body of about 10 feet in size rushed out. His primordial spirit rushed out from the top of his skull. This was clearly the rhythm of abandoning this fleshly body. It was useless even if he didn't abandon it. Every inch of his flesh and bones were being ravaged by the lightning and thunder. Some kind of unique lightning pressure was left behind, and it was impossible to repair. Without a doubt, after this battle, this black fiend tiger was destined to fall from the immortal divine altar. Although its primordial spirit still existed, its fleshly body was its foundation. If it abandoned its fleshly body, its cultivation realm would plummet. It would take countless years for it to slowly recover. However, it was obvious that he wouldn't even have this opportunity, because Xian didn't plan on letting the black fiend tiger's primordial spirit escape. You want to run? Seeing the black fiend tiger's primordial spirit rush out of the top of its head and shoot into the distance with weakness and exhaustion. Seeing that it was about to escape, Xian immediately sneered. With a thought, he raised his hand and pointed at the thunder field above his head that covered a radius of 10,000 miles. He directly connected with the Rai seal that was suppressing the colorful flame thunder sparrow inside. Kacha! A crisp sound of lightning striking rang out, and a bolt of purple lightning shot out from the thunder field above. It was 300 meters thick, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already caught up to it 1,000,000 miles away, and directly smashed into the primordial spirit of the black fiend tiger that was trying to escape. This sovereign is unwilling, roar. Realizing that it was truly about to fall, the black fiend thunder tiger let out a shrill roar of anger. Before the roar even fell, the purple gold lightning that completely enveloped its primordial spirit had already dissipated. There seemed to be a wisp of green smoke curling up from within, and in the end, it was blown away by the strong winds in the surrounding space, turning into nothingness. This wisp of green smoke was clearly the remnant smoke left behind by the power of the purple gold lightning. Now that it had dissipated, the baleful black demon tiger's soul had also dissipated from this world. It had completely fallen. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it had only taken 3 to 4 breaths of time. Another immortal old monster had fallen. Including the colorful flame thunder sparrow that had already been enveloped by the thunder field of the Rai seal and was suppressed according to Xian's will, it was obvious that it would not be able to escape this calamity. This time, 3 of the 4 immortal old monsters that had descended from the Myriad Races Alliance had already met with misfortune, and the time was very short. From the time Xian took out the flowing Time War Talisman and unleashed the first wave of purple gold tide until now, it had only been a few minutes. In the face of this scene, the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan, as well as the countless demon experts and clansmen within the defensive barrier of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor had already become numb. They stared dumbfoundedly at the battlefield outside the defensive barrier, completely petrified. It was also at this moment that Xian waved his hand and instantly absorbed the enormous demonic tiger's true body, which was still filled with a large amount of lightning and thunder, into the undying world within his body. This was the flesh and blood true body of an immortal realm-old monster, and it was also a precious blood and flesh. For Xian, it was naturally impossible for him to waste it. It wouldn't be bad to roast it for those native foodies to enjoy. As for Xian himself, he obviously didn't like it. His Xianxia cauldron still contained the remains of some primordial sovereigns and supreme experts. Although those couldn't be eaten because headless infant corpses weren't allowed, there were even more corpses of supreme experts from the primordial era. He could casually pick one of them. The quality and energy contained within them were far superior to this black fiend tiger's. After keeping the corpse of the black fiend tiger into his undying world, Xian turned around and looked in another direction. There was still the last immortal old monster, the immortal stage flying centipede. The flying centipede was different from the ordinary centipedes found in some stars. It was a powerful poisonous creature that lived in the void of the universe. In fact, a few moments ago, Xian had thrown out a purple gold thunder origin bead and blasted the black fiend devil void's true body into 2 pieces. However, before the latter could break through the top of his true body and escape with his primordial spirit, the flying centipede that was pouncing towards Xian suddenly stopped and turned around. He fled. If he didn't escape now, he wouldn't have the chance again. This time, the Myriad Races Alliance had sent 4 immortal old monsters. They originally thought that suppressing the Devil Cultivator ancestor, as well as the Devil Cultivator royal brother Mou Feng, who was rumored to have the strength to kill immortal rank experts, was a guaranteed task. But now, in less than 10 minutes, everything changed. As the Black Fiend Devil Tiger's true body was blasted into two pieces by the purple gold thunder origin bead, the flying centipede was certain that the other party was finished. In other words, he was the only one left among the four mortal old monsters. At this time, if the Devil Cultivator ancestor suddenly appeared, even he would die here today. Vitality, in fact, there was no need for the Devil Cultivator ancestor to make a move. The flying centipede had no doubt that the Devil Cultivator royal brother Mo Yufeng, who was killing the Black Fiend Devil Tiger, would definitely be able to keep him here once he was free. As expected of the existence of the four great monsters, known as the number one person in the younger generation, in the blink of an eye, either suppressed or killed, dealing with three immortal old monsters. This was simply AF** King Dog. The flying centipede was so shocked that he almost doubted his life. In this kind of situation, no matter what, he would die if he stayed. Therefore, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he still coveted Yi Xian's Time War talisman, especially that innate Thunder Origin treasure. However, although the treasure was good, he still had to leave his life behind to use it. He turned around and fled. At this moment, the Black Fiend Devil Tiger's primordial spirit was directly killed by a bolt of purple gold lightning. The flying centipede turned his head and saw this scene. He was instantly scared out of his wits. With a scream, he suddenly increased his speed and began to flee crazily. When Yi Xian put the Black Fiend Devil Tiger's broken body into two pieces into his undying world, the flying centipede was already nearly 20 million kilometers away. It wasn't that he didn't want to tear through the void and leave, but that way, his body would take some time to tear through the void and step into it. Even if it was just a breath, it was hard to guarantee that the ancient demon ape would not use that terrifying Time War talisman again. Once the battle talisman was activated, he would not be able to escape, he would have no chance to escape. Right now, although using his physical body to cross the void to escape quickly was far less convenient than directly tearing the void to leave, at least he could change his position at any time. This prevented the other party from using the battle talisman of time and using the mysterious power of the law of time to stop him in his tracks. The possibility of his body being trapped, an ordinary flying centipede only had a pair of wings on its back. However, this immortal realm flying centipede had a total of 9 pairs of blood-red wings on its back. This showed that its speed was extremely fast, and at the same time, its level of evolution was extremely high. This was because the symbol of evolution of the flying centipede was the wings on its back. The sempiternal realm only represented his powerful cultivation, but what the 9 pairs of blood-colored wings represented was the evolution of his life form. Generally speaking, 9 pairs was the limit. This meant that this immortal realm flying centipede had reached the peak of its species. The poison secreted by its poison sac was extremely terrifying. Even an immortal realm expert would be poisoned to death if they came into contact with just a little bit of it. That was why Yi Xian simply activated the farmer god cauldron in his undying world when he turned around and chased after the centipede. There were 2 reasons why he took out the Xianxia cauldron. Firstly, Yi Xian was wary of the poison mist of the flying centipede that was escaping in front of him. When he took out the Xianxia cauldron, he would be able to obtain the protection of the 9-colored fog at the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron. Secondly, it was because of its speed. The void-breaking shuttle was indeed very fast. When Yi Xian was a Star Lord in his human form, even a Sector Lord wouldn't be able to catch up with him if he used all his strength. Now that he was in his true form as a 3-headed 6-armed demonic ape, not even the old monsters of the universe would be able to catch up with him if he shrunk his body and entered the void-breaking shuttle. The centipede in front of him was an immortal realm expert, and Yi Xian wouldn't be able to catch up with him if he used the void-breaking shuttle with his current strength. However, the farmer god cauldron was different. It was a primordial treasure of the era, and its speed would definitely surpass the limits of an immortal realm expert if he used it with Yi Xian's current cultivation as a region lord. Rumble. As Yi Xian waved his hand, a huge rumble resounded, and the farmer god cauldron in his undying world transformed into a ray of light that expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, an enormous cauldron-shaped star appeared in the void. This time, Yi Xian activated the farmer god cauldron in its complete form in order to achieve extreme speed. It was so huge that it even faintly surpassed the demon emperor planet behind him. Yi Xian leaped, and his enormous demonic ape true form leaped to the mouth of the cauldron and entered the 9-colored mist. Then, he pointed in the direction that the flying centipede had fled. Swish, the farmer god cauldron that was enormous like a star immediately transformed into a ray of light that pursued at extreme speed, and it was actually 30% faster than the flying centipede that had 9 pairs of enormous wings on its back. The latter turned around and was instantly terrified out of his wits when he saw this scene. He originally thought that since he'd decided not to offend the farmer god cauldron and would turn around and flee, then this monstrous genius with terrifying ability would probably not continue pursuing him. However, the final outcome shocked him. After the farmer god cauldron put away the 2 halves of the sable-fiend tiger, the farmer god cauldron had actually pursued him at the first possible moment. An ant at the first rank of the region Lord Realm was actually pursuing an immortal realm expert, and he'd even caused such a huge commotion by directly carrying a cauldron that was enormous like a star through space. This time, the flying centipede had really started to doubt his life, and he was simply angered to the point of being on the verge of tears. At the same time, a strand of extreme rage and resentment suddenly arose from the bottom of his heart. The farmer god cauldron was truly too much of a bully. An immortal realm expert had the dignity of an immortal realm expert. I'd already decided not to look for trouble with the farmer god cauldron, yet the farmer god cauldron chased after me without end like he was chasing a dog. Does the farmer god cauldron really think that this exalted lord is made of clay and doesn't have the slightest temper? Under the rage and resentment in his heart, the flying centipede immediately slowed down slightly. He didn't continue fleeing in a straight line but took a roundabout route and slowed down his speed instead, and he started to circle in space that was 10 million kilometers ahead. Although Xianxia had summoned the Xianxia cauldron and chased after him, the Thunder Emperor seal was still suspended high in the sky outside the energy barrier of the Demon Emperor's 3 stars. It poured out an endless sea of lightning that enveloped an area of 10,000 miles, trapping the rainbow flame lightning sparrow that was at the immortal stage. Although this rainbow flame lightning sparrow was extraordinary, not only did it have the cultivation strength of the immortal realm, but its bloodline talent also contained the thunder attribute, so it had a stronger resistance to the power of thunder compared to other existences of the same realm. But even so, facing the Rai-D seal, it should have died long ago. The Rai-D seal was a natural thunder source treasure, commanding the thunder of the world. Even if its bloodline contained the thunder attribute, it could only be suppressed. And the reason why it was still alive and was still being blasted into pieces by the endless thunder of the Rai-D seal was all because of Xianxia. This kind of rainbow flame lightning sparrow was extremely rare, and its bloodline contained the thunder attribute, so it would be a pity to kill it just like that. Therefore, Xianxia ordered the Rai-D seal to keep it trapped. He planned to take care of this rainbow flame lightning sparrow after getting rid of the flying centipede, Screech. Regarding all this, the rainbow flame lightning sparrow, who was firmly trapped in the sea of lightning, obviously knew and saw through all this. As an undying existence with a lightning attribute bloodline, the instant his body was enveloped and sealed by the endless sea of lightning sprinkled by the lightning emperor seal, he was already sure that if the other party wanted to, he could completely annihilate him with a single thought. And now, it was still alive, which undoubtedly explained the problem. At this moment, although the rainbow flame lightning sparrow was trapped in the sea of lightning, it could still sense everything that was happening outside the sea of lightning. With the death of the black fiend devil and the escape of the flying centipede, its heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley, and it no longer had the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Its only thought was to take advantage of the temporary absence of the little god of death to escape from this sea of lightning and quickly escape far away. Long and shrill cries continuously sounded out from within the sea of lightning. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, but no matter how the rainbow flame lightning sparrow struggled, it was unable to take a single step out of the sea of lightning. It was simply unable to move in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the countless demon experts and clansmen in the defensive star array of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had long been speechless. At this time, the senior members of the demon royal family, led by the current Devil Emperor Mo Wen-Tian, gradually broke free from the state of petrification at this time. Looking at each other, their faces were stiff, and their tone was filled with hesitation and sighs, revealing a strong sense of disbelief. Oh my god, are we dreaming? A domain old monster is chasing an immortal old monster. It's not like he hasn't killed one before. He has already killed 2 before, and trapped 1, okay? This is really *ket up, this old man suddenly has a feeling of doubt, to defy the heavens. No, this is clearly already defying the heavens. For immortal old monsters, 2 dead, 1 trapped, and 1 escaped, this is really incredible. Should we go out and help? Ling Hu, little friend chasing alone, it feels a bit inappropriate. The last sentence was said by a star lord of the demon race. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. The senior members of the demon royal family all turned their heads to look at him, and their eyes were simply looking at an idiot, which made him immediately blush. Helping a domain old monster to chase an immortal old monster. How dare he have this kind of idea? He was clearly going against the heaven's rhythm, in the void 20 million miles away from the inner defense circle of the demon emperor 3 stars. At this moment, the flying centipede that had been fleeing with its head down no longer moved forward. Instead, it stopped in this area of the void. However, it kept circling around and using its nimble body to bring Xian around this area of the void. Running away was useless. With Xian's current strength of a domain lord, the Xianxia cauldron's full strength had exceeded the limit of the immortal old monster's physical body to cross the void, and he would be caught in the end. Rather than this, it was better to just stay and fight with his life. It had to be said that the immortal old monster was really extraordinary, and since the flying centipede could fly, it showed that its advantage in speed was absolutely obvious. This immortal old monster's bloodline evolution had reached the peak of this species, and the 9 pairs of huge wings on its back were a kind of symbol. When the 9 pairs of wings were spread out, not only was its speed faster than an ordinary immortal old monster, its degree of flexibility was also far beyond that. Although the Xianxia cauldron's speed was fast, it was still too large. Moreover, Xian's cultivation was limited, so he was still rather inexperienced in controlling it. He was still able to charge forward blindly, but now, he was following behind the immortal stage flying centipede as he circled around in the air. He was a little unable to hold on. In terms of flexibility, he was completely not a match for the immortal old monster with the Xianxia cauldron chasing behind. Seeing this scene, the flying centipede was completely relieved. His opponent's method was indeed heaven-defying, but he hadn't put away the innate lightning source treasure, and the golden battle talisman that could stimulate the violet tide of time couldn't be used in this situation where he was constantly changing directions to form a deterrent. In that case, he chose to stay and poison the other party to death, which was basically half a success. Although this brat had the dense mist of the Medicine King cauldron protecting his body, the flying centipede was very confident in the poisonous mist it secreted. He firmly believed that as long as the poisonous mist in this void reached a certain density, even if it was protected by the power of the Medicine King cauldron, it would not be able to directly poison him to death. The other party. However, it was still possible to slightly affect him and make him in a dejected state. That was enough for him. At that time, when the other party's condition was not right, as an immortal old monster, he could attack at any time and kill him in one strike. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and the flying centipede immediately laughed sinisterly. Without any hesitation, the poison sacs in his body that had long been fully activated opened in an instant. Strands of strange black and green poison followed the countless densely distributed poison holes on his body and slowly and continuously began to spread out. Outward release. During this process, the flying centipede's figure didn't stop for a single moment. It maintained a high-speed movement, but it didn't go far away. It only brought Xian, who was behind it, to circle in the air. This was because only in this way would the poison mist released from its body be dense in the air. Higher and higher. Hiss. 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 The faint sound attracted Xian's attention. He immediately felt his scalp go numb. This miasma could even corrode the void of the universe. As the dark green miasma slowly spread from the flying centipede's body, dense hissing sounds immediately rang out in the void it passed through. It was very faint, but it was strange and hair-raising. It was these strange sounds that attracted his attention. Xian's deepest impression of poisons was the poison of undying indestructibility. The universe zombies that were still wreaking havoc in the third universe controlled by the 2 human camps were the products of the poison of undying indestructibility. This strange poison originated from a terrifying treasure called the Pearl of Undying Indestructibility. There was still a small sealed cavern at the bottom of the Farmer God Cauldron, where a perfect pearl of undying indestructibility was preserved. In addition, Xian also had 6 drops of the poison of undying indestructibility mixed with the all-evil origin elixir. These two things were the most poisonous things in Xian's possession. Even so, the Pearl of Undying Indestructibility and the All-Evil Origin Elixir probably did not possess the power to corrode the void of the universe. This did not mean that the toxicity of these two poisons was weak. On the contrary, both the Pearl of Undying Indestructibility and the All-Evil Origin Elixir were definitely of the highest grade, rarely seen in the outside world. However, the miasma emitted from the Immortal Realm Flying Centipede was clearly of a high grade as well. Even if it was not comparable to the poison of Undying Indestructibility and the All-Evil Origin Elixir, it was probably not far off in some aspects. This was definitely the third most poisonous creature that Xian had ever seen since he entered the starry sky. Although the flying centipede was not a powerful species, not only had this flying centipede's cultivation reached the immortal realm, its bloodline had also evolved to the peak. It had 9 pairs of wings on its back. It was like a fox beast. Ordinary foxes only had 1 tail. If they could grow 9 tails, they would become blood-tailed foxes. Their bloodline would mutate and become a different species. It was the same for this flying centipede with 9 pairs of wings. With the evolution of his bloodline, he could no longer be considered a flying centipede. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him a flying centipede. Xian was filled with apprehension towards an existence whose bloodline had evolved to the point that it had transformed into a completely different species. This was especially so when he saw the terrifying poisonous mist emanating from its body. It was actually able to corrode even the void of the universe. Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably when he saw this. Just as he was hesitating on what to do next, the Xianxia cauldron under his feet suddenly trembled slightly, revealing a clear sense of excitement. Xian had long since refined this cauldron, so it had a telepathic connection with him. Facing this strange situation, it was stunned for a moment, but soon understood and was overjoyed. This was really too unexpected. He was having a headache about how to deal with this strange poisonous fog that could even corrode the void of the universe. He didn't expect that the farmer god cauldron would directly give him a hint. This poisonous fog, not only could the farmer god cauldron swallow and refine, but it also happened to need it. What was there to hesitate about? This was definitely a good thing. The farmer god cauldron wasn't an ordinary primordial supreme treasure. It was an important artifact of the era. A resource that could make it need it and give out a hint with excitement was definitely extraordinary. Xian instantly cut off any thoughts of killing the flying centipede that had evolved its bloodline to its peak and had already transformed into a completely different species. Since the strange poisonous fog that the flying centipede spat out was beneficial to the farmer god cauldron, then he should capture it alive and imprison it at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the farmer god cauldron. He should treat it like a milk cow and extract its poison for a long period of time. After making his decision, Xian immediately took action. With a wave of his hand, a suction force instantly appeared from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron and began to absorb the strange poisonous fog in the void of the outside world. However, in order to prevent the flying centipede from discovering the abnormality, Xian didn't dare to directly absorb the poisonous fog. Instead, he planned to do it slowly. All the strange poisonous fog that was absorbed into the farmer god cauldron was immediately refined by Xian by activating the power of the farmer god cauldron's field. At the same time, Xian also paid close attention to this process because he was extremely curious as to why the farmer god cauldron needed to absorb this strange poisonous fog. He even had his own speculations. The final result made him very excited. The truth was actually in line with his speculations. The reason why the farmer god cauldron needed this strange poisonous fog was because the farmer god unusual flame in the central region of the farmer god cauldron needed to absorb it to evolve itself. In other words, the farmer god unusual flame, which had evolved into a 5-colored flame, was very likely to directly evolve into a 6-colored flame after absorbing this strange poisonous fog. If that was really the case, then the additional color of the flame would most likely be the same as the strange poisonous fog, which was a dark green color. As for its power, there was almost no suspense. It would definitely increase the effect and attribute of the poisonous flame. Leaping from a 5-colored flame to a 6-colored flame meant that its power would increase greatly. This time, the farmer god unusual flame would have an additional attribute of poisonous flame, and this poisonous flame could even corrode the void of the universe. All of this meant that the farmer god's six-colored flame, after completing its evolution, was destined to be even more powerful than before. For Xian, this was definitely an unexpected surprise. However, all of this was just an expectation. It wasn't much different from the so-called illusion because the five-colored flame was currently only absorbing and refining this strange poisonous fog that originated from the flying centipede. It hadn't really evolved into a six-colored flame. Even though everything was progressing, only the heavens knew how much of this strange poisonous fog it would need to absorb and refine in order to truly evolve into a six-colored flame. If it required a huge amount, then it would definitely take a very long time. Moreover, there was another problem before him. What if the flying centipede that was leading him around in circles noticed that something was off, turned around, and fled once more? Moreover, he was able to escape successfully. Wouldn't he be on the verge of tears? Where can I find it? When he realized this problem, Xian instantly became anxious. No matter what, he absolutely couldn't allow this flying centipede to escape. Not only could he not allow it to escape, he couldn't kill it. Capturing it alive was his only choice. When he thought up to here, Xian instantly sighed in his heart, and he felt like his head had instantly swelled. That was an Eternal Realm expert. If it was merely annihilation, then under the circumstances that he utilized all his ability, he was entirely capable of accomplishing it. But if it was to capture it alive? Cough. Cough. I'm really looking down on it a little too much. No matter how weak a dignified Eternal Realm expert was, there was a limit to it. Under the precondition that it was determined to flee, yet it was still captured alive by a region lord. Such a situation simply didn't make sense. The reason why Xian had suddenly slowed down the Xianxia cauldron's pursuit was because he wanted to lure the flying centipede to come closer and attack him. When the distance was close enough, he would have the opportunity to activate the Xianxia cauldron's domain power and directly trap the flying centipede. The flying centipede would be sucked into the cauldron's space. If he could do that, the flying centipede would not be able to escape. He would directly trap him in the center of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. As long as the flying centipede's strength had not reached the level where he could forcibly destroy the domain inside the Xianxia cauldron, he would definitely not be able to escape. In Xian's opinion, the feasibility of this plan was very high. Because he had already seen that the flying centipede had suddenly stopped running away, and instead stayed in this void. As he led him in circles, he released the strange poisonous fog in his body. The flying centipede's ultimate goal was to use this strange poisonous fog to trap him. After all, other than the fact that the Demon King's royal brother Mo Jiufeng was originally in existence that the flying centipede had to kill, Xian had also displayed many terrifying abilities in this battle. For example, the battle talisman that could trigger the purple gold tide of time, the innate thunder source treasure Rai Di seal, and the purple gold thunder source that could kill the baleful dark demon tiger. And so on. These things were all treasures and resources that could threaten the lives of immortal old monsters. It was impossible to say that the flying centipede was not tempted. As long as Xian could make the flying centipede believe that he had fallen into the trap of the poisonous fog and was in a bad state, the flying centipede, who was circling around in circles, would occasionally look back to check the situation. There was a 90% chance that it would not take the opportunity to escape, but instead turn around and reap everything. For Xian, this was also a gamble. He was betting that the flying centipede would not leave. Otherwise, once the flying centipede took this opportunity to tear through the void and leave, he would really have nowhere to look for him even if he cried. Xian gritted his teeth. After making his decision, Xian immediately took action. The Xianxia cauldron, which had been following behind the flying centipede at an extremely fast speed, suddenly slowed down and even slightly swayed a few times. However, the Xianxia cauldron did not stop absorbing the strange poisonous fog during this process. The density of the strange fog in the void had reached a certain level, so it could not be wasted. Moreover, this active absorption might be what the centipede wanted to see. It would most likely think that it was the corrosive effect of the strange poisonous fog's power. You fell for it so quickly? Xian's eyes was on the others on the cauldron. His did not immediately turn to look, did not immediately turn immediately. He did not immediately turn, but he did not immediately turn. 2. It was as if he was spying. The sinister look in his eyes made one feel very uncomfortable. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. He could roughly analyze the flying centipede's temperament just by looking at its eyes. It was definitely the suspicious type. If it wanted to deliberately show weakness to lure the enemy in, it would probably be very difficult to succeed, even if the other party roughly believed in Yi Xian's condition and fell into a slump due to the influence of this strange poison mist. With his suspicious temperament, even if he wanted to reap the benefits, this flying centipede definitely wouldn't rashly approach him. The flying centipede would most likely use some method to test him first. For example, it would use a divine ability to kill him from a safe distance. Yi Xian had seen too many of such situations in his life. Therefore, he could basically analyze what was going to happen next just by looking at the flying centipede's eyes. This was really ket up. If the flying centipede was really so cautious and insisted on using some method to kill Yi Xian from a safe distance before approaching him, was he supposed to grit his teeth and bear the brunt of the attack? Yi Xian wouldn't even be willing to be injured by the flying centipede, let alone kill him. Obviously, this plan was aborted. Although it was feasible, the flying centipede was overly cautious and suspicious. It was destined to be impossible for it to succeed. Just as Yi Xian was feeling depressed, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. It was asking Yi Xian if he could immediately absorb the strange poisonous fog. It said that it had great benefits for tempering the body and that its effects surpassed the hell ant liquid secreted by the hell ant tribe. However, it was poisonous fog after all and couldn't be directly absorbed into the body. It had to be refined and purified by the 5-colored flames of the Xianxia cauldron before it could be used. Since there's no way to lure the flying centipede in, then I can only follow closely behind him and absorb as much of the poisonous fog as possible. No matter what, I can't let him escape. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian immediately gave up on his previous plan. He decided to take a step back and reap the benefits in front of him first. The body tempering effect of the poisonous fog was better than the hell ant liquid of the hell ant tribe. Moreover, this was the first time Yi Xian had used it. The effects would definitely be better, so he naturally couldn't miss it. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to start devouring immediately. However, it didn't devour directly from the surrounding void. Instead, it devoured from the interior of the volcano in the central region of the Xianxia cauldron. Before this, the Xianxia cauldron had been absorbing the strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void. A portion of it had been stored in the central region of the volcano and had been refined and purified by the Xianxia 5-colored flames. It was just right for him to use it directly. At the same time, he waved his hand and took out some netherworld furnace lotion and 3 drops of all evil origin liquid from the undying world in his body. He also cut off a large piece of flesh from the purple gold void rat's corpse of the quasi-ancient great being and roasted it with the Xianxia 5-colored flames before swallowing it in large mouthfuls. These few resources had become something he had to consume every time he broke through. They were all top-grade resources. When they entered his stomach, they immediately mixed with the strange poisonous fog that had been purified by the 5-colored flames into Yi Xian's body by the devouring system. Together, they turned into an extremely hot energy that quickly circulated in Yi Xian's limbs and bones. The clanking of chains quickly sounded, accompanied by the pain of every inch of his flesh and bones being torn apart. This time, Yi Xian had to control the Xianxia cauldron with his mind as he broke through. It returned to its original speed and continued to chase after the flying centipede to prevent it from taking advantage of the situation. If there was a chance to escape, it had to be said that the breakthrough this time was much more difficult than before. However, at the same time, once the breakthrough was successful, the benefits that Yi Xian would obtain would definitely be greater than before. This was the principle of you get what you put in. What's going on? Wasn't he on the verge of collapsing from the poison just now? Why did he recover in the blink of an eye? Is it because the more poison is used, the more ferocious he becomes? Yi Xian's weak state had only lasted for a short period of a few breaths of time before he recovered quickly. Moreover, even the medicine king cauldron that had suddenly slowed down had displayed extreme speed once more and chased after him. The flying centipede's enormous eyes instantly flickered with a dark glow while he muttered to himself and analyzed the reason for this strange scene before him. That scene from before was absolutely not fake. Otherwise, if that kid intended to do something, then how could he have given up so quickly and immediately recovered his state and speed? Looks like the poison mist is still effective against him. Even if his figure is protected by the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the Medicine King cauldron, he was still affected to a certain extent. His sudden bad state from before is the best proof of this. However, this fellow possesses too many top-rate resources. If I'm not wrong, the healing treasures he withdrew with a flip of his hand and tossed into his mouth included the nether furnace lotion that appeared in the quintessence region of all evil. There seemed to be a few drops of something with an even purer aura than the nether furnace lotion. It isn't the evil origin elixir? Hiss. Damn it. That kid's luck is too heaven-defying. He actually obtained the legendary evil origin elixir. Besides that, there's that huge piece of flesh that's obviously roasted. It emanates the aura of treasures, and it's absolutely the aura of an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era. Damn it. He's actually feasting on the flesh and blood of an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era. When he spoke up to hear, the flying centipede's eyes had grown even brighter, and his gaze revealed a green glow. He was clearly tempted to the extreme. At this moment, he simply wished for nothing more than to immediately turn around and plunder Xian from the outside to the inside before he could vent his hatred. It's too infuriating. A tiny region lord is like an ant, yet every single thing he produces, no matter if it's treasures or resources, is actually something that even I, an Eternal Realm expert, covets yet doesn't possess at all. This is simply unreasonable. In an instant, the flying centipede's idea of staying behind to think of a way to kill the other party with poison so that he could obtain all the treasures and resources on the other party became even firmer. On one hand, it was because he saw that Xian had more top-grade treasures and resources in his possession. On the other hand, it was because Xian had been poisoned to the point of being in a bad condition in such a short period of time. In his panic, he had no choice but to immediately take out a large amount of top-grade resources of similar quality to expel the poison and recover. This meant that the effects of his poison mist on the other party's body were quite significant. Since that was the case, it meant that there was a high chance of him being poisoned to death. There was no reason not to give it a try. This won't do. I have to increase the amount of poisonous fog. This kid definitely has a lot of top-grade resources and all kinds of heavenly treasures on him. If the poisonous fog doesn't corrode him enough, once he's in a bad state, he'll immediately swallow heavenly treasures to recover. If this goes on, won't he eat all of them? While muttering to himself, the flying centipede nodded repeatedly and agreed with him. These top-notch resources and heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to me, and they will change hands soon. How can he swallow them all? It's simply too wasteful. I can't let him off so easily. And if I increase the amount of poisonous fog, the density of the poisonous fog will increase to a certain extent, and the corrosive effect on the demonic ape-real body will also increase greatly. This is the same principle as using strong medicine. Once the strong medicine is used, this guy will be poisoned on the spot. He won't even have the chance to take out all kinds of top-grade resources and heavenly materials and earthly treasures to recover. In this way, not only can I save my resources and treasures, but I can also end this battle as soon as possible. If the demonic tribe's ancestor appears, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, the flying centipede's eyelids twitched. Without hesitation, he immediately increased the amount and speed of the poisonous fog in his body by at least several times. Hiss. Hiss, 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 as more and more of the strange poisonous fog spread out from its body at an even faster speed, the hissing sounds that made one's scalp tingle became denser and more intense as the flying centipede flew through the void at an extremely fast speed. The flying centipede didn't leave either. He continued to chase after the Xianxia cauldron as they circled around the corner of the void. None of the strange poisonous mist from his body managed to spread out. They all stayed in this corner of the void. Gradually, due to the increasing density of the poisonous fog, this corner of the void became darker, as if it was suddenly dyed black by a large mass of ink. All this was exactly what Xian wanted. He was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. He secretly activated the power of the Xianxia cauldron's internal field, and the speed and progress of absorbing the strange poisonous fog from the void around him also became faster. Time passed quickly. Xian activated the Xianxia cauldron and followed the flying centipede closely. More than 10 minutes passed before he knew it. During the entire process, the clattering sounds of chains were echoing inside the true devil ape's body. In the end, when the flying centipede, which had been leading Xian in circles, turned around and looked at Xian again, 2 humming chains were echoing inside Xian's body. The 2 thick potential shackles were finally broken. At this moment, the system notification that Xian had been expecting echoed in his head, ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient void technique. Your current level is the 3rd level of the Star-Lord state. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical state. Your current level is the 3rd level of the Star-Lord state. Another 2 consecutive breakthroughs. The effects of this strange poisonous fog were indeed extraordinary. After Xian stepped into the Star-Lord state, he was able to welcome another 2 consecutive breakthroughs with just 1 body tempering. When his original body was a 1st-level Star-Lord, his true form of the ancient ape demon was a 6th-level Star-Lord. Once he used the 9 transformations of the devil ape and reached the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a domain lord old monster. Even though his original self had made another breakthrough and reached the 3rd level of the Star-Lord state, according to his calculations, the primordial devil ape should be in the 8th level of the Star-Lord state after its bloodline was activated. Once he entered the 4th transformation of the ancient ape demon, his peak combat ability would reach the 3rd level of the State Lord state, which was already at the peak of the beginning stage of the State Lord state. He would reach the middle stage of the State Lord state with 1 more minor breakthrough. The current Xian was the true body of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was in the 4th transformation of the devil ape. As a result, following this breakthrough, the aura within his body rapidly rose, and in the blink of an eye, he rose from the 1st level of the domain lord to the 3rd level of the domain lord. What's going on? Why hasn't he been overpowered by the poison and has actually become even more ferocious? When he turned around to look, the flying centipede just happened to notice the scene of Xian's cultivation instantly rising from the 1st rank of the region lord realm to the 3rd rank of the region lord realm, and he was stunned on the spot. His mouth was wide open and his face was covered in a dumbstruck expression. At this moment, half of his mind was filled with water and the other half was flour. Just thinking about it slightly caused his mind to instantly become mush. Damn it. He actually concealed his cultivation. Even if he was beaten to death, it was absolutely impossible for him to think that Xian had just broken through because it was too shocking. A Region Lord Realm Junior that was like an ant actually had the leisure to break through while pursuing an Eternal Realm expert. This was truly too shocking, and it was utterly impossible for him to accept. So, after being stunned for a moment, the flying centipede quickly determined that Xian had held back earlier. But now, he was on the verge of being unable to hold on because of the corrosion of the poison mist, so he'd unsealed that portion of his strength. This was the best explanation for the strange state that the flying centipede was in. Compared to Xian breaking through on the spot during the battle, this was obviously more believable and easier to accept. When he thought like this, the heart that had just risen to his throat immediately calmed down, and the savage smile on his face grew even more savage. So what if he concealed his cultivation? Unsealing his concealed cultivation at a time like this can only mean that this kid is on the verge of being unable to hold on. This is just right. With the strength of the poison mist, I presume it won't be long before I'll be able to take him down and end this battle. When he thought up to here, the flying centipede's spirits were instantly refreshed, and he activated the countless poison sacs within his body with all his might. In an instant, even more strange poison mist instantly sprayed out from the countless pores on his enormous body. To the flying centipede, this poison mist was similar to the hellish ant liquid secreted by the hellish ant clan. It was an accumulation of innate bloodline ability. It could be said that the more the flying centipede released, the greater the impact on its body. If it had released all of its poison, the flying centipede would not have died on the spot. After all, the countless poison sacs in its body would slowly secrete poisonous fog and preserve it in the poison sacs. However, if all of them were to be emptied in a short period of time, the consequences would still be quite serious. To make an analogy, it was actually similar to lying on a woman's body and being completely squeezed until he was completely exhausted. His legs would definitely turn to jelly. He would have to eat a good meal and rest for a period of time before he could recover and regain his vigor. The flying centipede was naturally well aware of this, but he was like a fish that had been hooked, and he could not stop at all. At the very beginning, he first released a small amount of poison mist, then increased it to a large amount. Now that he saw that the other party was about to be unable to hold on, he used all his strength to release the poison mist without any regard for the consequences. He only hoped that he would be able to completely poison the other party in a short period of time. In his opinion, after all the poison mist in the countless poison sacs in his body was released, even though he would fall into a period of weakness, it did not matter. As long as he could follow closely behind, the abominable brat, who was barely holding on, would be completely poisoned. At that time, without his control, the Medicine King cauldron, which was sticking behind him like a dogskin plaster, would naturally stop. At that time, he only needed to turn around and rush back for a short distance, use his divine abilities, and kill the opponent who had been poisoned and had lost consciousness from a safe distance. Next would be the harvest. As long as he quickly took action and plundered all the treasures and resources on the other party's body, he might even be able to swallow a portion of them on the spot and more or less recover a portion of his foundation. At that time, even if the patriarch of the demon race descended, in a one-on-one battle, even if he was not a match for him, he could still guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed. Yes, it had to be said that the old monster's abacus was really loud. He had considered and calculated all aspects. It was simply flawless. Everything was taken care of, and it seemed extremely perfect and perfect. However, he would never have thought that he was wrong from the beginning. This also meant that all the deductions and guesses that followed were destined to run counter to each other. Hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this moment, as the flying centipede ignored the consequences and used all its strength to expel the strange poison mist that was stored in the countless poison sacs in its body, through the countless pores on the surface of its huge body, as if it was free. The hissing sounds that were already extremely dense in the surrounding void instantly rang out again. This feeling was like a huge pot of oil. The oil inside had already been burned, but a drizzle suddenly fell from the sky. Countless fine mist fell on the boiling oil surface, splashing countless scalp-numbing crackling sounds. In fact, even this corner of the void had turned pitch black in a short period of time because the density of the strange poison mist was too high. It was simply impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. If it weren't for the fact that both Xianxia and the flying centipede were starry sky experts with divine sense, at this time, in such a pitch-black environment, even their vision would have been completely restricted. However, all this was tantamount to a huge surprise for Xianxia, like a pie falling from the sky. He was just worried that the strange poison mist in the surrounding void was not dense enough. Although he had used this opportunity to temper his body and break through to the next realm, the Xianxia cauldron's five-colored flame was still in the process of evolving. It was rapidly absorbing the strange poison mist in the surrounding void. Now, Xianxia was most worried that the flying centipede would notice something strange and stop releasing the poison in his body. If that was the case, the five-colored flame's evolution opportunity would undoubtedly come to a premature end. The loss was too great. But now, all his worries were gone. He didn't know if the other party's brain had been flooded with water. He was clearly using this poison mist to temper his body, breaking through to the next realm on the spot, and reaping huge benefits. He was actually increasing the amount of poison mist released, as if he was afraid that he didn't reap enough benefits. There was probably no one else who was so generous and righteous. Sighing in his heart, Xianxia suddenly had a thought. His divine sense subconsciously extended beneath his feet, entering the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron and directly entering the heart of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. It was as if the Xianxia cauldron under his feet had become different in an instant. The connection between it and his mind was clearer and more vivid. This was very likely a sign that the Xianxia five-colored flame had finally completed its evolution and was advancing to the six-colored flame. With this strong expectation, Xianxia entered the central region volcano in the cauldron space with a wisp of divine sense. With just a glance, he became excited. The six-colored flame was finally complete. At this point, the power of the Xianxia cauldron increased again, and the additional color happened to be black, representing the poisonous flame attribute. Moreover, the Xianxia six-colored flame already had the attribute of poisonous flame. This was definitely a huge breakthrough. Just in the aspect of roasting flesh and eating, there was already an unexpected change. Before this, Xian had used the Shenong strange flame to roast flesh and blood, increasing the effect of the roasted flesh and blood, purifying and condensing it. But now, as long as he was willing, he could use the current Shenong six-colored flame to roast flesh and blood again, and focus on the effect of the poisonous flame. Not only would the quality of the roasted flesh and blood not improve, but it would also contain a strange poison. Moreover, there was no abnormality on the surface at all. It was still golden yellow and dripping with oil, and it was still fragrant. It was still appetizing to look at and smell it. Even if one swallowed it, they would not feel anything unusual, but when all the swallowed flesh and blood turned into pure energy in the body and circulated in the limbs and bones, the toxicity of the poisonous flame would show. At this point, even if one reacted, it would not be of much use. Even if one was not poisoned to death on the spot, he would probably lose a few layers of skin. Of course, this kind of roasting flesh and blood with poisonous flames could only be done to the enemy. Perhaps there would not be many opportunities to use it, but once it was used, the effect would definitely be unexpected and pleasantly surprising. This could almost be regarded as a backup method to deal with special situations. It was definitely the best method, without any suspense, and this was only a part of the power of the Shenong six-colored flame. There were obviously many others. The Shenong strange flame had a total of 9 colors. 1 to 3 colors were the early strange flame. 4 to 6 colors were the middle strange flame. 7 to 9 colors were the late strange flame. The current Shenong flame had already reached the peak of the middle strange flame, and it would enter the late strange flame after another evolution. Its significance was absolutely great, and there were definitely many practical benefits. However, Xian did not have the time to carefully explore them one by one. There was still a flying centipede in front of him that seemed to have water in its head. It was waiting for him to take care of it. After a short period of excitement, Xian quickly adjusted his state of mind again, and then turned to look at the flying centipede that was flying in circles in front of him. Today was different from the past. Although less than an hour had passed, both Xian himself and the Shenong cauldron under his feet had quietly completed a breakthrough and evolution. Meanwhile, the flying centipede, who harbored malicious intentions in front of him, was rapidly depleting his energy. Even though he wasn't attacked, the large amount of poisonous mist accumulated in the countless poison sacs in his body had already been released in a short period of time. There wasn't much left, and this was also a form of depletion. Furthermore, it was a short-term and intense consumption. Under this increase and decrease, the disparity between the two sides was unknowingly obvious. It could be said that the current Xian was extremely confident in capturing the flying centipede alive. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was 90% confident in capturing the flying centipede alive. But before that, there was still a large amount of strange black fog remaining in the surrounding void, but it had to be absorbed first. This kind of poisonous fog was rare, and there wouldn't be such a shop after this village. Xian decided to use the Shenong cauldron to absorb it with all its might, condense it into liquid, and preserve it for future emergencies. With this thought in mind, Xian immediately activated the domain power of the Shenong cauldron with all his might. He no longer held back and unleashed an extremely fast speed, completely releasing it, and began to absorb the remaining strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void. Hiss! At this moment, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared from the mouth of the Shenong cauldron. The remaining strange poisonous fog in the surrounding void suddenly hissed loudly, and in an instant, it was as if it was sucked in by a powerful tornado, moving towards the mouth of the Shenong cauldron at an extremely fast speed. They gathered together. In just half a moment, a terrifying vortex formed from strange poisonous fog with a diameter of 10,000 feet appeared above the mouth of the cauldron. The flying centipede in the void in front of him just happened to turn its head at this moment. When it saw the strange scene, its mind was in a mess again. It was dumbstruck as if it had just been struck by lightning. Is this brat crazy? Do you think you're not dying fast enough? You're actually swallowing the sea like a whale? As soon as he finished speaking, there was no longer a trace of strange poisonous fog in the vast void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In just a short breath, all of the strange poisonous fog was sucked into the Shenong cauldron. If it was before the Shenong six colors had completed its evolution, this scene would definitely not have happened. Even if Yi Xian ignored the flying centipede in front of him and activated the Shinnon cauldron to absorb with all its might, it would have taken at least 5 to 6 breaths. But now, the speed had increased by several times. From this, it could be seen that after the Shinnon strange flame had evolved into a 6-colored flame, the power of the Shinnon cauldron's internal domain had increased by an astonishing amount. What was even more astonishing was the speed at which it was condensed. Almost in the instant that the strange poisonous fog was completely absorbed, 18 drops of dark green liquid appeared in the central region of the Shinnon cauldron. Each drop was only the size of a finger, but it gave off a sinister feeling that made one's heart palpitate. This was condensed from the huge amount of strange poisonous fog that it had just absorbed, and was named by Yi Xian as the sky centipede poison. Swish! With a thought, 18 small jade storage bottles were taken out by Yi Xian from his undying world. Each bottle contained a drop of the sky centipede poison. Following that, these 18 small jade storage bottles, which represented terrifying poison, were directly stored by Yi Xian into his undying world. After completing all this, Yi Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. He lifted his head to look at the flying centipede in front of him and grinned. Who would have thought that chasing after a desperate foe would result in such a huge gain? Not only did I achieve a breakthrough in my body tempering, even the treasured cauldron's strange flame has evolved, and I even obtained 10 drops out of thin air. 8 drops of sky centipede poison, this is really... Thank you. Pooh. This is impossible, little bastard, you're lying, you. You must be about to be poisoned, this is the final radiance of the setting sun. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, the flying centipede in front of him opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark green poisonous blood. The old man vaguely realized what had happened, but he was not willing to accept it, nor did he dare to believe it. However, in his subconscious, there was a voice telling him that everything was real, that every word the other party said was true, and that there was not the slightest bit of falsehood. Because this was the only way to explain everything that had happened before and now. Compared to his previous analysis, this was even more perfect. It was just that it was extremely unreliable, and he did not dare to believe it. Because of this, after spitting out the blood, the flying centipede's voice was filled with grief and indignation. A dignified undying old monster like him had reached the point where his mind was about to collapse from the reality before his eyes. Pooh! You goddamn evildoer! As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, the flying centipede in front of him spat out another mouthful of blood, and the grief and indignation on his face became even stronger. Playing with poison, there were plenty of people who played with poison, how could this be possible? The flying centipede was one of the 9 heavenly centipedes whose bloodline had evolved to the pinnacle of this species, and the poison mist that he spat out could even corrode the void of the universe. How could it be ignored by a random person who played with poison? This was definitely a monster. However, when he thought of the fact that this person was originally one of the 4 great monsters, and was known as the #1 person among the younger generation, the flying centipede was immediately stunned. Forget it, today's matter was over, and there was no way to continue. The other party, a junior of the domain lord level, actually had the time to temper himself and his magic treasures while chasing after the immortal old monsters, to make breakthroughs and improve. This was simply F*King Dog, and if he continued to stay, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Ah. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the flying centipede immediately had the intention to escape, and without hesitation, he turned around and shot off into the distance. Moreover, when he thought of the fact that the other party's cultivation strength had broken through again, and had even advanced by 2 small levels in a row, he immediately panicked and subconsciously urged the power in his body with all his strength. Plop! In the next moment, the flying centipede felt his body tremble, and he almost fell down in the void. Previously, he had used up 80 to 90% of the poison mist stored in all the poison sacs in his body, and now that he had used up so much of it, his legs were a little weak. This was really a case of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing a handful of rice. At this moment, the flying centipede's intestines were about to turn green with regret, because under this situation, it would be even more difficult for him to successfully escape the pursuit of the other party. In fact, this was indeed the case. The moment the flying centipede's body staggered in the void, Yi Xian's obviously mocking voice came from behind. Yo, old man, are your legs weak? Did you shoot too much? PFFF, the flying centipede was on the verge of spitting blood again. He was a dignified Eternal Realm expert, yet he'd been ridiculed by an ant at the Region Lord Realm. This matter was truly too aggrieving. The crux of the matter was that this fellow had just obtained benefits from him, and this fellow was clearly acting like he'd been taken advantage of. That little bastard was really too hateful. The flying centipede's face was filled with tears, but there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and spit out all the resentment and humiliation. No matter what, he had to get through this calamity first. Where there was life, there was hope. In the future, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. On the other hand, if he were to fall here, then there would be no need to say anything. When he thought up to here, his heart trembled as he realized how severe the situation before him was. He didn't have the mood to reflect on it any longer, and he tossed everything to the back of his mind before gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength to dash swiftly towards the space ahead. Facing this scene, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry at all. Earlier, his cultivation was merely at the First Order Region Lord Realm, and the Farmer God Cauldron's might hadn't been improved yet. So, once he utilized it at full strength, his speed had already surpassed the flying centipede. Now, his strength had broken through once more from the First Order Region Lord Realm to the Third Order Region Lord Realm. Even the might of the Farmer God Cauldron had improved by quite a bit due to the 5-colored flames evolving into 6-colored flames. However, it just so happened that the Eternal Realm expert in front of him had shot too much in battle, and his legs were already weak. Under such circumstances, if Xianxia utilized the Farmer God Cauldron with all his might, then his speed was already capable of crushing the flying centipede. Old fellow, you won't be able to escape. Don't be afraid. This king has taken a liking to you, and I'll absolutely not kill you. I just want to capture you alive. Even though the Farmer God Cauldron's 6-colored flames had been completed, and he probably didn't need the poisonous mist secreted by the flying centipede, such a thing was rare, and its effects in body tempering were much better than the hellish ant elixir. Moreover, this flying centipede before him was an existence whose bloodline had evolved to the peak of its species. It was difficult to find a second flying centipede in this world, so he naturally couldn't bear to directly kill it. He had long since decided that after capturing it alive, he would raise it in the Farmer God Cauldron, and extract the poisonous mist for a long time to condense into liquid and preserve it for a rainy day. With this thought in mind, Xianxia activated the Farmer God Cauldron with all his might, transforming into a ray of light that was at least 30% faster than the flying centipede, and whistling through the air. The distance between the two wasn't too far in the first place, and the current Farmer God Cauldron's speed was far greater than before. In a short span of a dozen breaths, it had already rushed to the space 1,000,000 kilometers behind the flying centipede. The latter quickly glanced back and was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. If this continued, in a few more breaths of time, the Farmer God Cauldron would press down on his back. At that time, there would definitely be no way out, and he would probably really be captured alive. Huff, just as the flying centipede was anxious and considering whether to take the risk and directly tear through the void and escape, a gust of wind suddenly whistled behind him, and it seemed to be getting closer and closer. He subconsciously turned around to look, and the scene that entered his eyes caused him to tremble on the spot. A sea of fire, a huge sea of flames was roaring and rolling as it whizzed over. Clearly, it had just shot out from the giant star cauldron that was chasing after them. The flying centipede was originally not afraid of a normal sea of fire, but the majestic sea of fire that was rapidly enveloping him was obviously different. Each cluster of flames had 6 colors, which was extremely strange. There was no doubt that its power was absolutely terrifying, because among the 6 colors, one was black, which was clearly a poisonous flame. Vaguely, the flying centipede seemed to sense a slightly familiar aura from this black poisonous flame. It was the aura of the poisonous mist that was secreted from his body. Obviously, this 6-colored flame had just devoured the poisonous mist secreted by his body, which was why it had evolved and transformed. It could even devour and refine the poisonous mist that he was so proud of and increase its ferocious power. Was there any need to say more about the power of this mysterious 6-colored flame? Huff. The speed of this sea of fire was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. After all, it was shot out by the Xianxia cauldron with all its power. In just a short breath, it had already blocked the flying centipede's path, and then it split into two, surrounding him from left and right. The flying centipede's face suddenly changed, and his body trembled as he hurriedly stopped. When he turned his head to look around, his heart had already sunk to the bottom. In such a short time, the front and left sides were already filled with this strange wave of flames, and behind him, a huge cauldron like a star was whistling over. From the mouth of the cauldron, it was still spewing out six-colored strange flames that made one's scalp numb. In the blink of an eye, his body was already surrounded by rolling waves of flames. He was wrapped tightly like a dumpling. Seeing this scene, the flying centipede was completely desperate. He raised his head and let out a violent howl, full of unwillingness and sorrow. Screech! Goddamned monstrous bastard, I was actually captured alive by a domain lord ant. In the blink of an eye, the flying centipede was engulfed in a sea of flames. The flying centipede's body was surrounded by rolling six-colored strange flames, and its aura was astonishing. This scene caused the flying centipede to fall into complete despair. It raised its head and let out a vicious howl, full of unwillingness and incomparable mournfulness. At this moment, Xian had also stopped. The Xianxia cauldron beneath his feet, which was as enormous as a star, floated at the edge of the spherical sea of fire. It coldly stared at the flying centipede that was tightly wrapped by the six-colored sea of fire, leaving only a pitiful amount of space for it to rest in. He let out a light breath and continued, "Old man, don't worry. As long as you perform well and contribute more poison, I guarantee that I won't mistreat you." What? You actually want to raise me like a cow and extract poison for a long time? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the flying centipede was so angry that his entire body trembled. A dignified undying old monster actually burst out with vulgarities on the spot. F***CKU. Noisy. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He waved his hand and the sea of fire in front of him instantly moved. It wrapped around the flying centipede and quickly surged toward the mouth of the farmer god cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it entered the space within the cauldron and fell toward the central region volcano. Rumble. At the same time, at the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron, a loud rumbling sound came from one side of the mountain wall. With Yi Xian's thought, a huge mountain wall cage appeared. It was at least 10,000 feet wide and was just enough to hold the flying centipede's true body. Soon, the boundless sea of fire that surged into the mountain wall cage seemed to have grown eyes and directly entered the mountain wall cage. Then, it passed through the mountain wall and entered the boiling flame pool at the center of the plain at the bottom of the volcano. The flying centipede, who was originally enveloped by the sea of fire, was left alone in the cage that was tailor-made for him. No matter how he roared and slammed into the cage, he could not break through it. He could not move it at all. Roar! Roar! Goddamned monstrous bastard, let me out. In the blink of an eye, he became a prisoner. As an undying old monster, the flying centipede was indescribably sad and indignant. He couldn't calm his emotions and kept roaring and rolling in the mountain wall cage. During this process, some strange black poison mist subconsciously spread out from his body and floated out. Unknowingly, it floated into another cage not far away. Was imprisoned in this mountain wall cage, and had become Yi Xian's servant. Shi. However, Shi had always been in a coma. Although his injuries had already healed, his cultivation was only a little bit stronger than an ordinary member of the Berserk lion tribe. Last time, for Shi, who had a bloodline deficit, he had unintentionally inhaled the Thunderlock spirit mist in his body. This was equivalent to of. Since then, although he was still lying unconscious in the prison of the mountain wall at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, and the cultivation aura in his body was still very weak, there were several purple-gold lightning crackling on the surface of his body from time to time. It was the same until now. Shi, who had lost the Tao foundation of heaven and earth, was like a piece of white paper. His bloodline, which was extremely deficient, happened to be transforming toward a certain thunder attribute bloodline and physique because of the thunder lightning spiritual mist he absorbed last time. But now, this bloodline transformation had not been completed yet. In the mountain wall cage where Shi was imprisoned, wisps of strange poison mist floated in. Moreover, the bloodline in his body was transforming, and it just so happened that it needed a large amount of energy to nourish it. Therefore, almost as if it was a natural reaction of the body, a weak suction force suddenly appeared in the unconscious Shi Wanjing's body, and quickly followed the strange poison mist that floated into the cage. The pores all over his body absorbed it. Although the amount was very weak, the process was still ongoing. That was because in the huge cage not far away, the furious flying centipede had been releasing poison all this time. One was releasing it unconsciously, while the other was absorbing it unconsciously. The amount was very weak, but it never stopped. If this continued, no one knew what would happen in the end. Before he decided to pursue the flying centipede, Xian had never thought that he would get such a great benefit from this pursuit. It was like a blessing. Not only had he made another breakthrough in his cultivation base, but his life level had also evolved further. Even the Xianxia unusual flame in the Xianxia cauldron had gained a poisonous flame attribute as a result, successfully evolving into a 6-colored flame. In the end, he got 18 drops of sky centipede's poison and a living sky centipede of 9 bases in the immortal realm. It was a big gain. Xian breathed a sigh of relief to calm his agitated mind. He quickly activated the Xianxia cauldron, turned around, and rushed towards the Demon Emperor star area. After a while, he arrived at the edge of the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. At this time, outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor, there was still a void with a radius of 10,000 miles, enveloped by a violent and terrifying purple-gold sea of lightning. At the top of the sea of lightning, there was a blue-gold innate thunder source treasure hanging. It was Xian's Rai seal. And in the center of the sea of lightning, there was a 10,000-foot-long colorful flame thunder sparrow. If it were not for Xian's special instructions, this immortal realm colorful flame thunder sparrow would have been blown to ashes. The reason for this was that Xian had taken a fancy to this colorful flame thunder sparrow's lightning attribute bloodline. He felt that it might be useful for the recovery of the desolate Electra, so he decided to capture it alive. However, the desolate Electra had not yet awakened, so Xian did not know what to do with this colorful flame thunder sparrow. Although he could activate the Rai seal's domain to directly refine it, erase its consciousness, and extract a strand of lightning attribute bloodline from its body, but would that really work for the desolate Electra? Xian was not sure if it would work. After pondering for a while, he decided to put this colorful flame thunder sparrow into the Xianxia cauldron, like the flying centipede, and lock it in the mountain wall cage of the central region volcano in the cauldron. He would decide what to do with it after the desolate Electra woke up. After making the decision, Xian was about to take action immediately. It was also at this moment that an unexpected change suddenly occurred. In his mind, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded at this moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host, a lightning attribute creature has been discovered. Do you want to immediately refine it into a thunder slave? Thunder slave, what the hell is this? After being stunned for a while, Xian immediately launched a data search in the system's database. Soon, he had a result. After checking it, he immediately understood. Xian had previously obtained a strand of thunder origin from the Thunder Tomb. The so-called thunder origin was a strand of thunder origin that was nurtured by the Thunderlock spiritual mist in the innate Thunder Sea. The Thunderlock spiritual mist was the mother nest of this strand of thunder origin. The strand of thunder origin that Xian had captured not long ago had yet to develop sentience. It was merely a thunder worm without sentience. However, if it was allowed to grow, as time passed, it would eventually develop sentience. When that time came, it would become the thunder spirit of this vast thunder sea, and the thunder sea that had developed a thunder spirit could be controlled at will. When it was large, it was vast and boundless, spreading out endlessly into the starry sky. When it was small, it could even condense into a thunder ball, crossing the void and shooting out into the endless sea of stars. To put it bluntly, it was actually the thunder sea that had developed sentience. The desolate thunder sparrow that Xian had learned from the system database was a mature thunder spirit formed from a thunder sea that had developed sentience. If the strand of thunder origin that Xian had captured earlier could continue to grow, it could eventually lead the thunder sea to develop sentience. It could become a thunder sparrow, a thunder dragon, or some other form. In short, its forms were different, but its essence was the same. It was formed from a thunder sea that had developed sentience. A sentient being, although there was only a strand of the desolate thunder sparrow's bloodline left in this thunder sparrow's body, which did not have the qualifications to become a thunder spirit, it could be refined into a thunder slave. A thunder soul was different from a thunder slave. A thunder soul was formed from a thunder sea that had developed sentience. It could be said that the thunder soul was the thunder sea, and it was the master of the thunder sea. It was also the thunder sea itself. A thunder slave was different. A thunder slave was a slave, and could command a thunder sea. However, it was only a commander, and not the master of the thunder sea. Above that, it had to take orders from others. The significance of the thunder slave lay in the fact that it was a sea of lightning. With the thunder slave, the power of the sea of lightning would be more comprehensive and thorough. Take the Rai seal for example. Although Xian had already refined it, he was not of the thunder attribute, nor was he a thunder spirit. He could activate the Rai seal to release a sea of thunder to defend against the enemy, but there would always be some awkwardness, as if there was a layer of barrier, unable to fully activate the power of the Rai seal to the extreme. However, if he refined this rainbow flame lightning sparrow and made it his lightning slave, he would be able to enter the Rai seal. In that case, when Xian used the Rai seal again in the future, he didn't need to pay too much attention to the Rai seal. He only needed to give orders to Lei Nu directly. With Lei Nu around, the power of the Rai seal could be unleashed even more thoroughly without any hindrance. After he figured out all of this, Xian immediately decided to refine the rainbow flame lightning sparrow and make it the lightning slave of the Rai seal. The order was quickly given, and there was utterly no need for Xian to interfere in its execution because the Rai seal was able to accomplish all of this on its own. Rumble, bang, after it received Xian's order, the sea of violet gold lightning that covered an area of 5,000 kilometers instantly surged with lightning, and its impetus grew even more shocking. This was the sign that the Rai seal was about to condense and refine the rainbow flame lightning sparrow into a lightning slave of the Rai seal. The rainbow flame lightning sparrow that was trapped within the sea of lightning sensed this and realized that calamity was about to befall it. It immediately let out sharp cries and vicious howls, and it even started to beg for mercy from Xian for the sake of being spared its life. Roar! Young brother, please show mercy. I'm willing to submit. A dignified Eternal Realm expert had actually been forced to speak such words of submission to an ant at the region Lord Realm. Needless to say, this was truly too aggrieving. However, the rainbow flame lightning sparrow didn't have any other choice. Even though it was trapped within the sea of lightning, it could sense everything that was occurring in the outside world. Besides the blood-crusted foxdove that had perished beneath the violet gold tide of time, the sable-fiend tiger and soaring centipede that came after it had been blasted to death and captured alive. For Eternal Realm experts had descended, so only it remained in a short period of less than 2 hours of time. Under such circumstances, how could it possibly hold on to its so-called dignity as an Eternal Realm expert? Unfortunately, even if it put down its status and dignity and personally begged for mercy from Xian for the sake of being spared, the latter didn't appreciate it at all. The Rai seal's refinement had already begun, and Xian didn't intend to stop just like that. It was even to the extent that he didn't give a single reply. He just stood there in space at the side of the sea of lightning and watched coldly as all of this occurred. The rainbow flame lightning sparrow felt complete despair, and its vicious howls grew even more miserable. In the end, it even cursed without end. However, Xian still remained unmoved. In a short period of over 10 breaths of time, the dust had settled. The rainbow flame lightning sparrow's aura had vanished completely. However, Xian sensed that there was an aura that was extremely close to him within the vast sea of lightning ahead. It was very pure and very strong. It had actually attained the advanced stage of the Eternal Realm, and it was much stronger than the rainbow flame lightning sparrow from before. This was clearly the effect of being tempered by the Rai seal. This strand of consciousness was formed from the strand of the primeval lightning sparrow's bloodline within the rainbow flame lightning sparrow's body. Now, it was the lightning slave of the Rai seal. As for the rainbow flame lightning sparrow, it had been obliterated a long time ago while its 30 kilometers body had been completely refined, and it had become the lightning slave formed from this strand of lightning sparrow's bloodline. Screech! A high-pitched vicious howl resounded through the clouds. Following that, a figure rushed out from the sea of lightning ahead. It was only about a foot in size and looked like an ordinary bird. However, its entire body was purple-golden color. There was spirituality in its eyes, and there was even lightning flickering in and out of its eyes. From time to time, there would be purple-gold lightning flashing in and out of its eyes. This was the lightning soul of the Emperor's seal, and it was still in the form of a lightning sparrow. As the figure rushed out, the purple-gold lightning sparrow suddenly lowered its head and opened its small beak. In the next moment, the sea of purple-gold lightning below it turned into a huge river of lightning that soared into the sky. In less than half a breath's time, the purple-gold lightning had been devoured by the sea of purple-gold lightning. The sparrow had swallowed everything into its stomach. A large sea of lightning fell into its stomach, causing the foot-sized purple-gold lightning sparrow to burp. Then, it turned its head to look in Xianxia's direction. With a light cry of joy, it flapped its wings and flew over, like a swallow throwing itself into its arms. At this moment, Xianxia was really nervous. After all, even though this purple-gold lightning sparrow had an inconspicuous appearance, the might it could unleash was extremely terrifying. The sea of lightning that it had just swallowed was proof of this. Moreover, its cultivation had already reached the late stage of the sempiternal stage, and it was not far from the peak. If it really wanted to attack Xian after getting close, Xian would definitely be in trouble. However, this was after all the lightning slave of the Rai seal that he had refined. In a sense, it was actually his servant. In the end, it was just a false alarm. Although this purple-gold thunder sparrow was refined from the primordial thunder sparrow bloodline extracted from the iridescent flame thunder sparrow, the iridescent flame thunder sparrow's consciousness had long been erased along with its true body. Now, the purple-gold thunder sparrow's intelligence was bestowed by the Rai seal. It was a completely new life, and had nothing to do with the iridescent flame thunder sparrow. Naturally, it would not hate Xian anymore. On the contrary, its life and intelligence were bestowed by the Rai seal, and the Rai seal had long been refined by Xian. Its essence was branded with Xian's aura. Therefore, in the eyes of this purple-gold thunder sparrow, Xian was actually its master, and the Rai seal was its nest. Under such circumstances, how could it attack Xian? At this moment, after a sparrow landed on Xian's shoulder, the purple-gold thunder sparrow happily circled him a few times, chirping softly from time to time, revealing a sense of dependence. At this point, Xian was completely relieved. Originally, he was really interested in playing with this cute little lightning sparrow, but now there were other things to do. Therefore, Xian directly waved his hand to summon the Rai seal, and mentally signaled for the little lightning sparrow to return to its nest. The little lightning sparrow reluctantly circled Xian's figure again, and finally turned into a wisp of purple-gold light, and rushed into the imperial seal. Xiao! With a wave of his hand, Xian put away the Rai seal, and then turned to look in the direction of the 3 stars demonic emperor. As early as when Xian drove the Xianxia cauldron to chase the flying centipede, the starry sky defensive array of the 3 stars demonic emperor had been removed. A large number of warships rushed out of the 3 stars demonic emperor's defensive array after the defensive light shield disappeared, and rushed to the battlefield to encircle and annihilate the escaping fleet of 1 million elite warships. Fish. At this moment, Xian turned his head to look at the 3 Devil Emperor stars for the same reason. The 3 Sector Lord Old monsters had already escaped, but they were definitely not far away. The upper echelons of the Demonkin royal family would not allow them to leave. Most likely, the ancestor of the Demonkin race had already used his methods to seal the entire Demonkin starfield, preventing them from tearing through space and leaving. As a marquis, even if he didn't show himself, he could still do this. Although his opponent had not shown himself, Xian believed that he had been paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. Previously, he had only shown himself to be able to kill these 4 immortal realm old monsters one by one. Otherwise, he would have shown himself long ago. But even if he didn't show himself, he couldn't let the 3 Sector Lord Old monsters escape, because if that happened, the news of this battle would definitely be leaked. It should be known that the powerhouses of the 2 camps of the various races in the 2nd universe and the human race in the 3rd universe, as well as the Senate of the Myriad Luo Federation, had not yet arrived. If they were shocked to hear that the Myriad Race Alliance of the 1st universe had lost 4 immortal old monsters in the Demon Emperor starfield in just one day, they would probably be frightened on the spot. He had to retreat. The next time they came, there would probably be Marquis or even Emperor-level immortals. Therefore, these 3 undyings of the Myriad Races Alliance had to be left behind. As for the other small fries, they could be left to the fleets and experts of the devil race to take care of. What Yixian needed to do now was to kill these 3 realm masters. After that, this battle would be considered to have come to an end. When Yixian turned around, a group of upper echelons of the demon royal family had already rushed over. The one leading was the current demon emperor, Mo Wentian. At this moment, Mo Wentian's face was filled with fear. He looked at Yixian with a strange expression, as if he had been scared out of his wits. When their gazes met, Mo Wentian didn't hesitate at all. He cupped his hands and said, "The positions of those 3 sector lords have been locked. The current demon emperor has already gone after one of them. The other 2 haven't separated yet. Their positions are right here." As he said this, a direction coordinates wrapped in spiritual energy shot towards Yixian. He waved his hand and caught it in his palm. After quietly dispersing it, Yixian already knew the positions of those 2 sector lords. They are actually still sticking together. Could it be that they still want to gather their strength so that they can forcefully counterattack when they are intercepted? While muttering to himself, Yixian revealed a cold smile. Without saying anything else, he activated the farmer god cauldron under his feet and turned around. He shot towards the edge of the demon royal star field that led to the central region of the first universe, Black Wind Star Field. Black Wind Star Field was one of the 9 star fields of the demon royal star field. It was a place that one had to pass through to reach the central region of the first universe. This originally belonged to the Black Wind tribe, one of the 8 foreign tribes of the demon royal family. But now that the demon royal family was in danger, the 8 foreign tribes had all gathered in the central region of the demon royal star field. Therefore, in such a large area of the Black Wind Star Field, there were almost no strong warriors stationed in the various demon royal star fields. At this time, in the void of the Black Wind Star Field, there were 2 figures flying at extreme speed. Their speed was actually much faster than the huge stronghold with a diameter of 100,000 meters. These were the 2 sector lord old monsters that had escaped from the demon royal star field. They were also Yixian's target. This place was already tens of millions of miles away from the central region of the demon royal star field. Another 30 to 40 million miles and they would be able to leave the demon royal star field. In the void, the 2 sector lord old monsters channeling the energy in their bodies and using extreme speed, fleeing all the way. The only thing they had in mind was the demonic devil starfield border dividing line 30 to 40 million li away. They were sector lord old monsters, but now they were like stray dogs. They were truly frightened because they had personally witnessed 3 undying old monsters being crushed by the demon royal brother, Mo Jiufeng. The blood-crowned fox dove was reduced to half a skeleton. The black demon tiger was blasted in 2. Even its primordial spirit couldn't escape. As for the rainbow lightning sparrow, it was also trapped in a 10,000-mile sea of lightning. Clearly, it wasn't looking good either. This was too shocking. The 3 sector lord old monsters who were watching the battle from afar were so scared that they immediately turned and fled. They originally wanted to tear through the void and escape, but they quickly discovered that the void was sealed by a formless mysterious energy. They couldn't do it at all. Helplessly, the 3 could only use their fleshly body to travel through the void and escape in different directions. Luckily, the demon royal brother Mo Jiufeng was chasing the last undying old monster, the flying centipede. He didn't have time to care about them. As long as they were fast enough, there was still a chance to escape the sealed demon royal star field and tear through the void again. There was still 30 million miles before reaching the edge of the demon royal star field. As long as they rushed out, they would see their chance. Thinking up to here, the 2 sector lord old monsters became excited. Their speed that had already reached the limit actually exploded again under such circumstances, increasing their speed by another 20%. At this time, in the direction of the demon royal star field, something unexpected happened. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth resounded, and it was growing closer and closer. It was the commotion caused by a treasured cauldron that was enormous like a star shooting over at extreme speed through space. Shockingly, it was Yixian who locked onto the position of the treasured cauldron and utilized the farmer god cauldron with all his might to rush over and kill Yixian and his companions. The hearts of the 2 fleeing world lords froze while they had a bad premonition, and they instinctively turned around to look. When they saw this scene, they were terrified to the point their figures started trembling while their countenances instantly turned ghastly pale like a sheet of paper. After all, this person behind him was a terrifying existence that could even annihilate eternal old monsters. So, the strength he revealed at the Region Lord realm right now was simply a facade to deceive others. Besides that eternal old monster from the senior council of the Federation that he'd killed not too long ago, they'd witnessed this fellow crush 3 eternal old monsters just moments ago. The blood-crowned foxdev had been transformed into half a skeleton, the baleful black devil tiger had been blasted into 2, and even its soul core hadn't been able to escape. As for the rainbow flame lightning sparrow, it was similarly trapped within an ocean of lightning, and it obviously didn't bode well for it. After that, he even pursued the flying centipede with great fanfare. Based on the fact that he'd caught up to them so quickly, the flying centipede was probably dead as well. Now that they thought about it, in merely less than 2 hours of time, the eternal old monsters that had perished at his hands had already arrived at 4. If that eternal old monster from the senior council of the Federation was included, then it would be 5 eternal old monsters. What a monstrous genius, he's simply not human, he's simply a god of slaughter. When they thought up to here, the hearts of these 2 fleeing world lords instantly started to tremble. They'd gathered together and not fled separately because they were originally prepared to deal with their enemies as soon as possible and flee swiftly if they encountered obstructions. But that was referring to the other experts of the demonic race. Even if a sector lord chased over, with the 2 of them working together, if they were willing to risk their lives, they would have a chance to escape in a short period of time. However, the one chasing after them was this terrifying god of death. Even the immortal realm old monsters had fallen in his hands. Facing such an existence chasing after them, they simply didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. Even the flying centipede couldn't escape and was still killed. With their strength, if they wanted to escape from the hands of this killing god, could they not be joking? His only hope was to make the other party stop pursuing him. If he wanted to do that, he could only beg for mercy. As for other methods, once he used them, he would definitely be courting death. He would directly enrage the other party, and they would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. They would not rest until he was dead. More importantly, they didn't have the ability to escape that far. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 sector lord old monsters were so frightened that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. They exchanged a glance, and their pale faces turned red. They turned around and begged for mercy from this god of slaughter Jr. who was chasing after them. Little friend, calm down. What happened before was actually a misunderstanding. Please don't chase us anymore. Treat us as farts, and let us go, alright? Since you've been tormenting us for so long, you must be tired. We don't dare to trouble you anymore. We'll scram ourselves. Yes, scram immediately, don't stay a second longer. Little ancestor, why are you still chasing us? We have no enmity, please don't chase us? Woo. After pleading a few times, the god of slaughter who was chasing after him at an extremely fast speed didn't move at all. He didn't even respond. In just a short while, the huge cauldron that was like a star under his feet had caught up a lot closer. It seemed that it was about to catch up with him. Such a scene scared the 2 old monsters out of their wits. Their words carried a sobbing tone. At this moment, they were truly regretting it to the point that their intestines turned green. If they had known earlier that the devil race's royal brother, Mo Jin Feng, was such a monster, why would they have fought to the death? They would have just brought their race to surrender. With such a monster around, the devil race was destined to be a great blessing. They were destined to be the #1 universe overlord. Unfortunately, they didn't understand this point before. It was too late to regret now. Rumble. Just as the 2 sector lord old monsters were filled with regret and hatred, the Shen cauldron that was as large as a star behind them had already caught up to them in a few breaths of time. It was already less than 100 miles away from the 2 of them who were fleeing with extreme speed. A feeling of complete despair surged into their hearts. The expressions of the 2 sector lord old monsters instantly became ferocious. After all, they were the ancestor-level figures of their respective races. Just now, they were like stray dogs begging for mercy from the god of death chasing behind them. That was because they still held on to the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. But now, it seemed that wanting to live this time had clearly become a wishful thinking. It was simply impossible to realize. Under such circumstances, there was naturally no need to lower his status and dignity to beg the other party. It was just death anyway. Since he couldn't escape, he would do his best to cause some damage to the other party. Little bastard, you forced me to do this. Since I'm going to die anyway, even if I can't drag you down with me, I'll at least disgust you a little. Go to hell. With a ferocious expression, the two Sector Lord old monsters revealed their ferocious expressions. As they roared, they directly revealed their respective bloodline true bodies, which were tens of thousands of feet tall. Then, they did not hesitate to self-destruct. It was not the self-destruction of the physical body, but the physical body and primordial spirit at the same time. In any case, it was useless to keep the primordial spirit. An immortal old monster as strong as the black fiend devil tiger, after the bloodline true body was blasted into two pieces, the primordial spirit escaped. Didn't it also not escape the calamity? In the end, the primordial spirit was destroyed, and its body and soul were destroyed. Rumble. After making up their minds and determined to die, the two Sector Lord old monsters stopped fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Their expressions were ferocious as they glared at Xianxia, who was chasing after them. Within the 100,000 feet tall bloodline true body, a deep thunderous sound came out like a tide. This was the sound of self-destruction. It had been activated, and the rhythm was about to unfold. In front of this king, do you have the qualifications to self-destruct? Seeing that these two fellows wanted to self-destruct, Xianxia immediately sneered. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and directly pulled out a sea of flames from the Xianxia cauldron beneath his feet. Each flame had 6 colors, and it was incomparably dazzling. It was majestic for tens of thousands of miles, and directly enveloped the two Sector Lords' 100,000 feet tall bloodline true body. It was enveloped within. Ruthless. After this unexpected evolution, the power of the Xianxia 6-colored flames had clearly become more powerful. At this moment, the two Sector Lord old monsters, and they were still alive, had been completely roasted in just a dozen breaths. When Xianxia waved his hand and stored the 6-colored flames into the Xianxia cauldron, there were already 2 large pieces of complete fragrant meat in the void in front of him. The bloodline of these two Sector Lord old monsters was the striped deer, while the other was the hedgehog beast. Their bloodline true bodies were tens of thousands of meters tall, but at this moment, after being roasted by the Xianxia 6-colored flames and refining all the impurities, the 2 lumps of meat left in the void had shrunk to only 40 to 50,000 meters. Its entire body was golden and dripping with oil, emitting a rich fragrance. Xianxia had never eaten these 2 bloodlines of space beasts before, especially the striped deer. It was said that its meat was extremely tender and was a great delicacy in space. That was referring to the striped deer that didn't have any cultivation strength or intelligence. And the one in front of him that had been roasted was a Sector Lord realm striped deer, whose life form and bloodline had evolved to an extremely high degree. Its meat was originally even more delicious, and after being roasted by the Xianxia 6-colored flames, it was naturally extremely tempting whether it was the taste or the effect. Even Xianxia, who was used to eating the meat roasted from the remains of quasi-desolate powerful beings, couldn't help but feel his appetite and salivate at this moment. With a wave of his hand, he didn't hesitate to use the withered demon blood blade and cut off the best and most delicious pieces of meat from the striped deer and the hedgehog beast. Then, while putting away the withered demon blood blade, he sent most of the remaining meat into the Xianxia cauldron. There was still a large group of foodie beasts inside. Although this time couldn't let them eat to their heart's content, it could at least appease them a little. In this battle, although the myriad race alliance formed by the servants of the first universe had sent over 1 million elite troops, due to Xianxia's hasty return, he had no choice but to use the blood mosquito battle armor in the face of the demon guard's annihilation. After an all-out attack, 1 million battleships were basically destroyed. Nothing was left behind. The flesh and blood that the indigenous vicious beasts had hoped for had not been left behind at all. If those foodies were to find out about this, they would probably beat their chests and stomp their feet, cursing Xianxia for being a wastrel. Fortunately, there was still the second wave of the punitive expedition army coming. The humans of the third universe were all descendants of the dire beast bloodline. When the war broke out, there would be a huge amount of flesh and blood resources to be collected. Thinking like this, Xianxia nodded inwardly. he had already made up his mind. After returning to the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor star, he would release all the millions of indigenous ferocious beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle at the first possible moment and have them guard the Demon Emperor star region. In this way, once the battle started, he could just hunt or collect whatever meat he wanted to eat. While muttering this matter in his heart, Xian ate heartily. The 2 large pieces of flesh and blood that he had cut with the withered demon blood blade were quickly eaten clean by him. This kind of flesh that had been roasted by the Xianxia 6-colored flame was indeed extraordinary. As soon as it entered his mouth, while leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth, it instantly turned into a warm current that rapidly circulated through Xian's limbs and bones, making his entire body warm and comfortable to the extreme. With his current cultivation base and strength, it was obviously impossible to directly break through on the spot after eating this bit of flesh and blood roasted by the bloodline true body of a sector lord old monster. But after all, this was also a kind of accumulation. With the death of these 2 sector lord old monsters, this war could be considered to have completely come to an end. In terms of high-end combat strength, 2 of the 4 immortal realm old monsters that the Myriad Race Alliance had dispatched had fallen. One had been captured alive by Xian, and the other had been completely annihilated. The bloodline in their bodies had been extracted and refined into an Emperor Seal Thunder Slave by the Thunder Emperor Seal. In terms of conventional battle strength, of the million elite battleships dispatched by the Myriad Race Alliance this time, not a single one was left, all of them destroyed. Although many of the stronger universe experts in the battleships had escaped, of the 3 strongest sector lord old monsters, 2 had just been dealt with by Xian, and the last one was handled by the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, most likely already fallen by now. As for the rest of the small fries, they could be left to the other experts of the demon race to clean up. There was no need for Xian to do anything. It could be said that this time, the battle strength dispatched by the Myriad Race Alliance could be said to have been completely annihilated. Not a single one was able to escape alive. This also ensured that in a short period of time, news of this shocking slaughter in the demon race star field would not be leaked. This was also the result that Xian and the demon race wanted. If there are no surprises, the various races of the second universe, as well as the 2 camps of the human race and the Myriad Luo Federation in the third universe, should be arriving soon. At most, they will arrive at the first universe in 3 days, and within 5 days, they will arrive at the Demon Emperor 3 stars. Xian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. In the end, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Humph, no matter what, this young master and the demon dwellers are now close friends. In this battle, this young master defeated 4 immortal realm old monsters alone, but the demon dwellers foundation ancestor has not shown up yet, although this is normal. After all, he is an immortal realm official. Unless there is no other choice, he will definitely not make a move. Otherwise, if his aura is leaked and is sensed by the various races of the second universe, the human race and the Myriad Luo Federation in the third universe, there will be endless variables in this battle. Even though it's like that, this young master has turned this situation around by himself and dealt with the danger of the Demon Emperor 3 stars. However, the demon race practically didn't contribute at all. This is an indisputable fact. In short, no matter what, the demon race owes this young master an enormous favor. After all, this young master fought 4 immortal realm experts while at the region Lord Realm. It's rare to encounter such an opportunity where the demon race was in the wrong. Moreover, the demon emperor, Mo Tian, who had been intentionally avoiding this young master, made an appearance at the last moment. He clearly felt that he was in the wrong and intentionally showed himself in order to appease this young master. When he spoke up to this point, a bright light flashed in Xian's eyes, and then a wisp of slyness suddenly appeared in his eyes as he continued muttering to himself. A bastard that refuses to take advantage of an opportunity. Seizing the opportunity when the demon emperor took the initiative to appease this young master because the demon race was in the wrong, I can seize this opportunity to ask him about the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Demon Mosquito Butcher's background and ability. After making the decision, Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the Xianxia cauldron under his feet into his body. He even removed the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape and returned to his human form. His cultivation level also dropped to the 3rd level of the Star-Lord state. After doing all this, he waved his hand and summoned the void-shattering shuttle. He took a step into it and turned around to rush towards the 3-star devil emperors, he had decided that he had to find out who the Mad Mosquito King and Mosquito Butcher were, and if they were related to the home planet of the demons. Xian had already heard about the mother planet from the current generation's Devil Emperor, Mon Tian. The bloodline ancestor of the Devil Cultivator race came from that mysterious mother planet. Back then, when the primordial war broke out, the entire great desolate world collapsed into 10,000 worlds. Because of that war, the home planet drifted to an unknown void crack. Only the bloodline primordial ancestor, who was as strong as the primordial ancestor, wandered to the first universe with a few descendants. This person was the bloodline primordial progenitor of the demonkin race in the first universe. At that time, because he was heavily injured, this demonkin bloodline primordial progenitor took his juniors and followers to a small independent grotto heaven to recover from his injuries. Later, one of the descendants of the bloodline primordial ancestor started a family in the first universe, which led to the birth of the demons in the first universe. The first demon emperor wasn't actually the first descendant of the primordial ancestor, he was only called the first demon emperor because he had founded the demon dynasty. In that independent small cave, there are many ancestors who are older than the first generation demon emperor. That independent small cave can be said to be the ancestral land of the demon race in the first universe. However, the ancestral land and the real foundation of our race's bloodline is actually in that mysterious mother planet. Unfortunately, the bloodline primordial ancestor left after he recovered from his wounds, along with the descendants and followers of the primordial ancestor who had followed him to the first universe. Of course, they all left their descendants in the first universe before they left. After all, they did not belong here. Although they had the bloodline to spread their branches in this universe, in the end, they were still homesick and embarked on the path back. They entered the vast void to find a way to return to their mysterious home planet. Since then, there had been no news of them. However, even though the bloodline primordial ancestor and his descendants and followers had left, the descendant who had left the demons in the first universe had a first-generation descendant and a second-generation descendant who were still alive. Both of them were immortals. The first-generation descendant was an immortal emperor. He had been training in seclusion 10,000 years ago, trying to become an immortal emperor, but he hadn't finished yet. The second-generation descendant who was guarding the ancestral land of the demons was a marquis immortal emperor. These two undying beings were merely descendants of a descendant of the primal ancestor of the demonkin bloodline primal ancestor. At that time, the bloodline primordial ancestor had descended to the first universe along with several descendants of the demons and followers of other races. Among the others, a few of them had left their descendants in the first universe. At that time, when Xian found out about this shocking secret, he had asked the current demon emperor Mon Tian about the whereabouts of the other descendants and followers of the primordial ancestor and their bloodline descendants. He had even asked if the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher were the descendants of the other descendants and followers of the primordial ancestor. However, the current demon emperor Mon Tian and the higher-ups of the royal demon family were all very secretive. Their expressions were very strange, and they said they didn't dare to say more. Xian had no choice but to give up. Now, he had finally caught the demon emperor Mon Tian, who had been hiding from him, and he was obviously feeling guilty because of this battle. Xian naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. After a short while, the 3 stars of the demon emperor were in sight. The void outside the inner defense circle was still in chaos. A large number of battleship wreckages were scattered in the void, and some were even burning. However, compared to the raucous scene that had just taken place, the space within the devilish Emperor 3 stars defensive perimeter had already fallen completely silent. A large number of demon battleships were shuttling back and forth silently. Countless demon experts were busy cleaning up the mess. Xian didn't stop there. The void-shattering shuttle flew directly to the demon Emperor planet. Soon, it passed through the atmosphere of the demon Emperor planet and entered the planet. With a whoosh, the void-shattering shuttle stopped in the air above the inner city of the demon emperor. Xian took a step forward, stepped out of the cabin, and stored the void-shattering shuttle into his body with a wave of his hand. Then, his figure swayed, and when he reappeared, he was already outside the demon royal palace. At this time, the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator royal family were in the middle of a meeting. When they saw Xian arrive, they all stood up, including the first-generation Devil Emperor, Mo Tian. As expected, he had already killed the other escaping realm lord old monster and returned to the Devil Emperor planet before Xian. Xian stepped into the palace, but his face was deliberately gloomy, as if he was extremely unhappy. The upper echelons of the royal demon family saw his expression and looked at each other carefully. Before, they were very respectful in front of Xian, and now, their attitude was even more obvious. After all, this young man in front of them had killed, suppressed, or captured 4 immortal realm-old monsters in less than 2 hours. This was definitely a peerless monster. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was unprecedented. As if they'd noticed the displeasure in Xian's heart, the Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, and the others exchanged glances. Even though they'd stood up, none of them took the initiative to move forward. The Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, was the #1 expert in the royal demon family. Others could avoid him, but he couldn't. When he saw Xian's expression, Mo Tian was first stunned, and then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. He walked over to Xian, cupped his hands, and said politely, "Young brother, you've worked hard in this battle. I presume you can understand why the ancestors of my race haven't made a move. This matter." "Sorry, don't call me young brother so sweetly. This young master isn't that familiar with you, right?" "Humph. What bullshit ally. For immortal realm-old monsters descended, yet this young master, a region lord, was actually asked to hold the fort by himself. Fortunately, this young master was lucky, otherwise, I would have probably been blasted to death numerous times by now. Besides that, it's really difficult to meet an ally like you. Are you trying to wash your hands off and become a superior ninja? Don't be angry. Don't be impulsive." Hearing that Xian was going to pack up and leave, the expression of the Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, slightly moved as he hurriedly dissuaded him. The other upper echelons of the Demonkin royal family in the palace were even more nervous. The young man in front of them was a real killing god. He had taken care of 4 immortal old monsters in just 2 hours. Such battle strength was simply too important for the Demonkin race today. They definitely couldn't let him leave just like that. However, this time, the demon race was indeed in the wrong. For undying old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance had arrived, while the demon race clearly had an undying ancestor, and this second-generation ancestor was an undying marquis, so it was easy for him to deal with the 4 undying old monsters from the enemy. However, he didn't show up from the beginning. In the end, the 4 undying old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance were all killed by this young man. And yet, he knew the secrets of the demon race. Under such circumstances, it would be impossible for him not to feel resentful. However, they were all allies. It was okay to be angry. They just had to say it out loud. Didn't he already make a request? They just had to satisfy him. It wasn't a big deal anyway. With this thought in mind, the gazes of the upper echelons of the demon royal family immediately turned towards the demon emperor, Mo Tian. As for the person involved, Xian, it was even more so. His eyes flickered with a bright light as he stared at the face of the demon emperor, Mo Tian, from beginning to end, quietly waiting for his reply. From the looks of it, if Mo Tian was still trying to muddle his way out of this matter like the previous 2 times, Mo Tian might really turn around and leave in a huff. Faced with such a situation, Mo Tian felt immense pressure. He opened his mouth twice, but in the end, he seemed to have accepted his fate. After sighing, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Since you insist on asking about this matter, then this emperor can only tell you everything I know. No. Yes, I don't know much about this either. Xian didn't say anything, waiting for him to continue. Back then, the bloodline ancestor of the demon race came from the mother planet. When he came to the first universe, he had a few descendants and followers from other races. Clearing his throat, the first demon king put on a serious expression and slowly said, "The demon race of the first universe is the bloodline descendants of a descendant of the bloodline primordial ancestor who lived in this world." Later, although the bloodline primordial ancestor, his descendants, and followers of other races all left the first universe and embarked on a journey to return to their mother planet, the descendants of the primordial ancestor who left behind the demonkin bloodline in the first universe and the second generation of the primordial ancestor's descendants, they didn't leave and have been guarding the ancestral land of the demon race all this time. The first-generation descendant is an emperor-level undying. He's been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. Once he breaks through, he'll become an emperor-level undying, invincible. His eldest son, who is the second-generation descendant, is an emperor-level undying. He's the ancestor who's guarding the demon race. Besides that, the demon race has a few descendants after the second generation. However, they're all at the universe grade. No one has broken through to the undying grade. And this is just a branch of the bloodline left by one of the descendants of the ancestor. Back then, there were several descendants of the primordial ancestor. In addition to our bloodline, there was another descendant of the primordial ancestor and a follower of the primordial ancestor. They also left their bloodline in the first universe. Those two branches are the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Mosquito Butcher. Hearing this, Xian's eyes lit up and he subconsciously exclaimed, as expected, I knew that those two old fellows had a close relationship with you demons. Now, it seems that the Mosquito Butcher should be the descendant of the other primordial ancestor. He should be a close relative of your demon cultivator race. As for the Mad Mosquito Emperor, he's a descendant of the other ancestor. Although he's not a demon, he's on the same side as you. You're right, but not completely right. The first-generation demon emperor nodded and continued, they are the descendants of the second primordial ancestor clan and the followers of another primordial ancestor in the first universe plane. However, they are completely different from us because Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher are descendants of the first-generation ancestor. What? First-generation descendants? Xian was shocked. Although he had guessed the first part correctly, he didn't dare to think about the second part. What did a first-generation descendant mean? The first-generation ancestor descendant of the demon race was already an emperor-level undying even before the isolation of tens of thousands of years. Even his eldest son, who was the second-generation ancestor descendant of the demon race, was an official level undying. The so-called first-generation ancestor descendant referred to the first-generation bloodline of the descendants and followers of the demon race. In other words, the father of Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher Old Devil wasn't a native of the first universe, nor was he born in this universe. Instead, he came from that so-called star. They were from the mother planet. Before this, Xian thought the two old monsters were at most at the universe level because the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Zhutian, was only at the sector lord level 9 pinnacle. However, it seemed like this was far from enough. The first-generation descendant of the demon race was an emperor-level undying. The other two branches were also descendants and followers of the demon race bloodline ancestor. Even if the first-generation descendant was slightly weaker, it shouldn't be as weak as the universe level, right? It had to be at least an undying, or even an official level undying. As such thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were about to tear apart, as though they were about to spit out flames. The two old men had lied to him time and time again. It had completely infuriated him. No one liked the feeling of being played like a monkey. In the past, the two undyings and even the Marquis undyings had always acted like grandsons in front of him. One pretended to be crazy, while the other pretended to be his demon slave. Now that he thought about it, Xian simply had the intention to kill. Little friend, don't be rash. It's not what you think, there's a misunderstanding. As for what Xian was thinking, even though the first-generation demon emperor, Mo Zhutian, was well aware of it, seeing how he was instantly enraged, his eyes about to solidify, he quickly stepped forward to calm him down and mediate. He continued, although the Mad Mosquito Monarch and the Mosquito Butcher are indeed the first-generation bloodline left behind by the two bloodlines in the first universe, which is the first generation of ancestral descendants, in a sense, they can't be considered as the first generation of ancestral descendants, so their cultivation is not as strong as you think, because… What? A doppelganger? Xian was stunned on the spot. This plot was truly melodramatic. If that was the case, then it was understandable. Since it was a clone, then it was naturally impossible for its cultivation to be as strong as its original body. However, that was not right. The original bodies of these two fellows were the first-generation descendants of the other two bloodlines. Even if they were not emperors, they had to be official undyings. The doppelganger of such beings should at least be normal undyings. Thinking about this, Xian's expression turned gloomy again. He turned to the first-generation demon emperor, Xianxia, and sneered, even if it's only a doppelganger, their original bodies are the first-generation descendants. So these two old monsters should at least be normal undyings. They're just trying to fool me. Besides, even if it's only a doppelganger, can't a doppelganger communicate with the original body? They're still the same person. This is still a lie. They're just trying to fool me. No, no, no. Hearing this, the first-generation demon emperor shook his head again and explained patiently with a wry smile, as a clone of the first-generation ancestor, of course, he can't be weaker than an ordinary undying being. However, the two of them are special, so I don't think they're lying to you. Besides, normally, doppelganger and the original body do have a way to communicate with each other. However, this is a special case for Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher. They really can't communicate with their original bodies. They don't even know who their original bodies are or where they are. Because both of them have lost their memories. Plop. Lost their memories? As soon as the first-generation demon emperor finished, Xianxia felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. When he found out that the two old fellows were only the doppelganger of the first-generation ancestor, he already felt that the plot was ridiculous. Who would have thought that the most ridiculous part was yet to come? Such powerful beings could actually lose their memories, and both of them at the same time. This was more like a made-up story than a made-up story. No matter how he listened to it, it did not sound right. To be precise, it's a seal. The first-generation demon emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly, including their power and memories, they've all been sealed by their original bodies. And there's more than one seal, which will be undone gradually. Perhaps a few layers have been undone, but it's definitely not all. As a result, both the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Mosquito Butcher only know a little about their origins. The cultivation and strength they displayed did not match the level of a descendant of the first generation should possess. This is really fun. Why would I put layers of seals on my doppelganger for no reason? It's like wrapping a dumpling. What the hell is this? Hearing this, Xianxia completely understood. The expression on his face also became strange. He shook his head and bitterly smiled. I really don't know what kind of mystery is behind this. These ancestors really know how to play. The first-generation demon emperor sighed again. Hence, there's no way to investigate this matter. Let alone us outsiders, even the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher don't know. It's really, sigh, I'm speechless. Xianxia did not say anything else. His dissatisfaction and resentment towards the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Mosquito Butcher had mostly dissipated. In terms of resentment, these two old fellows were probably even more resentful than him. His cultivation and memories had been sealed by his original body for no reason, and he had been living in a muddle-headed state all this while. Anyone would have a bone to pick with this. If these two old fellows saw his original body in the future, they would probably rush up to him and strangle his neck out of resentment. Thinking of that scene, Xianxia could not help but shudder. The doppelganger and the original body fighting upon meeting, such a scene was too beautiful. He did not dare to continue imagining it. The matter came to an end, and Xianxia did not mention the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the wretched Mosquito Butcher again. Both sides did not mention the dissatisfaction they had with the demon race. Everyone sat down one after another, and the topic returned to the main topic, which was the current situation of the demon race. Before this, the myriad Luo Federation Senate had already lost an immortal old monster in the demon race, so this time, at least 2 immortal old monsters will be mobilized. After pondering for a while, the first-generation demon emperor, Xianxia, had a solemn expression. He continued, in addition, the 2 large camps of the third universe's human race should each send 2 immortal old monsters. That makes 6 immortal old monsters. In addition, the allied forces of the second universe's various races will send at least 4 immortal old monsters. Otherwise, their strength would be far weaker than the third universe's human race and the myriad Luo Federation. They are now in a hostile relationship, no longer allies. On the surface, they came to the first universe to suppress the demon race, but in reality, they each have their own thoughts. They came with the intention of dividing the benefits of the first universe's plane. Moreover, ever since the last unforeseen event, the source of all evil star field has been rather quiet. the eye of the heavens will definitely not give up on the void refinement array. There will definitely be other things that will happen in the future. For the third universe's human race, the myriad Luo Federation, and the second universe's various races, they will definitely not let go of the good fortune of the source of all evil star field. However, because of the last two unforeseen events, they have lost too much strength, so they do not dare to rashly advance again. And if they can get a piece of the cake in the first universe and occupy a star field, they can station an army here for a long time and closely monitor the source of all evil star field. At this point, the first-generation Demon Emperor, Mo Tian, paused for a moment and turned to look at the gloomy upper echelons of the demon race. After a short while, he said in a heavy tone, 10 immortal old monsters have arrived at the same time. This time, our demon race will have to undergo the most severe test. And there is not much time left for us to prepare. At the latest, in 3 days, the forces from outside the plane will arrive in the first universe, and in 5 days, they will arrive at the Demon Emperor star field. Those 10 immortal old monsters will be dealt with by our demon race's great ancestor. If Linghu's strength is not damaged, he can be a support. As for beings below the immortal old monster level, our ancestral land will send a corresponding great ancestor to deal with them. The same goes for those at the sector lord level and domain lord level. As for those below the domain lord level, there is no corresponding force in the ancestral land to deal with them, so they will still need to be dealt with by everyone present. The first universe, the edge of the demon's star field, here, separated by tens of millions of miles in the void, there were 2 giant planar level wormholes. One end of the 2 wormholes was at the edge of the demon's star field in the first universe, but the other end was in the second universe and the third universe respectively. These 2 wormholes were the planar level passageways between the 3 universes. If the races of the second universe and the human race of the third universe wanted to conquer the first universe, their battleship armies would be sent through these 2 planar level wormholes. At this time, near these 2 planar level wormholes, there were a large number of battleship armies gathered. One belonged to the 2 camps of the human race of the third universe, and the Sunlan fleet of the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation. On the other side of the wormhole, there was a punitive army from the various races of the second universe gathered. It had been nearly 3 days since the first battleship had rushed out of the wormhole. The armies outside the 2 planar wormholes had basically finished gathering. They were just waiting for an order, and they would approach the demon domain from 2 different directions at the same time, until they reached the demon domain. Demon Emperor 3 stars. Although everyone knew that the outcome of this war was determined by the high-end battle strength of the immortal rank, but whether it was the races of the second universe, the human race of the third universe, or the Wan Luo Federation. In addition to secretly dispatching the immortal rank old monsters to participate in the war, in terms of the conventional battle strength, which was the battleship army that had been gathered to the end, they still spared no effort. The high-end battle strength of the immortal rank only determined the final outcome of this war. But annihilating the demon race was not their ultimate goal. Whether it was the races of the second universe, the 2 camps of the human race of the third universe, or the Wan Luo Federation, the ultimate goal was to divide the benefits of the entire first universe by annihilating the demon race. After the war, the undying old monsters of the various great powers would not be able to do it personally. They would only make a general agreement with each other. After that, the specific process of the distribution of benefits would still fall to the conventional battle forces below to fight for it. Therefore, the scale of the battleship army brought by the major forces and races was extremely shocking. These battleship armies would play the role of fighting for territories and mountains after annihilating the demon race. If there were too few people, the benefits would naturally be too little. Everyone understood this logic. Because of this, the battleship armies dispatched by the races of the second universe and the human race of the third universe, as well as the Wan Luo Federation, all exceeded the scale of the previous battle for the source of all evil. Just the Wan Luo Federation alone had dispatched half of the Sunlan fleet. This time, after arriving at the first universe plane through the universe wormhole, the total number of battleships that had been assembled had reached as many as 5 million. Overseeing this blue fleet was a Universe 9th stage senior statesman of the Senate. This person's name was Sa-Er, and he was not a human. He was a powerhouse from a small race in the second universe. Nearly 10,000 years ago, he had been ostracized and represented his race to enter the headquarters of the Myriad Net Federation. Now, he had grown to such a high level. The elders of the myriad Luo Federation Senate were divided into many levels. The lowest level was the Region Lord Elder, while the next level was the Realm Lord Elder and the Universe Lord Elder. As for the Immortal Elders, they were the core of power. As a Universe 9-grade Grand Elder, Sa-Er was only one step away from entering the Immortal Realm. He would become an Immortal Elder of the myriad Luo Federation Senate and enter the core of power. This time, he had been appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the regular fleet. From this, it could be seen that the myriad Luo Federation was quite ambitious this time. They were prepared to do something big in the first universe and seize a large territory as their Federation territory. Perhaps after this battle, the myriad Luo Federation, which had not had an official star domain territory, would become a planar organization with its own ancestral land. Besides the myriad Luo Federation, the two human race camps, which were also from the third universe plane, had gathered even more shocking conventional forces this time. Both camps of the human race had gathered tens of millions of troops. The Cultivation camp, led by the Tenju Celestial Palace and allied with other sects, had gathered a total of tens of millions of troops. More than 2/3 of them were all kinds of treasure battleships, while the remaining 1/3 were all kinds of battleships and fortresses of various sizes. Leading this army of tens of millions of battleships was the first palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace, which was also the deputy palace master of the Heavenju Celestial Palace. This person was called Gong Shoshin, and his appearance was that of a Wushuan green-robed old man. His cultivation was very strong, and he was also at the universe rank 9 great perfection. He was only one step away from entering the immortal realm and becoming a supreme immortal old monster. As for the human race's technology camp, they had also gathered tens of millions of battleships to form an army. Half of this army came from the immortal army of the imperial capital's immortal star, while the other half came from the 3 great empires under the imperial capital. The commander-in-chief of this imperial capital's immortal army was called Long Xianxia, and he was a reclusive old monster of the imperial family. His cultivation was also at the universe rank 9 great perfection. Just the third universe plane alone had gathered an army of 25 million battleships and battleships. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies was a half-step immortal old monster, and there were 2 ordinary immortal old monsters lurking in the dark. This was definitely a powerful force, and the lineup was too luxurious. And this was only the forces gathered outside the wormhole that connected to the third universe's dimension. The troops gathered outside the wormhole connected to the second universe plane were about the same as the troops gathered here. Basically, all the large tribes of the second universe had organized a fleet to participate in this alliance. Among them, except for the Dark Turtle tribe, which was among the top 10 tribes, the other 9 powerful tribes had gathered a fleet of between 1 million and 2 million soldiers. Just the combined strength of these 9 powerful tribes of the second universe plane was close to 20 million soldiers. In addition to the large number of fleets of other small tribes, the total strength of the entire second universe plane's alliance army was even more than 25 million soldiers, reaching almost 27 million soldiers. In addition, the commander-in-chief of the alliance army of the second universe plane's alliance army was a command council, which was made up of 9 old monsters of the top 10 tribes. These 9 old monsters of the 9 tribes were all at the late-stage universe plane, and more than half of them had already reached the universe rank 9 great perfection. In total, the enemy troops gathered outside the wormholes of these 2 planes had a total strength of more than 50 million soldiers. And this was only the so-called conventional combat strength that was revealed on the surface. The battleship army of more than 50 million soldiers was divided into 2 camps and assembled near the 2 wormholes at the edge of the Demon Star area. After 3 whole days, they were finally fully assembled. Then, with an order from the commanders, the 2 terrifying armies of more than 20 million soldiers set off almost at the same time, approaching the Demon Emperor 3 stars from the left and right of the Demon Domain from the same direction. Soon, they entered the Demon Star area. Such a terrifying army couldn't advance too fast. In fact, they didn't need to advance too fast. If they walked slowly, it would create an invisible pressure on the demon race. After all, such a terrifying army was basically enough to sweep across a universe. They couldn't resist the demon race at all. They were almost doomed to be exterminated. The pressure of facing extermination would become more and more intense as time went by and the terrifying army approached. 2 days, according to the estimation of the commanders of the two camps, the two armies would approach the 3 stars Demon Star area in 2 days in such a state of slow advance. The scouts of the demon race stationed at the edge of the star area had been informed of all this. They immediately reported all the information to the 3 stars Demon Emperor. While the terrifying armies of the two camps were still assembling their forces, the 3 stars Demon Emperor was ready to fight. The total force of the demon race was about 20 million battleships. Previously, Grandpa Mo had led 10 million battleships to form an allied force of 4 clans with the Hell Ant clan, the Space Mouse clan and the Giant Ferocious clan. At this moment, they were in the depths of the first universe. Therefore, there were only about 15 million battleships left in the 3 stars Demon Emperor. In these 3 days, the two camps from the second universe and the third universe were assembling their forces, and so were the demon race. Each of the 8 foreign tribes of the demon dweller race had 10 demon dweller stars. Because there were still some clansmen in these demon dweller stars, each demon dweller star had some battleships guarding it. But in these 3 days, the battleships stationed on the demon stars of the 8 tribes had all shrunk to the 3 stars Demon Emperor. However, there were only about 4 million battleships. Including this part, the total number of warships stationed in the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor was less than 20 million. These 20 million battleships were now lined up in a straight line in the void of the universe outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor. The left and right sides of the battleships stretched for tens of millions of miles. Unfortunately, compared to the forces of the 2 external factions that were slowly approaching the 3-star Demonic Emperors, they were still inferior in comparison. They didn't even have half of the enemy's forces. However, aside from this army of close to 20 million battleships, there were also close to 6 million native ferocious beasts gathered in the Demon Emperor's 3 stars defensive perimeter. Originally, the native ferocious beasts in the depths of the root of all evil galaxy were numerous, but during the first calamity, most of them failed to escape and were buried in the netherworld cauldron under the wrath of the Heavenly Tao Heavenly Eye. However, although the native ferocious beasts that had escaped with the help of Xianxia's Shenong cauldron were not many in number, only around 5 million to 6 million, but almost all of them were elites. At this moment, the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts had all revealed their bloodline true forms. Each of them was huge in size, comparable to a battleship or a fortress of various sizes. Some of the more powerful existences even had bodies of tens of thousands of feet, comparable to a fortress of various sizes. As for battle prowess, a native ferocious beast, after revealing its bloodline true form, was basically on par with a Starry Sky battleship. After all, although the Starry Sky battleships had starship cannons, the native ferocious beasts also had innate abilities and were more agile. In a battle of attrition, it was really difficult to say who would emerge victorious. In other words, the 6 million native ferocious beasts could basically be regarded as 6 million battleships of various types. Including them, the total number of the demonic race's forces barely reached 25 million. Compared to the total number of forces of the 2 external factions that were approaching, they had reached half of the enemy's forces. At this moment, the close to 6 million native ferocious beasts occupied a large corner of the demonic race's defensive perimeter. All of them revealed their bloodline true forms and bared their fangs and brandished their claws in excitement. For the demonic race, the upcoming battle was a battle for the survival of their race. For the nearly 6 million native ferocious beasts, the purpose of this battle was only to obtain food and store it. After the battle, they would slowly enjoy it when they returned to the farmer god cauldron. As for the survival of the demonic race, they did not care at all. These native ferocious beasts acknowledged Xian, but it did not mean that they would love him for his sake. It was the same for the demonic race. All the native ferocious beasts in the depths of the root of all evil star field had some desolate era bloodline in them. They had their own pride, and it was already good enough that they acknowledged Xian and sincerely followed him. Xian did not intend to force them to do the same for the demonic race. In fact, as far as Xian was concerned, the devil cultivator was only a relatively close ally. In this battle, many of the demonic race would die, and so would the native ferocious beasts. When Xian took them out of the farmer god cauldron, he had already specifically reminded them of this point. However, when these foodies heard that they were going to hunt soon, and it was going to be a large-scale hunt at that, and that they might not be able to finish the food they had accumulated in a year after the battle, they immediately felt as if they had just been injected with chicken blood, and started to shout excitedly. As for the so-called death, these native ferocious beasts obviously did not care at all. In the environment of the starry sky, if they wanted to survive, they had to take all kinds of risks. If they did not even dare to take the risk of dying in a battle, they would not be able to go far at all. In short, whether it was the demonic race or the nearly 6 million powerful native ferocious beasts, they were all ready for a fierce battle. After this battle, they would either soar into the sky and eat to their heart's content, or die without regrets. A day passed quickly. From the left and right corners of the void, the two large camps were slowly approaching. They were already close to the central domain of the demonic race. They were not far from the Demon Emperor domain. The 11 immortals, this time all came in person, but at this moment, all of them had perfectly concealed their figures outside of the void and were lying dormant in different parallel planes. If they hadn't kept a trace of their divine sense to pay attention to the situation here at all times, they probably wouldn't even have been able to capture this obscure aura. In fact, even if the 11 immortal old monsters were paying attention to the situation in this plane at all times, the starry sky experts below the immortal realm still couldn't capture their aura. In the void ahead, the two armies were slowly advancing towards the Demon Emperor 3 stars. No one sensed that there were 11 immortal old monsters following closely behind them tens of millions of miles away. Even the commanders of the major clans, although they knew that the immortal old monsters behind the clans had already moved out and must be paying attention here, they didn't know where they were. However, the 11 immortal old monsters all knew of each other's existence. At the same time, they also knew that the ancestor of the demon cultivator race must have already captured their auras and knew that there were 11 immortal old monsters of the same level approaching. It was very difficult for an immortal old monster to fall, unless the disparity in battle strength between them was too great, or if one side had some kind of extremely powerful killing treasure, such as the Rai seal in the hands of Xianxia, the Xianxia cauldron, and the like. It was just a fight between two immortal old monsters of the same level. At most, there would be a situation of some serious injuries. Even if the weaker side was no match for the enemy, at least they could escape, at most paying a certain price. But this time was different. The 11 immortal old monsters had arrived at the same time. The demon man ancestor was almost doomed. In the opinion of the 11 immortal old monsters who were about to approach the Demon Emperor 3 stars, the other party either didn't appear and watched the Demon Man race be destroyed, the Demon Man star area and even the entire vast first universe plane would be divided by the powerful allied forces from the other two planes. Or, once he appeared, he would definitely die. 11 immortal realm old monsters at the same level as him were enough to seal the entire star area the moment he appeared. Even the immortal realm old monsters couldn't tear open the void and leave. They could only grit their teeth and stay behind to be killed. This was definitely a wonderful feeling. For these 11 immortal old monsters, being able to annihilate a powerful clan and kill an immortal old monster at the same level was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. These 11 immortal old monsters didn't intend to act rashly. In their opinion, this was just a group of demons within the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. They couldn't even resist the 50 million soldiers in front of them. Their target this time was the foundation ancestor of the Demonkin race, as well as the ant-like junior who had the ability and means to kill an undying being, the younger brother of the Demonkin, Mo Jinfeng. Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the Demonkin race, was confirmed to be within the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor. However, even though he had the means to kill an undying being, he was still just a star lord. Even if the 4 great evildoers were one, and they were known as the number 1 of the younger generation in the world, no matter how monstrous they were, they still hadn't grown up. Therefore, although the 11 immortal old monsters listed him as a target to be killed or captured, they didn't really regard him as an important target. The only one they were really interested in was the foundation ancestor of the Demonkin race. Until the foundation ancestor of the Demonkin showed up, the 11 immortal old monsters from the other 2 planes wouldn't take action, nor would they interfere with the battle at the front line. What they needed to do was to follow the army of the 2 camps into the Demon Emperor star area and pay close attention to the slightest movement. Once the foundation ancestor of the Demonkin race showed up, they would immediately seal off the entire star area and attack the immortal old monster of the enemy camp. They would start to suppress and kill. As long as they could do this and deal with the ancestor of the demon race, it would be equivalent to solving all the worries in the future. They wouldn't even need to stay in the first universe for a long time. The subsequent matters of dividing up the benefits and seizing the territory would be managed by the clan below. The upper echelons would be in charge. The 11 immortal old monsters were tens of millions of kilometers away from the terrifying fleet of the two camps in front of them. They didn't enter the Demon Emperor star area at first. But now, as the huge fleet of the two camps advanced forward for a day, they had already entered the central region of the demon domain. Although the 11 immortal old monsters behind them were still dormant in the parallel space, the wisps of immortal divine sense they had extended had finally officially entered. They entered the Demon Emperor star area. It was also at this moment that the 11 immortal old monsters sensed something at the same time. The strands of immortal divine sense that they had extended all shook slightly. After a short period of dead silence, they began to secretly communicate with each other with surprise and suspicion. Huh? This is the aura of an immortal old monster? That's right. It's definitely the resentment left behind by an immortal old monster when he died. Although there's no specific consciousness, it's extremely clear. It hasn't been more than 5 days. It seems to be more than one, at least 2, what happened? Within 5 days, 2 immortals have been killed in this Demon Emperor star area? Who did it? The Foundation ancestor of the Demon Emperor star area? This is definitely intentional. It's meant to warn us. Otherwise, why would an immortal old monster leave behind such a clear resentment after killing the immortal old monster? The other party's intention is obvious. It's to let us know that in the past 5 days, he has killed 2 immortals in this Demon Emperor star area. He has killed at least 2 immortals in this Demon Emperor star area. You want to scare us with just this? 2 immortals and 11 immortals are 2 completely different concepts. What's more, the 2 immortals who were unfortunately killed were most likely tricked by him and killed separately. I don't believe that this Demon Emperor star area ancestor has the ability to fight 1 against 2 and kill 2 immortals of the same level. He has the strength of an immortal old monster. That's too childish. His mind has clearly been thrown into chaos, and he's even using such a low-level and laughable trick. If he really had the strength to kill 2 undyings of the same level at the same time, why would he intentionally reveal it? When the time comes to suddenly explode in the middle of the battle, the killing power is even stronger. Damn, he's tough on the outside but weak on the inside. Several immortal realm old monsters secretly gave orders. The fleets of the 2 camps, which had been slowly advancing, immediately sped up. In just half a day, they had entered the Demon Emperor star area and stopped in the void 20 million miles away from the inner defense circle of the 3 stars Demon Emperor star area. In an instant, the atmosphere in the vast Demon Emperor star area was extremely oppressive and tense. More than 70 million battleships were divided into 3 camps, each occupying a void and facing each other. Outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars Demon Emperor star were nearly 20 million battleships of the demon race and more than 5 million ferocious native beasts that had shown their bloodline true bodies. In the opposite void 20 million miles away, there were 2 camps of troops, one on the left and one on the right, each with more than 25 million troops. On the left was the allied army of the 2 camps of the human race in the 3rd universe and the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation. On the right was the allied army of the various races in the 2nd universe. Today, the various races of the 2nd universe had already withdrawn from the myriad Luo Federation. Therefore, these 2 camps did not communicate with each other. Although their purpose was the same, they were extremely cold. It was obvious that there was no possibility of cooperation. Even if the war started later, these 2 attacking camps would fight for themselves. After arriving at the battlefield, the battleship armies of the 2 camps immediately began to arrange their troops. This was necessary. After all, each camp had more than 25 million battleships. With such a large number of battleships, if they did not arrange their troops properly, it would be difficult to command them when the battle started. Reasonable. The arrangement of 20 million troops could not be completed in a short time. It would take at least half a day. During this time, the commanders of the 2 camps, in an aloof and arrogant manner, began to shout to the demon camp in the void 20 million miles ahead, "Demon race, Mo Yefeng has disturbed the 3 dimensions and committed many evil deeds. Immediately hand him over and withdraw your troops for investigation. Otherwise, today's war is inevitable. The calamity of the 3 stars Demon Emperor star is coming, and the survival of the entire demon race is on the line. The first to speak was the Wanluo Federation. The commander-in-chief of the Sunlan fleet, Cao, said in a tough tone and went straight to the point. He demanded the demon race to hand over his brother Mo Yefeng, or he would launch a crusade by force. Gong Shouxin, the vice-palace master of Tiangongju, who was the commander-in-chief of the 10 million battleships of the human clan, also snorted coldly. His words were clearly even more impolite. What 4 great evildoers in one body? They are clearly evil worshippers who bring calamity to the world. Whether it is young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, or the immemorial little devil ape, they have all brought calamity to a region. This time, my Tenju Celestial Palace has come to suppress them, and we must exterminate them. As soon as he finished his words, Long Xixia, an elder of the immortal dynasty from the human race's science and technology camp, also voiced his support. Demons, don't make a mistake. Today, little Mo must be beheaded. Whether you and your race turn back from the wrong path or go down the wrong path and be buried with him depends on a single thought. In the blink of an eye, the 3 half-step immortal realm experts had made their stance clear. It was as if they had already sentenced Mo Jufeng to death, and that he was destined to die today. The atmosphere in the corner of the void where the 3 sides were facing each other became even more tense. The other factions in the second universe didn't want to be outdone either. Without waiting for the demon to respond, the 9 half-step immortal realm masters who were commanding the meeting started to speak. They weren't condemning anymore, they were cursing and scolding. What's with all this nonsense? You humans are all hypocrites. Are you really going to retreat immediately after they hand over that Linghu brat? Humph, don't even think about it. That little Ling who has done a lot of harm to the races in the second universe. Today, we must settle this matter with the demons. That's right. A little demon junior dares to blackmail the races in the second universe. And again and again. This is intolerable. First, he used the identity of Linghu brat to wreak havoc. Then, he used the identity of Netherworld brat to stir up trouble in the second universe. In the end, he turned into that damned little demon ape brat and entered the source of all evil, ruining the plans of the allied forces of all races. All of these are blood feuds. Hate. Today, everything will come to an end. A mere demon junior can't do such a thing. We have every reason to suspect that little Mo is being plotted by the entire upper echelon of the demon race. Today, even if we hand over little Mo, the demon race must be punished. Little Ling who must die today. As for the entire demon race, either all of them withdraw from the battleship and accept the investigation, or the entire race will be wiped out. Roar. Screech. Speaking of the past, the 9 half-step immortals from the various races of the second universe gradually became agitated. Their words became sharper and sharper, scolding the entire demon race and Yixian until they were completely useless. They were simply supreme evils that brought disaster to the human world. Facing all of this, in a command cabin on the top floor of a starry sky fortress 20 million miles away, a group of upper echelons led by the demon emperor Mo Zuantian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They sighed speechlessly. Although the other party's words were extremely unpleasant and even infuriating, from a certain point of view, it was no wonder these old guys were so agitated. Plus, what they said was basically the truth. Whether it was little Ling Hu, little Master Yu Ming, or little immemorial demon ape, they had indeed caused quite a lot of trouble to the various races and top forces in the 3 dimensions. In particular, the races of the second universe had suffered even more. In the first incident of the source of all evil, the primordial little demon ape had tormented the races of the second universe until they were on the brink of death. They had almost lost their temper. Now that they knew that these 3 identities were actually all Mo Jinfeng, the imperial younger brother of the demon race, these old fellows recalled the past. When they thought about how the existence that made them gnash their teeth was right in front of them, how could they not feel hatred? Thinking of this, the expressions of the upper echelons of the demon race became more and more worried. The current demon emperor Mo Wentian even turned to look at Mo Zuantian after pondering for a moment. He asked anxiously, "Old ancestor, look at how those old guys hate little friend Ling Hu to the bone. They look like they want to eat him alive." If we agree with little friend and allow him to enter the enemy camp alone, I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate, right? After all, there are still some immortal-level old monsters lurking in the dark. It's not just one or two, but at least 10 of them. If we allow little friend to enter the enemy camp like this, and if an accident happens, I'm afraid even the old ancestor will be afraid to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. If that's the case, we will be in a completely passive situation. The demons didn't respond to the scolding and condemnation of the two camps. It was as if they couldn't be bothered. The long camp line was silent, as if they didn't hear anything at all. This was very infuriating. Sal of the myriad Luo Federation Senate and Gong Wu Xin and Long Xixia, the commander-in-chief of the human race's fleets, were still fine. They restrained themselves for the time being and didn't act up. However, the upper echelons of the 9 great races of the second universe were all hot-tempered, especially the 9 half-step undyings who formed the huge camp commanding council. They couldn't stand such disrespect and were furious. Demons, are you looking for death? You actually ignored our warning and didn't respond. This is blatant disregard, we must punish them. Take action immediately. This is infuriating. They are already at death's door, yet they are still so arrogant. The demons are too stubborn. We need to wake them up with a bang. No need to wait. Send out an elite army and teach them a heavy lesson. Rumble, as the 9 half-step undyings roared, an army of 1,000,000 battleships sailed out from the second universe's camp on the right. They were all fortresses and strongholds, heading straight for the central region 20 million miles away. Just these 1,000,000 battleships were naturally no match for the entire demon army, which had more than 25 million battleships and ferocious beasts. However, the 9 half-step undyings didn't think the demons would dare to fight back. The difference in strength was too obvious. The demons were at an absolute disadvantage. To put it simply, these 9 half-step immortal realm experts felt they had the right to be arrogant. At this moment, the 1,000,000 elite battleships were moving forward and were about to attack. It was like a confrontation between 2 strong warriors. The stronger side would step forward and slap the other side in the face. The weaker side, no matter how angry they were, could only endure. Once they fought back, they would be completely suppressed. As the 1,000,000 battleships sailed out, they gradually approached the central region that was 20 million kilometers in size. On the left, within the huge camp from the third universe, Sa Er, Gongshou Xian and Long Xixia, the 3 half-step undying commanders all snorted coldly, humph. Those 9 old fogies are just taking the opportunity to show off their strength and build momentum in advance for the division of benefits after the destruction of the demon kin race. Unfortunately, this time, the armies of the 2 great dimensions are gathering at the same time to suppress the demon kin. The allied forces of the various races of the second universe are not the main force. Isn't it just a slap in the face to create momentum? We know how to do it too. Gentlemen, let's each send out an army and gather 1,000,000 battleships. We can't let the races of the second universe monopolize this. Seconded. The 3 grand commanders had already given their orders, and the fleet below quickly departed. The immortal army of the human race's technology faction and the 10 ultimates celestial palace of the cultivation faction each dispatched 500,000 battleships and battleships. The myriad net Federation Sunlan fleet also dispatched 500,000 battleships. The 3 forces gathered a total of 1,500,000 battleships and battleships, which was even larger than the 1,000,000 battleships sent out by the second universe. With great momentum, they drove at full speed toward the central domain of the battlefield in front of them. This was clearly the 2 great subjugation camps taking action at the same time. They were going to teach the arrogant demonkin race a lesson before the official battle began. The army of 2,500,000 battleships and battleships soon arrived at the central domain of the battlefield in front of them. They were only 10 million miles away from the long defensive line of the demonkin race in front of them, and the battleship cannons entered the range of attack. If there were no accidents, these 2,500,000 battleships would open fire at any time. They would fire at the same time and blast out dense energy light beams like rain to punish the arrogance and rudeness of the demonkin race. Just at this moment, an unexpected change happened. Whoosh, a faint air-braking sound rang out. In the void 2 to 3 million miles away in front of the 2,500,000 battleships, a figure suddenly appeared without warning. It was Xian, who appeared in the identity of the Demonkin race's royal brother. You are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. How dare you clamor and denounce me here? Today, I will make sure you can't leave. Prepare to die. Xian roared the last word. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned the starry sky war Raja of the undying world in his body. It was completely blood red. It was the weeping soul war Raja. Seeing this scene, the countless experts from the three camps that were facing each other from 20 million kilometers away were dumbfounded. Xian hadn't shown himself before, so no one knew where he was. However, he didn't expect him to suddenly appear at such a critical moment. Moreover, he was so arrogant that he was going to destroy the front by himself. These 2,500,000 elite battleships. Almost at the same time, within these 2,500,000 elite battleships, there were a large number of panicked screams. The Demonkin's royal brother, Jinfo? Heavens, this guy is actually hiding in the void and wants to attack us. Weeping Soul War Raja, he actually summoned the Weeping Soul War Raja. Turn around immediately. The Weeping Soul War Raja is everywhere. The power of this killing weapon is too terrifying. Turn around immediately and avoid the War Raja's giant mouth. It's too late. The battleships are too densely packed. It will take time to turn around, but the terrifying War Raja can be activated at any time. Abandon ship, everyone abandon ship and scatter in all directions. Try to survive as much as possible, roar. Roar roar. In the midst of the chaos, a large number of starry sky experts rushed out of the battleships. In the blink of an eye, the 2,500,000 elite battleships were surrounded by experts from various races. When the roars rang out, all the experts except for the human race revealed their bloodline true bodies. Because this allowed them to move faster, everyone was scared out of their wits in the face of the Weeping Soul War Raja. They only wanted to use all their strength to escape the range of this killing weapon's giant mouth as quickly as possible. But at this moment, without waiting for them to turn around, Xian ordered the Weeping Soul War Raja to activate at full power. Screech. A shrill howl rang out. After being refined by the Thunder Marsh Spirit Mist, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes in the Weeping Soul Battle Scroll had all evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes. There were even 300,000 Genesis Realm Weeping Soul Purple Apes. Screech, the chilling screech of the Weeping Soul resounded in the void. The entire vast and boundless star field seemed to tremble under the sudden arrival of this violent howl. It was a terrifying howl that seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens. It immediately caused countless experts in the nearby void to tremble violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a daze at this moment. It was as if their spiritual bodies were being drawn by the howl and were about to leave their bodies. In the void in front of them, an invisible tide like an ocean in the starry sky suddenly leaked out from the core node. It followed the outer 9 rings of the war drum and continued to expand. Finally, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it covered the vast void directly facing the mouth of the huge horn. The bottom was enveloped. In the void, miserable howls rang out one after another. They were all extremely short, but they covered the sky and the earth. They were densely packed and continued endlessly, causing a great terror that made one's back shiver and scalp tighten to spread out in an instant, enveloping this corner of the starry sky. The scene was too strange. The extreme contrast between vision and hearing gave people a completely unreal feeling. In the central area of the battlefield, the 2.5 million elite battleships did not move at all. They were not affected in the slightest, but the experts of various races who had already rushed out of the battleships trembled violently at this moment. Everyone's expression was ferocious, and blood was flowing from their 7 orifices, as if they were enduring great pain. Although the Weeping Soul War Drum's Weeping Soul War Drum did not possess any physical attack power, it was precisely because of this that its attack effect on the soul, spirit, consciousness, and other levels was even more shocking and horrifying. Previously, the experts of various races in the 2.5 million elite battleships were well aware of this point. That was why they were so panicked when they saw Xian suddenly appear and wave his hand to summon a blood-colored weeping soul war drum. Any expert would be most fearful of this kind of soul-level attack. Although the experts of the Starry Sky who had hurriedly fled from the 2.5 million elite battleships were of different races, including the human race and the experts of various races of the Second Universe, but in the face of the Weeping Soul war drum, they were equally frightened. The Weeping Soul Beast's Weeping Soul spiritual wave was not only effective against demons who possessed spiritual power, but it was also effective against human cultivators who cultivated the primordial spirit, as well as the consciousness level of other races or life forms, such as electronic consciousness, crystal consciousness, and so on. At this time, all the experts in the void, including the few who were still inside the 2,500,000 elite warships, were affected by the Weeping Soul Howl. At present, the Weeping Soul Battle Kara could insta-kill any being below the 15th level of cultivation with a single full-powered attack. In other words, if one's cultivation hadn't reached the level of an almighty figure of the universe, then there was no chance of survival under the devastation of this soul-crying hell. At this time, the howling sound rang out. Among the countless Starry Sky Masters, only 100 or so Universe Masters clenched their teeth and performed void teleportation, escaping the area covered by the Weeping Soul Howl. However, even though they had managed to survive the Weeping Soul Howl, their souls had suffered quite a bit of damage. It was likely that they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. This scene was too tragic. In the void, the shrill and ear-piercing howl lasted for only a second before it completely disappeared and could no longer be heard. Then, 2 seconds later, as if in response to this howl, the countless miserable howls that appeared following this howl also completely disappeared. In just a breath of time, the void returned to silence, a deathly silence. The 2,500,000 elite warships were still standing there, undamaged, but they had already become ghost warships. There was not a single living person inside or outside the warships. In the void outside a large number of warships, there were densely packed with corpses. They were all floating corpses. These Starry Sky Masters, even though all of them had revealed their enormous bloodline true bodies, were still unable to escape the calamity. Xian had acted too quickly. With a Weeping Soul Howl, he had instantly determined the outcome of the battle. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, almost all of the Starry Sky Masters in the 2,500,000 elite warships had perished. Only a little more than 100 Universe Realm Masters had managed to escape. As far as the eye could see, this corner of the void of the central battlefield domain was densely packed with corpses of various races experts. The human race was the minority, only about a quarter of them. Basically, they were all the bloodline true bodies of various races experts of the Second Universe. Facing this horrifying scene, countless experts from the 3 camps who were facing each other from 20 million miles away were collectively speechless and dumbfounded. Even Sao, Gongshou Xian, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm masters in the Second Universe's camp's command council were all in a daze. They came back to their senses. It was also at this moment that Xian waved his hand and directly stored the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman into the undying world within his body. This time, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts within the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman weren't completely exhausted and still had the ability to attack. At the same time, he turned around and looked in the direction of the demon camp behind him. His gaze fell on the area where more than 5 million indigenous ferocious beasts were gathered. Rolling his eyes, he grinned and said, "What are you waiting for? This king has already helped you kill the prey. Do you want this king to deliver all the food to you one by one?" That's right. The reason why Xian used the Weeping Soul Battle armor at the beginning was to help these gluttonous ferocious beasts collect some meat to eat. The void in front of them was now densely packed with bloodline avatars of various races experts. It was enough for each of the 5 million gluttonous ferocious beasts to eat dozens of corpses. Of course, the other quarter were human corpses. Xian had already ordered that no ferocious beasts were allowed to touch them. If the situation forced him to, he could start a war with the human race, but he would never allow the ferocious beasts to eat human corpses. Roar! Roar roar! As soon as Xian finished speaking, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise immediately raised their heads and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Immediately after, the nearly 6 million ferocious beasts behind them all howled in excitement as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. In the blink of an eye, the 5 million indigenous ferocious beasts' eyes turned green. There were at least 30 to 40 million bloodline avatars in front of them. They were all incomparably large. In their eyes, this was clearly an incomparably fresh meat to eat. It was probably still warm today. If they kept it, it would be enough to eat for a long time. In the next instant, without needing anyone to say anything, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise took the lead and rushed forward. Behind them, close to 6 million indigenous ferocious beasts were densely packed. Each of them had green light in their eyes as they rushed forward like a rolling tide. In just a few breaths of time, a huge change happened. The 5 million elite battleships weren't damaged in the slightest, and they were still suspended in the void of the central territory ahead of them. However, all the experts of the various clans within the battleships had already fallen, and only a little over 100 supreme figures of the universe had escaped with heavy injuries to their souls. The 5 million elite battleships were originally sent by the two camps to slap the demon in the face. They were sure that the demon wouldn't dare to fight back. However, the result made them pale. Before they could slap the demon had already slapped his own face. Slap, after that, he even spat a mouthful of phlegm on his face. Even though all the experts in the 5 million battleships were dead, the demon's royal brother, Mo Jiufeng, didn't seem to want to stop. He turned around and summoned millions of ferocious beasts to collect the corpses. Without a doubt, this so-called collection of corpses was the process of treating the corpses of the experts of various races in the void as food. They would be preserved and slowly enjoyed. This was simply unbearable. Sal, Gongsho Xian, Long Xianxia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm experts of the second universe were so angry that their bodies were shaking. Their faces were ashen, and they almost spurted blood. Now, they almost wanted to skin the demon's royal brother, Mo Jiufeng, alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to quench their hatred. However, when they turned around and summoned the millions of ferocious beasts, the culprit, Mo Jiufeng, strangely disappeared from the spot. No one could sense or capture his aura. Sal, Gongsho Xian, Long Xianxia, and the 9 half-step immortal realm experts of the second universe all clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. They roared madly and issued new orders. Attack immediately and send these damned vicious beasts to the afterlife. Attack. All the big fortresses, attack immediately. Rush over as fast as possible and annihilate these damn gluttons. Hung long long. Boom. As the order was given, a large number of strongholds of various sizes rushed out from the two camps in front of him. The reason why they did not open fire immediately was that the void where they were arranged was still more than 12 million miles away from the 5 million elite battleships that had already arrived at the central battlefield. Distance. The optimal firing range of the naval cannons was within 10 million kilometers. Otherwise, even if they fired, at such a long distance, the energy beam of the naval cannons wouldn't be able to cause much damage to the native beasts. There was even a high possibility that the other party would be able to dodge the attack with nimble movements. In the blink of an eye, more than 1 million fortresses of various sizes rushed out from the two camps. This was the first batch of battle forces, and they rushed toward the central battlefield at high speed. Behind them, there were more fortresses, big and small, rushing out of the camp. There were only a few million native ferocious beasts in front of them. Mo Jiufeng, the Demon King's younger brother, who was riding on the Weeping Soul Warrior Warlord, had already retreated, so they had nothing to fear. It was also at this time that Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race who had just disappeared, unexpectedly reappeared in the void a few thousand miles away from the two camps. Swish! With a wave of his hand, another warlord appeared. This time, the warlord that was summoned was completely gray and black in color. It was the Void Warlord that used the Void Soldier Ladle as its kinetic energy. Today's Void Warlord, there were already 2 9-star Emperor Ladles at the peak of the 9th step of the universe and 10 8-star Wang Ladles at the peak of the universe realm. At this moment, after it was summoned, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to attack. However, it was not fully activated. Wang! Wang! A dense and weak void trembling sound suddenly rang out. The effect far exceeded the movement that a large number of void vibrators could create at the same time. It even gave people the illusion that the entire vast and boundless demon realm was trembling under the sudden arrival of this high-frequency buzzing sound. Before the countless experts of the three camps could react, a new unforeseen event occurred again. A strange ripple visible to the naked eye rushed out from the huge mouth of the void warlord. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed forward. The first million strongholds of the two camps that rushed out were the first to be hit by the light. Before they could react, they were already enveloped by the ripple. Slash, boom. Rumble. In the next moment, a huge rumbling sound instantly resounded like a tide, as if the sky was collapsing. This boundless and terrifying invisible spiritual energy that was like a tsunami in space instantly rushed forward. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were the millions of strongholds of various sizes. Other than a few who had time to perform a space jump and dodge to the back or the sides of the camp that could not be enveloped by the giant spirit tsunami, the rest were almost all. They were all affected. In an instant, a million strongholds of various sizes were like paper paste. Under this invisible spiritual hurricane, they didn't even last half an instant before they collapsed and shattered. However, when this invisible spiritual hurricane blew here, its power had basically passed the most powerful eruption period, but its residual power still existed. After completely destroying a million strongholds of various sizes, the remnants of the spiritual hurricane spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it reached even more ships that couldn't escape in time. Although this time, not many ships disintegrated and collapsed, it was inevitable that some of them would be damaged. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it had only been 5 or 6 seconds from the roar of the war to the current moment when the power was completely vented, but the change was as if a lifetime had passed. The entire void was densely filled with the wreckage and debris of countless battleships. There was even a large area of the void that had collapsed. As far as the eye could see, there were countless void rifts of various sizes. Each of them had some terrifying void turbulence surging out. There were even small black hole-like void turbulence vortexes that made one shiver at the sight of them. These turbulence vortexes slowly expanded outward, and the invisible suction force they emitted became stronger and stronger. A large number of battleship wreckages had already been sucked into the turbulence vortexes and disappeared. However, this was not the end. A wave of spiritual ripples only blasted an area of millions of kilometers into a void turbulence filled with countless cracks and small vortexes. However, this was far from the true purpose of Xianxia taking the risk to approach the enemy camp. Almost without any hesitation, in the next second, Xianxia directly adjusted the void war chariot under his feet. The huge mouth of the war chariot quickly turned and pointed in another direction. It happened to be to the left of the chaotic void that had collapsed a moment ago, right next to it. Before anyone could understand what had happened, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a bright light. He suddenly waved his hand and gave the order to launch another bombardment. Buzz. Buzz. Wang, a low buzzing sound that caused one's scalp to go numb rang out. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Xianxia had already activated the void battle pull once again. A second ripple of space visible to the naked eye rushed out from the huge mouth of the war pull and whizzed out. Slash, boom. A huge explosion rang out, as well as the crisp sound of ripping silk. However, this time, the second ripple of space created by the void battle pull instantly disintegrated all kinds of battleships, but there were only a few 100,000 of them. Compared to the total number of battleships in the two camps that numbered more than 50 million, it was simply negligible. Even though the void battle pull had been upgraded by the thunder swamp spirit mist and its power had increased, it could only create 7 or 8 similar ripples in the air. No matter what, the first ripple of space had dealt with a million strongholds of varying sizes, and its battle record was quite impressive. However, the result of the second ripple of space was truly speechless. Xianxia's actions gave people the feeling that he had already lost his footing and was wasting the kinetic energy of the war pull. However, in reality, Xianxia was extremely satisfied with the result of the second ripple of space. It had nothing to do with the hundreds of thousands of battleships that had been torn apart in an instant. The reason why he was satisfied was because the second ripple of space had also blasted out a region of space turbulence that was millions of kilometers wide in front of him. This was Xianxia's goal. However, the second wave was clearly not the end. It could even be said that it was only the beginning. After the second wave of ripples exploded out, Xian still did not hesitate. In the next second, he directly adjusted the direction of the void battle pole beneath his feet. The huge mouth of the war pole quickly turned and pointed in a third direction, which happened to be on the right side of the chaotic void that had collapsed first. Next to each other. Then, Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. He suddenly waved his hand and gave the order to launch another attack. Buzz. Wang, a low buzzing sound that made people's scalps numb arose. Another ripple visible to the naked eye shot out from the huge mouth of the Xianxia, roaring and roaring. It was followed by another deafening explosion and the crisp sound of fabric being torn apart. But this time, the number of warships that were torn apart by the third wave of space ripples was even fewer. There were only 60 to 70,000 warships. After 3 consecutive bombardments, the 3 void ripples consumed a large amount of the war pulsar's kinetic energy. The battle results were getting less and less, but Xian was still enjoying it. After waving his hand and putting away the void battle pulsar, his figure disappeared. After performing a few teleportations, he soon crossed thousands of miles of void and came to the left edge of the turbulent void created by the second void ripple. In the next moment, the void battle pulsar that had just been put away appeared again. It lay across the void and was immediately activated. The fourth void ripple whizzed out from the huge mouth of the war pulsar. This time, although some warships were still torn apart, the number was still embarrassing. There were only a few tens of thousands of warships. However, the void in front of the war pulsar, which was millions of miles in diameter, turned into a turbulent void full of void cracks and countless small vortexes, just like the previous 3 times. Bring. In just over 20 breaths, 4 turbulent vortexes had appeared in this area. Each of them was millions of miles in diameter. They were lined up in a row, and the gap between them was only a few tens of thousands of miles. It was so narrow that only 10,000 warships could pass through side by side. At this point, almost all the experts of the 3 camps had understood the real purpose of Xian's actions. This was clearly a blockade. He wanted to block the 50 million warships of the 2 camps in front of him with a line of large-scale turbulent void. Even if there were gaps between the turbulent void, each gap was only a few tens of thousands of miles long, only enough to allow 10,000 warships to pass through side by side. Once this goal was successfully achieved, the more than 50 million battleships of the 2 opposing factions would instantly lose their deterrence effect. No matter how many soldiers they had, they would only have a few narrow paths to get through. If you have the ability to come here, I will set up a formation at the end of the narrow path and wait for you. If a small team comes out, I will immediately wipe it out. Of course, the 50 million warships blocked by the turbulent void could also split into 2 and go around the 2 ends of the line formed by the turbulent void, then go around and meet up again. However, this would take a lot of time. During this time, the demon race had enough room to make other arrangements. In short, once this line of turbulent void was truly formed, the 50 million warships of the 2 camps would be completely passive from now on. Mo Jinfeng, the royal brother of the demon race, was clearly trying to turn the tide by himself. But now, these 4 turbulent voids, each with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles, had formed a void barrier that was over 10 million miles long. If he were allowed to continue like this, he would be able to create another 4 or 5 such turbulent voids and connect them into a single line. At that time, the line of void would be more than 20 million miles long, and a natural void chasm would basically be formed. Even though the 2 large expeditionary camps had circled around from both sides, during this period of time, the demons had enough time to make more follow-up arrangements. The originally hopeless situation was instantly reversed. At the very least, they had won a glimmer of hope. Even in terms of high-end battle strength at the level of immortal old monsters, the demon race could only face being crushed. However, in terms of conventional battle strength, the 2 camps with a terrifying fleet of more than 50 million warships were forced to run for their lives by the demon race in the end. This was simply a disgrace. Regarding this, Cell, Gongshou Xian, Long Xixia, and the 9 half-step immortal old monsters in the command council of the various camps in the second universe absolutely couldn't accept this. It was too sullen. The few old monsters immediately roared and stamped their feet in anger. Stop him! Stop him now. Damn demon race, too cunning. He is already in a situation where death is certain, but he still wants to play this kind of trick. He has humiliated us. We can't atone for it even if we die 10,000 times. Kill this MO kid now. No matter what, we can't let this natural void chasm truly form. Otherwise, the 50 million warships of the two camps will be completely passive. This is too sullen. Stop him now, roar. I will do it myself. I will skin this damn little bastard alive. Wang. Wang, a deep buzzing sound that made one's scalp numb resounded. A fifth ripple visible to the naked eye rushed out from the huge mouth of the battlecruiser and whizzed out. This time, there wasn't even a loud explosion or the crisp sound of ripping fabric. The number of warships that were torn apart by this wave of space ripples was even fewer. There were only a few thousand of them. After all the experts of the two camps had basically seen through Xian's purpose, and through this point, they had analyzed in advance where the battlecruiser under his feet was going to attack next. Therefore, the nearby battleships had basically already fled before this wave of ripples. Like stray dogs, they hurriedly avoided it. However, Xian didn't mind in the slightest, because the effect of this wave of spatial ripples was still the same. The chaotic void in front of him, which had a diameter of 3 to 4 million kilometers, had already changed from 4 to 5. And the battlecruiser under his feet could barely be launched 3 more times. Without any hesitation, after adjusting the direction again, Xian gave the order, and the sixth wave of ripples appeared. The 5 turbulent void space became 6 and lined up in the void space a million miles ahead. The horizontal distance of the void space had reached more than 20 million miles. There were still 2 waves of ripples left, but Xian didn't intend to launch them here. The edge of this turbulent void space was already millions of miles away from the edge of the third universe's human camp on the left. It was enough. With a wave of his hand, the battlecruiser under his feet was put away, and Xian's figure disappeared again. Now that he was a Star Lord, even the Immortal Realm experts would have a hard time detecting his perfect vibration using the secret technique of spirit power. After hiding his figure, Xian didn't hesitate at all. He used his extreme speed and rushed to the other side of this horizontal sky barrier. He planned to launch the last 2 waves of ripples from that side. Once completed, the entire sky barrier would be completely formed, and the horizontal distance of the void space would be more than 3,000 miles. Thousands of miles away. What Xian didn't know was that at the same time he disappeared, one of the 9 half-step Immortal Realm experts in the second universe sneered and stepped out of the flagship stronghold, disappearing in an instant. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the demon brother Mo Jinfeng wouldn't stop here. There would definitely be 1 or 2 more waves of ripples, and it would definitely be in the void space on the right side of the second universe's army. This half-step Immortal Realm expert didn't sense Xian's direction at all. He was sure that he would go in that direction and rushed to stop him. After a short 10 breaths, Xian arrived at his destination and directly appeared. However, before he could wave of the void space in front of him, an extremely powerful pressure aura locked his figure in the void space on the right side of his body. This was a half-step Immortal Realm expert, whose cultivation base had reached Universe 9th perfection. He came from the Xianxia clan, one of the top 10 clans in the second universe. Many of the clan's experts and higher-ups had died at the hands of Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, and immemorial Little Ape demons. At this moment, as soon as the half-step Immortal Realm ancestor of the Xianxia clan appeared, he instantly revealed his bloodline true body and transformed into a huge bird that shone with a silver radiance. With a flap of his wings, he pounced towards Xian. His sharp beak emitted a blazing silver light that emitted a golden radiance. It was obvious that he could pierce through metal and stone. This was the rhythm of cutting Xian's abdomen open. Noisy! Xian turned around and let out a roar. The aura around him surged and he waved his raised hand again. However, this time, although a war talisman was summoned, it wasn't the grayish-black void space talisman but the golden time talisman. Almost as soon as the time talisman appeared, Xian gave the order to the cyan gold slime emperor inside the war talisman to launch an all-out attack. In the blink of an eye, the cyan gold slime emperor and the core node of the war talisman immediately took action. The 10 purple gold slime kings and tens of millions of gold slime kings in the thousands of beehive nodes all received the order to launch an all-out attack, Wung, a familiar buzzing sound was heard. Invisible ripples spread out from the cyan gold slime emperor's body and entered the walls of the beehive nodes. Along the pipes connected to the outer walls, the ripples were instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes of the time talisman, causing the tens of millions of slimes inside to tremble. The long golden threads under their abdomens bloomed with a dazzling golden light. Countless golden curtains overlapped with each other and gathered into one. Finally, the faint golden light turned into a faint purple-gold light. Although the purple-gold light was still rather faint, it was clearly visible. It represented the change in its power. There was even a hint of cyan gold light that was faintly discernible. Then, as if it had a mind of its own, it rushed into the walls of the beehive nodes one by one. Along the pipes on the outer walls, it flowed back to the core beehive node where the cyan gold slime emperor was located. All of this was completed in less than half an instant. The core beehive node in the central region of the ninth ring inside the war talisman's huge mouth suddenly lit up, erupting with a blazing purple-gold light. In an instant, it turned into a purple-gold world. Waves of purple-gold ripples like tides instantly gave birth to a huge fan. Wide-shaped ripples. It rapidly expanded forward like a dazzling purple-gold tide, pushing forward with a rumbling sound. This is, the 10,000 zhang long silver G-bird's figure froze and let out a cry of shock. He turned around and tried to escape. After all, the war talisman was too famous. It was said that there were even immortal realm-old monsters that fell under its power. Unfortunately, everything was already too late. At this moment, this violet gold fan-shaped tide that represented the might of the passage of time had completely enveloped this corner of space, and some sort of mysterious might had already swept out, causing Yin Ji Qin's figure to stiffen. It seemed as if it had been sealed, and it was fixed in that expanse of space and was unable to move at all. This was really too sullen. A dignified half-step immortal realm expert actually couldn't even move his body. He was so furious that the killing intent in his eyes was so dense that it almost materialized. He gritted his teeth and endured. Walala, the purple gold tide of time flowed past, and the silver G-bird's huge true body instantly changed. The countless feathers that were originally shining with silver light had completely dimmed in less than half an instant, falling into a gray state. Then, as the purple gold tide flowed past his body, these gray feathers fell off one by one at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he became a bald chicken. But this was not the end, because the purple gold tide had not completely flowed past. Large pieces of flesh began to peel off, and in less than half an instant, it had already spread all over his body, causing his entire true body to become riddled with holes. Many of his internal organs were even exposed. There were even some organs that, because of the loss of flesh and blood, lost the strength to support them and directly fell out of his abdomen, first floating into the void. Ordinary immortal realm-old monsters, if they didn't have any special encounters, could live up to 100,000 years. The silver owl bird in front of him was only at the universe grade 9 perfection. Although it was known as a half-step immortal, it wasn't a true immortal old monster. And now, in the war of time, a wave of purple gold tide blasted out, representing the instantaneous passage of 30,000 years. Although it wasn't enough to cause him to die on the spot, he was already half dead. It could be said that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the second wave. As a matter of fact, this half-step immortal Yingji clan ancestor would have fallen in just half a wave of similar time tides. However, Yi Xian clearly didn't plan to use it again. Not long ago, the Battle of Time had just unleashed 3 waves of Tide of Time. Now, it was already the 4th wave. There were probably only 3 or 4 waves left. Each wave was very precious, and he couldn't waste it on a half-step immortal. With a wave of his hand, the Time War talisman was put away. At this moment, the Yingji clan's half-step immortal expert was on the verge of death. He wouldn't die, but he was in a half-dead state. Yi Xian didn't even take out the Shenong cauldron. With a wave of his hand, he sucked him into the cauldron space. If he was at his peak, Yi Xian would have to rely on the domain of the Shenong cauldron to capture a half-step undying that was far stronger than him. But now that he was on the brink of death, Yi Xian could directly absorb him into the cauldron with his own strength. At the same time, he took out the void battle claws again and aimed at the void in front of him. The 6th wave of void ripples instantly blasted out, in just a short moment, another turbulent void zone with a diameter of 3 to 4 million kilometers appeared in front of them. However, this was still not the end. According to Xian's estimation, the void battle hammer should be able to blast out one more void ripple. This would be the last wave. After this wave of attacks, the void battle claws could no longer be used in a short period of time. The tens of millions of void soldier ladles that acted as the kinetic energy of the battle claws needed some time to recover. As for the other three great Starry Skies War claws, the Time War claws still had 3 to 4 waves of purple-gold tidal force. The Weeping Soul War claws still had a wave of full-powered Weeping Soul War claws that could kill anyone below the level of Universe Realm. As for the Blood Mosquito War claws, it should be able to unleash its full power once more. In a short period of time, almost half of the power of the 4 great war hulas had been depleted. This was very helpless, but Xian had no other choice. This was the situation. With absolute determination, a light flashed in Xian's eyes. He suddenly waved his hand and gave the order to attack once again. Buzz. Buzz, a deep buzzing sound that made people's scalps numb resounded. The 8th visible ripple in the void rushed out from the huge mouth of the Xianxia and whizzed out. The thunderous explosion and the crisp sound of ripping could not be heard at all. Not a single battleship was torn apart by this wave of space ripples. The only thing that could be heard was the cracking noises of space ripples, which were as dense as raindrops, echoing like tides. After the last wave of ripples exploded out, Xian directly waved his hand and stored the void battle armor into the undying world within his body. When he looked over, a complacent and sinister smile appeared on his face. Millions of miles ahead of him, there were a total of 8 turbulent void streams reflected in his eyes. Each of them had a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles. The 8 turbulent void streams were lined up in a row, forming a void chasm that was more than 30 million miles long. It blocked the front, blocking the 2 great punitive expedition formations on the other side. The more than 50 million battleships of the camp were blocked mercilessly. Although there were gaps between the 8 turbulent void streams, there were 7 in total. Each gap was more than 100,000 miles long. It was like 7 narrow canyons. However, if the 2 camps on the other side passed through these 7 canyons, the 10,000 battleships that rushed out from the other side of the canyons would be thrown into chaos immediately. They would be destroyed by the cannons. As for splitting up and going around this long void chasm that was more than 30 million miles long, it would take a lot of time. It was enough for the demon race camp to make all kinds of follow-up arrangements. It could be said that with the formation of this long void chasm, the terrifying battleship army of more than 50 million battleships of the 2 camps on the other side of the chasm had lost its original deterrent force in an instant. They had fallen into an extremely disadvantageous and passive situation. This was the countermeasure that Xian had thought of for a long time. Moreover, he had successfully completed it with his own strength. In the process, he even heavily injured and captured a half-step immortal ancestor of the Second Universe's Ingji clan alive. It had to be said that this was definitely a miracle. Everything happened too quickly. From the appearance of the first turbulent void stream to the formation of the entire void chasm, only a few minutes had passed. However, in such a short period of time, the 2 camps' super battleships that originally had all the advantages and initiative completely lost their advantage and fell into a passive situation. All of this was like a dream. In just a few minutes, the current situation was completely different from before. And all of this was accomplished by Xian's strength alone. Behind him, the demon race camp cheered like a mountain. In the central flagship fortress, the upper echelons of the demon race royal family looked at each other with relieved expressions. Before this, they were still worried about Xian. They were worried that he would attract the attention of the upper echelons of the 2 camps by himself. If a few immortal old monsters locked onto him at the same time and carried out a decapitation operation, the demon race would fall into an extremely passive situation. Even the old ancestor of the demon race, who was already confident in this battle, would be restrained. It was hard to predict what would happen next. However, they never would have thought that the 10 immortal realm-old monsters in the opposing camp would actually not make a move. It was unknown if it was because of their face or if they had other considerations, but in the end, Xian was able to reverse the originally disadvantageous situation with lightning speed in a few short minutes. In fact, during this period of time, a half-step immortal realm expert had tried to stop Xian from killing him, but in the end, Xian had crushed the half-step immortal realm expert with ease. Such a method was simply amazing. Everything he did was indeed worthy of the demon race's cheers, as if they were worshipping him. On the contrary, while countless demon race experts in the 20 million battleships of the demon race camp were cheering thunderously, on the other side of the void chasm that stretched for more than 30 million miles. In more than 50 million battleships of various types from the two expeditionary camps, the experts from the top forces and clans from the third and second universes were dumbfounded and fell into a dead silence. They never expected that this battle would fall into such an awkward situation before it even began. Although the upper echelons of the various clans knew about the existence of the 11 immortal old monsters hidden in the dark, even now, they never doubted that the demon race would lose this battle. But most of the other bottom-level experts did not know about this. Seeing that the originally good situation had evolved into such a speechless situation in the blink of an eye, these bottom-level experts of the various clans and top forces almost all had a sense of depression in their hearts. Aoo. Aoo, aoo. In the void, howls that sounded like the howls of wolves resounded without end, and they came from the central region where the three camps fought. There, over 5 million native ferocious beasts had transformed into bandits that wreaked havoc in the void, and they were mercilessly plundering. There were originally tens of millions of lifeless corpses in the void. Most of them were the bloodline true bodies of experts of various races other than the human race. They were incomparably huge, but for these millions of native beasts, it was not a problem at all. In just a short 10 minutes, all the corpses were divided up by nearly 6 million native beasts and stored in the storage space in their bodies. As for the corpses of the human race experts, according to Xian's instructions, these native beasts did not touch a single one. Right now, all the bloodline true body remains of the experts of every race had been divided up. 2 or 3 of these native beasts were in charge of each warship, pushing or pulling the 2.5 million undamaged fortresses in the void toward the opposite side of the Abyss Devil's camp. This scene was reflected in the eyes of countless experts of the two camps on the other side of the void chasm, and immediately provoked a wave of curses. Too sullen, the demon race and this group of native beasts were in cahoots with each other. It was simply shameless to the point of making one's hair stand on end. In the 2.5 million strongholds of various sizes, tens of millions of experts of various races were first destroyed in a single blow, and then even the corpses left behind did not have a good ending. Except for about a quarter of them, they were too inconspicuous. They were probably disdained because they felt that there was not much meat left, so they were not brought along. Outside, the bloodline true bodies of the countless experts of various races, without exception, were divided up by these millions of native beasts in the blink of an eye. Seeing how their eyes were glowing with greed when they were dividing up the corpses, it was likely that they would take some out and feast on them when they returned. But this was not the end. They killed people and lost the corpses. In the end, these shameless fellows did not even let go of the 2.5 million strongholds that had been reduced to ghost warships. They dragged or pulled, and all of them were moved to the opposite camp. This opening battle was simply infuriating. Originally, they had intended to give the demons a tight slap in the face. But in the end, not only had they lost tens of millions of powerhouses from various races, but they had also allowed the demons to pick up 2.5 million fortresses of various sizes for free. This was simply an act of bolstering the enemy before the battle. When they thought of this, the countless experts of the two camps felt like dying. Many of them were so angry that they spat out blood on the spot. All of this, no matter how big or small, was witnessed by the 11 immortal realm-old monsters in the void tens of millions of miles behind the two camps. Although the conventional battle power was at a disadvantage at the beginning, the originally favorable situation turned into a passive situation in the blink of an eye. There was even a half-step immortal from the various camps of the second universe that was suppressed because of this. However, these 11 undyings weren't moved at all. From their point of view, the deciding factor of today's battle was the high-level undyings. The main task of the normal battle force was to represent the various races and pinnacle powers after the entire demon race was annihilated. It was just to fight for their own interests. Although the conventional battle power was at a disadvantage at the beginning, at least the demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, had shown up. As long as he was there, they would be able to force out the demon ancestor that they regarded as a great threat. A bunch of trash. They have an army of more than 50 million battleships. It's just the start of the battle and they've already turned the situation around. And they've only sent out one person. This battle is simply a classic failure. The demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng? As expected of one of the four monstrous geniuses, known as the #1 existence among the younger generation. This battle was indeed breathtaking and remarkable. In the end, he's just relying on external objects. His own strength is too weak. He's only at the 3rd level of the Star-Lord state. I heard that he has the bloodline ability of the ancient ape demons and a bloodline ability similar to the 9 changes of the lion fury of the battle lions. He can perform the 4th change and become a 3rd-level domain lord in an instant. Now, it seems that the immortal realm old man of the Federation has indeed been killed by him. That golden time war scroll is very amazing. After it's activated, it can manifest the power of the laws of time in the universe. Judging from how the half-step immortal realm expert of the Angie clan was on the verge of death after one wave of the tide, it seems that the purple tide is a purple tide. Each wave of the purple gold tide should represent the instantaneous passage of 30,000 years of time. 30,000 years in a single tide? Even us immortals can't withstand 3 waves. This is indeed a great killing weapon, capable of killing immortals. However, according to this old man's calculations, that time war talisman can at most trigger 3 more waves of similar purple gold tides. In other words, this demon brother Mo Jinfeng, that demon's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, still has the ability to suppress an immortal realm expert. But that's all. Apart from the Time War Scroll, he has 3 other battle scrolls. The Void War Scroll he used just now is useless, and the Weeping Soul War Scroll he used first seems to only have the power for 1 attack. Although its power covers a wide range, it can only roar at existences below the universe realm. It's only a slight disturbance to us immortals, but it's completely negligible. Give the order. Stop the starship battle for now. Let the half-step immortal realm experts intercept Mo Jinfeng and force him to consume the 3 waves of purple tide of the Golden Time War Scroll. That's right. That's indeed a threat. Once the demon's grand ancestor shows up, we'll definitely take action. That Mo Jinfeng has such a great weapon that can threaten us. I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. Although we still can't turn the tables, we're all honorable existences. Even if we're only lightly wounded by this ant-like junior, we can't accept it. It's too shameful. If we can force the demon's grand ancestor to show up, that'll be even better. This battle can end in a short time. After a round of discussion, the 11 Immortal Realm experts' orders were quickly passed to the higher-ups of their clans through their secret channels. At this moment, the millions of indigenous beasts led by the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle had already pushed the 2.5 million fortresses back to the demon's camp. There were some corpses of human warriors left in the void. Other than that, there were some wreckage and fragments of various battleships. However, these things were all slowly drifting in one direction. 8 turbulent void streams with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles released a suction force that was devouring these remains. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before this vast central region battlefield would once again be as empty as a washing machine. Roar. Roar. An earth-shattering roar resounded. The half-step immortal warrior of the battle lion race stepped out of a flagship fortress of the second universe and showed his bloodline true body. Even his race's 9 transformation lion race's innate ability was fully activated at the first moment. Blood ferocious lion. 5th change. Roar. With his last roar, the half-step immortal lion of the battle lion race, Lian Feng, once again expanded in size. In an instant, he reached an astonishing level, and even Xianxia was shocked. His 9 changes of the demonic ape had been derived from the 9 changes of the wild lion bloodline technique of the battle lions. Their power and effects were basically the same, there wasn't much difference between them at all. When Xianxia performed the 4th change of the demonic ape, he would have a demonic ape true body with an astounding amount of blood. He would be 100,000 meters tall, which meant that he would be 300,000 meters tall. He would be as big as a planet, like a small shooting star. The 5th change of the demonic ape would be 10 times bigger on the basis of the 4th change, but the absorption system hadn't figured it out yet. It was the same for the fifth change of the wild lion, it would be 10 times bigger on the basis of the fourth change. Lian Feng, the half-step immortal lion of the wild lion clan, had performed the fifth change of the blood-ferocious lion. He would eventually reach a height of 1,000,000 meters, 10 million zhang, which was 3 million meters high, was 3,000 kilometers wide. It was like a small star. Countless starry sky experts in the 3 camps outside the central domain battlefield were all dumbfounded. For a moment, the void was filled with the sound of people inhaling cold breaths like a tide roar. "Little bastard Mo, come out and face your death." The roar made the void tremble. Although Lian Feng was only half-step immortal, he had reached the immortal state with the help of the fifth change of the wild lion bloodline, which was the same as Yixian's 9 changes of the demonic ape bloodline technique. He couldn't have been more ambitious at that moment, because the person he was challenging was merely an ant in the Star Lord state. However, Shi Lianfeng didn't feel awkward at all. Although Mo Jufeng's cultivation base wasn't strong, he had killed immortal realm old monsters before. Just now, he had mercilessly suppressed a half-step immortal realm old monster. Without a half-step immortal cultivation base or above, no one was qualified to challenge such an existence. "You want to challenge me?" Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his heart was instantly filled with fighting spirit. He said in a clear voice, "All right, my cultivation has risen too quickly recently, and I need a fierce battle to temper myself. Since that's the case, this king will challenge the immortal realm today." As soon as these words were spoken, the devil cultivator camp behind them immediately went into an uproar. A Star Lord against an immortal state expert, this was more than just a one-on-one battle. Furthermore, it wasn't just a one-on-one battle. After the Star Lord level, there were still the Domain Lord level, Sector Lord level, Universe grade. This was a one-on-one battle that exceeded 3 whole realms. This was definitely unprecedented. However, it was going to happen that day. It was destined to be earth-shattering. Just when everyone was dumbstruck, Yi Xian had already activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body. His human form instantly transformed, and an ancient demon ape that was over 30 meters tall with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in the air. His cultivation soared from the 3rd level of the Star Lord realm to the 8th level. Then, he performed the 9 changes of the demonic ape bloodline technique. 9 changes of the demonic ape. First change. Amidst the violent roar, the ancient demon ape, which was 100 feet tall, suddenly grew in size. An inexplicable bloodline power instantly surged in its body, converging into a tide-like power. The ancient demonic ape's 3 true forms were greatly enhanced. In the blink of an eye, the 30-meter-tall ancient demonic ape grew to 100 meters tall. Cultivation strength, peak of the 9th level of the Star Lord state, the last roar was heard. 9 changes of the demonic ape. Second change. This roar shook the entire area. The 3 heads of the ancient demonic ape raised their heads and roared at the same time. A corner of the void trembled slightly, and its bloodline true body expanded 10 times in an instant, reaching a height of 10,000 feet. Its cultivation aura soared again because of that. This time, it surpassed the peak of the 9th level of the Star Lord state and reached the 1st level of the Region Lord state. In just 2 breaths, Yi Xian's cultivation strength had increased by a level. He was now a Star Lord and a Region Lord. However, that wasn't his end. If Yi Xian was willing, he could perform the 3rd and 4th changes of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. His body would soar to 100,000 meters, and his cultivation would reach the 3rd level of the Region Lord state. However, he didn't make such a choice. While the 1st level of the Region Lord state was 2 levels higher than the 3rd level of the Region Lord state, Yi Xian's demonic ape true form would reach a height of 300,000 meters under the 4th change of the demonic ape true form. Even though his vitality had increased by countless times, his agility was still lacking when compared to his current size. He was restrained too much. The immortal lion of the Berserk lion race had reached a height of 3 million meters under the 5th change of the Berserk lion race. Even if Yi Xian were to perform the 4th change of the demonic ape true form, he would still be far inferior to it. Since that was the case, why should he compete with his opponent in terms of size and physical strength? He was destined to lose. It was better to maintain his size at around 3 kilometers, which was the 2nd change of the demonic ape true form. In that way, his cultivation would be able to surmount an entire realm and attain the Region Lord state from the Star Lord state, yet he wouldn't lose his agility. This was Yi Xian's choice. He'd already decided to fight this immortal berserk lion in a wandering battle. The opponent's body was over 1,000,000 meters tall. Although its blood and qi were so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end, it was definitely lacking in terms of flexibility. Yi Xian's cultivation was relatively weak, so a wandering battle was the most suitable method. However, even though this enormous lion didn't possess the ability of a true Eternal Realm expert because it was merely at the half-step Eternal Realm, and it was only because it executed the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion and activated its bloodline, causing its vital blood to rise explosively and enter the Eternal Realm. However, its physical strength and vital blood were truly at the Eternal Realm. On the other hand, Yi Xian was merely at the Region Lord realm under the second change of the demonic ape true form, and there was a gap of 2 realms between them. It could be said that he wouldn't even be able to endure a single slap from the immortal lion, and he would definitely perish on the spot if he was struck by it. So, even if Yi Xian had decided to move about, he still couldn't lack the necessary protection. No matter if it was the Undying Nirvana armor or the Withering Fiend Bloodblade, their outer appearance had changed after the final refinement, and they hadn't been exposed under the identity of Prince Xian. So, Yi Xian wasn't afraid that his identity as Prince Xian would be exposed when he utilized the Undying Nirvana armor at this moment. Whoosh, a layer of dazzling purple light flowed through Yi Xian's entire body. On the 3,000-meter tall devil ape's true body, a layer of gorgeous battle armor was instantly draped over it. Light overflowed in all directions, and its aura was agile and oppressive. Presently, the Undying Nirvana armor was a starry sky treasure, and it could be sized at will. It could even be utilized by the enormous body of the devil ape. However, just the armor alone was clearly not enough. In an instant, a savage blood-black enormous blade appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was his combat weapon, the Withering Fiend Bloodblade, and it was similarly a starry sky treasure that possessed shocking might. Swish! In the end, Yi Xian waved his hand once more, and a small private battleship, the Voidbreaker shuttle, appeared and floated beneath his feet. At this moment, he possessed a 3 kilometers true body while the Voidbreaker shuttle was merely a kilometer in its ordinary state. At this moment, when it was utilized, Yi Xian stood on it as if he was standing on a flying sword. It was suitable. Only with the Voidbreaker shuttle could his speed and agility attain their limits. This shuttle had similarly advanced into the Starry Sky Treasure grade, and it was rare in the world. At the very least, since Yi Xian entered the Starry Sky, he'd never seen a second Starry Sky Treasure grade battleship that was created by man. Of course, the Wild Dragon vessel was an exception because it wasn't a battleship anymore. The world bugs were living beings, and the entire Wild Dragon vessel was actually a group of world bugs. Countless exclamations of surprise instantly resounded from the 3 groups that were in confrontation with each other. What? 3 starry sky treasures? This? Armor, weapons, and a small private battleship. All of them are actually starry sky treasures. Young Master Linghu really deserves to be one of the 3 absolute existences in the world. All of his magic treasures were created by himself, and they've actually attained the starry sky treasure grade. Now that he's equipped at the same time, even though his cultivation is merely at the Region Lord realm, merely these 3 precious treasures are sufficient to allow his combat strength to rise greatly, and he'll even be able to fight a world lord in a head-on battle. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. This time, he's facing an undying being. The gap between them is still too great. Roar. With just 3 starry sky treasures, you want to jump realms and challenge immortals? Little Mo, you're too naive. In the void, Lion Lianfeng, who was 1,000,000 zhang in size and looked like a small star, roared furiously without end. His qi and blood were too abundant, shaking the void to the point that it was trembling. Where's your great killing weapon? Why don't you bring it out? Are you looking down on me? The reason he came out to fight was because he had received instructions from the immortal realm old freaks of his race. His purpose was to consume the kinetic energy of Yi Xian's Time War Talisman. With his current state of cultivation at the Undying Realm, his terrifying true form, and monstrous qi and blood, he wouldn't perish at all if he forcefully resisted 1 or 2 waves of violet gold tides, and he would at most be heavily injured. He'd risked being heavily injured to help those 11 immortals exhaust the Time War talisman that caused them to fear the rhythm of the violet gold tides. This was something that only an ancestor of the Warlion race who possessed the bloodline divine ability, the 9 forms of the Mad Lion, was capable of accomplishing. Once he completed this assignment, then when the Devilman race was annihilated and the various races and top-rate powers divided the benefits, this accomplishment of his would allow the Warlion race to obtain even more benefits and an even greater share. This king is merely tempering my body in this battle, digesting the gains I've obtained recently, and dealing with the drawbacks of advancing too quickly in my cultivation. Why should I utilize the Starry Sky War Talisman? Yi Xian sneered. Before he could finish speaking, his figure had already dashed out. He charged towards Sui Ji and slashed out with his blade, killing an undying being like you, using all 3 treasures. Enough. This was clearly the rhythm of using the opponent as a whetstone. A dignified undying being was actually reduced to a training partner, being looked down upon to the extreme. Lion Lianfeng's blood and qi churned, roaring endlessly. He raised his left forelimb, slapping down at Yi Xian who was shooting over. Just like swatting a fly, he was using his actions to express the contempt and ridicule in his heart. Swish! The Starry Sky Supreme Treasure void-shattering shuttle under his feet flashed brilliantly, and Yi Xian's figure suddenly changed direction, drawing a perfect arc in the void with extreme dexterity. His speed suddenly doubled, and in half an instant, he had already approached Shi Lianfeng's left rib area. Pooh! A muffled sound rang out. The right hand of the devil ape true body chopped down. The withered demon blood blade flickered and left behind a bloody wound on Shi Lianfeng's left rib. Light golden blood splashed in the air. Owu, Shi Lianfeng felt the pain, and as if a conditioned reflex, he spat out the same word, full of resentment. His figure turned, and his right palm rumbled, "Aunt, with just this kind of attack and power, you want to kill this senior? Is your brain flooded with water?" Yi Xian sneered, urging the void-shattering shuttle under his feet. His figure was like a butterfly flying through flowers in the void, once again drawing a beautiful arc. At the same time he nimbly dodged this attack, he had already rushed to another area. The withered demon blood blade in his hand let out a cheerful cry, once again chopping down. The withered demon blood blade was a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure. Even if it was an undying old monster's body, it could still break through the defenses, but it did not penetrate deeply. Just now, although this chop left a 3,000 zhang long wound on Shi Lianfeng's War Lion true body, the latter, under the Mad Lion's 5th transformation, had now become a colossus of 1,000,000 zhang. This was because he was like a small star. A mere 3,000 zhang long wound, to him, was completely the same as a mosquito bite. Not to mention injuring his muscles and bones, it could not even be considered a superficial wound. However, Yi Xian was very satisfied, the cold smile on his face as before. In that chop just now, the withered demon blood blade had already awakened. At the same time the blood blade cut open Shi Lianfeng's flesh, it had already taken the opportunity to absorb some of his blood energy and life force. Shi Lianfeng's body was 1,000,000 zhang long, his blood and qi overflowing the heavens. Losing some of his blood energy and life force would not cause him to feel anything at all, but in the long run, many little drops make an ocean. Even 1,000 li dike would collapse under an ant's nest. Moreover, other than the withered demon blade's silent attack, every time it attacked, it would absorb a small portion of his blood energy and life force. Yi Xian still had other backup plans, and that was to temper poison. A few days ago, he had obtained 18 drops of Sky Centipede's poison from the alliance of 10,000 races immortal old monster flying centipede. That was a terrifying poison that could even corrode the void. Before Yi Xian took out the withered demon blood blade, he had already taken out a drop of the poison and diluted it with the innate cold spirit liquid from the Yin demon clan's ancestral land. He poured it into the blood blade's edge. Now, with that slash just now, this terrifying Sky Centipede's poison had already entered Shi Lianfeng's body through his blood. However, because it had been diluted, Shi Lianfeng did not feel it at all. Although he felt pain, he thought that it was caused by his flesh being cut open, and did not cause it at all. The battle began, and soon, it was in full swing. The withered demon blood blade in Yi Xian's hand slashed out from time to time, each time leaving a bloody mark on Shi Lianfeng's huge bloodline true body. Although it did not penetrate deeply into Shi Lianfeng's flesh, it looked shocking. Unfortunately, for the latter's terrifying body, these hundreds of thousands of meters long bloody marks were really only superficial wounds. Every time the blood blade slashed down, the withered demon blade in the blade would let out a cheerful cry. To it, this was definitely a sumptuous meal, because although there was usually flesh and blood that could absorb qi and blood, it was only of ordinary quality. As for the battle lion in front of him, its bloodline had already evolved to a relatively high level. Its cultivation was in the 5th transformation of the berserk lion, and it had already stepped into the immortal realm. The quality of the qi and blood in its body was definitely not something that ordinary fierce beasts or starry sky experts could compare to. Today, the withered demon blade spirit had fully awakened after the last upgrade. It was no longer just the original blood demon, but had all kinds of unique attributes of the ancient great demon withered demon. Like the rebirth of a withered demon, what it needed was precisely this kind of high-quality qi and blood. Thus, its evolution had great benefits. Xianxia's speed was too fast. The 3,000 feet long bloodline true body stepped on the void-shattering shuttle and used it as a flying sword. Under its full power, it was like a butterfly fluttering in the air. Although Shi Lianfeng's 3 million feet long bloodline true body had unparalleled qi and blood and was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end, after all, it was too clumsy and heavy. Although he kept roaring furiously and the entire space was about to collapse, he couldn't do anything to Xian in a short period of time. His movements were always half a beat slower, and he was unable to keep up with his figure. When the battle began, Shi Lianfeng's bloodline true body alone was already 1,000,000 feet tall. Coupled with his immortal realm cultivation base, the two of them occupied a huge space as they fought. The space between the two of them was close to 20 million miles, and it was almost completely covered by the bloodline true body. On the other side, although countless starry sky experts of the three camps were paying close attention to the development of the battle, the higher-ups of the various camps were still issuing orders from time to time. On the demon's side, nearly 20 million battleships began to change their formation in the void. A group of indigenous ferocious beasts rubbed their hands and stared fiercely at the various factions of the second universe in the void 20 million miles away. In their eyes, the battleships in the void opposite them were filled with flesh and blood. They couldn't wait to rush over and wreak havoc. As for the camps of the third universe's human race and the second universe's races, which were separated by the natural void chasm, a large number of strongholds, big and small, had been set aside. They were all gathering at the two turbulent voids in the center. All of these fortresses were equipped with special space-repairing devices, which were large-scale space-healing devices. Lined up in front of Ji Hao, these 8 turbulent void streams were enormous, each with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles. But, there were also quite a number of fortresses of different sizes. Now, all the fortresses of different sizes were gathered at the two turbulent void streams. They were fully activating the space-healing devices to repair the universe void that had been destroyed by the void battle. In fact, it didn't take too long to see results. A conservative estimate was that at most half an hour, these two turbulent voids would be able to return to normal. If there was time, 2 more places would be repaired. Then, this natural void chasm, which was separated by 8 turbulent voids and stretched for 30 million miles, would completely lose its meaning. It would no longer be able to fight against the tens of millions of soldiers of the two camps. The army of battleships would form any effective restraint, everything was unfolding in full swing. With the passage of time, the two turbulent void spaces at the center of the space vortex, which were close to each other, started to shrink rapidly from the edge of the space vortex as more than 10 million fortresses of different sizes started to activate the space compaction devices to repair them. In the face of all this, the demon race camp was very worried. Seeing that Xian had risked his life to go deep into the enemy camp's front line alone, and that the natural void chasm that they had painstakingly created was about to lose its blocking effect, all the demon race experts were inexplicably indignant. Unfortunately, the two battleship armies facing each other across the void couldn't exchange fire at all. Xian and Shi Lianfeng were fighting fiercely in the central territory, and no battleship could cross this area. On the contrary, in the two camps of the enemy, the starry sky experts from the third universe's human race and the second universe's races quickly cheered up from their previous depression. Their originally low morale was recovering. Because in their view, the demon race's royal brother, Mo Jiufeng, who was fighting Shi Lianfeng, was destined to be suppressed in this battle. Yes, he was indeed a monster. He had suppressed an immortal old monster before, and even just now, a half-step immortal old monster was severely injured and captured by him in public in just a short time. But all of that, after all, he had relied on the power of the great killing weapon in his hand to complete it. Now, he didn't use the war weapon, but only the battle armor and battleship. With only these 3 starry sky treasures, he wanted to fight an immortal old monster who had stepped into the immortal realm and manifested the bloodline true body. With a terrifying body, the old monster of the Battle Lion clan, whose blood and chi were so abundant that it almost made people despair, he was going to fight head-on. This was obviously not an ordinary arrogance. In everyone's view, he was destined to be defeated in this battle. In addition, the natural void chasm that had just formed and blocked the 50 million battleship armies of the 2 camps would soon lose its effect. At that time, the 50 million battleship armies would be able to completely crush the demon race army on the other side of the void. The situation was turning for the better, and all this was exciting. Roar. Lion Lianfeng, who was fighting Yi Xian, was also very excited. How could it be just excitement? It was simply anger. It was too sullen. Obviously, it was just an ant that could be easily killed, but its speed was extremely fast, and its figure was so agile that it made people's hair stand on end. Every time, his bombardment was half a beat slower, and the opponent easily avoided it. If other immortal old monsters encountered this situation, they might not be like this, because immortal old monsters had their own immortal divine arts and techniques. They had plenty of ways to deal with this situation. However, Shi Lianfeng couldn't. His cultivation strength was originally only at the universe 9th level great perfection, which was half-step immortal old monster. Now, although after activating the Mad Lion bloodline and using the 5th transformation of the Bloodlust Frenzy, because of the increase in his body size, he temporarily entered the immortal realm ahead of time. It was just that his physical body was immortal. He didn't have the divine arts and techniques that a half-step immortal old monster should have, so he could only try to crush him with his physical body. Arg. While his heart was sullen and indignant, the area below his right rear ribs was slashed again. A 1,000-meter-long bloody scar appeared, and light golden precious blood splashed out into the air. Shi Lianfeng held in pain and subconsciously fiercely raised his right arm. Just as he was about to press down with his palm, however, an indescribable feeling of weakness came from within his body like a tide. Ouch! While feeling stifled and indignant in his heart, Shi Lianfeng let out a furious roar from the pain, and he was just about to press down with his palm when a strong feeling of weakness came from his body at this moment, and it was continuous like the tide, causing his mind to shake violently as he cried out in astonishment. Wait. What happened? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly staggered in the void and almost fell into the void. As an immortal being, after activating his bloodline true body, he had a terrifying body that was 3 million feet tall. His chi and blood were so abundant that it made people's hair stand on end. But now, he felt so weak that his legs were weak. A sense of alarm rose in his heart. Shi Lianfeng immediately looked inside his mind to check the condition of his body. He quickly discovered an abnormality and raised his head to look at Yi Xian. He roared endlessly, "Stinking brat, what did you do? I have lost 20% of my chi and blood. And what is the black fog in my body? Why can't I get rid of it? You. Is your saber poisoned? Congratulations, you got it right." Yi Xian sneered and dodged the attack. In the blink of an eye, he was in another direction. He raised his saber and chopped it down. He murmured to himself, "It is said that before the heaven and earth were separated, there was a great demon in the outer space who lost his memory. The evil thoughts in his heart were no longer there. He hid in the depths of the void and spent all his time there." Done. One day, the evil thoughts were completely recovered. The great demon was born and turned into a withered saber with black light. The demonic nature of this saber is too strong. It killed countless creatures. Those who died had their souls destroyed. It is the withered demon saber, puff. As he spoke to this point, the withered demon blood blade in his hand, which glowed with a bloody light, suddenly fell down. With a puff, it left behind a hideous cut on Shi Lianfeng's left thigh. There is a blade spirit sealed in this king's weapon. It is, the withered demon. As for the poison you mentioned, alright, I admit it. A few days ago, I accidentally killed a flying centipede. To be precise, it was an immortal heavenly centipede. Its bloodline had evolved to the peak of this species, becoming a different kind of creature. It had 9 pairs of wings on its back, and the poisonous fog in its body could corrode even the void. I was lucky to collect the strange poisonous fog in the body of the 9 corners heavenly centipede and condensed a drop of heavenly centipede venom. I have nothing to do these days, so I smeared it back and forth on the saber to pass the time. Puff. Puff. Hearing this, Shi Lianfeng couldn't hold it in anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out a few arrows. Like a heavy rain, the sky. Immediately after, a shrill howl of agony rang out, causing the void to tremble. Roar. Heavenly centipede venom? To pass the time? To pass the time? You little bastard, you definitely did this on purpose. At this moment, Shi Lianfeng was so angry that he almost doubted his life. If it was the poisonous fog in the body of an ordinary flying centipede, it would be fine. But the 9 corners heavenly centipede was different. As Yixian said just now, the 9 corners heavenly centipede was almost no longer a flying centipede. The bloodline in its body had evolved to the peak of this species. It was like a fox that had 9 fox tails. It was equivalent to jumping out of the shackles of life and becoming a 9-tailed celestial fox. The poison in the 9 corners heavenly centipede's body was already extraordinary. What's more, the poison was obtained from an immortal heavenly centipede with the cultivation of the immortal realm. With Shi Lianfeng's current strength, it was impossible for him to expel and refine it. There was no need to continue this battle. He didn't want to fight anymore. He had to find a place to heal his wounds immediately and find a way to expel or refine the poison in his body. Otherwise, he could recover from the loss of a little bit of qi and blood, but with the horrible poison in his body that could even corrode the void, it would definitely damage his foundation. If he wanted to truly step into the immortal realm in this life, it could only be wishful thinking. Thinking of this, Shi Lianfeng was shocked. His entire huge body trembled slightly. He didn't want to continue fighting and directly cancelled the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the Mad Lion. His huge body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a breath's time, he had returned to his original size of around 300 meters. Stinking brat, you win. This senior will definitely take revenge for today's grudge in the future. Turning his head to glance at Yixian, Shi Lianfeng's eyes emitted a dark light that was filled with endless hatred. He fiercely threw down a few words before turning around to return to the army of the second universe behind him. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Yixian sneered and sighed, aren't you half-step immortal realm? Since you have a grudge, you should take revenge on the spot and leave it for another day. What's the point? Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian activated the Void Shatter shuttle beneath his feet, and his figure transformed into a violet ray of light that approached Shi Lianfeng in the blink of an eye. He slashed at Shi Lianfeng with his blade. After the latter cancelled the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the Mad Lion, he had fallen from the immortal realm. His original cultivation at the perfection of the universe 9th realm had been affected by the sky centipede's poison, and he was only at the intermediate universe realm now. But even then, he was still much stronger than Yixian, who was merely at the first rank of the region lord realm. At this moment, Shi Lianfeng's huge body was no longer bloated and had returned to his original size of around 300 meters. His agility had risen completely as well. When he saw Yixian slash at him, he immediately flared up with rage, "You're courting death." Bang! Amidst his furious roar, the huge lion didn't dodge or retreat, and he moved forward instead. He directly moved to meet Yixian's attack head-on. He raised his right forelimb and was about to slap down. Crack! Swish! The clear sound of lightning suddenly resounded without the slightest sign. Both sides were still a few dozen kilometers apart when the black mist figure within Yixian's devil-ape true body suddenly waved his hand and executed the spiritual lightning technique. A bolt of black lightning that was around 300 meters in size struck down from the sky and directly descended towards Shi Lianfeng. The latter's figure suddenly froze, and he'd just avoided this strike when the faint sound of the air being torn apart resounded once more. The withered demon bloodblade that was originally held in the right hand of the fleshly body instantly transformed into a dark red light that whistled past in the blink of an eye. It was practically biting the tail of the black lightning as it appeared above Shi Lianfeng, to the side of his head. After that, before he could even react, the blade struck down fiercely. Pooh! A muffled sound resounded. Shi Lianfeng was caught off guard, and his head rolled off from his shoulder. A large amount of light golden blood gushed out from his neck cavity, but in the next instant, all of it was absorbed by the withered demon bloodblade, and not a single drop was left behind in the void. It was even to the extent that his battle lion body that was originally filled with vital energy and blood had completely withered and shriveled up in a short period of a few moments. He was like a dried corpse, and it was a shocking sight. In the blink of an eye, a half-step immortal realm expert had perished. Not only had his body been destroyed, even his soul core hadn't been able to escape and was transformed into nourishment before being devoured by the withered demon blade. Xiao! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the withered demon blood blade turned into a dark red light and directly entered Yi Xian's body. It lay dormant in his undying world and no longer made a sound. This made Yi Xian somewhat stunned. Although Shi Lianfeng had fallen, the battle clearly wasn't over yet. Yi Xian didn't even take the initiative to put away the withered demon blood blade. The weapon was completely under the control of the withered demon blood blade and entered his body on its own accord. This was truly strange, but Yi Xian quickly understood. His heart was filled with joy, and an unexpected smile appeared on his face. Shi Lianfeng was a half-step immortal. After being killed in this battle, all of the blood energy in his body, including his primordial spirit, was devoured by the withered demon blood blade. This was definitely a sumptuous meal. Even the withered demon blood blade couldn't withstand it and needed a certain amount of time to digest. Otherwise, the withered demon blood blade wouldn't have activated the withered demon blood blade without Yi Xian's permission and entered dormant in his body. If nothing unexpected happened, then the current withered demon blade would have definitely fallen into a deep sleep after activating the withered demon blood blade and entering Yi Xian's undying world. Not long after, when the withered demon blood blade awakens again, its evolution level would be even higher. The withered demon bloodblade's domain would also undergo a transformation and upgrade due to the harvest this time. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately surged with pride. A boundless pressure rumbled out from his body as he turned around and swept his gaze across the space in front of him. He directly called out to the two great expeditionary camps, "Who else is not convinced?" This kind of provocation was blatant disregard. Standing alone in the void, he actually dared to arrogantly shout at the two subjugation camps that had a military strength of over 50 million warships. Everyone felt as if they had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. They were so sullen that they were about to go crazy. "Ayo! Little bastard with the surname Mo, you're just relying on the fact that you've dipped your demonic blade in poison. Fellow Taoist lion was careless and was tricked by you. How dare you be so arrogant?" An earth-shattering roar sounded from the Second Universe's allied army. Then, a giant battle wolf with golden hair rushed out from one of the flagship fortresses. It was one of the top 10 in the Second Universe, the fleet commander of the Greedy Wolf clan. One of the 8 upper echelons of the Camp Command Council, a half-step immortal golden mane Greedy Wolf. Right now, fellow cultivator lion's blood, chi, and soul have filled up the blade spirit of your poisonous blade. If my guess is correct, the poisonous blade returning to its nest on its own accord must be a sign that the blade spirit has fallen asleep. Let's see what else you can do without the poisonous blade. With a shrill howl, the golden-maned greedy wolf raised its 4 hooves and transformed into a streak of golden light that shot towards the battlefield in front of it. Today, I will kill you and avenge the destruction of my Tao Foundation. The ancestor of the greedy wolf clan was called Xianxia. At this moment, he'd charged out furiously. On one hand, it was because he had a violent temper, and he was utterly unable to endure Yi Xian's arrogant provocation. On the other hand, Shi Lianfeng had been defeated too quickly. The 2 chaotic streams of space at the center of the chasm had only just been repaired halfway, and this process couldn't be interrupted. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. The space that was being repaired was extremely unstable. Even though Yi Xian was only at the region Lord realm, he still possessed strength. But if he paid a certain price, he still possessed the ability to destroy it once more. In the end, Lang Xiaolin really did have monstrous resentment towards Yixian. The former universe Daoist of the Greedy Wolf clan had been captured by young Master Ling Hu not long ago, and he'd been able to return to his clan after paying the so-called exit fee. But even if he'd returned, his Dao Foundation had been destroyed, so his cultivation couldn't be recovered even with the assistance of the clan's sacred medicine. That universe Daoist was Lang Xiaolin's grandson, and he could be said to hate Yixian to the bone. So, it was within reason that he was the first to charge out right after Shi Lianfeng. "You're Lang Gongjiang's grandfather?" Yixian was rather surprised by this, and his expression instantly became slightly strange. He was stunned for a moment before he sneered. "I was able to capture Lang Gongjiang, so I can kill you as well. If you know what's good for you, then retreat. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ignorant kid, I'll definitely kill you today." Roar. Greedy wolf howls at the moon. Lang Xiaolin roared furiously in the end. He raised his head towards the sky while a circle of golden ripples effused out from his body, and it instantly swept towards the distance. This was the Greedy Wolf clan's bloodline divine ability, Greedy Wolf howls at the moon. Not every single member of the Greedy Wolf clan was able to awaken it, and it was normal that no one in several generations was able to awaken it. However, as a half-step eternal ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan, it was naturally impossible for him to be unable to execute such a supreme bloodline divine ability. This final howl of the wolf didn't carry any anger, nor did it carry the slightest emotion. However, it seemed to be extremely long, and it seemed to carry some sort of strange rhythm within it. It caused the hearts of countless experts from the three great camps to tremble, and they were unable to describe what sort of feeling it was. Then, a strange scene appeared. As Lang Xiaolin's long howl resounded throughout the battlefield, a bright moon slowly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. This was not the first time Yixian had seen this kind of bloodline divine ability. He had faced it before when he fought against Lang Ganglai, the heaven's pride of the Greedy Wolf clan, and Lang Gongqiang, the universe Daoist. It could be said that this kind of bloodline divine ability was extremely difficult to deal with, because the bright moon in the sky was not a real thing, but a projection of the divine ability, and it had mysterious power. It was said that wherever the light of this bright moon shone, all the energy would be taken by the caster of this strange divine ability, and he would be able to devour and control it at will. In this way, the Greedy Wolf clan who had this kind of bloodline divine ability would be invincible after using it. He would be like a real greedy wolf, and he would be able to replenish his energy endlessly during the battle, greedily plundering all the energy under the bright moon, including his opponents. The divine ability was blasted out. Previously, when Yixian fought against Lang Ganglai and Lang Gongqiang, although the two were known as the heaven's pride of the Greedy Wolf clan, and one of them was even the universe Daoist, they were still juniors after all. Even if they had awakened the bloodline divine ability of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon, the extent of their comprehension was still very limited. Now, the same bloodline divine ability was clearly different in the hands of the ancestor of the Greedy Wolf clan, who was a half-step immortal realm ancestor. The most obvious difference was that when Lang Ganglai and Lang Gongqiang used the bloodline divine ability of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon, the bright moon in the sky condensed by the divine ability was silver. But now, Lang Xiaolin, with his half-step immortal realm cultivation base and higher comprehension attainment, silently displayed the bloodline divine ability of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon of the Greedy Wolf howling at the moon. The bright moon in the sky was actually pale gold. Greedy Wolf howls at the moon? This divine ability moon is actually golden? Raising his head, the light golden full moon entered his eyes. Yixian's expression couldn't help but freeze. As he muttered to himself, he recalled the scene of the battle between him and Lang Gang. At that time, after Lang Ganglai used Greedy Wolf howls at the moon, Yixian used mental lightning to launch an energy attack. However, the moment the outline of those lightning bolts appeared, they completely collapsed, turning into a faintly discernible energy that rapidly shot toward the bright moon in the sky and was directly devoured. At that time, even Yixian was shocked. Just now, he realized that in the area illuminated by the moon of the Greedy Wolf in the sky, all energy could be devoured. Although Lang Ganglai hadn't reached the level where he could use the moon of the Greedy Wolf to devour all kinds of energy in an instant, in that moonlight area, the more active the energy was, the more likely it would be for the moon to sense it and use its divine ability to devour it. At that time, Yi Xian had used his spiritual lightning technique to blast out a few black spiritual bolts of lightning. In the area illuminated by the moonlight, only those few bolts of lightning were extremely fast and their energy was extremely active, so they were instantly captured and devoured. This kind of bloodline ability that could devour energy at any time in battle was too strange. It was practically undefeatable. Even Lang Gonglia's silver moon back then was already so powerful. And now, this golden moon of the greedy wolf in the sky was definitely even more powerful. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. His opponent was a half-step immortal expert. Although he wasn't as strong as Shi Lianfeng, after activating 9 transformation of the Mad Lion, he instantly broke through and gained immortal body strength. However, even if he was only a half-step immortal expert, with the help of this golden moon of the greedy wolf, Lang Xiaolan's strength and threat wasn't any weaker than Shi Lianfeng's. However, Yi Xian's weapon couldn't be used because the withered blade spirit was in hibernation. In comparison, this battle for Yi Xian was even more difficult than his battle with Shi Lianfeng. More importantly, due to the existence of this golden moon of the greedy wolf, Yi Xian couldn't use any energy attacks. For example, mental lightning, which belonged to the category of long-range energy attacks, once used, the energy would be devoured by the golden moon of the greedy wolf. This was like helping the enemy, the loss outweighed the gain. This is forcing this king to fight a half-step immortal expert with his body strength. Shaking his head and sighing, Yi Xian's heart quickly became excited. In the previous battle, he couldn't be considered to have truly let go of his hands and feet and used the battle to temper himself. After all, the fall of Lion Lianfeng was basically because of the withered demon blade and the sky centipede's poison. However, this battle was different. He couldn't use the withered demon blood blade, and he couldn't use mental lightning and other energy attacks. Yi Xian's only choice was to fight in close combat. This was the best way to temper oneself through battle. Not long ago, he had continuously broken through. Each time, he had swallowed a large amount of top-grade heaven and earth treasures, including 2 drops of all evil origin liquid each time. He had also eaten the flesh of the purple gold void mouse treasure body of a quasi-primordial expert. It could be said that although Yi Xian had successfully broken through each time, there was still a large amount of medicinal power remaining in his body that hadn't been completely refined. He intended to go all out in this battle and temper himself through battle. If he was able to completely refine and absorb all the medicinal power that remained in his meridians, bones, and blood, and remove a portion of the shackles of his body's potential, then breaking through after this battle would be practically a certainty. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian was filled with heroic spirit, and he raised his head and held fiercely. Roar! 9 transformations of the devil ape. Third form. Earlier, even though Yi Xian had activated the devil ape bloodline within his body, he'd merely executed the 9 transformations of the devil ape to the second form for the sake of maintaining his agility and making it convenient for him to fight Shi Lianfeng. He'd maintained his figure at around 3 kilometers while his cultivation remained at the first rank of the region Lord realm. Continue. But now, he could only engage in close quarters combat with Lang Xiaolan because Yi Xian required even more powerful vital blood and energy. So, he could only continue activating the next form of the 9 transformations of the devil ape. At this moment, as the 3rd transformation of the bloodline ability was unleashed, the vital energy and blood surging incessantly within the bodies of the 3 devilish ape true forms also swelled explosively once again. Like a roaring river, the devilish ape true form with 3 heads and 6 arms began to swell rapidly like a balloon being inflated. In the blink of an eye, it had risen from 3 kilometers to 30 kilometers. 9 transformations of the devil ape. The 4th form. Another furious roar resounded through the surroundings. The 3 heads of the primeval devil ape raised their heads and roared at the same time, causing even a corner of space to tremble slightly. The devil ape's bloodline true form that had attained a height of 30 kilometers instantly swelled explosively by 10 times, and it attained a terrifying height of 30 kilometers. At this moment, the vital blood and energy within Yi Xian's body had risen explosively by 100 times, and the aura he emanated had risen by 2 ranks once more. It had risen from the 1st rank of Region Lord Realm to the 3rd rank of Region Lord Realm. This scene was extremely similar to the enormous bloodline true form Shi Lianfeng had manifested when he executed the 9 transformations of the primeval lion earlier. Because Yixian's 9 transformations of the devil ape had been derived from the warlion clan's 9 transformations of the primeval lion through the devour system within his body. Yet now, his figure had risen explosively by 100 times in the blink of an eye, and he possessed a 300 kilometers tall bloodline true form. Even though it was far inferior to the 300 kilometers tall bloodline true form Shi Lianfeng possessed after he executed the 5th transformation of the primeval lion, it was still shocking when compared to Lang Xiaolin, who was merely 30 kilometers tall. What a pity! Most importantly, Yixian's cultivation was inferior to Lang Xiaolin's, yet he'd given up on nimbly moving about with his comparatively smaller figure and had actually manifested an enormous figure. Obviously, he intended to engage Lang Xiaolin in a head-on battle. When they thought up to here, all the experts from the 3 great groups who were spectating the battle from afar were shocked. Numerous experts gasped in succession, and their hissing resounded through this expanse of space. This fellow is too arrogant, and he's simply arrogant to the point it makes one's hair stand on end. He dares to engage in head-on battle with a perfection stage universe 9th rank quasi-immortal while only at the 3rd rank of region Lord Realm. They were truly unable to understand where his courage came from. You want to fight me head-on with just the vital blood and energy of your body? I'll fulfill your wish today. Ow! Lang Xiaolin raised his head and roared furiously, and then he let out a long howl once more. His 30 kilometers tall bloodline true form had risen explosively once more, and it had attained a height of 300 kilometers just like Yixian. Even though he didn't possess the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the primeval lion, he was at the quasi-immortal realm in the end. So, by forcefully increasing his vital blood and energy, he was similarly able to forcefully expand his body to a height of 300 kilometers in a short period of time. Even though this was already his limit, it just happened to be on par with Yixian's body when he was in the 4th transformation of the devil ape, so it was just right for this battle. This stick looks so familiar. Yes, it does look familiar. Isn't it a little too big? That black stick is actually 200,000 feet long. Why do I suddenly feel a little scared? The big-headed black stick. I remember now. This is that fierce cudgel. Back then, during the first incident of the source of all evil, the primordial little demon ape used it to hit people everywhere. All of the younger generation geniuses of the various races in the 2nd universe were knocked unconscious and captured. Those heaven's chosen children of heaven and earth, who were crippled, fell into its trap. It's actually that stick. No wonder. At that time, the primordial little demon ape's cultivation was still weak, but it could knock out the heavens chosen of the Tao of heaven and earth with this stick. It was originally a primordial treasure that could change its size at will, but now it has actually become 200,000 feet long. Even a meteor would be smashed into pieces by the stick. As Yixian took out the Xianxia pestle, not only did it reappear in the form of the big-headed black stick, but it also activated its power and became 200,000 feet long. In an instant, a large number of exclamations rang out from the 3 camps facing each other in the air. Many people recognized this fierce and outstanding big black stick, and they recalled the scene where the heaven and earth Tao disciples of various clans were smashed on their heads by this stick one after another, and were directly knocked unconscious and dragged away. Suddenly, hissing sounds were like a tide in the void, and countless experts were sucking in cold breaths. The Xianxia pestle and the Xianxia cauldron were a set of primordial treasures. However, Yixian had not fully activated its power yet. This might be related to the fact that the Xianxia unusual flame in the Xianxia cauldron had not yet grown into a 9-colored flame. This was a primordial artifact of the ancients. Once its power was fully unleashed, it could be as small as a palm. It could be used to grind medicinal herbs with a cauldron or pestle. When it was large, it could suppress a vast star field. However, Yixian's cultivation was still too weak. Even if the unusual flame in the cauldron had just broken through to the Xianxia 5-colored flame, causing the power of this primordial treasure to increase by a lot, and even unlocking some functions that it had never had before, it was only the size of a giant star when it was large. When it was small, it could at most shrink. It was only about 1,000 feet long. At this moment, although the Xianxia pestle had already reached 200,000 feet in length and looked like a towering pillar, in reality, this was far from Yixian's current limit. The reason why he had limited the Shen pestle to a length of 200,000 feet was because his bloodline true body was 100,000 feet tall when he was in the fourth devil ape transformation, so he could wield the 200,000 feet long black staff with ease. Otherwise, if he wanted to, he could easily make the big-headed black stick grow to a length of 1,000,000 zhong. Little bastard, you're courting death. Lang Xiaolin already harbored a grudge against Yixian. When he thought about how his grandson Lang Xiaolin's strong Qian Kuan Dao Jin had been destroyed because of him, he felt like he was going crazy. Now that he was fighting with him, he deliberately took out the same club that had left a big bruise on Lang Gongqiang's head. The hatred in Lang Xiaolin's heart was aroused. He roared and raised his head to let out a mournful howl, a woo, buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. As this mournful howl sounded, a low buzzing sound came from the void of the battlefield. It made one's scalp tingle and had an extremely ominous premonition. Yixian subconsciously raised his head to look up into the sky. Previously, when he was fighting with Lang Ganglai and Lang Gongqiang, the two of them had used the bloodline ability of the greedy wolf Howling Moon. They were able to summon a large amount of energy blades from the silver moon hanging high in the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. The ocean. At this moment, this low buzzing sound was obviously related to the golden moon of the greedy wolf above his head, which made him vigilant. However, there was no abnormality in the golden moon in the sky. The moonlight was still like water, pouring down on the earth. It was incomparably quiet, just as Yixian was puzzled. In the void around him, countless golden half-moonlight blades suddenly appeared without warning. With a boom, they wrapped around Yixian's body like dumplings. These golden half-moonlight blades were not shot from the golden moon in the sky. Instead, they were directly condensed from the golden moonlight sprinkled down from the void. They were simply everywhere. Wherever the moonlight shone, they could instantly appear in any corner, condensing and dispersing at will. It was simply strange to the extreme. Compared to pouring down from the sky, it was even more unpredictable and difficult to guard against. Yixian's expression changed instantly. He snorted coldly and directly rushed out, wanting to dodge. Pooh! Clang clang. Unfortunately, he was half a step too slow. Although he dodged most of the golden half-moonlight blades, his bloodline true body was too large, and he was like a giant target. Faced with such an extremely strange attack, he was still hit in the end. In just half an instant, at least hundreds of golden half-moonlight blades fell on the three bodies of Yixian's demon ape true body. Bloody wounds were instantly cut open on his body of flesh and blood. Even though his body was made of tough bones, there were still a few places where there were shallow cuts on his bones. Even his body of black fog, which was not a physical body, fluctuated for a few moments after being cut by several golden half-moonlight blades, causing Yixian to feel as if his soul and mind were shaken. These golden half-moonlight blades could actually affect both material and non-material forms of energy at the same time. Its power was strange, causing Yixian's heart to sink. When he looked back, the countless golden half-moonlight blades that had gathered and surged over had completely dissipated in the blink of an eye. They collapsed into specks of faint golden brilliance, and then dispersed again, turning into golden moonlight. The attack was traceless, and the golden half-moonlight blades were everywhere. They instantly condensed and covered the heavens and the earth as they descended. After this attack, all the golden half-moonlight blades instantly vanished and dispersed into golden moonlight. All of this was too strange, and it was impossible to guard against. Yixian frowned. This attack didn't cause much harm to him. After all, even though there were numerous golden half-moonlight blades that covered the heavens and the earth, only a few had struck him. Moreover, with his current powerful vital energy, he was able to resist it with ease. However, this wasn't a solution in the long run. Such a strange attack was utterly impossible to guard against, and he was in a very passive situation. He'd fallen into a predicament. Roar, roar, Yixian burst into rage while holding back his anger. The three enormous heads of his demon ape true body roared furiously towards the sky while the energy within his body surged to its limits. His figure flashed, and he actually didn't dodge at all. He directly charged over to the enormous golden wolf, and then he swung his club and smashed it down with a bang. What? You've lost your composure just like that? You dare to go head-on against this exalt with your tiny cultivation at the Region Lord realm? Are you out of your mind? When they saw Yi Xian charge towards Lang Xiaolin with the big-headed black club in hand and was actually prepared to fight the latter head-on, countless experts from the three camps sighed. They were certain that Yi Xian had lost his cool due to his anger. Because he had been lightly injured and lost face, he had lost his cool and made such a foolish move. This move, his big-headed black club, was powerful, and it was also a primordial treasure. Otherwise, how could an ordinary magic treasure be able to change its size at will and easily transform into a black club that was 200,000 meters long in the blink of an eye? Unfortunately, this primordial treasure might be able to beat the younger generation of the Universe Tao disciples, but it was clearly a little too careless when facing a half-step immortal. If Yi Xian's cultivation had also reached the half-step immortal realm, or even if he was merely at the early or middle stage of the universe realm, this swing of the club would more or less cause Lang Xiaolin to feel some fear. Unfortunately, the gap in their cultivations was too huge. Mo Chofeng was merely at the third rank of the region Lord realm, yet his target was at the half-step undying realm. The gap of more than 2 realms of cultivation caused the outcome of this attack to be obvious. No matter how abundant one's vitality was, one's cultivation was a shortcoming that couldn't be ignored, and it restricted everything. Boom. Oh. Just as everyone was sighing, the big-headed black club smashed onto Lang Xiaolin's head. On one hand, Yi Xian's speed was truly too fast. On the other hand, the latter was slightly careless and didn't take this swing seriously at all. Thus, he was smashed solid, and a shrill and miserable howl resounded. The howl reverberated through the void, causing everyone's expression to change drastically and their hearts to tremble slightly. A large lump appeared on the forehead of the giant golden wolf, as if it had grown a horn. Golden fur drilled out from the bulging lump. It was black and shiny, with a faint hint of green. It was a ghastly sight. How was it? How was this king's dog-beating club technique? Yi Xian had already quietly retreated when the cudgel struck down. He was still holding that 200,000 feet long black-headed cudgel in his hand, but there was a flicker of flame at the head of the cudgel. It was clearly dazzling, and it seemed to have 6 different colors. It was extremely beautiful. The Xianxia pestle and the Xianxia cauldron were a set. Therefore, the Xianxia pestle could also release the Xianxia strange flame. Earlier, with Yi Xian's current strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the half-step immortal Lang Xiaolin. But just as the big-headed black stick was about to hit Lang Xiaolin's head, a dazzling Xianxia strange flame shot out from the tip of the stick. The 6-colored flame broke through Lang Xiaolin's defense, increasing the power of the stick. It also had the attributes of lightning and poison. With just one strike, Lang Xiaolin was almost knocked over on the spot. When the black stick smashed down, it made him feel like he was struck by lightning. After the strike, he fell into a weak state. It seemed like some sort of poison was wreaking havoc in his body. Although it wasn't very strong, it was extremely painful, and it made him let out a miserable howl. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. Countless experts from the 3 factions opened their mouths wide and were stunned. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. A half-step immortal realm expert was actually beaten to the point of tears and snot by a big-headed black stick. His entire body was spasming in midair like a pendulum. Like a pendulum, after a short moment of blankness and deathly silence, a huge wave of exclamations resounded. My God! Can someone tell me what happened? The greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, a half-step immortal realm expert, was actually beaten to the point of tears by a big-headed black stick? He's not just crying. Not only are his snot and tears flowing, his entire body is spasming. This is clearly the feeling of being beaten to the point of doubt. How savage! Is my younger brother really only at the region Lord realm? If that's the case, then how can all of this be explained? It simply doesn't make sense. Something's not right. There's something strange about that big-headed black stick. When it smashed down earlier, there seemed to be a strange flame flashing past the head of the stick. Could it be that the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor was burned? Fuck off. Haven't you heard of a half-step ancestor who cries after being scalded? How can there be such a huge bruise on his head? He's clearly been smashed silly. As these cries of alarm sounded out, the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor, who had been struck by Yi Xian's staff to the point of doubting his life, had snot and tears flowing down his face. His violently twitching body finally recovered, and the pair of golden eyes that had been spinning in circles in his huge eye sockets also stopped. After he calmed himself down, he raised his claw to touch the bruise on his head, and then an even more miserable howl resounded once more. Ow! Little bastard! What the F***ck is that stick of yours? All F***king. At this moment, the greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, Xianxia, even had the intention to kill. He'd just recovered from his dazed state, and he immediately roared and cursed. The strength of this heavy stick wasn't sufficient to cause him to be in such a sorry state. However, it just so happened that the six-colored flame that flickered from the head of the black stick when it smashed down was too strange, and it actually directly broke through the defenses of his body. In this way, when this heavy stick smashed down, it was simply equivalent to dispersing his cultivation and forcefully enduring it without resisting at all. No matter how weak his opponent was, he was an old fellow at the Region Lord realm in the end. Moreover, he was wielding such a terrifying big-headed black stick. Under the circumstances that his body didn't have the slightest bit of defense, how could he endure such a blow? It was also at this moment that the devouring system in Xianxia's body suddenly issued a familiar notification. The fifth transformation of the demonic ape that he had been deducing had actually been completed at this moment. This was definitely a pleasant surprise, causing Xianxia to be inexplicably excited. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised his head and roared, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Fifth transformation. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and audible explosion sounded from within the gigantic body of the true devil ape. At this moment, the power of qi and blood in Xianxia's body began to surge crazily like boiling water. Huff. As the power of qi and blood in his body surged, Xianxia's gigantic body of the true devil ape, which was originally 100,000 feet tall, began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye like a balloon that had been blown up. 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet. Until it reached an enormous height of 3 million feet. In just the time of a few breaths, Xianxia's figure had become as enormous as Lian Feng, who'd executed the fifth transformation of the demonic ape. At this moment, the greedy wolf clan's ancestor Gold Wolf, who was merely 100,000 feet tall, was simply like a tiny dot before Xianxia. Even the aura of his cultivation that effused out from his body had risen explosively once more because of the successful activation of the fifth transformation of the demonic ape, and he'd attained the 4th rank of the Region Lord realm. He'd stepped into the intermediate stage of this realm from the initial stage to the intermediate stage. As his body instantly expanded by 10 times, the originally 200,000 feet long big-headed black stick, which was much longer than Xianxia's previous body, had now become a short stick. Xianxia lowered his head to look, and a sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. Previously, it was only 200,000 feet, but it had already smashed the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor to the point of doubting life. If this black stick was a little bigger. Thinking of this, Xianxia himself shuddered and couldn't help but shudder. It was also at this moment that the familiar system notification echoed in his head again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Current state, 4th rank Star Lord. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical state. Current state, 4th rank Star Lord. A breakthrough, this was within his expectations. Previously, Xianxia had continuously made breakthroughs. Every time, he would devour a large amount of top-grade heavenly and earthly treasures, including the all-evil origin liquid. He would swallow 2 drops almost every time. These top-notch resources had not been completely refined in his body, and some of them still remained. Now, as he fought with the Battle Lion clan's ancestor Lion Lian Feng and the Greedy Wolf clan's ancestor Golden Wolf Xianxia, and almost all of them were head-on battles, the power in his body was pushed to the extreme. The power of the top heavenly materials and earthly treasures that remained in his veins, bones, and blood finally melted and tore apart one of the shackles of human potential in his body, making Xianxia's physical state soar by a minor level. This was like a bucket of water suddenly being filled with water, which directly led to his cultivation base. After the medicinal effects of these top-grade resources were absorbed, his overall strength skyrocketed, and he also broke through a small level. However, that wasn't the end, because this time, the absorption system inside Xianxia's body finally had a result after deducing the fifth transformation of the wild lion for a long time. After activating the fifth transformation, Yi Xian's true form of a demonic ape was 10 times larger than before, reaching an astonishing height of 1,000,000 meters. It was like a small star. As his body expanded, the qi and blood in his body that was originally so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end instantly became as boundless as the sea, surging and surging in his meridians, bones, and blood. In one go, without any suspense, he once again tore apart the main shackles of the human body's potential. Thus, after the familiar sound of the system notification rang out for a second time, ding. Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current state, 5th rank Star Lord. Ding. Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's qi and blood realm. Current state, 5th rank Star Lord. 5th Order Star Lord. Yi Xian tightly clenched his fists, an intense light shooting out from his eyes. He looked down and saw that the aura of the Devil Ape's 5th transformation was indeed rapidly rising. When he was a 3rd rank Star Lord, his true form of the ancient demon ape was an 8th rank Star Lord. Once he used the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape and attained the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a 3rd rank Region Lord, and every transformation would increase his strength by a small level. Now that his main body had made another breakthrough and reached the 5th Order Star Lord realm, according to his previous calculations, after activating the ancient ape demon bloodline, the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient ape demon should be at the 1st Order Domain Lord realm. Once he entered the 5th transformation, his peak combat strength would be at the 6th rank Region Lord, which was already the peak of the mid-stage Region Lord realm. He would be able to enter the late-stage Region Lord realm after another small breakthrough. As a matter of fact, that was indeed the case. Yi Xian was currently in his true form of the Devil Ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was in the 5th transformation. Therefore, his aura rose rapidly following this breakthrough, and he rose from the 4th rank Region Lord realm to the 6th rank Region Lord realm in the blink of an eye. Rank. All of this had dumbfounded the countless experts of the 3 camps who were facing each other from afar. It just so happened that the greedy wolf clan's patriarch Gold Wolf saw it when he turned around. The old fellow was stunned, and his mouth opened wide. He had a blank expression on his face as if he had been struck by lightning. That was simply too monstrous. A few breaths of time ago, he was merely a 3rd rank Region Lord, yet he'd attained the 6th rank in the blink of an eye. Even though they were still in the same realm, the former was at the peak of the initial stage of the realm while the latter was at the peak of the intermediate stage of the realm. They were only a step away from the late-stage Region Lord realm, so they were absolutely not the same. What was even more frightening was that even his body had increased by 10 times. He was 300,000 m tall before this, yet he was 3 kilometers tall now. He was simply like a small star, just like the Warlion clan's ancestor, Lion Lian Feng. Lang Xiaolin didn't possess the Warlion clan's bloodline divine ability. Even though his cultivation had attained the half-step eternal realm, so long as he hadn't stepped into the true eternal realm, then the limits of his bloodline true body could only be maintained at the 300,000 m tall. When he compared the 300,000 m tall to the 10,000 m tall, he was simply like a tiny dot before Yi Xian. This was truly a grieving. Lang Xiaolin was on the verge of spitting blood. But this wasn't the end of it. Because right when Yi Xian's cultivation had suddenly risen explosively to the 6th rank Region Lord realm, the black rod that was held in the right hand of his 3 bloodline true bodies had actually risen explosively while Yi Xian lowered his head and revealed a savage smile on his face. At the same time, it started to grow explosively, 300,000 m, 400,000 m. In a short period of a few breaths of time, the black rod that was renowned for its ferocity had finally stopped at a little over 3 kilometers tall. It was even taller than Yi Xian's terrifying bloodline true body. The thinner end was held in his right palm by his flesh and blood body, while the thicker end was suspended in the air like a small meteor. It was suffused with a faint black light, causing one's entire body to feel cold. At this point, Yi Xian was finally completely satisfied. He really looked forward to smashing the Gold Wolf ancestor with the rod once more. What sort of visual effect would it be? A wisp of a savage smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth once more while carrying this sort of anticipation. He slowly turned around, and the 3 pairs of eyes on the 3 heads of his bloodline true body had descended onto the Gold Wolf ancestor, Lang Xiaolin. The latter shuddered and felt his entire body go cold while an extremely bad feeling surged into his heart, and it caused his scalp to go completely numb. Little friend, please don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. At this time, Lang Xiaolin had to raise his head to see Yi Xian's figure. In fact, one of Yi Xian's heads was as big as his entire body. Furthermore, the thick and round head of that infamous black rod was even bigger than his body. When he thought of the painful and satisfying scene of it smashing towards him, Lang Xiaolin truly began to doubt his life at this moment. His heart trembled slightly. At this time, he had already completely lost his temper and his fighting spirit. His body trembled slightly, and even the words that came out of his mouth were no longer clear. He began to stammer. He was really worried that the guy who was staring at him would pick up the rod and smash him without saying anything. That was going to kill someone. Roar. As the greedy wolf clan's ancestor Goldwolf fled without saying a single word, the countless experts of the three camps who were facing each other from afar were shocked to the point of falling to the ground. Many of them even wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes because they'd actually witnessed such a dramatic scene. A dignified half-step undying ancestor had actually fled without saying a single word when facing a junior who was merely at the region lord realm in a head-on battle. This truly caused them to feel speechless because the dignified face of a dignified half-step undying ancestor had been instantly destroyed without leaving a single trace behind. Sighs quickly resounded. Alas, this scene is truly too painful to watch. The dignified ancestor Goldwolf of the greedy wolf clan actually fled without saying a single word during the battle. What happened to his ferocious nature? What happened to his violent temper? Even though I'm slightly disappointed, it's probably understandable. That club strike was truly too ruthless. The greedy wolf clan's ancestor Goldwolf was struck to the point tears flowed down his cheeks. Moreover, that was only from a small club strike. Now that the small club has become a huge club, anyone would feel flustered by the sight of it. Might-killing club. That's really a fucking might-killing club. A dignified half-step undying ancestor's violent temper was obliterated with a single strike of the club. Is the second battle about to come to an end? Could it be that Mo Jinfeng really possesses the aura of being invincible throughout the world? He is actually going to defeat two half-rotten old ancestors in a head-on battle, and he didn't even use the Starry Sky battle armor and other killing weapons. This is a real battle strength. As these discussions entered the ears of the higher-ups of the two camps on the other side of the Void Chasm, Sao, Gongshouxin, and Long Xixia from the human race of the Third Universe and the Senate of the Wanluo Federation, as well as the other 6 half-rotten old ancestors from the Alliance Command Council of the Second Universe. Because all of their expressions were unsightly to the extreme. This was truly too aggrieving and infuriating. Dignified half-step undying ancestors had actually successively suffered losses at the hands of a junior who wasn't even at the World Lord realm. One of them had already been killed earlier. Even though the second one before him hadn't been killed, it was even worse. It actually turned around and fled without saying a single word. It was simply like a stray dog. This was a half-defunct grand ancestor who was at the same level as them. Although Sal and the others did not participate in the battle, the greedy wolf clan's grand ancestor Golden Wolf's performance had completely disgraced them and made them lose all face. Old Monster Wolf should be able to hold on for a while longer. The 2 turbulent voids in the center of the heavenly void are going to be repaired soon. Once these 2 turbulent voids are repaired, the other 2 turbulent voids on the left and right side of the heavenly void will also be repaired immediately. In just 2 more hours, half of the 8 turbulent voids that form this heavenly void chasm will disappear, and the effect of blocking tens of millions of our troops will be blocked. It will completely dissipate. Prepare to support Old Monster Wolf. He won't be able to hold on for 2 more hours. As expected of one of the 4 monstrous geniuses, the existence known as the number 1 of the younger generation. Even the invincible war god who is tormenting the human race's camp is probably far inferior to him. At least, the invincible war god has never been defeated by half a step. But in this child's hands, there is already the second grand ancestor. No matter what, we have to hold on for 2 more hours. The 3rd and 4th turbulent voids must be repaired and the barrier will be broken. The overall situation of the entire battlefield will be reversed again. The human race, the Federation's Senate, the various factions of the Second Universe have already participated in 2 battles. Next, it seems to be your turn. Only delaying for 2 more hours? Could it be that the various factions of the second universe would rather swallow this grievance? What I mean is, since we are going to fight, we have to ensure that we suppress him. If one Grand Ancestor is not enough, then send a few more half-defunct Grand Ancestors to fight him alone. This is a heavenly void battle, what face is there to talk about? This is seconded. Seconded. Quietly, a group of half-defunct Grand Ancestors reached an agreement in private and planned the nature of the next battle. They planned to shamelessly send a few half-step Immortal Realm experts to fight Xian alone. This was really shameless. However, the benefits involved in a heavenly void battle of this heavenly void battle were too great. The entire heavenly void battle could fall into their hands. Not to mention these dozen half-step Immortal Realm experts, when necessary, even the true Immortal Realm experts could fall out with them. So what if they were shameless? As long as they could take down the demon race, the entire heavenly void battle of the first universe would basically fall into the control of these two great conquering factions. It would be divided by the various factions of the second universe and the third universe. At that time, a large amount of cultivation resources would roll in, and the development of the factions would enter the fast lane. Some of the top resources and heavenly treasures unique to the first universe would be collected by the factions below and offered to the core higher-ups of the various factions for them to choose and enjoy. Use. This was definitely once and for all. After today's battle, what they would reap would be the cultivation resources that would be easily available for a long time in the future. Everyone knew how to choose. In fact, even the 11 Immortal Realm experts of various races who were hibernating in the void behind the two factions and only left a strand of divine sense to secretly enter the heavenly void battle of the first universe to pay close attention to the development of the situation. If it weren't for the fact that they were determined to get rid of the demon race's foundation ancestor, who was a huge problem in their hearts, right now, facing Xian's order, the arrogance of a person would have already disregarded their status and personally attacked him. Old man, I'm afraid it's already too late to escape now. In the center of the void battlefield, Xian saw the greedy wolf race's golden wolf ancestor turn around and flee without saying a word. He immediately sneered. The next moment, his figure flashed, and with a step, he had already blocked in front of the other party. There was no other way. His current body was too huge, like a giant star. With a single step, he could cross millions of miles. Boom! With an arrow straight in the void to block the other party's escape route, Xian did not waste any more words. With a cold light in his eyes, the right hand of the flesh and blood body of the three great true bodies suddenly shook, and the black-headed stick that was more than 1,000,000 feet long was instantly swung out, facing the greedy wolf race's golden wolf race, who was looking at him in shock. Wolf ancestor. Who? Gotcha. At this moment, near the head of the black-headed stick, the Xianxia 6-colored flames appeared with a loud bang. As Xian smashed down with the stick, the huge force and the power of the Xianxia 6-colored flames overlapped, causing the void of the universe to emit a cracking sound that made one's teeth ache, as if it was about to collapse at any time. It was too ferocious. With a swing of the stick, the wind and clouds changed color. Before the black-headed stick landed in front of him, the golden wolf undying of the greedy wolf race's legs had already gone soft. On his face that was filled with shock and despair, his eyes burst out with a thick light of despair. Bang! Awoo! Bang! Awoo! A long, mournful howl resounded in the void. Anyone who saw it would be moved, and those who heard it would shed tears, as the black-headed stick smashed onto Golden Wolf Ancestor's body. His bloodline true body was blown away like a scarecrow. This strike was too ruthless. Previously, when the black-headed cudgel was only 100,000 feet long, it had directly smashed a shocking large bruise on his head. It was as if a horn had grown on his head, and it was lofty and lofty. Now, because of Xian's sudden increase in size, the black-headed rod had already transformed into an enormous rod that was over 1,000,000 meters tall. When the rod smashed down, it almost smashed the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor into minced meat. If he only relied on brute force, Xian wouldn't be able to shake the half-step immortal Xianxia at all. However, the moment before the black-headed stick smashed down, the tip of the stick spewed out a dazzling Xianxia unusual flame. The six-colored flame directly broke through the defense, increasing the power of the stick's strike. It could greatly increase the power of the stick, and it also had the attributes of lightning and poison. When the black-headed stick smashed down, not only did he feel as if he was struck by lightning, but he also fell into a weakened state after the strike. Some kind of poison seemed to be wreaking havoc in his body. Although it wasn't very strong, it was excruciating. Otherwise, how could a half-step golden wolf ancestor let out such a miserable howl in public? At this moment, he was once again hit by the second club. His entire body was convulsing in the air like a pendulum. He probably wouldn't be able to catch his breath in a short period of time. The pair of golden eyes and his huge eye sockets were spinning in circles, and stars were flying everywhere. In the void, waves of hissing sounds rang out once more. In the three camps facing each other, countless experts sucked in cold breaths of air, and their expressions changed as they cried out in alarm once more, "The situation isn't good. This is only the second stick, and this golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan can't take it anymore." His huge true body was smashed away like a scarecrow. When he finally stopped, he's still spinning in circles in the void, completely lost. This is too shocking. A half-step immortal ancestor of a clan is going to be killed by a stick? This is too cruel. Killing a half-dead old monster, an ancestor-level existence, is actually going to be killed in public. The devil cultivator is really King cruel. It seems to be too early to say this, right? So what if it's the second stick? The golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan was beaten so badly that he was spinning in the void, but didn't he withstand it in the end? He didn't explode? Demon brother Lin Emojin Feng is monstrous, but his strength is too weak after all. That's my biggest weakness. Perhaps I can hurt Patriarch Golden Wolf, but as for killing him. Heh. I don't think so. Golden Wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan can't take it that Golden Wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan is. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Although the races of the second universe have already left the Federation, they are still with the human camp to suppress the demons. Even if it's the truth, it won't be good if the fellow Taoists of the greedy wolf race hear it. Boom. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the endless discussions in the air. After smashing out with his staff, he took another large step forward. His figure was like a gigantic star as he moved horizontally. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor, Xianxia. The right hand of the three true bodies shook. The black stick was raised up high again and smashed down heavily, bang. Pooh, this time, after the huge bang, there was indeed a muffled puff. However, it was not like what the heartless human powerhouse had said before, where the golden wolf grand ancestor's feces were smashed out. Instead, it was the strange sound of the golden wolf grand ancestor's flesh and blood cracking. Yes, after 2 consecutive strikes, the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor could not withstand it in the end. The second strike hit him and sent him flying, just like the big bruise left on his bloodline true body's forehead when the first strike hit him. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look good. Something was wrong. And now, when the third hit landed, the effect was the same as when the first hit landed on the big bruise. The bruise was already so swollen, so it was easy to imagine what the consequences would be if the second hit landed on the bruise. With a pu sound, the golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan basically died. His huge bloodline true body was like a rotten persimmon. It was directly flattened by Yi Xian's big black stick, and a large part of his huge body was visibly dented. Cracks appeared, and a large amount of pale golden blood sputtered in the void. The flesh and blood on that part of his body turned into mush and sputtered out together with the blood. Although the wolf feces weren't smashed out, the result of the third black stick was the same as the unscrupulous human expert's inference. Although the golden wolf ancestor of the greedy wolf clan wasn't directly killed, he wasn't much better off. A large part of his huge bloodline true body was dented, and the bones and blood inside were all mixed together, turning into mush. As the pale golden blood sputtered in the void, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to survive. A dignified half-dead ancestor shouldn't be so weak, but the attribute of the Xianxia six-colored flame was too powerful. Not only could it break through the golden wolf ancestor's defense, but it also contained the attributes of lightning and poisonous flames. He could barely withstand the first stick, but the second stick was 10 times stronger because of Yixian's bloodline true body and the big-headed black stick. The former's chi and blood were far stronger than before, and the latter's weight alone was already shocking. As the cudgel smashed down, the lightning and poison attributes of the six-colored flame immediately rushed into Xiaolan's body, wreaking havoc in his meridians, bones, and blood, causing his condition to deteriorate to the extreme. Immediately after, before he could recover his consciousness from being knocked into a daze, the third strike came crashing down once again. The interval between the strikes was so small that it could be ignored. Not only was the dizzy golden wolf ancestor unable to react in time, even Sao, Gongshou Xian, Xianxia, and the other 6 half-dead patriarchs of the Second Universe's various factions couldn't react in time. When they finally woke up from their shock and were about to lend a hand to save him, Yixian sneered as he ruthlessly smashed the fourth black stick down. Boom! Pfft, a huge explosion rang out, followed by a muffled puffing sound that was even more shocking. With this big black stick, the entire bloodline true body of the greedy wolf clan's ancestor Golden Wolf completely exploded, turning into a piece of pale golden mush that scattered across the void. This kind of feeling was like a huge rotten persimmon that was completely smashed into pulp by someone with a big stick. The second half-rotten ancestor had fallen, and he had been so miserably killed by the stick. The surroundings were deathly silent, and there were no exclamations of surprise. In the 3 camps facing each other, some of the Starry Sky experts were dumbfounded. Although they had guessed that the half-rotten ancestor of the greedy wolf clan would most likely die tragically, when all of this really happened in front of them, and so quickly, they still couldn't accept it, and their minds were shaken. Some, on the other hand, just shook their heads and sighed, as if they were not surprised by the scene in front of them. As early as Yixian's body had increased by 10 times, reaching 1,000,000 feet in size, and even the big-headed black stick in his hand had increased in size, their eyelids had already twitched wildly, and they had realized what was about to happen. Tragedy. But no matter how the spectators in the distance reacted, everything in front of them was an established fact. The half-rotten ancestor of the greedy wolf clan had completely fallen, and his huge bloodline true body had been smashed into a mass of meat paste and mist, drifting in the void. It could be said that his body and soul had been destroyed, and no matter how heaven-defying the method was, it couldn't be saved. Behind the 2 expeditionary camps, the 11 immortal old monsters of various races and top forces were all stunned. They were also caught off guard by this result. 9 transformations of the demonic ape? I've never heard of the ancient demonic ape bloodline having this kind of bloodline ability. It's basically the same as the 9 transformations of the wild lion of the Battle Lion clan. It should be improved after deducing the 9 transformations of the wild lion. No wonder back then, only the Battle Lion clan's Shi Wanjin had not been redeemed. It seems that the 9 transformations of the wild lion was leaked from his hands. This child is indeed a monster. After obtaining the 9 transformations of the wild lion, in a short period of time, he actually evolved it into the 9 transformations of the demonic ape that is suitable for the bloodline of the demonic ape. Moreover, he has also comprehended the 5th transformation. This kind of talent, if he is allowed to grow up, he will definitely become a disaster in the future. And that big-headed black stick, not only is it a desolate treasure, but it seems to be far from an ordinary desolate treasure. His luck is too deep, and he has at least a few ancient desolate treasures and current starry sky treasures in his hands. We must kill him. When the ancestor of the demon race appears, fellow Taoists, 2 of you will deal with this child. Although it is beneath our status to fight 1 against 2, this matter cannot be neglected, killing or capturing this child. Agreed. Agreed. At the same time, Sao, Gongshou, Xianxia, and the other 6 half-old ancestors of the various camps of the Second Universe, suddenly, at this time, Yixian. Although they had already seen that the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor was not a match and was bound to be defeated, they had already made preparations to support and rescue him. Who would have thought that everything would happen too quickly? There was no time for them to do anything. Everything had already happened. The greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor was directly beheaded. The black stick was smashed into smithereens, and not a single hair was left behind. The sudden turn of events startled all of them. Before this, they thought that it was a loss of face to send 4 half-step ancestors from different races to fight Mo Jinfeng alone. But now, it seemed that this guy was indeed too monstrous. He couldn't be judged by common sense at all. For half-rotten great ancestors probably only had a slight advantage over him. If there were less than 2 great ancestors, no one would dare to fight him at all. With this understanding in their hearts, the dozen or so half-dead ancestors of the various large clans and top powers immediately felt ashamed and angry. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to suppress Xianxia immediately. Immediately, 4 figures rushed out from 4 different battleships. Each of them transformed into a ray of light and shot straight towards Xianxia, toward the center of the void battlefield in front of him. This time, the 4 half-rotten old ancestors were dispatched. They were Gong Shouxin, the deputy palace master of Tianzhu Palace from the Third Universe's human race's cultivation camp, Gong Shouxin, the half-rotten old Long Xixia from the human race's science and technology camp, and the half-rotten old Sal from the Wan Luo Federation Senate. The last person was the half-old ancestor of the barbarian Bull clan, one of the top 10 clans in the Second Universe's various camps, the vice palace master of the Tianzhu Palace in the cultivation camp, Gong Shouxin, was a green-robed old man in his 50s. His face was solemn. After he rushed out, he waved his hand and summoned 5 colorful clouds that wrapped around his body. This was a magic weapon, called the Tai 5 Smokes Net. Once it was summoned, there would be 5 colorful clouds, the size of which could protect the body. It was not afraid of all magic weapons and flying swords. It was a protective magic weapon, a starry sky treasure. Gong Shouxin was obviously shocked by the fierce and outstanding big-headed black stick in Yixian's hand. He was afraid that he would be smashed into meat paste like the Golden Wolf ancestor of the Wolf clan. A dignified half-old ancestor, and 4 of them at the same time, actually took out a defensive magic weapon first. It made people speechless. On the other hand, the half-old old dragon Xianxia, who came from the eternal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp, because he walked the path of body cultivation, he did not summon anything like a defensive magic weapon at all. Instead, with a flick of his finger, the 2 rings on his left finger shot out. They shot out. These 2 rings were offensive magic weapons, and their grade was also a starry sky treasure. They were condensed from meteors from outer space. It was said that they were the inheritance treasures of an immortal dynasty. The 2 rings contained an endless amount of heavenly jade star sand. When not in use, they were just 2 rings, but once activated, they could release an infinite amount. Heavy star sand. At this time, a large amount of blue light spots shot toward Yixian's huge bloodline true body. It was the Merak star sand that was directly condensed from stars. As for the half-old elder Sal from the myriad Luo Federation's Senate, he directly revealed his bloodline true body. Sal was not a human. He was an expert from a small race in the Second Universe. Nearly 10,000 years ago, he was ostracized and represented his race to enter the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation. Now, he had grown to such a high level. At this moment, his true body was actually a 1-legged golden crow that was tens of thousands of feet tall. His entire body was filled with golden flames, and his eyes were even more ferocious. He was really extraordinary. The last one was the half-old ancestor of the barbarian Bull clan, one of the top 10 clans in the Second Universe. At this moment, as soon as he rushed out of the flagship fortress, after mooing towards the sky, he immediately activated the bloodline in his body and revealed his bloodline true body that was tens of thousands of feet tall. A green bull stretched across the void. In the air, there were 2 golden horns. His skin was rough, and his head was towering. At a glance, one could tell that his defense and attack power were very strong. Linghu brat, die. As soon as the giant bloodline true body appeared, Jiao Huaqing immediately let out an incomparably furious roar. With a raise of his 4 hooves, he directly rushed toward Yixian in the void. These half-decade-old ancestors actually rushed out of their respective flagship fortresses at the same time and arrived at the center of the battlefield where the 2 armies were facing each other. It was clear that they were going to join forces to fight Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race. When they witnessed this scene, a huge wave of curses and ridicule instantly resounded from the devil's camp. But besides that, the devil's side didn't take any other actions. Because of Yixian's strength, almost every single expert in the demon race and clan had great confidence in Yixian's strength. So what if they had the pride of being an old freak? After all, just a few days ago, 4 true eternal world-old freaks had joined forces to fight him, yet all of them had either been captured or killed by him. Not a single one had been able to escape. However, all of this was clearly known to the members of the devil race, yet the countless experts of the 2 camps from the 2nd and 3rd universes weren't aware of this. At this moment, when they saw that their side had actually dispatched 4 old freaks at the same time while their opponent, Mo Jinfeng, was merely a region lord. Such a scene was truly too embarrassing. The countless experts of both camps were first stunned, and then strange expressions appeared on their faces. They seemed to be extremely embarrassed. However, these 4 old freaks had come from both camps, so even though the experts of the various clans were displeased and felt that they were truly ashamed, none of them dared to make a sound. They merely discussed softly, but it quickly vanished because they were afraid that they would be dealt with later on. 4 half-rotten old monsters, huh? Alright, so as to prevent this battle from dragging on for too long, this king will fight all of you by himself. Xian remained calm and fearless when facing these 4 old freaks who were emanating a murderous aura, and he spoke boldly. In an instant, a wave of light cheers resounded from the 3 camps. He was truly too monstrous and heaven-defying. With his strength at the Region Lord realm, he'd crushed or annihilated 2 old freaks in a head-on battle in less than 2 hours of time. Yet now, when facing the joint forces of 4 old freaks, Mo Jinfeng had actually spoken boldly once more, and he said that he intended to fight all 4 of them by himself in a one-on-one battle. After this battle, the reputation of the most powerful young man in the 3 main planes of the universe was firmly established, and no one could shake it. Even the invincible god of war, who was still struggling in the human clan camp in the 3rd universe, couldn't be compared with him. He was a supreme monstrous genius, and once he matured, the boundless ocean of stars would lose its brilliance before him. Roar! Little kid, aren't you afraid that you'll lose your tongue? The half-rotten old ancestor of the barbarian bull clan let out a roar. His 10,000 zhang huge barbarian bull true body glowed with faint green light. His speed increased, and he got closer and closer. The 2 golden horns on his head flickered with golden light. No one doubted their sharpness. Once Mo Yifeng's 10,000 zhang devil ape true body was hit by these 2 horns, if Mo Jinfeng were to collide with Mo Jinfeng's golden horn, his stomach would definitely burst open. Gong Xianxia, the vice palace master of the Tianzhu Palace, a half-rotten realm expert, let out a cold snort. His whole body was protected by the 5-colored godly smoke, making him illusory. Without a trace of smoke, he rapidly shot over. Once he got close, he would definitely deliver a killing blow. The half-dead Long Xianxia of the immortal dynasty had a sea of star sand above his head. He strode forward and covered the 10,000 li radius of his head with endless star sand. Each of these star sand grains could turn into a small meteor. They were extremely heavy and could both defend and attack. They were also not afraid of Mo Fo, the imperial brother of the demon dwellers. Mo Jinfeng's big-headed black stick was enough to block it. Sal was also at the half-rotten realm. Now that he'd revealed his bloodline true body, his wingspan spanned 1,000,000 kilometers, and he was actually the first to approach within 5,000 kilometers of Mo Jinfeng. His entire body was suffused with golden flames as he opened his mouth and spat out a sea of flames towards Mo Jinfeng's enormous body. It surged over. This was using offense as a defense, using the sea of flames to hinder Mo Jinfeng, preventing him from swinging the big-headed black stick in his hand to attack. Golden Crow Fire? Are you forcing this king to play with fire with you? Seeing a large cloud of golden flames sweeping over, Xian wasn't shocked, but instead laughed. At this time, the golden moon of the greedy wolf in the sky had already disappeared due to the death of the greedy wolf clan's golden wolf ancestor. Xian didn't dare to use magical techniques and other energy attacks before, but now he wasn't restricted by this. Seeing that the other party had provoked him with fire, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he directly pulled out a large expanse of majestic torrents from the internal space of the Xianxia cauldron in his body. Sea of heavenly flames. Each cluster of flames had 6 strange colors. It was the Xianxia 6-colored flame. The Xianxia strange flame was different. It was not an ordinary flame. When Xian ignited the Xianxia strange flame in the cauldron with his heart fire, it was only a small cluster of flames at first, but now, In the Xianxia flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Xianxia cauldron, there were already towering waves of flames. At this moment, as he waved his hand, a flaming river formed by 6 colored flames instantly appeared in the void. Its speed was extremely fast, and it increased sharply in the wind. In just half an instant, this flaming river turned into a boundless sea of flames, from top to bottom, left and right. It trapped the 4 half-dead patriarchs who were charging at him. No matter how fast they were, compared to the Xianxia 6-colored flame, they were still a little slower. At this moment, they were surrounded by a sea of flames, causing the 4 people's expressions to change slightly, and they all came to a sudden stop. After standing in the void for a long time, they turned their heads and looked around, and exclaimed in shock, "No, there's something wrong with this fire. It actually has 6 colors. The flames that burst out from the big-headed black rod before seemed to be like this. Old Saw, you have the bloodline of the golden crow in your body. The real golden crow even builds its nest in the core of a star. The thing it is least afraid of is fire. This little bastard is playing with fire with you? Rush out, Old Saw, keep this sea of flames, we'll follow closely behind." Screech. Instigated by the other 3, and coupled with the fact that he was extremely confident in the wisp of golden crow bloodline in his body, the half-dead elder from the Senate of the Thousand Luo Federation raised his head and let out a screech. The golden sea of flames that was surging toward Yixian instantly retracted, surrounding his true body. Circling, retracting, swallowing. Immediately after, before the ruthless howl had even faded away, this pitch-black, one-legged black crow that was surrounded by dazzling golden flames had already flapped its wings. As if ignoring the sea of flames in front of it, it suddenly plunged into the strange 6-colored sea of flames. Everything that happened in the next moment was without suspense, but it shocked countless powerhouses of the 3 camps. At this moment, there was no other movement in the void except for the miserable howl of the black crow. Countless experts from the 3 camps who were facing each other across the void all held their breaths and widened their eyes. They watched the scene of the battle in the central territory, almost unable to believe their eyes. The scene in front of them was too horrifying. It was like a great horror. As soon as the gigantic half-rotten black crow came into contact with the 6-colored sea of flames in front of it, the endless golden flames that surrounded it instantly melted like snow under the scorching sun. However, this was clearly just the beginning. Almost at the same instant that the golden flames were melted and devoured, the black feathers of the black crow were completely burned away in the blink of an eye. If Sa Wu hadn't reacted in time and quickly retreated while howling miserably, he would have died in this strange 6-color flame sea on the spot, but even so, when he returned to his original place from the 6-color flame sea, there was not a single black feather left on his body. Although the black crow was not very good-looking at first, at least because of the golden flames around him, it could still be considered majestic. But in the blink of an eye, it turned into a bald chicken. His whole body was still black, but it was not the color of feathers. Instead, it was the skin on the surface of his body that was almost burnt. Even if he retreated quickly and was not seriously injured, this was definitely considered as peeling off a layer of skin even if he did not die. It was simply speechless. A dignified half-rotten ancestor with a trace of the ancient golden crow's bloodline in his body, known as a master of fire, was burned to such a state by the 6-color flame sea at this moment. How could it only be described as tragic? Looking at all this, Long Xixia, Gongshou Xian and Jiao watching were completely dumbfounded. After a full 2 seconds, they trembled and shuddered. When they looked at the 6-colored sea of flames around them again, their eyes were filled with fear and dread. What a joke! Even the half-rotten black crow with a trace of the ancient golden crow's bloodline in his body, known as a master of fire, was burned to such a state in an instant. This was enough to show the horror of this 6-color flame. How would they dare to touch it? It would absolutely cause them to start howling on the spot from the slightest touch, even if it was Jiao watching from the Raging Bull clan that was said to possess the strongest defensive ability amongst the top 10 clans of the Second Universe. His entire body trembled at this moment, and then he didn't hesitate to shrink his size. He'd shrunk from his enormous size to merely 300 m. A slightly smaller size meant that his chances of being burned by the flames would be much lower. This was extremely important, and it couldn't be taken carelessly. The Raging Bull clan was said to possess a terrifying defensive ability, but it didn't mean that they were unafraid of fire. If it weren't for this, Jiao Huaqing and the other two wouldn't have ordered the half-rotten black crow to clear the way. Now that the latter had ended up in such a state, the three of them looked at each other, embarrassed and embarrassed. Of course, they were mostly angry and sullen, but there was nothing they could do. This strange six-colored flame was obviously not an ordinary fire. Even the powerful people who played with fire couldn't resist it. For the time being, they really didn't have a better way to break out of the siege. They were unable to leave and were obstructed by the ocean of flames, so they were naturally unable to utilize their divine abilities and techniques. At this moment, these four ancestors had joined forces at the same time, and they shamelessly declared that they intended to fight a junior at the region Lord realm by themselves. But in the end, they were trapped as soon as they charged out and didn't even have the chance to make a move. Such a situation was truly embarrassing. The faces of the three old fellows who were completely fine had turned red. As for the half-rotten black crow, it was impossible to discern that he was completely black. His surface had been scorched, and he was groaning and recuperating. The four old fellows were obstructed by the ocean of flames, and they were at a loss for what to do. They had all sorts of abilities, yet they were unable to utilize them at all. However, this was the best opportunity for Yixian. He'd been the one to draw out the Xianxia six-color flames, and the Xianxia cauldron had been refined and absorbed a long time ago. Yixian was completely helpless. He wasn't afraid of the Xianxia six-color flames at all, and he was like an ocean of lightning that could enter at will without suffering any harm. At this moment, along with Sa Wu's shrill howl as he retreated explosively, bright light flashed in the eyes of the enormous ancient devil ape, and then a cold grunt seemed to have resounded from its nose. The body of flesh and blood amongst its three true forms held the renowned and ferocious blackhead club in its right hand as it followed up at the first possible moment. It entered the ocean of flames that connected the sky. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in an instant. From the time Yixian waved his hand to summon the six-colored sea of flames to the time he dragged the big-head black rod and directly charged in, it had only taken a breath of time. Not only were the countless experts of the three camps unable to react to this, even the four half-rotten ancestors that were trapped within the ocean of flames and the 11 eternal realm old fellows that were lying in ambush while paying close attention to the situation of the battlefield in the distant space behind the two camps were unable to react as well. By the time they realized that something was wrong, the enormous body of the ancient devil ape had already rushed into the central territory of the Sea of Flames. Its entire body was unscathed, as if it was a fish that had entered the water. Then, the blackhead club that was dragged behind the right hand of its three true forms was swung up with a bang. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and without hesitation, it smashed down on the head of the half-rotten ancestor of the barbarian bull clan. "Old bastard, didn't you say that you wanted to suppress this king? Now is the right time to see if your skin is harder, or if this king's blackhead club is harder." Yixian's body was still in the six-color flame sea, but he had already spoken coldly. Before he could finish speaking, the blackhead club had already ruthlessly smashed into the head of the half-rotten ancestor of the barbarian bull clan. Bam! Crack! A woo, an earth-shattering sound came out, followed by an incomparably crisp cracking sound. It seemed that something had broken, followed by an extremely mournful but familiar long wolf howl. This strike was too ruthless. The half-rotten ancestor of the barbarian bull clan was caught off guard, and was almost smashed into cow dung. One of the two golden horns on his head was broken, and his four hooves went soft. He directly sat down in the void, and his huge head directly swelled up with a huge green bump. He began to count the stars on the spot. However, it was as if his brain had been struck by lightning, and he was stunned. This strike was too sudden. It was not until the miserable howl of the horn that Long Xixia and Gongshou Xian reacted, but their movements were extremely fast. With a leap, they dodged to the corner of the empty area on the other side, their faces full of vigilance. Even Sa Wu, who was still slowly regaining his senses, shuddered at this moment. He was so frightened by the incomparably shrill wolf howl that he completely regained his senses. The primordial ape demon was in the Sea of Flames not far away, and its three true forms were still holding the big-headed black staff in their right hands. It seemed that they had just raised it and were about to bring it down again. The scene in the space ahead was truly too unsightly. An ocean of flames had completely trapped the four half-aged ancestors of the two camps, whereas, Mo Xiaofeng, who was merely at the Region Lord realm, had only made a single move, and he'd terrified the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Extinction Palace, Gong Shouxin, and the half-aged elder of the Eternal Dynasty, Xianxia, to the point of hiding. They hid at the edges of the empty space at the center of the ocean of flames. They were like frightened rabbits. On the other hand, the half-aged senior elder of the Myriad Net Federation, who'd just suffered a beating from the ocean of flames, was in an even worse state. At this moment, he was like a helpless little girl that had been stripped of her clothes, and he'd finally recovered his soul with great difficulty. When he turned around to look at Mo Xiaofeng, who held the black club, he actually let out a sharp cry. Then, he scampered towards the corner as well. As for Mo Xiaofeng, he seemed to be completely unafraid of the half-aged senior elder of the barbarian bull clan from the second universe, who'd been clamoring about suppressing Mo Xiaofeng earlier because of his rough skin and flesh that was said to be number one in defense. On the other hand, he'd even been struck by the club to the point his legs went weak. At this moment, he was still sitting in midair while his eyes were spinning and counting the stars in the sky. Even one of the golden horns on his head that was said to be peerlessly sharp had been broken, and the terrifying bruise that was twice the size of an ox's head was even more horrifying. Even though the four half-aged ancestors had shamelessly clamored about fighting a junior who was merely at the Region Lord realm, they'd truly possessed imposing auras that were peerless when they charged out from their respective flagship fortresses earlier. Yet now, they hadn't even been able to make a move before they were completely trapped. They'd been reduced to trapped beasts in a cage, and they shivered while hiding in the corner. Such a scene really made people blush with shame. In the three camps that were facing each other from 20 million kilometers away in the void, a wave of cheers immediately rang out from the demon race. There were even people who were booing, full of ridicule and ridicule. When facing all of this, the two camps on the other side of the chasm were filled with the sounds of suffocation. Some experts had already raised their hands to cover their faces, yet they didn't dare make a single sound of ridicule. However, they were truly unable to continue watching, and their faces that were covered by their palms had turned slightly red. How embarrassing. Not only was she ashamed, but she was also resentful. However, they were completely speechless. The other party's cultivation was 2 realms weaker than theirs. Moreover, it was 1 against 4, yet the result was like this. It was too embarrassing. Rumble. It was also at this moment that a series of loud rumbling sounds suddenly came from the void moat formed by 8 turbulent voids with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles in a row far behind the central battlefield territory. After nearly 2 hours of repair, under the full power of all the space compactors installed in the tens of millions of fortresses, the 2 in the middle of the 8 turbulent voids were finally completely repaired. At the center of the natural chasm, which was over 30 million miles long, a giant gap appeared. It was 7 to 8 million miles in diameter, and could allow a large number of battleships of all types to pass through it side by side. The heavenly chasm that Xian had painstakingly created was finally disintegrated by a quarter after the 2 opposing camps paid the price of 1 dead and 1 captured, and 4 still trapped. Along with the disappearance of these 2 turbulent voids, a subtle change instantly occurred in the situation of the entire battlefield. Originally, the 50 million-plus battleship army on the other side of the natural chasm had been completely isolated. Yet now, a passageway with a diameter of 7 to 8 million kilometers had been opened up at the center of the natural chasm. Even though the 50 million-plus battleship army was still restrained, it didn't have much of an effect. It affected them greatly. The gazes of countless experts from the 3 camps converged towards the gap, and they revealed different expressions that changed indeterminately. In the void far behind the 2 punitive expeditionary camps, the 11 immortal realm-old monsters, who had hidden their true bodies in the parallel space and only left a strand of their soul consciousness to observe the entire void battlefield, spoke again at this time and started to communicate with each other. We have to change our strategy. It seems to be impossible to force out the ancestor of the devil race by suppressing that kid. Exactly, this kid really is extraordinary. As expected of one of the 4 great monstrous geniuses and the #1 expert in the younger generation. Even though his cultivation is merely at the Region Lord realm, if the various bloodlines, divine abilities, and the amplification of his combat strength from the few precious treasures in his possession are included, then this kid really does possess the ability to fight against the devil race. He truly possesses the ability to fight against the Eternal Realm experts. We underestimated him earlier. Now it would seem like that Eternal Realm expert from the Myriad Net Federation's senior council who perished not long ago was probably killed by this kid. Fortunately, even though this kid's ability is extraordinary, he's basically exposed now. The two half-dead ancestors that were suppressed and annihilated earlier can be considered to have been killed. It can be considered as a contribution. When we split the benefits later, the two races will definitely benefit from it. However, when the ancestor of the devil race makes an appearance later, merely 2 Eternal Realm experts would be sufficient to deal with this kid. What I mean is, for Eternal Realm experts. As for the other 7 Eternal Realm experts that are capable of suppressing the devil race in a short period of time, I have no objections. Seconded. Then the only problem now is how to force the ancestor of the devil race out. Since suppressing this kid doesn't work, then we'll launch an all-out war. We'll crush the devil race's camp with an army of 50 million battleships. In that way, when the battle reaches a certain level of intensity and the devil race's camp suffers too many casualties, then the ancestor of the devil race would have no choice but to make a move. As for this kid, no matter how monstrous his ability is, how could he possibly go against an army of 50 million battleships and turn the situation around by himself? Give the order. It just so happens that I'm skilled in the laws of space, so I'll just wipe away the other 6 chaotic streams of space in order to facilitate the full-scale assault of the 50 million battleships from both camps. As soon as he finished speaking, this Eternal Realm expert who claimed to be skilled in the laws of space had attacked at the first possible moment. Bang! Rumble, a huge rumble sounded from one side of the void battlefield where the two armies were facing each other, close to the side of the 2 expeditionary camps. The Eternal Realm expert's true body didn't appear, but above the remaining 6 chaotic streams of space, a giant palm that was 1,000,000 miles long appeared. It was blood-green in color and revealed an endless terrifying pressure. The giant, blood-green palm pressed down, and with just a gentle stroke, one of the 6 turbulent voids with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles was instantly smoothed out. The void rifts and vortexes that were originally densely packed with large and small voids disappeared in an instant. This was just the beginning. In the blink of an eye, the last 6 turbulent voids completely disappeared. In less than 3 breaths, this scene shocked everyone. In the entire void battlefield, countless starry sky masters of the 3 camps were all shocked. Many people's hearts were already beating wildly, and their breathing was rapid, because the development of this planar-level starry sky war was too amazing. With so many twists and turns, it was like riding a roller coaster. Those with a slightly weak heart would probably fall ill on the spot. Putting aside the battle between the royal brother of the demon race, Jiofeng, and the 6 half-decayed ancestors of the enemy camp, just the development and changes of the overall situation of the opposing camp were enough to make people's hearts fluctuate. First, more than 50 million battleships from the 2 camps from the 2nd and 3rd universes pressed on the border, forming a crushing momentum, which made people despair. Then, the royal brother of the demon race, Jiofeng, went deep into the front line with his own strength and launched a void war, not caring about the energy consumption. In just a dozen breaths, he created a moat 30 million miles across the void, blocking the 50 million battleships of the 2 camps. He reversed the situation alone. Then, in less than 2 hours, the 2 camps took advantage of the fact that the 6 half-decayed ancestors were sent to restrain Jiofeng, and the 20 million troops of the demon race and millions of fierce beasts behind them were separated by the central void territory where the war was going on, so they couldn't attack, and fought in the center of this void moat. He had opened up a tunnel that was 7 to 8 million miles wide, but this was not the end. As soon as the situation was subtly reversed, a giant bloody green palm that covered an area of 1,000,000 miles appeared in the void, and in just 3 breaths, the remaining 6 turbulent voids were all wiped out. In the blink of an eye, the chasm in the void created by Jiofeng, the imperial brother of the demon race, disappeared completely. In the void 20 million li away on the opposite side, the more than 50 million warships of the 2 great expeditionary camps were no longer obstructed. They could charge over at any time. At that time, although the situation was not like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, it was very likely that an overwhelming defeat would occur. After all, the difference in the number of battleships between the 2 sides was too great. The 2 opposing camps had more than 50 million warships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. On the demon camp side, even with nearly 6 million native ferocious beasts, they only had 26 to 27 million soldiers, which was only about half. For a time, the situation on the battlefield was completely reversed. In less than an hour, the demon race was once again in a great crisis of annihilation. But this was not the end. It was because the gigantic, blood-green hand that spanned 1,000,000 kilometers did something else before it disappeared without a sound after smoothing out the remaining 6 turbulent voids. That was to slap the 6-colored sea of flames in the distant void where the 4 half-decade grand ancestors of the enemy camp were trapped. An undying being's attack was no small matter. Although they were separated by tens of millions of miles of the cosmic void, the majestic 6-colored flame sea was still blown away by this slap from afar. A gap appeared in the 6-colored flame sea that had originally formed a complete encirclement. This was clearly the intention of helping the 4 half-decade grand ancestors of the enemy camp to escape. The grand ancestor of the demon race had not yet appeared, and it was very likely that he was paying close attention to this void battlefield. The 11 undying old monsters of the enemy camp did not dare to reveal too much of their aura. Only this undying old monster took action to smooth out the remaining 6 turbulent voids in order to promote the progress of the battle. For them, this was already a little unwilling, but at this time, since they had already taken action and rescued the 4 half-decade grand ancestors of the enemy camp, it was not too much of a problem. But that was all. If he made too many movements, he was afraid that it would cause unnecessary twists and turns. After patting from afar, the blood-green energy palm formed by the power of the immortal realm old monster collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sal, Xianxia, and the other 4 half-decade grand ancestors of the trapped half-decade grand ancestors finally escaped smoothly. Like birds startled by the twang of a bough, they did not continue to be entangled and directly fled to the fleet of their respective camps. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's face was gloomy in an instant. The undying old monster of the enemy finally could not hold back. As soon as he took action, he completely wiped out the advantage and the result that he had struggled for a long time and obtained with great difficulty. Not only were the 4 half-decade grand ancestors, who were trapped and about to be suppressed and captured alive, but even the void chasm that cost the power of the entire soldier ladle clan in the void was completely wiped out. This was really annoying. Xian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He almost could not hold it in. Before the giant energy palm dissipated, he wanted to use the Time War Talisman or the Raidi Seal. Through the connection between the giant energy palm and the undying old monster hidden in the dark, he could take the opportunity to lightly injure him and make him eat a little. How troublesome. But in the end, he suppressed it because, like the undying old monsters of the enemy camp, whether it was Xian or the grand ancestor of the demon race who had the power of an official level undying, in fact, they were all waiting for the enemy to appear first and jump out of the dormant parallel space. This way, the undying old monster of the demon race would be able to seal the void so that none of them could escape. It was as if they were locked in a cage and could be trampled on and wreak havoc at will. It was also because of this reason that the undying old monster of the demon race had not shown up until now. He was worried that if he showed up too early, the undying old monster of the demon race who had not yet entered the demon race's star field from the parallel space, would escape because of this. Since they were already here, they could not let them go. This time, they had to beat up the big races and the top forces of the 2 big dimensions until they felt the pain, so that they would remember this lesson. Although the next punitive expedition was bound to come, at least, whether it was the demon race or Xian, this would buy them more time to develop and adapt, and the mission of forcing the 10 or more undying old monsters of the enemy camp to take the initiative and enter the demon race's star field could only be completed by Xian. He was the bait, and he had to think of a way to force the enemy to lose their patience. In a moment of desperation, they would not wait for the grand ancestor of the demon race to enter the demon race and enter the demon race. The situation of this battle had developed to the current situation. The 11 undying old monsters of the 2 punitive expeditionary camps thought that they were the bait, but the undying old monsters of the demon race and Xian also thought the same. The latter even directly used himself as the bait and was thinking of a way to force the fish out. It could be said that in the end, who was the fish and who was the bait, could not be said clearly. Before Sal, Xianxia, Shouxin, and the other 3 half-dead great ancestors, who had fled in panic, could return to the flagship of their respective fleets, the higher-ups of the two camps who had temporarily taken over their command, as well as the other half-dead great ancestors who were in charge of the council in the second universe, had already issued the order to launch a full-scale attack. This was the order of the 11 undying old monsters of various races and top forces who were hiding in parallel spaces. It was like an imperial edict, and no one dared to delay. Attack. All battleships, attack. No need to hold back. All battleship cannons, charge at full power. The battleship horsepower will be pushed to the limit. This is the first and last round of full-scale attack. Hung long long. Boom, whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the order was issued, the more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes from both camps roared at the same time. The 50 million battleships all opened the kinetic energy cabins to the limit. Every minute and every second, a huge amount of resources were consumed, turning into kinetic energy for the battleships to move forward at full speed, turning into energy for the battleships' bombardment and defense shields. This scene was too shocking. Even when the first universe was controlled by the Tianji clan and occasionally had an all-out war with the Wanluo Federation for thousands of years, the scene and scale could not be compared to this. The 50 million battleships all put up energy defense shields and launched at full speed at the same time. A large black mass, like a dark cloud covering the sky, closed in. At the same time, all the battleships, whether it was the standard 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships or fortresses of various sizes, activated all their cannons at this moment. A round of simultaneous fire illuminated the cosmic void billions of miles away. In the void, a giant energy net formed by the energy beams of countless battleships' cannons covered tens of thousands of miles. This was the rhythm of almost completely destroying an entire universe plane. Of course, although the momentum was vast and overwhelming, the energy beams of these battleships' cannons were still slightly weaker in terms of level. They could only be considered as ordinary combat power. Even if they were as powerful as 10,000 caddies, they could not really destroy the endless void of a universe plane. At most, some small turbulent voids and vortexes would appear, but they could not affect the stability of the major existential planes at all. All of this happened too quickly. No one had expected that the two camps, which had been separated by the natural void chasm, would give the order to launch a full-scale attack the moment the natural void chasm was smoothed out by the immortal old monster. The mid-level commanders of the fleets of the various races in the two camps were caught off guard, but it did not affect the implementation of the orders. In the blink of an eye, the 50 million warships had formed a hull, and the army was pushing forward. In comparison, the Devil Cultivator camp was caught off guard. It was not until more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various types had moved out 20 million miles ahead of them that Mo Yuntian finally gave the order to deal with the situation. Swish! Swish! Xiao! In the void, densely packed sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The 1.5 million fortresses, large and small, that had been pushed back to the Devil Cultivator camp by the indigenous beasts, directly performed a space jump and disappeared one by one. When they reappeared, they were already in the midst of the 50 million battleships that were rumbling towards them, and they immediately self-destructed. These 1.5 million fortresses, large and small, that had been captured by the enemy camp, did not have enough time to fully modify their central control, but now they were in urgent need of use. Therefore, the first Demon Emperor Mo Yuntian had already made a decision while Yi Xian was still engaged in a fierce battle with a few half-dead ancestors of the enemy camp. He would use them as one-time self-destructing explosive fortresses. In the 1.5 million fortresses, there was not a single Devil Cultivator expert or clansman. Only a small number of intelligent robots were stationed there, and the degree of self-destruction was set in advance. After performing a space jump and completing it, it would all explode within 10 seconds. Boom! Rumble! The self-destruct devices inside the 1.5 million fortresses connected the kinetic energy compartments, antimatter energy generation compartments, and all the energy compartments together. Once they exploded, the power was absolutely amazing. In the midst of the 50 million battleship army that was rumbling forward, a small round of chaos broke out in an instant. Countless huge fireballs exploded, and for a moment, the rapid advance of the entire army was forcefully halted, coming to a halt in the void. What the Devil Cultivator camp needed was this opportunity. Soon, while the chaos in the void of the enemy camp was still ongoing and had not yet subsided, the 20 million battleship army of the Devil Cultivator camp slowly moved forward in an orderly manner, and wave after wave of salvos were blasted out very quickly, very rhythmically. In the void, a large terrifying net formed by the energy beams of the battleship cannons was once again intertwined. From time to time, a battleship would explode, both from the two opposing camps and from the Devil Cultivator camp. At this point, the full-scale chaotic battle of more than 70 million battleships between the three camps had completely begun. Roar! Roar, awoo! The ferocious beasts were roaring in the void, as the 70 million battleships, fortresses of the three camps launched a full-scale chaotic battle without bothering about anything else. The 6 million local ferocious beasts that were responsible for a part of the defense line on the Devil Cultivator camp side also quickly rushed out. The two local ferocious beasts at the forefront were the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, who had already become sector lords. Following them were hundreds of local ferocious beasts that were as strong as star lords and universe lords. The leaders of the ferocious beasts led the entire army of ferocious beasts, roaring and roaring in the void. Every local ferocious beast had revealed their true bloodline form. The smallest of them was more than 10,000 meters long, which was slightly larger than the standard stellar-level battleships that were 3,000 meters long. It was often the case that a battleship or fortress would collapse in the void after a single slap of their claws. The more than 70 million battleships of the three camps were fighting fiercely with their cannons, while the nearly 6 million ferocious local beasts were fighting in the void with their own bodies. Their agility was unparalleled, and they were far superior to the enemy. The combat ability of every local ferocious beast was basically no weaker than that of a warship of the same size, or a fortress large or small. It was a real bloody battle. The top forces and species in the three main planes of space hadn't fought such a large-scale battle in tens of thousands of years. Facing this raging battle in space, Xianxia, who was already mentally prepared, was stunned for a moment as he stood in the air like an outsider. He watched all of this with his mouth agape. Facing the chaotic situation, Xianxia quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of shock. Obviously, the undying old monsters hiding behind the two enemy camps wanted to crush the conventional battle force of the demons with more than 50 million battleships, causing a large number of casualties and forcing the undying old monsters to take action. Xianxia saw through the other party's scheme with a single glance and made a decision. Since that was the case, he would use the same method to force this group of scheming old fellows out. Force them out, this was the key. Once he succeeded, the original bodies of all the undying old monsters from the two camps would jump out of the parallel space and enter the demon star area of the first universe. At that time, the marquee undying old monster, who was the undying old monster of the demon race, would no longer have any concerns and would directly seal the demon star area. None of the undying old monsters from the enemy camp would be able to escape. In order to achieve this goal, Xianxia didn't even hesitate to reveal another identity, which was Sha Baofeng, the peerless genius of the Tianji clan. Currently, there were a total of 7 peerless geniuses in the 3 main dimensions of the universe who were recognized as peerless geniuses of the younger generation. Mo Jinfeng, the younger brother of the demon race, was one of the 4 peerless geniuses and was known as the #1 figure among the younger generation. The other 3 peerless geniuses were Prince Xian, from the undying dynasty of the human race's technology camp, and the invincible battleship Devourer treasure body, who was confirmed to be Prince Xian's body double and was still struggling in the human race's self-cultivator camp. The last one was the peerless genius of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, from the Tianji clan, but right now, in order to deal with the situation before him, he had to force out the dozen or so immortal realm old monsters behind the 2 opposing factions. Xianxia gritted his teeth and decided to reveal the identity of the Heaven's Legacy race's peerless monster, Sha Baofeng. Although it was a bit of a pity, the situation forced him to do so. From his point of view, as long as Prince Xian's identity wasn't exposed, it wouldn't affect the pressure on Triumph City. Everything else was acceptable. Roar! Xianxia threw his head back and let out a furious roar as he deactivated the 5th demon ape transformation. His enormous bloodline true form shrank down to a height of 30 meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even though he'd removed the 9 transformations of the devil ape and his cultivation had dropped by 5 stages, he was still in the state of the devil ape true body, so he was still at the First Order Region Lord realm. At the same time, he also kept the gigantic black-headed rod into his undying world. Immediately after, Xian suddenly waved his hand. A super stronghold that was as large as the Great War of the Starry Sky was 300,000 meters tall. In other words, it was 100,000 meters tall. It was Life Stronghold's Open Dragon ship. The reason he had brought out the Wild Dragon battleship was because Xian had decided to use the alloy war god form to charge into the 50 million battleships of the two opposing factions. Even though the Devil Ape True Body was formidable, his cultivation was merely at the 6th rank of the region Lord realm even when he was in the 5th form of the Devil Ape True Body. So, he had to rely on his physical body to go head-on against an army of over 50 million battleships. In Xian's opinion, this wasn't worth it. It was better to just deactivate the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape True Body. This way, he would have the cultivation of the First Order Region Lord realm, but he would still be able to use the Life Fortress to fight. After transforming into the Alloy War God, not only would he be able to use all kinds of abilities and spells, but he would also be able to use the Life Fortress to fight. When needed, he would be able to use the technology of the Life Fortress. It was definitely more cost-effective. However, this would undoubtedly expose the identity of the Tian's legacy race's peerless genius, Sha Baofeng. Now, the demon race's royal younger brother, Mo Jinfeng, would be the 5 great demons. However, the situation forced him. Facing an army of 50 million battleships crushing the demons, Xian didn't have a better solution. Thus, he couldn't care less. It had been a long time since Xian had used the Life Fortress. During this time, the world insect race had developed greatly and was far from what it used to be. At this moment, as the life stronghold of the Long Yihao was activated, Xian took a step into it and immediately gave the order to transform. In the next instant, the grinding sounds of machinery rang out. The Life Fortress rapidly transformed. It first turned into a 9-hell demon crocodile, then a blood unicorn, a void tortoise, a golden dragon, and even a desolate ancient Xianxia with a pair of giant wings on its back, in short, the Devouring system. It could easily transform into the forms of all the life forms recorded in the database. Finally, with a series of cracking sounds, the Life Fortress transformed into a super alloy giant over 1,000,000 zhang tall. Its head and limbs were all missing, and even the light on its back had appeared. The shield in its left hand was as large as the sky, and the spear in its right hand was over 300,000 zhang long. Meters, 300,000 zhang, that was 300,000 zhang, 300 kilometers. This kind of height would make anyone speechless. One large stride or leap would allow it to cross at least 1,000 kilometers. It was absolutely terrifying. This was just the basic performance. Apart from that, in terms of defense and attack, the Alloy War God was equally stunning. First of all, the energy shield of the Space Fortress's defense system would normally appear as a pair of light horns on the back of the Alloy War God. Of course, this pair of light horns also had shockingly sharp cutting abilities. When combined, they could protect the body, and when split, they could cut through the sturdy hull of the Space Fortress. Apart from that, this kind of defense system's energy shield could appear in any area of the Alloy War God at any time. For example, if the head was attacked, a protective light shield would appear on the Alloy War God's head. The same kind of energy shield could appear on the Alloy War God's chest, the front of the chest, back, and even the 4 limbs. As for attack power, apart from blocking attacks, the giant alloy shield in its left hand could also be used as a heavy shield to smash down. The alloy spear in its right hand was even more indestructible. It could be used as a melee weapon, and it could also be thrown out like a spear. At that time, under the propulsion of the Alloy War God's powerful force and the inertial acceleration of the battle spear, this would definitely be a major killing move. It would not be a problem to directly pierce through a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This was just the alloy spear and shield. In fact, if Xian needed it, the shield and spear in the hands of the Alloy War God could even be in the form of energy, such as antimatter light energy. This form of the shield could cancel out all attacks. Its penetration and lethality would increase exponentially. It could be called a killing machine. Moreover, the Alloy War God's knees and elbows also had sharp attack structures. At the same time, it could also activate the ship's cannons and fire antimatter energy death ray cannons. This included both the shoulders and the back. This was simply a human-shaped killing machine. It had all the flexibility and advantages of the human form in close combat, and it also had the long-range punitive ability of warships, fortresses, and fortresses. All of this was perfectly mixed together, making the entire alloy war god perfect. Not long after, the alloy war god reappeared. It had a battle spear in its right hand and a battle shield in its left. As soon as the battle shield in its right hand appeared, it was in the form of black antimatter energy. This antimatter deathlight shield was simply amazing. It was absolutely invincible in close combat. Any attack, including energy attacks, could be blocked by this black shield. The characteristics of the antimatter light energy determined all of this. This was like star sky black technology, being able to transfer the antimatter light energy generator to its hands after mechanical transformation. This kind of equipment could also be compressed? It was simply unscientific. How thick were the alloy war god's arms? The antimatter light energy generator of a large fortress was at least 10,000 meters in diameter. How could it be compressed into 2 arms? There was also the battle spear in his right hand. Although it was only in the super alloy state, it was already 100,000 feet long. Its power was terrifying and unparalleled. If it was transformed into the antimatter deathlight spear, its power would definitely soar by a large margin. That would definitely be an unstoppable momentum, even if it was a fixed super alloy. Even a fixed star fortress would be pierced through by the spear. At this moment, the moment the alloy war god's form appeared, Xian had already made his move. After giving the order, the 300,000-meter tall alloy war god took a step back and raised his right arm. The 300,000-meter long alloy war god that was originally in his hand instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. Boom! Rumble, a series of explosions sounded. This alloy war spear was too terrifying. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it wreaked havoc in the void for millions of kilometers. Along the way, all the battleships in its way, regardless of whether they were large or small fortresses, were all pierced through without exception. They exploded into huge fireballs that bloomed in space. Although Xian threw out an alloy war spear on the surface, this war spear was actually formed from the countless micromolecules of the world bug. The moment it hit the fortress, all the micromolecules changed form directly, turning from a superalloy into a kind of super-concentrated energy. Then, they exploded. This spear destroyed at least tens of thousands of battleships of the enemy camp. This was because there were too many battleships, fortresses, and fortresses in the void. As long as the spear didn't stop shooting, battleships would be destroyed every minute and every second. However, this was only the beginning. After this spear was thrown, Xian made his move again. His right hand suddenly shook, and a pitch-black battle spear of the same length quickly appeared in the giant alloy palm that was holding the million-meter-thick spear. This battle spear was clearly not a physical entity. It was condensed from antimatter light energy and could not be touched at all. Otherwise, anything that touched it would be corroded. The reason why the alloy war god was able to hold it safely was because its palm and other parts were originally the energy vent of the antimatter light energy generator, made of a special material. Shio, rumble! With a deafening boom, the alloy war god abruptly came to a halt, its figure instantly leaping hundreds of miles away. At the same time, it raised its right hand, gripping the antimatter energy spear, and threw it with all its might without hesitation. At this moment, the void was torn apart, and with an ear-piercing sound, a black light pierced through the sky. The Long Yixian fortress was formed from the evolution of the world's insects. This mysterious existence was between life and non-life. It could evolve into anything, including the antimatter death ray cannons fired by the life fortress. They were all evolved from its micromolecules. The spear that was thrown at this moment was completely different from the alloy war god's previous spear. It was formed from pure antimatter light energy. Its power could only be described with one word: terrifying. Whoosh, rumble. This spear formed from antimatter light energy was not only faster, but even after hitting the battleships, fortresses, the sound it made was different. Although the battleships, fortresses that were hit also exploded with the same roar, when this strange pitch-black spear pierced through the battleships, the sound it made was like melting snow, extremely ear-piercing. The materials used to build the interstellar battleships were the strongest and most advanced cosmic alloys, but under the impact of this antimatter energy spear, they did not have the slightest resistance. The antimatter energy spear that was 1 million feet long shot forward, and tens of thousands of battleships were pierced through in the short span of a breath. They then exploded, turning into giant fireballs in the void, like fireworks blooming in space. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, only a few breaths had passed since the two spears were thrown. Although it was only a short time, and although the entire void battlefield was already in chaos, these two spears were too large, and the power they displayed after being thrown out was even more eye-catching. In addition, the alloy war god's 1 million feet long body was too eye-catching. As soon as the second antimatter energy light spear was thrown out, countless cries of surprise rang out from the void all around them. What's that? What a powerful spear, it traveled millions of miles in just half a breath. All the battleships along the way, whether it was the standard 3,000-meter-long star-class battleships or fortresses, none of them could stop it, and all of them exploded. The second spear is even more heaven-defying. It seems to be in the form of energy, and it's completely black. Could it be a spear formed from antimatter light energy? But how is that possible? Since when could antimatter energy be used like this? This is simply star-sky black technology. Yes, this is indeed star-sky black technology. That 100,000 feet tall alloy war god is proof. Could it be that you still haven't come to your senses? This alloy war god is clearly transformed from a super-large interstellar fortress. I just saw it with my own eyes. In just a few breaths, a star transformed. An empty fortress changed form in just a few breaths. It's so familiar, I seem to have heard of it before, mechanical fusion technique. This is the ultimate mechanical fusion technique of the Tianji race. I remember now, that energy spear formed from antimatter light energy is clearly the signature of another peerless genius. Even the antimatter energy light shield in the left hand of the alloy war god is the same, it's unique to Sha Baofeng. Sha Baofeng? Why would he appear here? The one who stepped into that super-large interstellar fortress was clearly Mo Jinfeng, the imperial brother of the demon Qin. That is indeed the case. The moment Mo Jinfeng stepped into that super fortress, the fortress transformed into a 100,000 zhong tall alloy war god. Heavens, the truth is too frightening. This old man has a bold guess, but I don't dare to say it out loud. 5 monsters in one body. When this sentence was roared by a certain starry sky powerhouse with a trembling voice, the entire starry sky void fell silent. Countless starry sky powerhouses, including the demon camp, stopped what they were doing at this moment and looked in horror at the giant alloy war god in the void. Looking over. No one doubted his current identity, that was the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng. This was because countless people had seen him dispel the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and summon a super fortress with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters with a wave of his hand. Then he stepped into it. And then, the super fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which was comparable in size to a starry sky war god, began to change shape and finally settled into a humanoid alloy war god that was 100,000 meters tall. In the short span of a single breath, he threw out 2 terrifyingly powerful alloy spears. At the same time, it was the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, because whether it was the mechanical fusion ability that allowed the fortress to change shape in a short time, turning it into various mechanical battle insects, or even the humanoid alloy war god. It was the pitch-black antimatter energy light spear that was thrown out, and the pitch-black antimatter energy light shield that was still in the left hand of the alloy war god. All of this was the signature of the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng. Not to mention the other races of the 3 main starry sky planes, even within the Tianji clan, there was no other Tianji clan member who could have such an antimatter energy light spear and light shield that could be held in the hand of the alloy war god. In other words, this alloy war god was not only the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, but also the younger brother of the demon race, Mo Jinfeng, who was known as the #1 person of the younger generation. This was simply the same person. In other words, the peerless monster of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, was actually the same as young Master Ling Hu, young Master Netherworld, and the little immemorial demon ape. He was just one of the identities of the demon race's younger brother, Mo Jinfeng. This was a shocking secret. The previous 4 peerless monsters as one was already shocking enough. It was unprecedented in history, causing countless powerhouses of the 3 main starry sky planes to sigh in regret. But it was not until today that they suddenly discovered that that was still not the limit. What was the big deal about the 4 peerless monsters as one? His true identity was one of the 5 freaks. And that wasn't even the most important part. Most importantly, one of these 5 peerless geniuses belonged to the Heaven's Legacy clan. This was the Heaven's Legacy race. The Heaven's Legacy race was a mechanical life form. All of the members of the Heaven's Legacy race were sentient robots that had developed their own consciousness and intelligence. Only then had they evolved into members of the Heaven's Legacy race. It could be said that each member of the Celestials' Legacy race was unique. They were not like other races that were not made of flesh and blood. They did not have a yuan spirit, only an electronic consciousness. This electronic consciousness was their core, just like a human soul. It was for this reason that it was absolutely impossible for an expert from another race to infiltrate the Celestial Legacy race. The souls of the human race and the yuan spirits of other life forms could not simulate the electronic consciousness of the Celestial Legacy race. They were 2 completely different forms of existence. Even the legendary extraterrestrial demons had a myriad of transformations. Whether it was a life form of flesh and blood, an energy life form, or a life form in between, the extraterrestrial demons could change between them at will. But in theory, even extraterrestrial demons could not disguise themselves as members of the Heaven's Legacy race and infiltrate their race. The electronic consciousness of mechanical life forms had its own unique characteristics. It was not limited to extraterrestrial demons, but also some of the rarest crystal life forms in the universe. Their core consciousness was some particularly strange life form or crystal frequency. But that was still different from the electronic consciousness of mechanical life forms and could not be disguised. It was also for this reason that ever since DE led the Heaven's Legacy race to conquer the First Universe and became the overlord of the entire First Universe, they had steadily developed for tens of thousands of years. Step by step, they had become stronger and stronger. But there had never been an expert from another race who had infiltrated the Heaven's Legacy race and caused chaos. It could be said that for tens of thousands of years, the entire Heaven's Legacy race had been a super iron bucket, even after developing to such a large scale and becoming the #1 overlord of the 3 main dimensions of the universe. Even the human race had to unite the various races of the second universe through the Myriad Net Federation in order to contend with the Heaven's Legacy race. The Heaven's Legacy race had suddenly migrated and disappeared, and no one knew where they had gone. For such a long time, all the top forces and races of the 3 great dimensions had tried everything they could, but they had never successfully planted spies and scouts within the Heaven's Legacy race. However, this impenetrable legend seemed to have ended in the hands of the demon's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng. This peerless monster had not only infiltrated the Heaven's Legacy race, but had also climbed to the high position of the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, the truth was so shocking. No one had thought that this so-called former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race was actually just another body of the demon's royal brother, Mo Jinfeng. It was just a part. After a brief silence, there was an uproar in the void. Countless experts from the 3 camps exclaimed and discussed, their tones filled with disbelief and disbelief. Even in the void far behind the 2 punitive expeditionary camps, the 11 immortal old monsters' divine senses transmitted to this plane, after a short silence, gasped one after another after detecting such a shocking change. They secretly communicated with each other through voice transmission, and their tones were filled with strong emotions. Bewilderment and doubt. Who can explain what's going on? What happened to the 4 great monsters in one body? How come there's suddenly another identity, and it's the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race? This is simply a joke. This is unlikely. Even if it's an ordinary member of the Heaven's Legacy race, it's almost impossible to impersonate. Who hasn't studied the electronic consciousness of mechanical life? What's more, it's the former young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. DE isn't so stupid. But how do you explain the scene in front of us? That's right. We only saw Mo Jinfeng step into that super fortress, but we don't know if he was the one who performed the mechanical fusion ability in the fortress. In other words, it's very likely that the peerless genius of the Heavenly Legacy clan, Sha Baofeng, is also in that fortress. That's right. We only saw Mo Jinfeng step into that super fortress, but we didn't know if he was the one who performed the mechanical fusion ability in the fortress. In other words, it's very likely that the peerless genius of the Heavenly Legacy clan, Sha Baofeng, is also in that fortress. This is them deliberately confusing the public. Bang, rumble. Rumble, in the demon domain, the vast void outside the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor had been transformed into a world of blood and fire. It was like purgatory. Enormous rumbling resounded incessantly through space. Every single rumbling represented that a battleship had been struck by one or more beams of energy from the battleships, and it was either partially destroyed or completely destroyed before exploding into an enormous ball of flames that caused this extremely bright expanse of space to become empty. The space seemed even more dazzling. Just the 2 expeditionary armies from the 2nd universe and the 3rd universe had more than 50 million battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. Coupled with the 20 million battleships from the Devilmen, the total number of battleships that resided in this expanse of space had already exceeded 70 million. Even if it was the full-scale war between the Heavenly Fate clan and the Myriad Alliance, it had never occurred in such an enormous scale. Now, in various parts of the 1st universe, the war between the 4-race alliance led by the demons, the space rats, the hell ants, and the giant ferocious race, and the alliance formed by the slaves of the 1st universe, no matter how fierce and raging the war was, it was still far from reaching such a scale. Not to mention that there were over 5 million enormous native ferocious beasts that weren't smaller than the battleships amidst the chaotic battle. Besides that, there were a large number of comparatively formidable experts of the various races in space. They hadn't stayed within the battleships and had traversed space with their physical bodies instead. All of them had withdrawn combat weapons, magic treasures, revealed their bloodline true bodies, executed their innate divine abilities, and were either fighting in pairs or in groups. In short, this battle in space had developed to this point in less than a day of time, yet it had developed into a full-scale chaotic battle that raged like a raging fire. Both sides of the battle had already launched an all-out battle, and it was a situation where they wouldn't stop until one side was annihilated, a battle of such a level. The scale of a few tens of millions of battleships and the overall situation of the entire battlefield was indeed not something that could be influenced by a single person. Unless an eternal old monster made a move, however, Yi Xian refused to believe this. Even though he was merely a region lord, he was too far away from the Eternal Realm, so he didn't possess the heaven-defying ability of the Eternal Realm at all. For example, Yi Xian did not possess the ability to flatten 6 turbulent voids with a diameter of 3 to 4 million miles with a flip of his hand in just 3 breaths of time. But if it was just destruction, Yi Xian had the ambition to compete with the immortal realm-old monsters. This was also the reason why he was willing to reveal his identity as the peerless genius of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng. Now, he still didn't know that he had exposed his identity as the peerless genius of the Heaven's Legacy clan, Sha Baofeng, and almost made a fool of himself. The 11 immortal realm-old monsters, who didn't want to show up, were very suspicious and wouldn't act rashly. Actually, even if he was aware of this, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate at all, and he was bound to act. He would definitely give the invaders of the 1st universe a painful beating in this battle with the intention of annihilating the entire demon folk race so that he and the demon folk race could develop swiftly and gain more time for him and the demon folk race to develop swiftly. So, no matter how suspicious those 11 immortal realm-old monsters were, Yi Xian would use even more powerful methods to force them to the point they couldn't restrain themselves any longer and attack in the end. Roar. In the void, the alloy war god that was 100,000 feet in size abruptly raised its head and let out a long roar that quaked the stars. At the same time, a second pitch-black antimatter energy spear quietly materialized in the alloy war god's right hand within half a breath. Swish! This was the 3rd spear if the world bugs had formed a group of self-destructing alloy war god spear was included. Yi Xian tossed it with all his might, and this time, his target was the area with the most battleships from the opposing side. As the sound of the air braking rang out, all the battleships, fortresses along the way that the spear came into contact with exploded. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 battleships were destroyed. In a short period of time, the 3 spears had destroyed at least 200,000 battleships of various types. Although it wasn't much compared to the more than 50 million battleships of the two great expeditionary camps, this was a result that Xian completed in a short span of 10 breaths with his own strength. It was absolutely shocking. This was clearly the rhythm of single-handedly wreaking havoc in an area of the void. After a brief moment of shock, a group of high-ranking commanders from the opposing side's flagship fortresses in the void around them roared and bellowed one after another. Stop him immediately. All fortresses in the vicinity, concentrate your firepower and bombard him with antimatter death ray cannons. Immediately. Do it immediately. Destroy this D*MN human-shaped alloy war god as quickly as possible. He actually thinks that he can change the overall situation of a great war in space by himself. Who does he think he is? The savior of the world? This is something that even the 5 great evildoers as one would never be able to achieve. We don't have to do anything anymore. This old man doesn't believe that with 50 million battleships, even if only 1/10 of them open fire at the same time, he can still protect everyone with his own strength. What bullshit T5 great evildoers as one? In the end, he's still going to fall. Since ancient times, the 3 main dimensions of space have never lacked true evildoers, but as long as they don't grow up, everything will be for naught in the end. This person is too showy and has ruined his own future. There's no way forward. He will be bombarded to death by countless battleships in this battle. It had to be said that the alloy war god's sudden appearance had ended more than 200,000 warships and fortresses of various sizes with just 3 spears. For a short period of time, countless supervoid experts in the 2 opposing camps had yet to recover from their shock. They were still in a state of shock, which had a serious impact on their morale. In the various flagship fortresses in the distance, the high-ranking commanders of the major clans and top factions deliberately said such things, belittling the alloy war god and deliberately mocking Xian, who was the 5 great evildoers as one. This was clearly done on purpose to raise morale. At this moment, as the reprimands and cold snorts rang out, a large number of low-ranking commanders in the various fortresses of the opposing side finally recovered from their shock. They pulled themselves together and immediately carried out the intentions of the high-ranking commanders. They issued the order. What? You don't dare to go up yourself, but you ordered your subordinates to suppress me with numbers? Are you planning to execute this king? Xian sneered. He could see through the mentality of the upper echelons of the various races and factions, so he immediately mocked and ridiculed them. These fellows had clearly been beaten to a pulp before. 6 half-rotten old monsters had attacked, and the first 2 had died and the other had been captured. Of the remaining 4, if not for the sudden appearance of an undying old monster with a giant palm, interfering with the battle, none of them would have been able to escape. But now, they were clearly afraid of Xian. They didn't dare to go up personally and kill him. Instead, they ordered their subordinates to suppress him with numbers. They even deliberately belittled him and tried to raise their morale. What a joke! Xian didn't give them any face and exposed them on the spot. He didn't care if this would affect the morale of the opposing faction. Immediately after, the 4th spear in his hand condensed and took shape again in a short breath. Old fools, you're the ones who are afraid of this king and don't dare to go up, yet you still want to pretend to be tough. Speaking up to here, Xian's tone was full of disdain and arrogance. His last sentence was like a mad roar, leaking his domineering aura. This king will now give you a big slap in the face. Does anyone dare to go up and fight? Xiao. Hong Long Long. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4th spear, Xian, was suddenly thrown out. The sound of it breaking through the air was ear-piercing and soul-stirring. This time, Xian aimed at a flagship stronghold that the upper echelons of a certain clan had spoken up for. The spear shot out, but it didn't hit any other battleships along the way. Following the gaps between the densely packed battleships, it accurately hit the flagship stronghold. A huge explosion sounded. The entire 100,000-meter diameter flagship stronghold was directly penetrated and then exploded. In just half a breath, it had disintegrated. At the same time, a large number of warriors rushed out from the collapsed flagship fortress. Most of them were wounded, but one of them had a powerful aura. He was obviously a half-step immortal, but he was in a mess because of the sudden explosion. His image had been damaged. What was even more unbearable was that this half-dead ancestor didn't even have the slightest bit of fighting spirit in the face of Yi Xian's blatant provocation. He didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. He coldly turned his head to look in this direction, then pinched his nose, turned around, and fled into the distance. Ha ha ha, didn't you speak so domineeringly just now, as if you were evaluating me, saying that I would definitely fall in this battle? Now that you've been slapped in the face, why are you running away? The alloy war god threw his head back and laughed. His merciless taunts spread for thousands of miles, and the countless experts of the three great factions fighting in the void heard them all. In the demon camp, countless demon experts threw their heads back and laughed. Their morale soared. Even the millions of native ferocious beasts led by the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise were roaring excitedly. For a moment, their morale was like a rainbow. On the other hand, the two great punitive expeditionary camps were deathly silent. Although the two great punitive expeditionary camps indeed had the upper hand on the battlefield, the demon imperial younger brother Mo Ju Feng was too valiant. He had been using facts to show his unparalleled heroism. At this moment, even a half-dead old monster was slapped in the face by him in public and didn't dare to say anything. He actually directly admitted defeat while pinching his nose. Unknowingly, the morale of the two great punitive expeditionary camps fell again. Many experts of races and top-tier factions even subconsciously raised their hands to cover their faces. In just one short day, this was the second time they did this. It really made people speechless. Weng. At the same time, the millions of warships of the two opposing camps that were closer to Yi Xian had completed the adjustment of the ship cannons' muzzles. All of them locked onto the huge body of the alloy war god. A low buzzing sound rang out at this moment, densely packed and spread out in the void. This was the movement caused by millions of fortresses charging the antimatter energy death ray cannons on the ships at the same time. It made one's scalp tingle. In a distant void battlefield, the demon emperor Mo Ju Tian and the other demon imperial clan higher-ups were observing this situation and issuing battle orders from time to time. His heart was in his throat at this moment. The alloy warship's combat strength was indeed astonishing. Its terrifying figure of 100,000 feet tall was like a great battle in the stars. Just its brute force alone could sweep through the stars. Moreover, it had a great killing weapon like the antimatter energy light spear. Even its huge body had a lot of combat equipment everywhere. In terms of long-range combat, there were even antimatter death ray cannons on its shoulders and back, including its elbows and knees. In terms of close-range combat, there were also all kinds of retractable hooks and sharp spikes that could appear at any time. Even so, against the massive antimatter energy death ray cannons fired by millions of warships at the same time, the alloy war god would not be able to hold on no matter how heaven-defying it was. There was indeed a shield in its left hand, as well as a pair of huge light halos on its back, all of which were condensed from black antimatter energy. The light halo's offensive energy turned into a pair of indestructible giant blades. Its defensive energy joined together and covered the alloy war god's body like an energy shield to protect itself. However, that could only protect against a small number of antimatter death ray cannons' energy beams. In the face of millions of ship cannons' energy beams that would drown the entire body, this shield and the energy shield formed by the light halos behind it could not block at all. At the thought of this, the upper echelons of the Demonkin royal family began to worry. Just as the Demonkin King Mo Ju Tian was about to give the order to attack the millions of fortresses and strongholds of the two opposing camps, a new change occurred in the central region of the void battleground. Whoosh! With the sound of something breaking through the air, the alloy war god suddenly raised its left hand and threw out the huge antimatter death ray shield that was originally in its left hand like a huge dart. Along the way, at least 100,000 warships, fortresses of various sizes were cut in half, exploding into huge fireballs on the spot. Huge fireballs. Too sharp. This was formed from antimatter energy and was absolutely indestructible. However, when the antimatter death ray shield was thrown out, the alloy war god's right hand did not condense a new spear. It seemed that it did not intend to continue attacking. Then, just as the countless starry sky experts of the three opposing camps did not understand what was going on, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head and let out a roar. As his huge arms spread out, a large cauldron and a black staff were directly summoned from the undying world within his body and held in his hands. In his left hand was the farmer god cauldron, in his right hand was the black-headed cudgel, all of them were heavy and violent weapons. At this moment, they were being held in the hands of the alloy war god. Compared to the image of Xianxia dragging the black-headed cudgel with one hand in his true form of a three-headed six-armed demon ape, it was even more violent. It was simply shocking. In the void, the countless warships and fortresses of the three opposing factions were silent for a moment. In an instant, there was a wave of exclamations, the big-headed black cudgel. It's the big-headed black cudgel again. Damn it, what is Imperial Brother Imo Jinfeng doing? Why did he suddenly bring out this infamous cudgel? And there's also a giant cauldron. It should be the famous Medicine King's divine cauldron in young Master Ling Hu's hands. The cauldron in his left hand and the cudgel in his right. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he thinks he can block the bombardment of millions of warships and countless antimatter energy warship cannons like this? This is clearly the rhythm of launching an offensive, not a defensive one. It's getting more and more incomprehensible. Imperial Brother Imo Jinfeng doesn't take the usual path and doesn't play by the rules at all. Under such circumstances, he's not thinking of escaping or dodging, and he's actually thinking of launching an attack. It's too late to escape. At most, in another breath, millions of death ray cannons will fire in unison. At that time, the energy beams of the warship cannons will drown his body. He's doomed, whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before these exclamations could fade, the 3 to 4 million warships, fortresses in the void had already adjusted the direction of their cannons and locked on to the alloy warship. They had already begun to bombard it one after another. The sound of breaking air resounded in this part of the void. Countless black antimatter death ray energy beams of varying sizes instantly intertwined into a net in the void. And at the center of this black net was the alloy war god that was 100,000 feet tall. In the blink of an eye, millions of death ray energy beams had already enveloped the entire body of the alloy war god. No one could see it anymore. The vast void in a radius of 10,000 miles around its body was surging with black death ray energy, as if wanting to completely annihilate this corner of the universe. Miraculous. At this moment, the hearts of countless experts from the three opposing camps rose to their throats. The originally intense situation in the starry sky had actually become stagnant at this moment, as if it had been frozen. The imperial brother of the demon kin, Imo Jinfeng, was too important. He was like a battle flag of the demon kin. His influence on this battle was immeasurable. And now, he was facing a test of life and death, but this wasn't just about him. It could be said that whether or not he could survive this battle would affect the final outcome of this planar war in space. It would affect the honor and disgrace of every expert on both sides of the void battlefield. This was absolutely not an exaggeration. Practically every single expert of the three opposing sides had such comprehension, and it was even to the extent that those 10-plus half-aged ancestors of the opposing side who had been terrified out of their wits a long time ago and didn't dare to jump out and face him head-on. At this moment, the dozen or so old ancestors, including Sao, Xianxia, and Gongshou Xian, were definitely more nervous than anyone else. Uneasiness rose in their hearts. That was because with their cultivation and ability, they had clearly seen a bizarre sight before the boundless antimatter energy ocean formed by millions of death ray cannons blanketed them. In that instant, the divine cauldron of the Medicine King that was held in the alloy war god's left hand in an extremely domineering manner clearly gushed out a large amount of nine-colored mist from the mouth of the cauldron. In less than a tenth of an instant, it completely enveloped the alloy war god's 100,000 feet tall body. They were naturally aware of the infamous reputation of the divine cauldron of the Medicine King, and it was incomparably deep. The imperial brother of the demon kin, Imo Jinfeng, as the owner of the treasured cauldron who had long since refined the cauldron of the 5 great prodigies, was clearly more aware of its power. In fact, during the second unforeseen event in the root of all evil star region, young Master Ling Hu had used this cauldron to resist the terrifying pressure of the netherworld cauldron. He had forcibly brought out millions of native ferocious beasts and a large number of powerhouses from various races from the root of all evil star region. The latter had been used by him to extort various races and obtain a huge amount of cultivation resources. The former, on the other hand, seemed to have finally submitted. Now, together with the 20 million battleships of the Demonkin race, they were jointly resisting the invasion of the 50 million battleships of the two major planes. When they thought of all this, Sal and the dozen or so old ancestors of various races and top forces could not remain calm. Although the black sea of antimatter energy formed by the simultaneous firing of 3 to 4 million fortresses and fortresses of various sizes was terrifying and could probably shake even an immortal, compared to the root of all evil, compared to the terrifying pressure of the netherworld cauldron, it was really difficult to determine who was stronger or weaker. At this moment, what they were most worried about was that the imperial brother of the demon kin, Mo Jinfeng, would rely on the endless nine-colored mist surging out of the mouth of the divine cauldron of the medicine king to forcefully resist this wave of attacks. If that was really the case, this monster would really be unkillable. Even an army of 50 million battleships would not be able to do anything to him. How could that be? Such an outcome was simply despairing. Unfortunately, even if they did not want to see such a scene, in the end, what should have happened had still happened. This kind of antimatter energy could not exist for a long time. Once it was blasted out of the antimatter energy generator, it would be quickly consumed in the positive material world. Even if this was a sea of antimatter energy formed by 3 to 4 million death ray cannon energy beams, it could only last for a short period of time. It was only a few breaths. After a few breaths, this black sea completely disappeared. The heroic body of the alloy war god, which was originally shrouded and could no longer be seen at all, once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes, unscathed. From the mouth of the cauldron in his left hand, there was a large amount of nine-colored mist gushing out like a fountain, protecting his entire body. The mist shrouded him, revealing a dreamy color, but it was incomparably real. Very obviously, the energy of this black antimatter sea that had already dissipated was blocked by this nine-colored mist, perhaps even consuming a part of the nine-colored mist. But this did not matter. The true form of this farmer god's treasure cauldron was much larger than a giant star. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy inside was. What Yixian could activate now was only a very small part. Even if some of the nine-colored mist gushing out of the cauldron was consumed, it was simply not to the extent of damaging the power of the cauldron, and it was not to the extent that it could reach. This scene was simply like a miracle. A few million forts and fortresses of various sizes had been launched with all their might, and the energy beams of a few million deathlight cannons converged together to form an ocean of antimatter energy that enveloped an area of 5,000 kilometers. Such a terrifying attack was even capable of heavily injuring or shaking an Eternal Realm expert. Even if Mo Jinfeng was one of the 5 great monstrous geniuses, his own cultivation was too weak after all, and he was far from maturing. Even if he'd activated the bloodline of the Devil Ape, he was only at the Region Lord realm. Even with the addition of the defensive power of the humanoid alloy war god that was larger than a large stronghold and comparable to a super stronghold in space, there was no way it could compare to a true undying old monster. Theoretically speaking, it was absolutely impossible to resist the impact of such an ocean of antimatter energy. But the actual outcome was the exact opposite. Not only had he resisted it, he was completely unharmed. He was in the exact same posture before the black ocean of antimatter energy enveloped him, and he was still in the exact same posture when the black ocean of antimatter energy dispersed after over a dozen breaths of time. What did this represent? This represented the terrifying antimatter light energy ocean. It was not even worth mentioning in the other party's eyes. The other party's entire body was covered by it, but it did not even struggle or evade. It stood proudly in the void, majestic and unmoving. This was a true posture of invincibility, the appearance of the 5 great monstrous geniuses in one body and the number 1 expert in the younger generation was so extraordinary, yet it was so despairing. Countless devil experts instantly cheered thunderously on the side of the devils, and it was even to the extent that the primeval porcupine and tortoise led by the few million native ferocious beasts raised their heads towards the sky and howled with excitement while revealing ferocious expressions. On the other hand, the opposing sides were deathly silent, and only endless sighs and gasps resounded. Sal, Longsagorge, Gongsho Xian, and the other half-aged ancestors of the various clans and top-rate powers were dumbstruck, and their eyes emanated the glow of despair. This time, they were in complete despair, and they were filled with deep unwillingness. Because as far as they were concerned, this wasn't Mo Jinfeng's own strength at all, and it was entirely the contribution of the terrifying divine cauldron of the Medicine King that could compete with the nether furnace in terms of pressure. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Treasures were meant for people, and only the virtuous would be able to obtain them. This cauldron was originally located in a secret area of the Heavenly War Empire in the Third Universe. It was impossible that no Immortal Realm warriors had discovered it, but no one had ever been able to move it or take it away. And now, he had been completely refined in the hands of Mo Jinfeng, his royal brother, and could be as big or as small as he wished. This in itself already explained the problem. After a short moment of silence, the 11 Immortal Realm old monsters, who had hidden their true bodies in parallel spaces behind the two opposing camps, finally let out exclamations of surprise and bewilderment. Something's not right. Could it be that our previous judgment was wrong? Something is indeed wrong. If it is as we have deduced before, all of this is merely a scheme of the Demon Kin and the Tianji clan. Although little Mo has stepped into this super fortress that has transformed into an alloy war god, in reality, the one who has begun the mechanical fusion is not him. Instead, it is Tianji, who has already entered this super fortress. The peerless genius of our clan, Sha Baofeng. Then how do you explain this scene in front of us? Whether it is the big-headed black stick or the Shinnon cauldron, they are the most precious treasures of Mo Jinfeng, the Demonkin's royal brother. It is impossible for such precious treasures of the Desolation era to be left in the hands of others. Even if the Demon Kin and the Tianji clan have a close relationship, little Mo would never temporarily lend them to Sha Baofeng. In fact, even if he wanted to lend them, it is impossible. Once these precious treasures of the Desolation era have been refined, no one else can activate them. But now, they are clearly in the hands of the Alloy War God, and they are activated without any delay. It is definitely the original body that is controlling them. Could it be that the being who has performed the mechanical fusion in the Alloy War God is really Mo Jinfeng, the Demonkin's royal brother? Is the so-called 5 peerless geniuses in one true body? This is the only reasonable explanation. What a peerless genius! He even infiltrated the Tianji clan and once became the young patriarch of the clan. Is De blind? That should be the case. Previously, this old man felt that Sha Baofeng's betrayal of the Tianji clan was not true. Now, it seems that the only explanation is that little Mo's identity as a spy of the Tianji clan was exposed and was seen through by De. That's why he said those words to disgust De. For the sake of his reputation, he could only pinch his nose and admit it. So, the so-called conspiracy between the Demon Kin and the Tianji clan is completely false? Since that's the case, shouldn't we make some adjustments to our next plan? What is going on? The situation of the entire war, including the strategic layout, has been ruined by little Mo's interference. That little Mo brat is ruining things again and again. This brat is too good at causing trouble. He's simply a troublemaker. Prepare to take action. The conventional forces at the front can no longer suppress him. Even if there are 50 million warships, it is useless. Only the Immortal Realm experts like us can suppress him. Seconded. Seconded, rumble, boom. Just as the 11 Immortal Realm old monsters were secretly discussing, there was a brief moment of silence in the void battlefield where more than 70 million battleships of the 3 opposing camps were gathered. In an instant, a large number of roars and explosions resounded again. Countless warship cannons, after a short pause, began to bombard again. Everything before was just an episode of attention. For the countless starry sky experts in the tens of millions of warships of both sides, this battle was far from over. It could even be said that it had just begun. The fierce starry sky unfolded again, but compared to before, the morale of the two sides was completely different. With more than 50 million warships and fortresses of various sizes, the morale of the two expeditionary camps in the stronghold was extremely low. On the other hand, the Demon Kin and the indigenous fierce beasts, who only had half the battle strength of the other side, had high morale at this moment. Although they were still in a disadvantageous position, no one retreated. All the indigenous fierce beasts were roaring and fighting in the void with their physical bodies, which made people raise their eyebrows. It was also at this time that the Alloy War God, whose body was 100,000 feet tall and was shrouded in a dense 9-colored mist, turned his head and looked at an area millions of miles away to the right where a large number of enemy warships were congested. His eyes were shining with a cold light. Did you enjoy the bombardment just now? TSK, TSK, TSK. Millions of warships firing in unison. Countless antimatter energy beams from the death ray cannons gathered in one place, intertwining into a net, converging into a sea. What a grand gesture! Turning to look at the void ahead to the right where many fortresses and fortresses of various sizes were congested, the expression on the alloy war god's face actually changed, showing a human-like look of disdain. Yi Xian's voice that came out of his mouth was filled with ridicule and ridicule. However, when it entered the ears of the experts in the large number of battleships in the void, it was no different from the soul-devouring demonic sound. Everyone was so scared that their bodies trembled, and their faces instantly turned ashen. Even if there was water in the brain, after hearing such words, they could immediately guess what the alloy war god was going to do next. Didn't you enjoy the bombardment just now? Since you didn't kill me, now it's my turn to fight back. Realizing this, the commanders in the fortresses and fortresses of various sizes were instantly scared out of their wits. Exclamations rang out almost at the same time as they issued orders, "Spread out! Spread out immediately! Heavens, this god of slaughter is pissed off. He's going to flip out. You idiots, there are fortresses and fortresses of various sizes all around us. If we wait for them to move away and make way, we'll have died 2 or 3 times already. Activate the warp jump program now. No matter where we go, we just need to perform void teleportation and leave this corner of the void. It's over, it's over. We've been targeted. The antimatter energy beams from the death ray cannons are the most concentrated here. The demon imperial brother Mo Jinfeng is going to retaliate immediately." Hum. Filled with shock, before the chaotic cries of alarm had died down, a large number of low humming sounds rang out in the area. A large number of warships were crowded together. The ones at the edge could immediately escape, but the ones at the center could only wait. However, the current situation was too critical. The ferocity of the alloy war god had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts, and no one dared to let their guard down. Thus, as the order was given, a large number of warships began to charge, preparing to use void warp to leave this area first. In fact, the surroundings of this space battlefield were already densely packed with all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes. It was a chaotic battle, and it was extremely unwise to perform a void jump in such a situation. It was very likely that after the void jump was completed, one would directly appear above a battleship and crush it. Crash. Or, after completing a void jump and appearing in a certain empty space, the ship would be hit by a beam of energy that just so happened to pass through that space node. This was the so-called starry sky level being caught in the crossfire, the most tragic of all. However, the performance of the alloy war god in this battle had created too much pressure. Countless experts in the 2 opposing camps, including Sal and the dozen or so half-dead great ancestors, had a psychological shadow in their hearts. At this moment, facing the alloy war god that was about to kill them, even if they had to take this risk, they couldn't care less. Even if they really encountered an accident after completing a void jump and ran into the crossfire of a starry sky level being, it was still better than staying where they were and immediately being blown to bits by the alloy war god. "You want to leave? I'm afraid you're thinking too much." Yi Xian sneered and immediately began to intercept. The alloy war god's gigantic body covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers with a single stride. During this time, the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel that were held in its left and right hands were not idle. The farmer god's cauldron was like a real heavy weapon. It swept out directly, and all the warships and fortresses it encountered along the way exploded. It was the same for the big-headed black cudgel in its right hand. Although it was lighter than the farmer god's cauldron and did not have the power of a heavy weapon like the farmer god's cauldron that could destroy a large number of warships with a single sweep, it was more nimble. The alloy war god's right hand swung the big-headed black cudgel like a windmill. The alloy war god's cauldron blew up all kinds of warships without exception. This ambush was only a few million kilometers away. For the alloy war god, who was hundreds of thousands of meters tall, it was just a few dozen void leaps. In just a dozen breaths, Yi Xian had already rushed to this area of the void that was congested with a large number of fortresses and fortresses. Along the way, the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel had destroyed at least 200,000 to 300,000 warships of the enemy camp. At this time, a small number of the millions of warships and fortresses of various sizes that were congested in this corner of the void had already performed void jumps and successfully escaped. However, Xian did not pay attention to them. There were still many enemy warships in front of him. He would pick the ones that were close to him first. As for the ones that had escaped, he would deal with them later. Take care of them. The next scene perfectly demonstrated the saying of a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and it was of the starry sky level. The alloy war god that was hundreds of thousands of meters in size was so huge that even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was just a dot in front of it. Not to mention that it was also carrying a cauldron and a black cudgel in each of its hands, which were also hundreds of thousands of meters in size. With a single sweep, almost a sea of warships and fortresses of various sizes exploded with a rumble. Such a scene was simply like the purgatory of the stars. As a large number of warships of various sizes exploded, countless starry sky experts of various races from both camps fell out. All of them cried out in horror and fled for their lives in the void. However, many of them were extremely unfortunate. In the process of fleeing, even if the strong wind swept by the farmer god's cauldron and the big-headed black cudgel brushed past them, they would instantly explode and die, turning into a rain of blood that splattered all over the void. The casualties were too tragic. A large number of lives were being lost every second. This was the true purgatory of the stars. Coincidentally, among the millions of warships of various sizes that were congested in this area, there happened to be a main flagship fortress of the enemy camp that was overseen by a half-rotten old ancestor. At this time, although this main flagship fortress had not been destroyed by Xian, in the end, it was obvious that it would not be able to escape such an ending. This was because the charging of its void jump had not yet been completed, and the alloy war god was already only tens of thousands of kilometers away. It only needed one more large stride to reach it. In his panic, the half-rotten old monster overseeing this main flagship fortress could not sit still in the end. He directly rushed out of the flagship fortress, manifested his bloodline true body, turned around, and fled into the void in the distance. This half-rotten old monster came from various races of the second universe. He was one of the few half-rotten old ancestors left in the command council of various races of the second universe. Seeing that his bloodline true body, which was about 10,000 meters in size, was covered in green, and some parts had wrinkles like old tree bark, this was clearly a half-rotten old ancestor from the tree spirit clan. Old ancestor rotten. To put it bluntly, he looked like an old tree that had become a spirit. Pfft. The words, "Where are you running to?" almost made the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, spit out blood on the spot. This was too much of a bully, he even attacked him personally. Bang! In the next moment, a loud sound was heard. The alloy war god, who was holding the Xianxia treasure cauldron in his left hand and the big-headed black stick in his right hand, had already arrived in front of him. With a sweep of the big-headed stick, before Ling Baopu could react, he had already been sent flying diagonally, at least 2 to 3 million miles away. Then, the devil cultivator royal brother Emojiefing exclaimed softly in surprise, "Eh? Could it be that Tai Shuching spirit? It actually didn't smash. It's just a piece of rotten wood, could it be that you want to smash it twice? What a waste." Pfft. This time, Ling Baopu really vomited blood. It was unknown whether it was because he was angry or because he was smashed by the big-headed black stick. He spat out a stream of green liquid, and green stars circled in front of him endlessly. "Little bastard, you're going too far, $$. Without waiting for the little green stars circling above his head to completely disperse, the half-dead ancestor of the tree spirit clan had already started cursing on the spot, bursting out with vulgarities. A dignified half-dead old monster was actually scolded by a junior as rotten wood, saying that it was a waste of energy to not smash it with a single blow. This was simply a blatant humiliation, and it was too unbearable. Under the agitation in his heart, Ling Baopu did not escape. In any case, the opponent's speed was so fast that there was basically no hope of escaping. He immediately let out a furious roar, and his body, which was only about 10,000 feet tall, instantly expanded. A large expanse of green quickly spread out in the void, swish. Swish, countless sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Baopu's figure was already like a towering tree, turning into an incomparably ferocious giant tree monster. At this moment, countless thick tentacle-like roots suddenly shot out from his body, like a net, with the original body as the center. It quickly spread out in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped a large area of the void as far as 1,000,000 miles away. This was the race's bloodline ability, the vine spirit sealing technique. Although these spirit vines could only cover a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, in this void that was shrouded by spirit vines, as long as there was any movement, the main body would be able to immediately detect it and form a certain degree of sealing effect. This was something that Xian had practically noticed at the first possible moment. Because when he fought the world Tao Lord of the Tree Spirit Clan, Ling Puzi, in the root of all evil, he'd once encountered the latter execute this bloodline divine ability. It had to be said that this kind of tree spirit race bloodline ability was quite a headache to deal with. In the void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, countless green vine tentacles that looked like spirit snakes were extremely entangled. But comparatively speaking, this kind of bloodline ability was quite beneficial to Xian, and he had benefited from it. As such, when the alloy war god suddenly saw him, he was stunned for a moment, but soon broke into a grin. At the same time, the expected sound of the system notification suddenly rang out in Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering wood essence. Effect: it is possible to increase the grade of the Xianxia exotic flame. Would you like to extract it immediately? As expected, he had encountered another opportunity to absorb a large amount of wood essence. This dense patch of green spirit vines that covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles had originally given Xian quite a headache, but after encountering such a turn of events, it was as expected. It was like a pie falling from the sky. The so-called extraction was actually very simple. It was to use the Xianxia exotic flame to burn the green spirit vines in the void ahead. During this burning process, the spirit vines would wither and turn into ashes, and the wood essence contained within would be directly absorbed by the Xianxia exotic flame, becoming the growth of the Xianxia exotic flame. The energy and resources of the divine ability. The patch of spirit vines in front of him covered a large area of 1,000,000 miles in the void. Even if each spirit vine only contained a little bit of the so-called wood essence, the key was that there was a lot of it. According to Xian's estimation, there was no extravagant hope of increasing the grade of the Xianxia exotic flame again. After all, the Xianxia exotic flame was already a 6-colored flame, far from what the original 2-colored flame could compare to. However, there were still some benefits. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. With a thought, the Xianxia cauldron in his left hand instantly poured out a large canopy of dazzling Xianxia 6-colored flames towards the spreading and still expanding sea of green vines. Just as Peng Xianxia 6-colored flames reached the edge of the spirit vine void and finally came into contact with the green spirit vines of varying thickness, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop and exclaim in shock occurred. Huff, slash. Chi, the whistling sound of waves of flames rang out, followed by a dense and ear-piercing sound like boiling oil splashing on ice. The Xianxia 6-colored flames, which were only 1,000 feet in diameter a moment ago, suddenly burst into flames the moment they came into contact with the edge of the spirit vine void. In less than a breath of time, it had already spread tens of thousands of miles. In an instant, it burned a dazzling hole in the spirit vine void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Ah, save me, this ghost flame is actually absorbing my wood spirit essence. This is the life source of my wood spirit clan. In the central domain of the spirit vine void, the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, had a drastic change in expression. He let out an incomparably terrified scream, and his entire body began to tremble at this moment. For the experts of the wood spirit clan, the sea of green vines that was manifested by the activation of the bloodline true body was actually his main body. Once this vast sea of green vines was incinerated, no matter how vigorous the life force of the wood spirit clan was, it would still suffer. Even if they didn't die on the spot, their level of life would decline and the intelligence they had gained would disappear. They would turn into an ordinary piece of rotten wood. This was definitely an outcome that no wood spirit expert was willing to see and absolutely unacceptable. Unfortunately, Xian would not care so much. The expert of the wood spirit clan he encountered this time was a half-decayed ancestor of the clan. The quality of the wood spirit essence contained in this vast sea of green vines was far superior to that of Ling Puzi, the Taoist child of heaven and earth of the clan. If he missed this village, there would be no such shop. Now that he had the opportunity to absorb freely, how could he miss it? Huff, in the blink of an eye, the Shenong six-colored flames burned fiercely. In just 2 or 3 breaths, this sea of green vines, which had already reached an area of 1,000,000 miles, but was still expanding outwards, was completely burned into nothingness. It was just as Xian had guessed before. Due to the fact that it had already evolved to the level of a 6-colored flame, even though it had absorbed more wood spirit essence than before, the grade of the Shenong heavenly flame did not increase again because of this. With the death of the half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, the sea of green vines that his body had transformed into completely vanished. All the wood spirit essence in his body had been absorbed by Yixian's Shenong 6-colored flame. The surrounding void once again fell into a deathly silence. Then, there was a large number of hissing sounds and gasping sounds. Suddenly, soft exclamations rang out. This is really too amazing. What a powerful flame. No wonder it could trap 4 half-dead ancestors at the same time. A half-rotten old ancestor, a powerhouse of the wood spirit clan known for his vigorous vitality, only lasted for a few breaths of time before he was completely annihilated. Now it seems that the previous half-rotten old ancestor was too lucky. He had the help of an immortal old monster and escaped from a similar 6-colored sea of flames. Otherwise, the final result would have been the same as now. He would have been killed in a short period of time. Heaven-defying. The demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jinfeng of the 5 great monsters is really heaven-defying this time. This is definitely the rhythm of a plane-level Star War by himself. Apart from the immortal old monster, who else would dare to mention the word suppress? As for Sao, Long Xixia, and Gong Shouxin, who had just experienced the power of the Shenong 6-colored flame not long ago, were now extremely pale. The half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan, Ling Baopu, who was swallowed by the 6-colored flame sea, reminded them of themselves. They were indeed too lucky before. If not for that, they would have died long ago. Thinking of this, the 4 half-dead old monsters, as well as the other half-dead old monsters of the 2 camps, all made up their minds at this moment. No matter how this battle continued, they would never touch this bad luck again and jump out to fight the demon cultivator royal brother. Mo Jinfeng, this god of slaughter, fighting in close quarters was definitely courting death. Everything happened so fast that in the void tens of millions of miles behind the 2 enemy camps, the 11 undying old monsters, who had been hiding in a parallel space and only left a strand of their soul consciousness in this star area, didn't even have time to react. They had originally decided to attack Yixian, because from the current situation, not only was the conventional force of more than 50 million warships unable to suppress the demon imperial brother Mo Jiefeng, even the combined forces of the dozen or so half-dead ancestors of the various races and top forces were not enough. This monstrous existence that was one of the 5 monstrous geniuses was the undisputed number 1 person among the younger generation. He had truly displayed the ability to influence and even influence the situation of this planar-level starry sky war by himself. Unfortunately, before they could make a move, this half-dead ancestor of the wood spirit clan had already perished. In just a dozen breaths of time, tens of thousands of years of cultivation had all gone down the drain. After doing all this, the demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jiefeng acted as if he had only done a trivial matter. After turning around, he roared again, and the Shenong treasure cauldron and the big-headed black stick in his hand swept again, and once again rushed into the void where a large number of battleships were congested. Rumbling explosions and rumbling sounds rang out again, continuing without end. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes turned into fireballs in the starry sky. Roar. I can't take it anymore. I have to kill this little bastard immediately. Slash, an earth-shattering roar rang out. In the void behind the 2 expeditionary camps, the universe's starry sky was suddenly torn apart. One of the 11 undying old monsters had finally made a move. No wonder he was the first to lose control. This undying old monster obviously came from the 2nd universe, and perhaps he had a close relationship with the wood spirit clan. Because from the bloodline true body he had manifested, it was clear that he did not belong to any of the top 10 races of the second universe. In the second universe's plane, the top 10 races dominated the majority, but some of the smaller races that were ranked outside the top 10 also had undying old monsters. But just one undying old monster was not enough to ensure the prosperity of the entire race for hundreds of millions of years. Therefore, these races that were not in the top 10 would basically choose to form a private alliance with one of the top 10 races. And now, this undying old monster who jumped out first had such a relationship with the Wood Spirit clan behind him. Therefore, when he saw the half-dead ancestor of the Wood Spirit clan being killed, he had to do something no matter what. After all, the Wood Spirit clan did not have an undying old monster this time, so he was almost like half an elder to the half-dead Wood Spirit clan elite, Ling Baopu. This undying old monster was a sky-shattering green goat. At this moment, the bloodline true body he had manifested was 100,000 feet tall, comparable to the alloy war god. It was entirely green, and a pair of giant horns were said to have some kind of unique power, which was the key to this race's bloodline. It could perform some kind of powerful innate divine ability, and it was said that even the universe's firmament could rely on a pair of goats. Poke a hole in the horns. Unfortunately, he was destined not to have the chance to perform this rare innate divine ability in public today. This was because almost at the same moment when the sky-shattering green goat's true body rushed out of the parallel space and directly performed teleportation, arriving in the void of the battlefield thousands of miles away in front of the alloy war god in the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already waved his hand and summoned the battle of time of the undying world in his body. After going through so much trouble, he had finally angered an undying old monster. He was ready to strike while the iron was hot and kill this undying green goat as quickly as possible. This way, he would not give the other undying old monsters any time to react. It was very likely that he would enrage all of them and kill them in one fell swoop. They would all rush out. In this way, his mission would be considered complete. Boom! A loud sound came from the void as the golden battle of time crossed in front of him. Within the alloy war god, Xianxia immediately roared, "It's just an undying old monster. What are you being so arrogant for? Just kill it." Following this roar, the green gold emperor within the battle of time also received the order to attack with all his might. In the next instant, within the core node of the battle of time's central domain, the green gold emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately took action. Within the thousands of beehive nodes, the 10 purple gold slime kings and the tens of millions of gold slime kings also fully activated the power within their bodies at this moment, and a shocking pressure rapidly condensed. Wang! A faint buzzing sound rang out, and invisible ripples instantly spread out from the green gold emperor's body, entering the 4 walls of the core beehive nodes, and then along the pipes connected to the outer walls, instantly transmitting out. At this moment, all the tens of millions of slime kings within the beehive nodes trembled. In an instant, countless rays of purple gold brilliance rushed into the 4 walls of the beehive node as if they had a mind of their own. They followed the pipes on the outer wall and surged towards the core beehive node where the lapis gold slime emperor was located. All of this happened in less than half an instant. In just half an instant, the dense golden purple radiance converged from the thousands of beehive nodes. After entering the core beehive node, this core beehive node located in the center region of the 9th ring inside the giant horn suddenly shone brightly. A scorching purple gold light suddenly burst out. Everything that happened next was as expected. The core beehive node with a diameter of 3,000 meters completely turned into a purple gold world. Waves of purple gold ripples spread out along the war cloth. In front of the mouth of the huge horn, a purple gold fan-shaped ripple was derived, as if it was a dazzling purplish gold tide pushed forward. Walala, the purple gold tide of time flowed past, and the invisible power of the universe's time laws appeared, freezing the body of the sky-breaking green sheep thousands of miles away. For a moment, it couldn't struggle at all. Immediately afterward, as this strange purple gold tide pushed forward like a tide, its huge true body instantly changed. The first thing to bear the brunt was the 2 most conspicuous huge intestine goat horns on his head. They were originally bright red like blood, but now, in less than half an instant, they had changed. They were as red as blood in half an instant, completely dimmed. Immediately after, as the purple gold tide flowed past its body, the originally lustrous fur of the sky-breaking green sheep's enormous true body also quickly dimmed without any suspense. The green luster disappeared, and large pieces of fur fell off, floating into the void of the universe, turning into ashes. All of this, whether it was the skybreaking green sheep or the other 10 immortal old monsters behind the 2 great expeditionary camps, who were still hibernating in the parallel space and only left a wisp of divine sense to pay attention to the situation of the battle in this star field, were all caught off guard. They didn't know that not long ago, Xian had killed or captured 4 undying beings in this star field, but through Xian's battle of time and the scene of the half-rotten ancestor almost dying miserably and being captured alive, they were able to analyze this strange purple gold. The power of the tide could last for 30,000 years. Even one of the immortal realm old monsters had calculated the number of waves of the purple gold tide that could be triggered by the Time War Raja, which was 3 waves. But even so, they still did not expect Xian to act so quickly and decisively. This freak that was formed from 5 great monstrous geniuses was simply on the verge of piercing through the heavens. How audacious! He was merely at the region Lord Realm, yet he actually didn't hesitate at all when facing the attack of an Eternal Realm expert, and he didn't even give it any thought before utilizing the Warcry of Time and activating it on the spot. It was to the extent that they didn't even have the time to react. The skybreaking green sheep that had just leaped forward was frozen on the spot. Moreover, its enormous body had instantly fallen into defeat from the impact of the second wave of the purple gold tide. After all, it was an extremely long period of time that had instantly flowed through its bloodline, and no one would be able to endure it. At this moment, the skybreaking green sheep who'd suffered an attack that was practically like a sniper attack was completely stunned. The domineering descent that was supposed to happen had actually become like this. When did the deterrent force of an Eternal Realm expert become so disregarded? Swoosh, in next to no time, before it could recover from its shock, the weak sound of waves resounded once more, and the second wave of the purple gold tide had arrived at this moment. This wave of the purple gold tide lasted for another 3 years in an instant. At this moment, the skybreaking green sheep still hadn't recovered from its shock and daze from before when its enormous body had suffered an enormous misfortune once more. This time, besides large amounts of fur falling off, large amounts of flesh and blood had started to melt, and it was even to the extent that its internal organs and some golden bones had started to appear. The bright light in its eyes that was originally glowing brilliantly dimmed down swiftly. At this moment, the second wave of the purple gold tide had just arrived, and it hadn't completely flowed through it. In the blink of an eye, the second wave of the purple gold tide had vanished. At this moment, almost half of the internal organs on the enormous body of the skybreaking green sheep that was originally filled with vital energy and blood could be seen. Moreover, its bones seemed to have decayed to the extreme. Within a short span of 2 seconds, this flesh and blood treasured body had already been mercilessly eroded by 60,000 years of time. It was only an undying old monster. If it had been a universe-level great being, it would have already perished. However, right after that, the third wave of the purple gold tide came. Its speed was also extremely fast. In just an instant, it had already flowed through this decaying body. As the third wave of the purple gold tide faded away, the skybreaking green sheep's 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had already revealed its white bones and internal organs, began to completely collapse in the blink of an eye. A large amount of internal organs fell out of its abdomen and turned into ashes along with the purple gold tide. The golden bones were also scattered and disintegrated one after another. Similarly, they couldn't resist the corrosive power of the purple gold tide and turned into ashes and dissipated with a loud bang. A lifespan of 100,000 years was the limit of an ordinary Eternal Realm expert. This skybreaking green sheep came from a race that wasn't very powerful in the second universe. Although it had gone through bitter training and finally stepped into the Eternal Realm, after all, the race's foundation was still there. In fact, it didn't have any heaven-defying methods or treasures. It was definitely just an ordinary Eternal Realm expert. In the past, its lifespan had been improved step by step, and in the process of finally evolving to the Eternal Realm, it had already consumed more than 20,000 years of lifespan. In fact, it was only left with about 70,000 years of lifespan. However, 3 waves of the purple gold tide represented the instantaneous passage of 90,000 years of lifespan. How could it withstand it? It could be said that, in fact, after the second wave of the time tide flowed, this Eternal Realm skybreaking green sheep was almost completely annihilated. However, Xian didn't intend to save the third wave of the purple gold tide for the purpose of conserving the kinetic energy of the war pole. After all, this was the last wave of the purple gold tide that the whirlpool could trigger today. There wasn't much meaning in leaving it behind. On the contrary, if this Eternal Realm skybreaking green sheep was left with half of its life, in case it or other Eternal Realm experts had some kind of secret technique that could bring it back to life. As usual, it could once again erupt with the power of the Eternal Realm within a short period of time. Or it could simply use some kind of top-grade resources to recover part of its injuries and regain the ability to participate in the subsequent battles. That would be really not worth the loss. As far as Xianxia was concerned, killing this immortal stage green goat wasn't a big deal. He didn't even feel any joy in his heart. After all, just a few days ago, he had killed or captured 4 immortal rank old monsters in the Demonkin Star Field. Compared to the 4 immortal realm old monsters from the first universe, this immortal realm green sheep's strength could only be considered to be at the bottom, only at the early stage of the immortal realm. But this was only him. In the eyes of others, it was not so. At this moment, among the countless experts of the 3 opposing camps who were lingering in this vast void, except for the starry sky experts of the demon race camp, they had also witnessed the shocking battle a few days ago with their own eyes. Their nerves were thicker, and they were more tolerant of the scene that was happening today, so they did not pass. They were not surprised. Countless starry sky experts in the other 2 expeditionary camps, after a short moment of sluggishness, completely exploded in an instant. In the void, for a time, there were all kinds of shocked cries. Compared to the previous few half-dead old ancestors from various clans and top forces who were either killed or captured, the one who died today was a real immortal realm old monster. The shock was absolutely incomparable to that of the past. Oh my god, what happened? None of this is real. Illusion, it's definitely an illusion. Either the cultivation of that immortal realm green sheep is wrong, or there's something wrong with my eyes. An immortal realm green sheep, although it doesn't belong to a powerful bloodline race, it's an immortal realm old monster after all, right? But in the hands of the demon domain royal brother Mo Jinfeng, why do I feel that it's not even as good as those half-dead old ancestors before? Damn it, I feel the same. We must have opened it the wrong way. This scene can't be real at all. There must be something wrong with it. Immortal realm old monster, this is an immortal realm old monster, but he completely fell in just 3 breaths. Not even his corpse was left, only half of his bones were left lying in the void. It seems that the rumor is true. Mo Jinfeng, the royal brother of the demon dweller, does have the ability to kill immortal realm old monsters. An immortal realm old monster of the Federation Senate fell in the demon dweller star area in the first universe. It must be him who did it. He's only at the region Lord Realm. Not only did he kill an ancestor who was on the verge of death, he actually instantly annihilated an eternal old monster. This is truly fucking lethal. Along with these tide-like discussions, the other 10 immortal realm old monsters in the void far behind the 2 opposing expeditionary camps finally reacted. Although their original bodies were all hidden in unknown parallel planes, from beginning to end, they had separated a strand of their divine sense to pay close attention to everything that happened in this first universe, the Demonkin Star Field. Therefore, the 10 immortal realm old monsters could be said to have witnessed the fall of this immortal realm skybreaker green goat. They hadn't reacted earlier because everything had occurred too quickly, and they didn't have the time to take any measures to deal with it. But now, after a short moment of being stunned, the 10 immortal realm old monsters finally returned to their senses. For a time, furious roars and roars resounded successively, but they were still unable to be heard by the outside world, and only they were able to hear them. We were careless and actually allowed Brother Yang to charge out by himself, causing us to be ambushed. A weapon of mass destruction. It really is a weapon of mass destruction. Every single wave of this violet gold tide of time represents the instantaneous passage of 30,000 years of time. In a short period of 3 breaths of time, 3 waves of violet gold tides are equivalent to the erosion of 90,000 years of time. I'm afraid none of us will be able to resist it. Trash. A bunch of trash. An army of over 50 million battleships and over 10 half-step immortal realm old monsters were actually unable to destroy the last 3 waves of violet gold tides of time in Kidmo's possession. Yeah, we lost an immortal realm old monster for nothing. But then again, we can't blame anyone for this. Brother Yang was too impulsive. He knew that Kid had such a weapon of mass destruction, but he still rushed out recklessly. That's good as well. At the very least, the last 3 waves of violet gold tides of the Time War talisman in Little Mo's hand have finally been exhausted. Just now, this old man once again carried out a deduction. Now, I can already confirm that that great killing weapon will absolutely not be able to be activated again in a short period of time. This child has killed 2 immortal elders before and after. Whether it was the immortal elder of our Senate or the current old sheep, they both died in this battle of time. As for the other treasures in his hands, even the primordial supreme treasure Xianxia Cauldron, which is known as the Era's artifact, is not finished yet. Since that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Let's make our move immediately. The 3 immortal realm masters appeared at the same time. We must suppress little Mo at the first possible moment. If this old man's guess is not wrong, the Devil Dweller's ancestor will definitely not sit idly by and watch this child be killed by us. After all, this kind of peerless monster, even if it's a peerless monster, even in the 3 main planes of the starry sky, it's a rare sight that only appears once in a million years. The Devil Dwellers definitely won't give it up. Suppress. Immediately suppress. Our second universe camp will dispatch an immortal realm old monster. Seconded. Our 10 absolute heavenly palace will accept the second immortal realm old monster. If that's the case, our Federation Senate will not be willing to fall behind. This battle is just the right opportunity to avenge the death of an immortal realm old monster not long ago. Roar. Roar. The decision was finalized. This time, the 10 immortal realm old monsters no longer had any hesitation. The current situation of the battle was right in front of them. The demon dweller royal brother Mo Jinfeng, this monster, could no longer be suppressed by conventional forces. Even if he was given time to toss around like this, the more than 50 million battleships of the 2 expeditionary camps were very likely to be destroyed by him alone. At that time, the immortal realm old ancestor of the demon dwellers would not appear again. Thinking of this, the 10 immortal realm old monsters all felt a sense of urgency and pressure. The development of the situation was 2F** kept up, including the death of an immortal realm old monster just now. All of this unknowingly affected their state of mind. The roar sounded very quickly. This time, it was not only heard by the circle of the 10 immortal realm old monsters, but also by the countless experts in the entire demon dweller star field who were in the middle of a shocking battle in the starry sky. All of them heard it clearly. Hiss. Hiss. An incomparably crisp sound of ripping silk came. In the distance behind the 2 expeditionary camps, the void was torn apart in 3 directions at the same time. Then, under the gazes of countless experts from the 3 opposing camps, 3 incomparably huge figures appeared, bringing with them a soul-trembling aura. Hiss. Hiss. An incomparably clear sound of silk tearing was heard, attracting the attention of countless starry sky experts in the entire void battleground. At this moment, the universe void tens of millions of miles away once again fell into a dead silence. Everyone was shocked by the 3 immortal powers that suddenly appeared in the distant void. Originally, it was intense. The intense battle in the void battleground paused because of this. The entire universe void seemed to have been frozen. As soon as these 3 immortal realm old monsters walked out of their dormant parallel space and stepped into the edge of the demon territory of the first universe, they immediately revealed their bloodline true bodies. None of them were humans. The bloodline true bodies they revealed were all 100,000 feet tall, comparable to Yi Xian's alloy war god, although one of them came from the Tenju celestial palace of the human clan in the 3rd universe, he was also not human. This immortal realm old monster was a frost crown ice crane that had been raised by the palace master of the Tenju celestial palace for many years. Its cultivation was not weak, having reached the peak of the early stage of the immortal realm. This frost crown ice crane was light blue in color, and there was even a wisp of dark blue mist above its head. It was said that this mist contained a strand of frost origin energy. This kind of creature was originally born in the extremely rare extreme cold profound cave in the starry sky. At this moment, as soon as the frost crown ice crane's 100,000 feet bloodline true body appeared, a dark light rushed out from behind its head and turned into a blue mist that covered the top of its head and protected its spiritual altar. This blue mist was the life item of this frost crown ice crane, called Frost Light. It was condensed from the essence of ice and snow that had existed for hundreds of millions of years in an ancient mystic ice cave in the universe. It could be transformed into hundreds of billions of pieces and had countless magical uses. It also had endless ice power. It was said that once it was fully unleashed, even the universe void could be frozen. The second figure was a creature that looked like a white elephant, but it did not have a long trunk. Its face was sharp and slender, like a fox spirit, and it had a huge bloody hairy tail behind it. This immortal realm-old monster came from the Senate of the Thousand Luo Federation. He was a mid-stage immortal realm Grand Elder of the Federation, and his cultivation was the strongest among the three immortal realm-old monsters. This bloodline was very rare. It was called the elephant fox marten, and it belonged to a species from ancient times. It was said that this race of creatures appeared like white elephants with wings. It was said that they had the power to eat all the people and had the ability to descend. At this moment, as soon as this elephant fox marten appeared, a blue and white light appeared above its head. It was a rare treasure derived from its bloodline power, and it had endless magical uses. It was said that once a living being with a weaker cultivation base was enveloped by its light, they would instantly lose their soul essence and perish. Even the powerful existences in the immortal realm would lose their minds if they were trapped in the light of the magical treasures. The last immortal realm-old monster came from the camp of various clans in the second universe. He was from the Blood Dragon clan, which was the most powerful clan among the top 10 clans in the second universe. This was a three-clawed flood dragon. Its bloodline true body was activated, and it also showed a huge body that was 100,000 feet long. Its life form had not only evolved to the point where it grew 4 limbs, but it was suspected that it had entered the stage of transforming into a dragon. At the end of these 4 limbs, there were 3 claws, which gave it a part of the dragon's power. Above its head was a golden light, which was the life treasure of this 3-clawed flood dragon, which was called the Golden Flood Dragon. This Golden Flood Dragon's grade was extraordinary. It was a desolate antiquity supreme treasure, and the 3-clawed flood dragon had obtained it by chance. Since then, it had been treasured like a treasure. Even in a war, it rarely used it. It was said that it was collected from the remains of 2 flood dragons that were about to transform into real dragons in ancient times. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was condensed by the essence of the sun and the moon. Once it was used, 2 golden flood dragons could appear in the void. They moved back and forth in the air, protected by auspicious clouds. Even ordinary immortal realm-old monsters of the same realm would be cut in half if they were caught off guard. They would die instantly. At this moment, as soon as these 3 immortal realm-old monsters arrived, they roared at the same time and directly teleported, appearing in the void thousands of miles in front of Xianxia. They formed a triangle shape and surrounded the alloy war god, who was 100,000 feet long. Roar! Screech, screech! Little Mo, I'm here. Today, you will definitely die. Hurry up and suppress him. Die. Amidst the angry roar, the ice spirit cold light above the cold crown ice crane's head suddenly shone brightly, turning into a blue fog that covered tens of thousands of miles in the void. It rapidly shot toward the alloy war god. Along the way, clear cracking sounds could be heard. The rumors in the outside world were true. The ice spirit cold light bloodline ability of this cold crown ice crane was suspected to have been refined from a wisp of ice origin. At this moment, its power was unleashed, and the void of the universe along the way was frozen. The golden light above the head of the 3-clawed flood dragon from the Blood Flood Dragon clan of the second universe also shot over. It was the fastest and in the leading position. Although the golden light was not huge, only about 1,000 feet long, there was a shadow of energy following behind it. It was clearly 2 golden flood dragons that were 10,000 miles long. At the same time, the elephant fox marten that looked like both an elephant, a fox, and a marten activated the bloodline in its body at the first moment. The blue and white light that was originally suspended above its head instantly bloomed with a brilliant light, turning into a giant light that covered tens of thousands of miles in the void and shot toward the alloy war god. Although they were still far away, the countless starry sky powerhouses of the 3 camps in the vast void suddenly felt their hearts tremble at this moment. Just looking at this strange white light directly, they almost lost their minds, causing their faces to change drastically. They no longer hesitated and even looked at the original starry sky powerhouses of the 3 camps in front of them. Without hesitation, they did not even care about the upcoming battle. No matter which camp they were from, they all retreated bravely. What a joke. This was the simultaneous attack of 3 immortal realm-old monsters. If they stayed in the nearby void of the universe, they would definitely be implicated. And now, the high-end strength of the immortal realm had already taken action. The final result of this battle would definitely be decided as a result. As the conventional strength of the 3 camps, the following battle basically had nothing to do with them. It would be best if they retreated to an extremely far distance and watched the battle from afar. If they felt that something was wrong, at most, they could just act out a play and cooperate with sporadic exchanges of fire. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in just 3 short breaths. And at this moment, after the countless starry sky experts and various warships of the 3 opposing camps in the surrounding void retreated as if they were avoiding the plague, the alloy war god, who was 100,000 feet tall, unexpectedly let out a cold snort. His figure stood in the void, towering and motionless. He had no intention of escaping or dodging at all. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a boundless purple-gold sea of lightning instantly scattered out. At the top of the sky, an imperial seal that exuded endless emperor's might was spinning. The cold top ice crane, the elephant fox mink, and the 3-clawed flood dragon all transformed into their bloodline true forms and charged towards Xianxia. The cold top ice crane's ice-soul cold light transformed into a blue mist that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of li. The bluish-white light above the elephant fox mink's head also blossomed and transformed into a giant radiance that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of li. The golden light above the 3-clawed flood dragon's head also shot over. It was the fastest, leading the way. Although the golden light wasn't huge, only about 300 meters long, it was followed by a mass of energy phantoms. Those were clearly 2 10,000-mile-long golden flood dragons. These 3 attacks were all formed from the bloodline talents of the immortal old monsters, but Xianxia ignored them completely. The invincible war god's majestic figure stood in the void without any intention of escaping or dodging. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a boundless purple-gold sea of lightning appeared and an imperial seal that exuded boundless emperor's might spun around. Screech! Immediately after, a loud whistle that pierced through the clouds rang out as a purple-gold figure rushed out from the emperor's might seal. It was a tiny sparrow that was only a foot long. It was extremely adorable, but its entire body was emitting boundless lightning. The purple-gold electric arc stretched and retracted endlessly. At this moment, the lightning spirit appeared. Among the 3 immortal old monsters, the elephant fox mink from the Myriad Luo Federation Senior Elder Hall. The elephant fox mink from the Myriad Luo Federation Senior Elder Hall was the strongest. He had already reached the middle stage of the immortal realm, while the other 2 were both at the early stage of the immortal realm. The iridescent flame lightning sparrow that was suppressed by Xianxia a few days ago and refined into the lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal was originally at the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm. It was only a step away from reaching the late stage of the immortal realm. Although Xianxia had only extracted a trace of the lightning essence from the iridescent flame lightning sparrow's body and refined it into the lightning spirit of the Emperor's seal, with the support of the Rai-D seal, the thunder spiritual sparrow's cultivation was still at the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm. This was also because Xianxia's cultivation was too weak to fully activate the power of the Rai-D seal. Otherwise, this thunder spiritual sparrow would have been even stronger, but now, it was enough to deal with the 3 immortal old monsters. After all, the D seal's power was the seal. This was also the reason why Xianxia's figure didn't move at all. He didn't put the 3 immortal realm old monsters in his eyes at all. In fact, when he saw the arrival of the 3 immortal old monsters, he was even pleasantly surprised. Previously, when the other party was unprepared, he had already killed an immortal old monster with the last 3 waves of the Time War. Now, if these 3 immortal old monsters were all trapped with the Emperor's seal Thunder Sea, the other immortal old monsters who were still hibernating in the parallel space would definitely not be able to sit still. Once they rushed out of the parallel space where they were hibernating and entered the demon domain of the first universe, everything would be settled, and Xianxia's mission would be considered complete. Whoosh, rumble. Kacha, at this moment, as the Emperor's seal Thunder Sparrow rushed out, this corner of the universe void instantly exploded with thunder and lightning. From the cyan gold Rai-D seal that was spinning non-stop in the sky above, a river of thunder suddenly burst out. Without any suspense, it directly enveloped the blue mist formed by the Ice Soul Cold Light bloodline ability that enveloped the void for tens of thousands of miles, as well as the green and white light that shot out from the head of the elephant fox ferret, and the life treasure of the three-clawed flood dragon, the golden flood dragon. The three bloodline divine abilities and natal ultimate treasures were instantly drowned by the sea of lightning without even a flutter. Pooh! Pu, the cold top ice crane, the elephant fox ferret, and the three-clawed flood dragon were all caught off guard. They were all implicated. Because of the backlash, they all spat out arrows of blood. Dark blue, green-white, and light gold blood splattered all over the sky. Even their figures paused in the void. A complicated expression of grief, indignation, and shock appeared on their faces. They wanted to retreat as soon as they thought about it. However, it was already too late. Screech, a violent roar soared into the sky, resounding through tens of millions of miles of the void. The speed of the Emperor Seal Thunder Spirit was extremely fast. Although its body was only a foot long, extremely inconspicuous, with a flap of its wings, it had already circled around the three slightly injured immortal old monsters in a short breath. Wherever its body passed, the Sea of Thunder instantly spread. By the time the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor's Seal finished circling, the three immortal realm old monsters were completely trapped. There was only a 10,000-mile wide space around them, and they were surrounded by a vast sea of lightning. The purple-gold thunderbolts and lightning kept roaring. They didn't dare to take a single step forward. In the narrow void of the central Thunder Sea domain, Xianxia was stunned. All of this happened too quickly. By the time the countless starry sky powerhouses of the three opposing sides realized what had happened, the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit had already let out another roar and rushed into the vast sea of thunder that covered an area of 1,000,000 miles and disappeared. No one would think that the lightning spirit had entered for fun. Even though its figure was small and seemed to be completely harmless, with a single flap of its wings earlier, it had caused such a large sea of lightning to firmly trap the three undying beings. Its methods were decisive and ruthless to the fullest. There was no doubt that the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit had rushed into the Sea of Thunder and disappeared in an instant. Its only purpose was to lie dormant and wait for an opportunity to attack. It could attack at any time. The three immortal old monsters were all weaker than it. In a one-on-one battle, none of them could resist. Their strength was already in danger at this time. But this was not all, because in addition to the Emperor's Seal Thunder Sparrow, the alloy war god, who was 100,000 feet tall, also rushed into the Sea of Thunder after smearing. With the protection of the Rai-D Seal's domain, the alloy war god entered the Sea of Thunder, just like when he entered the Sea of Flames formed by the Xianxia six-colored flame. It was like entering an uninhabited land and was completely unaffected. When his figure rushed in, his left hand was still holding the Xianxia cauldron that had shrunk to 100,000 feet in size, and his right hand was dragging the Xianxia pestle that had transformed into a fierce club. As his figure disappeared and rushed into the Sea of Thunder, the countless powerhouses of the three opposing sides in the distant void all trembled subconsciously. This lord was not a good person. At this moment, he was dragging the big-headed black club and rushing into the Sea of Thunder. Clearly, he wanted to use the cover of the Sea of Thunder to raise the big-headed black club in his hand at any time and beat the three immortal old monsters. This was too freakish. Previously, he had only bullied the half-ancestor old monsters. In the blink of an eye, he had begun to bully the real immortal old monsters. And three at once. This was absolutely heaven-defying. What was happening in front of them was too shocking. Countless experts from the three opposing camps were shocked. In a short time, three real immortal old monsters were trapped and faced the danger of being suppressed. In the distant rear void, the last 7 immortal old monsters finally could not sit still. For the first time, they lost their composure and roared endlessly, "Hurry up and kill this bastard, Thunder Source Supreme Treasure." It's actually a Thunder Source Supreme Treasure. How many more secrets does this kid have? How many top-level Supreme Treasures does he have? This is too much. I've never heard of such a lucky person. Did all the top-level Supreme Treasures in the world fall into his hands? And that Sparrow Thunder Spirit is actually at the middle stage of the immortal realm. Its aura is clearly familiar. No, I've clearly caught a wisp of this aura before. This Thunder Spirit Sparrow is actually an immortal old monster who died here a few days ago. Its origin was extracted and refined into a thunder spirit. Oh my god, it turns out that this is not the doing of the great ancestor of the demon race, but this young man who was one of the 5 great evildoers. He actually suppressed a thunder sparrow. There's nothing to say. Let's attack together. We must rescue the 3 of them. There's no need to wait any longer. The biggest threat to the demon race is not the so-called great ancestor. No wonder he hasn't dared to show up. The real biggest threat has always been this young evildoer. Kill him. The demon race must die. Rumble, hiss. Hiss. With these exclamations, the last 7 immortal old monsters of the 2 expeditionary camps finally understood. Without hesitation, they tore the void and stepped out of the parallel space where their true bodies were hibernating. They wanted to descend to the demon race of the first universe. Although they had previously regarded Mo Jiufeng as the target of this expedition, it was a secondary target because they did not regard him as a real existence of the same level. They thought that even if he had the ability to suppress and kill the immortal old monsters, he must have relied on the Starry Sky battle to do so. But now it would seem like their main target wasn't the great ancestor of the demon race at all, and it was this young devil that was constantly jumping about before them who was the greatest threat. He possessed too many top-rate precious treasures, and his natural talent was even horrifying. Moreover, his comprehension ability and creativity in various aspects caused others to feel despair. Now, he was merely a region lord now, and he was far from fully maturing, yet a few Eternal Realm experts had already perished at his hands. Moreover, only Fan Huang was able to flee from the half-rotten ancestor. If he was given enough time to fully mature, the 3 universal planes would become his territory. This was the supreme majesty of aiming to be the sole overlord of the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Presently, the important matter at hand. 7 immortal old monsters had descended. At this moment, the entire expanse of space was suffused with an extremely murderous and shapeless pressure. Even if they were a few tens of millions of kilometers away, the countless experts of the 3 opposing sides couldn't help but tremble. In the past, most of them hadn't even seen a single hair of an immortal old monster, but everything that had occurred today was too shocking. Earlier, merely the simultaneous descent of 3 immortal old monsters had caused the countless experts and various battleships of the 3 sides to retreat swiftly like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. Now, another 7 immortal old monsters had arrived at the same time. Although they were still far away, at least 30 to 40 million miles away, the pressure formed by the combined aura of the 7 immortal old monsters was too horrible. Their figures trembled as all of them stopped fighting, and they didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. In a short period of time, a total of 11 immortal old monsters had appeared in the battlefield and its surroundings. 1 had perished, but 10 were still alive. And the 7 immortal old monsters who had just arrived were clearly about to attack immediately. This was a battle between 10 immortal realm old monsters. It was hard to say whether or not the first universe could hold on and not collapse. They could only escape as far as they could, at least tens of millions of miles away, to ensure that they would not be caught in the crossfire. When the immortals fought, the immortals suffered the most tragic thing. No one wanted to experience it personally. In an instant, all the experts of the 3 camps, including millions of indigenous fierce beasts such as the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, all retreated into the distance. From time to time, they would attack and kill some experts of various races who had shown their bloodline true bodies. These guys were really a group of qualified eaters. They didn't forget to store food even when they were escaping. Has this moment finally come? We have all arrived, and the real war is about to begin, but it also means that the complete end of this starry sky war is imminent. Make a move, save the 3 of them, deal with this devil cultivator Jr., don't leave him alive, just kill him on the spot. This kind of monster, heaven and earth cannot tolerate, today must not let him live. It's just a pity, this kind of monstrous genius, even in the 3 main star planes, is rarely seen in a million years. In the end, he was born in the wrong place, actually a devil cultivator, destined to not be able to grow up. Rumble. In just a short breath, the 7 immortal old monsters had all descended, as if they were certain that Yixian would be completely killed soon. From the tone of their words, they were not as anxious as before, showing a sense of leisure, as if they were making a judgment. In the next moment, the 7 immortal old monsters activated the bloodline in their bodies at the same time. Except for the 4 immortal old monsters from the 2 camps of the human clan, the other 3 all showed their respective bloodline true bodies, all of which were 100,000 feet in size. Of course, for an immortal old monster, if there was a secret method to stimulate their blood and chi, 100,000 feet was obviously not the limit, but that was completely unnecessary. As an immortal old monster, unless they were on the road of body refining, it was rare for them to rely on their blood and chi to fight. The real horror of an immortal old monster was that they mastered the power of the laws of the immortal old monster. The 7 immortal old monsters' voices fell, and they had already used their own magical means. In the blink of an eye, the universe void 2 to 3,000 miles away was completely dazzling, and all kinds of magical energy bloomed and intertwined. This scene was dazzling, but it also made one's soul tremble. Such a terrifying power, as if the heavens had appeared. It was afraid that there would be no problem at all if this piece of void was completely shattered. It was also at this moment that a pressure that resembled the might of the heavens suddenly descended without any warning. Gotcha! Finally, are they all out? This crimson bolt of light with a diameter of 10,000 feet was too shocking. Even the divine abilities of immortal realm old monsters could not achieve such power. Yixian's Emperor Seal Thunder Sea and Shenong Flame Sea could not do this either. Because as soon as it appeared, it had already burst into endless crimson light, shooting hundreds of millions of miles away, illuminating the entire demon domain. The demon domain covered hundreds of millions of miles, but at this moment, it was completely illuminated by this crimson bolt of light. There was no blind spot in the entire domain, all of it reflecting a faint crimson light. It was also because of this strange crimson light that the demon domain was completely sealed off. Even the divine abilities of immortal realm old monsters could no longer tear through the void and quietly escape. Only by crossing the void with one's physical body could one rush out of this area sealed by the crimson bolt of light. Finally, have they all come out? Accompanied by the appearance of this crimson bolt of light, an indifferent voice with endless coldness sounded out. From the direction where this crimson bolt of light first appeared, a thin, long-haired old man wearing a crimson robe slowly stepped out, stepping on the void. Looking at his feet, it was clear that he was taking a stroll, but with each step, his figure was at least 10 million miles away. In 2 or 3 breaths, he had already arrived at the edge of this void battlefield from the depths of the demon domain hundreds of millions of miles away. Hands behind his back, he stood still in the void. This person was the 2nd-generation ancestor of the demon domain. At this moment, with his unexpected arrival, the countless starry sky masters of the 3 opposing camps, who had retreated to the extreme distance, had already fallen into a dead silence. Their eyes were either burning or filled with shock, but they all gathered together, not daring to look directly at him, nor could they look directly at him. In their eyes, this existence in a crimson robe was clearly surrounded by endless strange images. Some were ancient battlefields in the starry sky, while others were ferocious beasts being killed one after another, with golden blood spraying across the sky. Their auras were all very powerful. At the very least, he was a half-rotten ancestor. These images were divine images. They were the celestial battlefields that this 2nd-generation descendant of the demon had experienced in the ancient times. They were the powerful ferocious beasts that he had personally killed in the ancient blood battles. At this moment, they were being projected in the form of divine images, and they were rapidly increasing his strength. The aura in his body, in the blink of an eye, had stepped into the realm of Marquis from the peak of ordinary immortal realm. As soon as this crimson bolt of light burst out, the 7 immortal realm old monsters who had just arrived in another direction suddenly stopped, and the divine ability they had just used was all interrupted. At this moment, a look of horror appeared on their faces. One of the Undying's body was trembling. Even an Undying was shocked to the point of stuttering. You, haven't you been waiting for this old man to appear? Now. I'm here. With his hands behind his back, the blood-colored figure stood proudly in the distance and said indifferently, the 2nd-generation descendant of the demon race. I am Lord Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of exclamations and screams rang out in the void tens of millions of miles away. Run. God d***, who's in charge of the information? He doesn't even know that the demons have an official level Undying, and he's only a 2nd-generation descendant. Feng Ho. He's actually an official, even 10 normal Undyings wouldn't be enough to kill him. No, the void has been sealed. Marquis Feng's law divine ability is not something we can forcefully break through. We can only use our physical bodies to cross the void and rush out of this sealed starfield first. Let's split up. That's the only way we'll have a chance of survival. As for who lives and who dies, it all depends on fate. Everyone, take care of yourselves. I will take my leave first. Boom. Swish, swish, swish. Amid the screams, the 7 Undyings didn't say anything else. They turned around and fled in different directions. This scene fell into the eyes of countless great beings of the 3 opposing camps who had retreated extremely far away. In the demon race camp, the first demon emperor suddenly roared and waved his hand in the direction of the 2 conquering camps. Boys, the ancestor is here. Our race will definitely win. Kill him. Boom. Rumble, hell. In the demon camp, all the demon experts on the battleships cheered thunderously. The roar of the battleship's cannons once again rang out in the void, and a dense rain of energy beams shot towards the 2 opposing camps. Millions of ferocious beasts also cheered and rushed to the battlefield, beginning the final harvest. Every ferocious beast's eyes shone with green light. In their eyes, there was only delicious food in the future. In an instant, the void was chaotic again, but the situation was one-sided. The 2 opposing forces, which were originally full of momentum, turned around and fled. Whether it was the Undyings at the high-end battle strength level or the tens of millions of battleships at the conventional battle strength level, all turned around and fled. Although this battle wasn't over yet, the final result was decided in advance at this moment. The demon race had won a great victory. What they were doing now was just to follow up the victory and expand the victory. Facing this scene, the 3 Undyings who were trapped by Yi Xian's millions of miles of thunder sea were the most sorrowful and indignant ones. They were the cold-top ice crane, the elephant fox ferret, and the 3-clawed flood dragon. At this moment, the army of 50 million battleships was fleeing in all directions. Especially the 7 immortal old monsters who had just arrived and had not had time to attack, they turned around and fled in different directions without saying a word. The 3 immortal old monsters were so sad that they were about to cry. This was really a bad start and a bad friend. If the 7 Undyings had joined forces and risked their lives to attack, they might have had a chance to save the 3 of them from the millions of miles of thunder sea. At that time, wouldn't it be better for everyone to escape together? Why did they have to leave the 3 of us here to be trapped by the Sea of Thunder? It was clearly the rhythm of death. It was 2F** King Disloyal. It was simply a scam. Don't you think it's too late to escape now? This old man has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Seeing the 7 Undyings as soon as they met him, they immediately turned around and fled in different directions after screaming. The 2nd-generation ancestor of the demon race standing in the void was not anxious at all. His words were still unhurried, and his figure didn't rush out at all. It seemed that he didn't want to chase after them. He intended to chase after them, but his words were equivalent to pronouncing the final fate of the 7 immortal realm old monsters. Only at this moment, the 10 Undyings, including the 3-clawed flood dragon, suddenly understood. Before this, they had been lurking in unknown parallel spaces, thinking that they were waiting for the appearance of the ancestor of the demon race. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the development of this planar level battle could be described as a myriad of changes in an instant. The ups and downs from before had caused countless experts in the starry sky to feel as if their hearts were about to be unable to take it, but it was far from being able to compare to the scene before their eyes. Of the 11 immortal realm old monsters from the 2 attacking camps in the 2nd and 3rd universe, apart from the one who died at the hands of Mo Jeffing, the remaining 10 arrived in 2 groups in just a few minutes. After all, those were 10 eternal realm experts. If it was at any other time, then they would be sufficient to sweep through an entire universe. Yet now, the first 3 had been directly suppressed by the natural lightning quintessence that was merely at the region Lord Realm, Mo Jiofeng, who'd utilized a natural lightning quintessence treasure. Subsequently, the last 7 eternal realm experts had just descended, and they hadn't even had the time to launch a single wave of attacks when all of them turned around and fled because of the domineering appearance of the devil race ancestor. Even if the 5 million plus native ferocious beasts were included, they only had a little over 20 million. The devil race army that was merely half the size of the 2 large expeditionary camps had launched a full counterattack at this moment. The disparity in strength was so huge, and the side with fewer warships was chasing the side with more warships. They were shouting, and their imposing auras shot into the sky like rainbows. All of this was simply King Bullsh T. It made people want to die. However, all of this was clearly merely the opening ceremony of the complete defeat of the two large expeditionary camps. Because no matter if it was the regular forces of the Devil Race army or their high-end forces, the Devil Race ancestor and Mo Yefeng, it was obviously impossible for them to let go of this opportunity to pursue victory so easily. Because it was a chance to expand the spoils of the battle. Don't you think it's too late to flee now? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. When he saw the 7 Eternal Realm experts had just encountered him, and they immediately turned around and fled in different directions after letting out sharp cries, the second-generation devil ancestor who stood in midair spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the second-generation devil ancestor released his hands from behind his back, and then he turned around and swept his gaze towards the right. In the distance in this direction, one of the 7 Eternal Realm experts was the fastest. Even though he couldn't tear through space and could only traverse space with his body, he was still able to do so. In just a single breath of time, he had covered a distance of 20 million miles. His speed was almost twice that of the other 6 Immortal Realm Old monsters. Obviously, because he was too eye-catching, this Immortal Realm Old monster with a unique talent in speed unfortunately became the first target of the Demon People's Foundation ancestor. Rumble. The roar resounded, instantly spreading thousands of miles in the void. The demon ancestor was still standing in this void. The only movement he made was to raise his right hand and press toward the fastest Immortal Realm Old monster. There was no change in the void. Only the rumbling of thunder could be heard. In less than half an instant, it had crossed 20 million miles in the void and arrived behind the fleeing Immortal Realm Old monster. Then, it turned into a giant palm that towered into the sky. There was only the gorgeous light of the divine ability, and there were no overly complicated movements. It was just the simplest remote pressure, and it didn't even emit much pressure. It was absolutely calm. However, this giant palm that seemed to represent the might of the heavens was extremely fast. It was far faster than the Immortal Realm Old monster who was fleeing at top speed. When it caught up with him in half an instant, it had already pressed down at the first moment. This Immortal Realm Old monster came from the myriad Luo Federation Senate. He was not a human, not even a creature of flesh and blood. His body was an unknown crystal marrow. It was a miscellaneous mine that lacked mining value. For countless years, no force had paid attention to it. However, in the end, a piece of miscellaneous crystal marrow was born from a miscellaneous mine, and it gave birth to self-consciousness and spiritual wisdom. It became an extremely rare crystal marrow even in the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Crystal life. Speed was what it was good at. Right now, this Immortal Realm Old monster of the crystal life shrank his body and showed his true body. A colorful, miscellaneous crystal with a radius of only 1 meter. Like a dazzling meteor, it streaked across the void and traveled 20 million miles in the blink of an eye. He even felt a sense of joy in his heart, because he felt that this great calamity had been averted. The 7 Immortal Level Old monsters all turned around at the same time, fleeing in different directions. As a crystal life form, he was the most inconspicuous to begin with. He didn't have any blood energy around him, but he was the fastest. As long as the other 6 Immortal Old monsters could attract the attention of the terrifying Demon Dweller Great Ancestor and draw his attack away, then in just a few breaths of time, with his speed, he could rush out of this Demon Dweller star field. No matter how powerful the Immortal Realm Old ancestor of the Immortal Realm was, he was only an Marquis Immortal. Even an Emperor Immortal couldn't completely seal off an entire universe. Only an Emperor Immortal could do that. Therefore, he was sure that it was only the Immortal Realm that was sealed. As long as he rushed out of the Immortal Realm, he could tear open the void and step into the void crack at any time. Then he could escape far away, and there would be no trace of him. Unfortunately, this was destined to be an extravagant hope. In the blink of an eye, the 2nd Immortal Realm Old ancestor's giant hand slapped down. Ka-cha! Ka-cha-cha! A crisp cracking sound came from the void. There wasn't even a rumbling sound of energy explosion. This Immortal Realm early-stage crystal life form, which was originally shooting out at an extremely fast speed, suddenly stopped in the void. His body, which was only a meter tall, instantly cracked inch by inch, and finally bloomed into a rain of light. A dazzling rain of light scattered in the void, an immortal realm-old monster had fallen just like that. This scene was too shocking. Even though they were all immortal realm, the gap between an immortal realm-old ancestor and an immortal realm-old ancestor was so huge. The immortal realm-old ancestor was 20 million miles away from the void, but the immortal realm-old ancestor just raised his hand and pressed down, and the immortal realm-old ancestor was completely annihilated without any chance to struggle. In the void, the originally fierce starry sky land, the earth-shattering roar that resounded through the sky slowed down again. Countless immortal realm masters from the three opposing camps were all shocked by this shocking scene. For a moment, they forgot what they were doing. Originally, immortal realm-old monsters were invincible beings like gods in their hearts, but now it seemed that even immortals could be reduced to ants. The 7 undying old monsters all fled in different directions. That undying old monster was not a flesh and blood life form, but a rare crystal life form. He was originally the fastest, but when he revealed his true form, a meter-wide crystal, he transformed into a dazzling meteor and shot out. In just a breath's time, he had already reached 20 million li. His speed was almost twice that of the other 6 undying old monsters. This was simply too shocking. Such speed made the other 6 undying old monsters envious, because at this time, facing an official level undying, speed represented a chance of survival. However, no one expected that this crystal life form that was the fastest, the one that fled the furthest, the one that crossed 20 million li of space in a single breath of time, would actually be the first to be suppressed. The demon race ancestor didn't even move his body. He just raised his right hand and slapped the space 10 million li away. When he pressed down, his dazzling body had already transformed into a shower of crystal light, scattering in the space. Just like that, he was annihilated. This scene made countless starry sky powerhouses of the 3 opposing camps who were fighting in the distance absent-mindedly. The other 6 immortal realm-old monsters who were fleeing while paying attention to what was happening behind them were all horrified. Almost at the same time, they cried out involuntarily, "What? Crystal old monster actually died? How is this possible?" In a breath's time, he still couldn't escape 20 million li. Just by pressing the space, he killed a normal undying. This is definitely not an early official level. He is at least an intermediate official level, maybe even close to the late stage. This is only the 2nd generation of the demon race ancestor? Then how strong is the 1st generation of the race ancestor? What a blunder. We came to the demon race star field in the 1st universe, we are simply looking for death. All of this isn't important. What's important is that, he actually chose the fastest one first. This clearly shows that he's determined in his heart and doesn't intend to let anyone go. Could it be that we're going to be completely annihilated today? Hell. I am not willing, there must be a chance of survival. Fellow, no, elder, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, let us go, I will never step into the demon race star field again. In the blink of an eye, a comrade with the same cultivation as him was killed, and the other party just casually raised his hand and patted from 20 million miles away. All this frightened the other 6 immortal realm-old monsters. They did not slow down at all. Instead, they moved even faster. However, the exclamations from their mouths were full of despair and unwillingness. Among them, there was even an immortal realm-old monster who did not care about the face of an immortal realm-old monster when he was scared out of his wits. His face and dignity began to beg for mercy. Usually, these immortal old monsters were all high and mighty. Even the younger generation of their respective clans might not have the opportunity to see the legendary immortal old ancestors of their clans until they reached a certain level, or if they did not show enough amazing talent. High and mighty, like a deity, however, in the face of this great calamity of life and death, the legends of these 6 immortal old monsters were mercilessly shattered, revealing the true faces of ordinary starry sky experts, and even more unbearable. This was easy to understand, because compared to ordinary starry sky experts, every immortal realm expert had to work extremely hard to reach their current heights. It was precisely because of this that they cherished their feathers and their lives more. Usually, when the crisis did not appear, they would naturally be majestic, but in the face of this great calamity of life and death, tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation could be destroyed in an instant. These so-called immortal old monsters, if their minds were firm, it would be fine, but if they were a little impetuous, they would show a face that was not even an ordinary starry sky expert could compare to. The higher one stood, the more afraid one would be of falling. This was the reason, because once one fell, the fall would be even more miserable. Although the 6 immortal old monsters each cried out in alarm, and even begged for mercy without caring about their faces, their speed did not slow down at all. Instead, they sped up. Begging for mercy was just a struggle, but in the end, they still had to rely on themselves for this slim chance of survival. The second-generation ancestor of the demon race started with the fastest crystal life form, which could be regarded as a kind of attitude. Today, it should be that all the immortal old monsters should be left behind. Not one of them could be left behind. With horror and fear, the remaining 6 immortal old monsters could be said to have used all their means. They had even used all their strength to drink milk. The only thought in their minds was to escape. As long as they could escape from the demon race star field, then the slim chance of survival that they longed for would come. Pooh. In the distant void in the northwest corner, a dull loud sound suddenly came, and then, behind a stream of light shooting at an extremely fast speed in the void, a cloud of dark yellow smoke suddenly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In this void, there were some starry sky battleships of the 3 camps exchanging fire with each other, and tens of thousands of indigenous fierce beasts were hunting in the void for future food. But now, they were all completely enveloped by this strange dark yellow fog. They could no longer see because the speed of this strange dark yellow fog was too fast. There was simply no time for them to react, and they were all caught off guard. Almost in the next moment, this corner of the void fell into a complete silence. Originally, a small number of starry sky battleships of the 3 camps were exchanging fire, but almost at the same time, the tens of thousands of indigenous fierce beasts, who were originally very excited and roaring, were completely silent. The feeling it gave off was too strange. It was as if all living beings within 1,000,000 miles of the space shrouded in dark yellow fog had completely died. In fact, this strange dark yellow smoke covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles was like a living thing. With the second dull sound, the dark yellow smoke that originally only covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles suddenly soared, spreading to a radius of 5,000,000 miles in an instant, and seemed to have some kind of spiritual life. In this direction, it was moving towards the edge of the demon race star field. After half a breath, the void of 1,000,000 miles where the dark yellow smoke first covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles lit up, and the strange yellow smoke moved forward, revealing the scene in this area. Tens of thousands of battleships of various types stood there quietly, without any movement, like ghost ships, as if there was no one alive inside. In addition, there were tens of thousands of corpses of indigenous fierce beasts in the void, as well as the huge bloodline true bodies of some starry sky powerhouses of the enemy camp. They were all intact, but they had long lost their auras. End of chapter 40-48. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.